After Rebirth I am the white moonlight of all big brothers chapter 536 to chapter 618. Xianxia, I won a learning machine from you today, and I suddenly found that the courses inside are very interesting. Do you think I can have the opportunity to discuss with the lecturer face to face? It's you? Xiaoxian frowned. Sorry, it's too late. Let's talk during the day. Then, he hung up the phone. The person on the other end said slowly, there are some things that I don't think are suitable to talk about during the day. Night is good. Everything is hidden in the dark, quiet, and soundless. What do you want? How do you know my address? I said that I want to discuss it with you face to face. As for the address, it's not difficult to find. The last sentence made Xiaoxian's heart sink. Okay, I'll come out. The wooden door of the small house opened from the inside. Xiaoxian sat in his wheelchair and looked at the black Mercedes-Benz parked on the street. He secretly gritted his teeth. Xianxia saw this and nodded slightly at Lu Jinzhong. The latter got out of the car. Hello, Mr. Xiao. My lady wants to invite you to the car to talk. Is it convenient? Xiaoxian sneered. I'm a fish on the chopping block. What's the difference between convenient and inconvenient? Lu Jinzhong, if you don't want to get in the car, my lady is willing to talk to you. Okay, let her get out. I'm in a wheelchair. It's not convenient for me to move. Lu Jinzhong nodded slightly and said with a very good attitude, I know. Soon, Xianxia got out of the car and walked in front of the man. One was standing and the other was sitting. It was natural for them to look down on each other. Xiaoxian finally realized why the other party invited him to the car. At least they could sit down and look at each other at the same level. That's thoughtful. Thinking of this, his expression softened. Why are you looking for me? Professor Zhao's lectures are very good. Whether it's middle school inequality or university calculus, the ideas are simple and the methods are clear. The students should like a teacher like you, right? It seemed that she really came just to discuss the curriculum with him. Xiaoxian's eyes flashed with doubt. The corner of his mouth tightened. I don't like to beat around the bush. If you have something to say, just say it. Xianxia smiled. Professor Xiao, you've experienced both the glamorous university professors and the down-and-out street vendors. What do you think? The man's pupils shrank. You investigated me? Xianxia did not deny it. Heh, he sneered. People like you use your privileges to play with ordinary people in the palm of your hand. Are you very proud of that? Xianxia grasped the key word. We? It's all the same. The man suddenly calmed down, but his eyes were extremely cold. Jackals of the same tribe. So, when you were charged with intentional injury back then, there was indeed an inside story, right? So what? So what if he didn't? I don't know who you are or why you're looking for me, but there's one thing I can tell you. No matter what you're planning, you won't succeed. He had an indifferent look on his face. It was like a broken clay pot. Since it was already broken, he didn't mind breaking it even more. Xianxia raised her hand and gently held his wheelchair. You don't have to be so hostile to me. Maybe I can help you? Help me? Xiaoxian laughed as if he had heard the biggest joke in the world. However, as he laughed, a sorrowful look appeared in his eyes. He murmured, no one can help me, how do you know if you don't try? Xianxia was calm. There was no empathy. The calmness of an outsider. Xiaoxian was stunned. He turned around and met the girl's cold eyes. Why do you want to help me? The other party's calm attitude made him subconsciously lower his guard. Yes, this was how a normal person should behave. Empathy was a false proposition. He didn't need any **t empathy. Pity and sympathy were no different from charity to him. Rather than that, it was better to have an equivalent exchange. Xianxia looked at him approvingly. There's no free lunch in the world. Professor Xiao, you should know this. He retracted his emotions. Under the moonlight, there was a calmness like that of an abyss. You don't even know what difficulties I'm facing, and yet you're shamelessly saying that you want to help me. You even want to talk about conditions with me. Isn't that inappropriate? This was a test as well as a test. If Jiang Fuyue didn't even know what difficulties he was facing, it could only mean that her ability was limited and she couldn't help. Didn't you fall to where you are today because of that prison incident 5 years ago? Let me guess. You must have provoked someone you shouldn't have, and that's why you were framed. Well, it might not be a frame, because you did make a move. Xiaoshan was unmoved. His eyes were filled with mockery. Is that all you can do? At this moment, Lu Jinzhong got out of the car and brought Jiang Fuyue's phone. Miss, it's a call from the capital. Jiang Fuyue remembered the number. It was Niao Rui's. She took the phone, swiped the answer button, and put it to her ear. She glanced at Xiaoshan, who was sitting in a wheelchair. Didn't he want to see how capable she was? Wasn't he here now? Hello, Niao Rui said, I found it. This matter is a little complicated. You have to listen to me slowly. The call lasted for a full 5 minutes. During this time, Xiaoshan didn't look sideways. Jiang Fuyue's expression became more and more subtle, especially when Niao Rui mentioned the Lu family and Lu Mingxin. She originally thought that it was just a little interesting, but now it seemed to be more interesting. Niao Rui said. That's about it. A few key documents have been sent to your phone. Check them carefully. After ending the call, Jiang Fuyue immediately opened it. After a few glances, she seemed to be very happy. Professor Xiao, I originally thought that you just wanted to stand up again, win back the flowers and applause, return to school and the classroom, and continue your education and research projects. A few years later, you may become the most outstanding mathematician in Huaxia. After all, you have the ability and the perseverance. Xiaoshan sneered. But I realized that I was wrong. Or rather, I was not completely right. Jiang Fuyue patted the wheelchair's push bar. In addition to these, I guess what you want to do most is to pay with blood, right? The man's lips curved. Miss, Jiang Fuyue immediately added, my surname is Jiang. Miss Jiang, I admire your imagination. As you said, I was the one who deliberately hurt someone 5 years ago. Even if a blood debt is paid with blood, the victim should be the one to take revenge on me, right? You hurt someone because the other party hurt your people. To be precise, it was your girlfriend, Xiao Xiaoliang's biological mother. The man suddenly looked up. His anger surged, but he calmed down in an instant. These are just your guesses. Jiang Fuyue shook her head. I never make unfounded guesses. Zhou Qingping. As soon as the name came out of her mouth, Xiaoshan's body stiffened. He whispered hoarsely, shut up. Zhou Qingping and Xiaoshan were classmates at B University. The two of them had a good relationship. After graduating from his undergraduate degree, Xiaoshan was recommended for postgraduate studies because of his excellent grades. Zhou Qingping, on the other hand, was teaching at a key middle school in the capital. She was both a homeroom teacher and a mathematics teacher. The work intensity was very high, and the pressure of studying made her breathless. The young couple rented a house outside and lived together. They planned to register their marriage when Xiaoshan was in his 2nd year of postgraduate studies. In the first year, the two of them were so busy that their feet did not touch the ground. However, they tolerated each other and understood each other. Their relationship became better and better. In the 2nd year, both of their lives were on the right track. Xiaoshan's thesis was selected for SCI, and 3 of them were submitted at once. It caused a sensation in the school. Zhou Qingping's work in middle school slowly became more comfortable and she had a certain amount of savings. The two of them agreed to register their marriage in the autumn. However, they did not expect that Zhou Qingping would be violated by a relative of a student during a home visit. The other party was also powerful and he threatened her not to report the case. Otherwise, he would kill her entire family. At that time, Zhou Qingping was already pregnant. It was Xiaoshan's child. She was born into a scholarly family and had a gentle and shy personality. Since she was young, there had always been more kindness than malice around her. She grew up smoothly and never thought that she would be involved in the dirty whirlpool of the rich and powerful. However, she was brave. The bottom line of her beliefs and morals told her that she could not condone the crime. If she was forced to compromise, wouldn't there be more girls who would be hurt like this in the future? Some things had to be done. She was not the first victim, but she could be the first person to stand up and make the perpetrator pay the price. Zhou Qingping planned to call the police. Before that, she told Xiaoshan everything in a calm tone while shedding tears. Xiaoshan was angry, distressed, and blamed himself. In the end, he calmly took her into his arms and supported her decision. The next day, the two of them went to the police station together. Digression, 3,000 words. Around 11 o'clock. After that, it was the beginning of the nightmare. Zhou Qingping lost her job. Due to the long period of stress, she suffered from depression. Xiaoshan was originally going to be expelled by the school, but one of his academic theses caught the attention of the higher-ups and caused quite a stir in the domestic mathematics community. The other party couldn't do anything to him for the time being and could only give up. During this period, Zhou Qingping was pregnant for 10 months and gave birth to little Liang. Her depression also slowly improved under Xiaoshan's care. Even though this strong girl suffered setbacks, she never forgot her obsession. She would continue to report and appeal until the law gave her justice. Xiaoshan supported her decision. While completing his studies, he helped his girlfriend. However, the attacks came one after another without stopping. He didn't even need the main culprit to show up. His subordinates who relied on him and flattered him would be able to teach these two ignorant young men a lesson. After repeatedly hitting a wall, Xiaoshan completed his master's studies. He gave up his PhD and came to Jie province to join H University. 5 years ago, the higher-ups changed their policies and tightened their grip on power. This gave him an opportunity. A report was submitted to the relevant department. The culprit's company was investigated and he almost went to jail. However, a centipede dies but does not fall down. The culprit's family was powerful. Although it took some time and effort, the culprit was able to settle this matter safely. However, Xiaoshan's actions had obviously angered the culprit. The culprit had allowed this pair of young people to do whatever they wanted for years and couldn't stand it anymore. Then, Xiaoshan was prosecuted for intentional injury and sentenced to 3 years. After a year and a half, he was released. Zhou Qingping handed her son to him and died with hatred. Jiang Fuyue, you suspect that your girlfriend's death is related to that person, but you don't have evidence. Xiaoshan's fingers on his knees tightened. His face was still expressionless. However, only he knew that he was not pretending to be calm. He was so stiff that he couldn't react. Jiang Fuyue continued her reasoning, without evidence, you can't bring the culprit to justice through normal means. Moreover, even if you have evidence, you might not be able to completely overthrow the culprit. You and Zhou Qingping have both suffered like this, so what should you do? Xiaoshan clenched his fists. Unless. Jiang Fuyue looked at him and said word by word, we use very normal means. What are you trying to say? Xiaoshan, I should be the one asking you. What are you planning in your heart? The girl's voice was clear and cold, as if it could pierce through one's soul. The man sneered. Abnormal means? What, are you trying to say that I'm going to kill someone? Jiang Fuyue narrowed her eyes and asked, isn't it? Xiaoshan laughed. Miss Jiang, it's a pity that you're not a screenwriter. He spread out his hands. Look at me now. I can't even kill a chicken or fish, let alone kill someone. Don't joke around. Jiang Fuyue lowered her eyes and glanced at his legs covered by the blanket. Xiaoshan continued, I hope you understand my profession and my education before you make these wild guesses. Professor Xiao, are you trying to say that you are a person who writes with a pen and not a butcher with a knife? In return, the man snorted disdainfully. Jiang Fuyue wasn't annoyed at all. She was still smiling. Suddenly, she said, since you study mathematics, let me tell you 2 stories. The man frowned. She wanted to tell a story in the middle of the night? Ridiculous. Jiang Fuyue didn't give the other party a chance to refuse. You should know Jialuoa, right? A mathematician from country F, an outstanding mathematics genius in the 19th century, who died suddenly in a duel. He had a good friend called Liu Bai, who was unfortunately assassinated one day. The female janitor told Jialuoa that the police had investigated the scene and found no other clues. They only saw Liu Bai holding half of an apple pie in his hand. It was very puzzling. After investigation, she believed that the murderer might be in the apartment. However, this 4-story apartment has 15 rooms on each floor and more than 100 people living there. The situation is more complicated. In the end, Jialuo locked onto room 314 on the 3rd floor, whose resident, Missile, was the murderer. That's because the English word for pie, and the Greek word for pie is pi, which is commonly known as pi. It's approximately 3:14. Xiaoshan looked up. I've heard the story before, but what are you trying to say? Jiang Fuyue shrugged. You see, mathematicians can also become great detectives. They have rigorous logical thinking, powerful reasoning ability, careful planning, and meticulous planning. Okay. Jiang Fuyue stepped back and clapped her hands. Let's begin the second story. In 1969, a killer who called himself the Zodiac attacked 7 people in Jinwan district with guns and knives within a year. All but 2 of them died. During that time, he sent many terrifying letters to the Jinshan Chronicle. Some of the letters were written in code, including a particularly complicated letter that contained 340 characters. This was the famous 340 cipher, the 340 code. Until 30 years later, Jarl van Eyck and Samblake deciphered the code. The general meaning of the translation was, I hope you have fun trying to catch me. I'm not afraid of the gas chamber, it will send me to heaven faster. Because I now have enough slaves to work for me. It's the beauty of numbers and architecture that needs to be sacrificed with blood. Jiang Fuyue asked, the first part is not difficult to understand, but what about the beauty of numbers and architecture? Xiaoshan said, I don't understand what you're trying to say at all. Don't worry. The Zodiac hasn't been caught yet, and many people are guessing his identity. I can tell you very clearly that he is a mathematician. Numbers are mathematics, architecture is logic, and he killed people because of his extreme pursuit. So, mathematicians not only have the potential to become detectives, but they are also potential killers. Xiaoshan trembled. Professor Xiao. Jiang Fuyue walked behind him again and held the wheelchair with one hand. What about you? Are you a well-dressed professor or a demon with bloody hands? Have you decided? The man listened to the soft voice behind him and felt a chill on the back of his neck. Why are you trembling? Jiang Fuyue smiled. I'm not going to eat people. On the contrary, I have to kindly remind you that if you take that step, you must not be discovered. If you are caught, what will happen to Xiaoliang? He's so smart, cute, and sensible. Are you willing to do that? Are you willing to do that? Are you willing to do that? Her questioning voice knocked into his soul. Xiaoshan's blood froze in an instant. His eyes began to flicker, and his highly nervous facial expression began to twitch. His face turned pale, and sweat poured down like rain. Clap, Jiang Fuyue clapped her hands, and he trembled. It seems that I guessed right. Xiaoshan was unable to refute. After a long time, the man said, Who are you? Someone who can help you. Or rather, someone who wants to make a deal with you. How can you help me? For the first time, Xiaoshan let down his guard and acquiesced to all of Jiang Fuyue's previous guesses. He had a plan, and indeed, he wanted to stake it all on one throw. A mathematician's knife was in his head, not his hands. Jiang Fuyue said, the person who bullied your girlfriend is called Mengjiru. Coincidentally, I have a bit of a grudge with him. I didn't know until I did some research, but after I did, I found out. That was Lu Mingxin's husband, her good brother-in-law. I'll let you deal with him, and you'll be completely clean. What do you think? Deal with him? Regardless of whether he's dead or alive. Jiang Fuyue nodded and said casually, regardless of whether he's dead or alive. Huh. Do you know his background and identity? Xiaoshan sneered. Back then, he and Qingping thought of so many ways and asked so many people, but they could not shake this big tree. How could this young girl in front of him, just because of her sharp tongue, Jiang Fuyue seemed to have seen through his thoughts. No matter what I say now, you won't believe me. Seeing is believing. You'll see what you want. What do you mean? The day after tomorrow, 10 o'clock in the morning, Linhui Airport. Bring your identity card. After that, Jiang Fuyue bowed and got into the car. Lu Jinzhong said, drive. The black Mercedes-Benz left in a hurry. Soon, it disappeared into the endless night. Xiaoshan sat in his wheelchair and did not move for a long time. It was not until a gust of cold wind blew and entered his thin collar that he suddenly came back to his senses. His expression kept changing under the cover of the night. Could he believe her? Digression, 3rd watch, 3,000 words. 4th watch, around 1 o'clock moi. That night, Jiang Fuyue did not return to the Imperial Heaven residence. Instead, she went to the office upstairs of the Yufeng Group's kitchen and sat in Lu Jinzhong's seat. Uncle Lu, get me Meng Jiru's connections and the information of all the companies under his name. Especially the businesses he shares with Lu Mingxin. Lu Jinzhong's expression turned serious and he immediately went to do it. Jiang Fuyue then called Niao Rui. The phone rang for a long time before it was picked up. Who is it? His tone was not very good. He was already asleep. Why would he call at this time? Was he crazy? Jiang Fuyue said, it's me. Niao Rui shuddered and immediately sat up on the bed. Go ahead. Whatever drowsiness, whatever complaints, whatever dissatisfaction, all vanished into thin air. Jiang Fuyue said, investigate Meng Jiru, especially his relationships. Now? Niao Rui was a little confused. I want to see the detailed results before dawn. Yes. Niao Rui could only resign himself to fate. He got up in his pajamas and went straight to the basement. On the way, he bumped into Niao Chunhua, who was staying up late to apply a facial mask. Damn. A ghost, brat, open your eyes wide. Is there a ghost as beautiful as your mother? No. It's the middle of the night. What are you doing? It's fine if you don't make a sound when you walk, but your face is so white. I need to take care of myself. Take care of myself. Do you understand? Before I find you a stepfather, I can't have a single wrinkle on my face. Oh. You look like you can only live forever. Of course. No. What do you mean? Are you cursing me that I can't find him? It's good that you know. Okay, I'm not going to talk nonsense with you. I'm going to the basement. Wait, why are you not sleeping at night? What are you going to do down there? Niao Rui gritted his teeth. Jiang Fuyue's temporary mission must be completed before dawn. She only knows how to make me work like a slave. Niao Chunhua patted her son's shoulder carelessly. Good luck. Besides, your surname is Niao. Ahem. In short, you should help her share more of the burden. Ming. Yeah, she has a hard time. Niao Chunhua didn't care about her son. She only cared about her good sister. Niao Rui was expressionless. You should acknowledge her as your daughter. No, you can acknowledge her as your ancestor. Get lost. What was he talking about? Hurry up and go. Niao Rui pressed the elevator button. Niao Chunhua asked casually, what did she ask you to investigate? Meng Jiru, the one who married into the Lu family. Oh, the Lu family. What? Lu family? Yeah, what's wrong? Niao Chunhua's expression suddenly became serious. But soon, she relaxed as if she had understood something. Niao Rui wanted to ask, but the elevator arrived. He stepped in and the metal door slowly closed. Niao Chunhua moved her lips. The cream mask on her face was a little dry. It pulled at an uncomfortable feeling. Was it about to start, starting with Meng Jiru? At 3 o'clock in the morning, Lu Jinzhong sent all the information that Jiang Fuyue wanted. Miss, it's all here. Jiang Fuyue looked up and moved her stiff neck. Thank you for your hard work, Uncle Lu. Not at all. It's late. Why don't you go to the lounge and rest? I'll call you when dawn comes. Jiang Fuyue waved her hand. Time is tight. I can't make it. Lu Jinzhong wanted to say something but hesitated. In the end, he asked. We don't have to go to the capital the day after tomorrow. It shouldn't be a problem to postpone it. Jiang Fuyue shook her head. Xiaoshan is too defensive. If I don't let him see the results immediately, he won't be useful to me. Is he a very important person? Jiang Fuyue thought of something and looked into the distance. There was a hint of palpitations in her eyes. Very important, she said. A mathematician who couldn't carry anything with his shoulders and hands, what use could he be? Lu Jinzhong was puzzled but did not ask any more questions. Uncle Lu, get ready. I'm going to Campa tomorrow. I'll pick 2 good fighters and bring them with me to the capital. Lu Jinzhong's eyes suddenly turned cold. Good fighters. It seemed that this trip to the capital would not be peaceful. Okay. Jiang Fuyue said, also, make arrangements for the capital. The specific layout is like this. It was 7 o'clock in the morning and the sun had just risen. Niao Rui had 2 big dark circles under his eyes. He packaged all the information and sent it through an encrypted email. After doing all this, he leaned back in his chair and let out a long sigh. Finally, I can rest for a while. Jiang Fuyue was probably still sleeping, wasn't she? Humph. She wants me to go before daybreak. She's obviously making things difficult for me. It's not like I'll lose anything if I'm late for half a day. Niao Rui was full of complaints. He was angry but did not dare to say anything. Suddenly, there was a ding. Jiang Fuyue replied. Niao Rui sat up and opened the email. There were only 3 words on it, thank you for your hard work. At that moment, he felt inexplicably ashamed. But this Jiang Fuyue is too hardworking, right? Is there a ghost chasing after her? F***ck. She can even stay up late. Jiang Fuyue stayed up all night. After receiving the investigation results from Niao Rui, she spent another half an hour to finish reading it. Meng Jiru's private life was fascinating. She wondered if Lu Mingxi knew about it. Thinking about the upcoming drama, she was suddenly full of anticipation. At 8 o'clock, Lu Jinzhong came in to call her. I've made arrangements for Camp A. We can go there now. Let's go. The 2 of them went out and got into the car. Finally, they stopped at a wasteland overgrown with weeds in the suburbs. Lu Jinzhong got out of the car and led the way. Jiang Fuyue, wearing a baseball cap, followed closely behind. He stopped in front of a lone grave, stretched out his hand, and knocked on the top of the grave. The old and dilapidated grave was divided into 2, and a narrow road that only allowed 1 person to pass through appeared, extending from the crack to the ground. The 2 of them entered one after the other, and the grave quickly closed. Under the sunlight and a cool breeze, it was still the same lonely grave. It was so ordinary that it was difficult to attract attention. A crow landed on the grave mound, stayed for a few seconds, and flew away again. Compared to the desolate entrance, the other end of the passage was a completely different world. The world's most advanced airface blue bulletproof glass, with a market price of no less than 3 million yuan per square meter, could be seen everywhere here. Every 100 meters, there was a genetic identification checkpoint. Once the genetic information of the person was found to be inconsistent with the original stored data, an attack device would immediately be activated. After passing through layers of identification, when the last door opened, everything suddenly opened up. There were green mountains and clear waters, and the houses were neat. The spacious training ground was sunny, and it was quiet at the moment. Suddenly, there was the sound of continuous shooting. Lu Jinzhong, it should be at the shooting range. Jiang Fuyue, let's go and take a look. In the shooting range, 2 young men were competing with each other in shooting. The rule was that the 2 of them would shoot at the same target at the same time to see who could hit the bullseye more times. This game was also called bullseye because the 2 of them would shoot at the same target at the same time. In addition to testing shooting accuracy, it also tested one's psychological quality. When one person made a move, the other person would more or less be affected. Jiang Fuyue took the earplugs from Lu Jinzhong and put them on. She glanced at the 6 or 7 broken targets on the side. The bullseye had been shot to pieces. It seemed that the game had already been played for a few rounds. Lu Jinzhong explained, when there's no training, these young men lack a way to vent their energy, so they come to the shooting range to compete. Jiang Fuyue nodded. This game is good. It not only trains shooting accuracy, but also trains their psychological quality. This batch is new. They still have 3 months of training. After the training, they would sign a special employment contract with the Yufeng Group. Then, based on their strengths, they would be assigned to work in different industries in different countries. If they did well, they would have a chance to rise up and enter the core of the group. There was a set of assessment rules, which were set by Lu Mingyue in the past. When she first established the Yufeng group, she spent the most time and effort on it. Her efforts and energy were far from comparable to other industries. Although she left for 20 years, the group was still standing. It even glowed with new vitality. Of course, it was related to Lu Jinzhong's conscientious management, but it also proved that Lu Mingyue had great foresight and foresight. Who is that? Jiang Fuyue suddenly asked. She saw a tall young man standing in front of the target. He was wearing earplugs and an eye mask. His eyes were focused, and every shot hit the bull's eye. He was not affected by the people around him. Compared to the other muscular trainees, he was not thin, but he seemed to have a scholarly aura. It was like a scholar mixed in with a group of generals. It was easy to tell at a glance. Lu Jinzhong looked over and immediately understood. His name is Yan Jixing. He is the most stable person here. Digression 3000 words. Tomorrow, Sister Yu will go to the north to cause trouble. She will torture the scumbag sister and recruit some talents to prepare for the future. The word steady coming from Lu Jinzhong's mouth was already a very high evaluation. Jiang Fuyue continued to watch. 10 bullets. This person grabbed the bullseye again and again, forcing his opponent to sweat profusely. His hands also started to tremble. In the end, old Yao, you lost. Yan Jixing, are you a rat? This person was too good at digging holes. F*CK, if you agree to a bet, you must accept your loss. Everyone's underwear for the next month will be entrusted to you. Old Yao's face darkened. Instantly, everyone burst into laughter. Eh? Uncle Lu is here, someone with sharp eyes noticed Lu Jinzhong. A group of people went forward to greet him. Good morning, Uncle Lu. Are you going to personally supervise our training today? Everyone was talking at once. It could be seen that they had a good relationship with Lu Jinzhong. Of course, there were also people who noticed Jiang Fuyue. She was wearing a denim shirt, tight pants, and a cap that covered half of her face. She looked very mysterious. However, these were not the most important. The most important thing was her position with Lu Jinzhong. She naturally took a step forward, while Uncle Lu voluntarily took half a centimeter behind. This was quite subtle. Everyone could not help but guess her identity. However, Lu Jinzhong did not intend to tell them. At this moment, the results were out. Yan Jixing scored 10 bullseye in 10 shots. He absolutely crushed old Yao. Fine, I admit defeat. Isn't it just 1 month? I'll take it all. Brother Yao is mighty. This time, he's really sparing no expense. Yan Jixing's eyebrows were raised. It was said that a man was still a teenager until he died. Moreover, he was originally a teenager. He was in high spirits. Suddenly. I'll play with you. Instantly, everyone's gaze fell on Jiang Fuyue. Yan Jixing also looked at her openly. A woman, what's more, a skinny woman with slender limbs wanted to play with him. If it was not such an occasion, his thoughts would have gone astray. You? Jiang Fuyue went forward. Why? You don't dare? Yan Jixing sneered. Me? Don't dare? Immediately, his smile disappeared. What kind of joke is this? 5 minutes later, 2 figures stood in front of 2 shooting platforms side by side. The man was tall, with broad shoulders, a strong waist, and a narrow buttocks. His gaze was like a torch. The woman's limbs were slender, and her waist was so small that it could not be held. She casually stood in front of the stage, and her valiant aura soared. Yan Jixing passed the transparent mask to her. Jiang Fuyue waved her hand. I don't need it. Thank you. Are you sure? The recoil of the weapon in his hand was extraordinarily strong. Let's begin. Yan Jixing shrugged and took back his mask. This woman was quite arrogant. Never mind, I'll show her who's boss in a while. Should we shoot at the same time or one after the other? Shooting at the same time was just like what he had done with old Zhao earlier. If they were separated into different stages, they would still be the same target, but there was a certain amount of risk involved. If the first person hit the bullseye with 10 shots, it was very likely that the bullseye would be missed. The latter person had no heart to fight and could only admit defeat. Yan Jixing thought that the opponent would choose to shoot at the same time, but unexpectedly, she chose to shoot first. So here's the problem. Who's first? Jiang Fuyue, either is fine. The man smiled. This woman was not only arrogant, but there was also something wrong with her brain. After watching the competition between him and Old Yao, she actually dared to say such words, both is fine, fine. Then he didn't need to be polite. I'll go first. Don't say that I bullied you later. Jiang Fuyue smiled and retreated, leaving the entire shooting platform to him. Please. Yan Jixing quickly assembled the bullseye, raised his hand, aimed, and shot 10 consecutive shots. There were no pauses in between, and this set of actions was swift and clean. Jiang Fuyue stood at the side and saw every step clearly. She couldn't help but admire him. For the last shot, the bullseye was already charred black, and it was actually emitting white smoke. There was a big hole in the bullseye, and only a red circle was left. Damn, Brother Yan is amazing. 10 shots and the bullseye is destroyed. Looks like Old Zhao didn't lose unjustly. No, the bullseye is already empty. What's the point of competing? We'll definitely win. Aren't I being a bit of a bully? She's just a delicate little girl. Brother, don't side with outsiders. Don't forget that we're all Brother Yan's people. Yes, 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 the beauty is going to cry, right? I can't see. The brim of the hat is blocking it. Why did she go up? Is she really going to compete? Is she shooting the air? Jiang Fuyue walked to the front of the platform and faced the bullseye that had been shot 10 times. Yan Jixing rubbed his hands and shrugged provocatively. Oh my. I'm really sorry. I was a little too harsh. Jiang Fuyue's tone was calm. It's okay. Yan Jixing, ? Where did the Sister Ao come from? She won't cry until she sees the coffin? Okay, then please. He raised his hand. Jiang Fuyue didn't stand on ceremony. She walked to the front of the platform and lowered her head to assemble the gun. She was very fast, and at the same time, she had a kind of beauty. Her snow-white slender fingers brushed across the barrel of the gun, and then to the magazine. When she was done, she clenched her fist and raised it. She turned slightly, but didn't aim. Bang, 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 10 shots were fired quickly. No, she's really shooting? The bullseye is gone. Is it just a competition of postures? As the saying goes, even if you lose, don't lose. Just as he finished speaking, the sound of gunshots was heard. Damn. She's really shooting. What's going on? Did you see it clearly? She's so fast. I feel that she's even faster than Brother Yan. Really? Why didn't I see her aiming? You're not alone. I didn't see it either. Is she shooting randomly? It's hard to say. Wait for the shoot to send the bullseye over, then we'll see the result. Jiang Fuyue finished and turned to go down the platform. Just then, the shoot started to move and sent the bullseye to the front of everyone. How is it? What's the result? Suddenly, there was a series of gasps. TSK. She can do that? I've seen it, this is a real expert. Yan Jixing was standing a little far away and did not see the bullseye immediately. When he heard the discussions around him, he raised his eyebrows in surprise. He pushed through the crowd and walked forward. The next second, his eyes widened, the opponent's 10 shots happened to hit the red edge of the bullseye. If it was a little more, she would not have hit the bullseye. If it was a little less, she would have missed. But it was just right, he suddenly turned around and looked at Jiang Fuyue. There was both scrutiny and fear in his eyes. To this, Jiang Fuyue only curled her lips in response. Yan Jixing's expression changed slightly. He looked at Lu Jinzhong again, wanting to ask him about his background. But the latter narrowed his eyes and did not give any response. At this moment, everyone was discussing, she didn't wear a mask? Yes, she wore it directly. She only wore earplugs. Her control of the recoil is amazing. I almost thought that her arm was going to break and become a bloody mess. In the end, nothing happened to her. She's as steady as a mountain. Speaking of which, who is this lady? Is she a new coach? There were also female coaches in Camp A. Not only were they beautiful and had good figures, but they were also very capable. I don't know. We have to ask Uncle Lou. Who wants to ask him? Why are you pushing me? If you want to go, you go. I'm not going to stand up for you. Everyone started to guess Jiang Fuyue's identity. Until she left with Lu Jinzhong, they still did not get a definite answer. She left just like that? Oh my god, I don't understand now. What's going on? Hee hee. Old Jiao went forward and grabbed Yan Jixing's shoulder. Brother, look, I lost once and you lost once. Why don't we save the cleansing? Yan Jixing turned to look at him and put on a fake smile. You wish. These are two different things. Hey. You lost too. Why don't I see any punishment? We didn't talk about it beforehand. That means there's no punishment. Huh? It's not like someone like you. Alright, let's disperse. It's about time to go back to the training ground. Everyone dispersed. Originally, they thought that this was just a small episode and no one took it to heart. But after the training in the afternoon, Yan Jixing. Come out for a while. Uncle Lou is looking for you. Okay. Yan Jixing took off his sweaty singlet and put on a clean one. When he left the dormitory, an electric car was parked at the entrance. Old Jiao was already sitting in the car and waving at him. Yan Jixing sat down firmly. The car drove slowly through the lawn and headed toward a small white building. Old Jiao asked, Uncle Lou is looking for you? Yan Jixing nodded. Yes. What about you? Me too. Why do you think he's looking for us? Is he going to be punished because of what happened in the shooting range this morning? I don't know. Soon, the car stopped. Both of them got down and entered the building. They pushed open the door of one of the rooms. Uncle Lou, both of them looked down and greeted him respectfully. Yes. I'm looking for you today because... As Lu Jinzhong spoke, they listened. At the same time, they could not help but look behind the office desk. Suddenly, they were stunned. The person sitting on the office chair was not Lu Jinzhong but a young girl. Lu Jinzhong could only stand behind her with a respectful expression, just like the two of them. Digression, 3,000 words per chapter. Around 9:30 a.m. Pay attention to your left and right. It might not be very accurate, but it won't be too far off. Old Yao's full name was Zhao Ting. It sounded quite elegant, but he was strong and honest, and had extraordinary strength. He and Yan Jixing stayed in the office for 15 minutes. When they came out and looked at the sunlight outside, the two of them were still a little dazed and couldn't react. Old Yan, are we being chosen by the higher-ups? Are they going to promote us? Yan Jixing thought for a while and said, that should be right. Does that mean that we won't be assigned to other places after the training? Theoretically, yes. Damn, did we skip all kinds of tests and get promoted directly to the core of the organization? Yan Jixing's face turned serious. He warned him, don't be happy too early. Didn't you hear Uncle Lou say that we will go to the capital with him tomorrow? Just do it. What's the big deal? Yan Jixing's mouth twitched. The results will decide whether we stay or leave. Nothing is set yet. At most, we will get a chance. As for whether we can catch them. We can definitely catch them. The two of them were sent out of Camp A by the battery-powered car. They started to prepare for the departure. In the villa of Imperial Heaven Palace. Xie Dingyuan was used to waking up early. Today was no exception. When he finished packing and left at 7:30 a.m., he realized that the experiment had ended. Jiang Fuyue did not need him to pick her up anymore. The man went back and sat in the living room. He was stunned. Auntie Lu came out of the laundry room. She was surprised to see that the man was still at home. Sir, are you not going out today? When Xie Dingyuan left at 7:30 a.m., he did not let her prepare breakfast. He even said that someone would bring breakfast for him. Xie Dingyuan replied, I'm at home today. Eh? What do you want to eat for breakfast? I will make it now. Steamed buns. Okay, please wait a moment. Where is Zhongxiang? Auntie Lu looked upstairs. It's Saturday. He should still be sleeping. Xie Dingyuan went upstairs to wake him up. Zhongxiang did not have the habit of locking the door. Firstly, he was lazy. Secondly, no one would take the initiative to enter his room. Every time Auntie Lu came, she would knock on the door. She would only enter when he let her in. As for Xie Dingyuan, his uncle didn't want to step into his doghouse. Normally, he would not even be able to avoid it, so how could he possibly take the initiative to come here? However, today was an exception. Who would have thought that Xie Dingyuan would wake him up on a whim? As soon as he opened the door, the man frowned at the mess in the room. On the 1.8-meter bed, the sheets were curled into a ball, and the quilt was scattered all over the place. Zhongxiang lay on his side, half of his face pressed down. The corners of his mouth were slightly open, and he was already drooling on the pillow. Xie Dingyuan frowned even more. Zhongxiang, get up and have breakfast. There was no reaction at all. Xie Dingyuan's mouth twitched. Zhongxiang. Ah? Finally, there was some movement, but she did not open her eyes. Auntie Lu, don't be so noisy. Today is Saturday, I want to sleep in. As she spoke, she pulled the blanket up and covered her head. Xie Dingyuan shouted for the third time. Nothing can be done more than 3 times. Zhongxiang suddenly realized something. He suddenly opened his eyes and sat up. Slurp, he swallowed his saliva. Xie Dingyuan frowned so hard that it could kill a mosquito. In the end, he couldn't take it anymore. He took a tissue from the bedside table and threw it at his face. Suppressing the throbbing pain between his eyebrows, he said, wipe it clean. Zhongxiang hurriedly wiped his saliva and laughed. Uncle, why are you here? Aren't you going out today? The experiment is over. In the future, I'll take you to and from school. Jiang Fuyue would also go back to school. Maybe they could meet again. Xie Dingyuan was scheming. Zhongxiang was about to cry. He said seriously, actually, I can do it alone. I don't need anyone to take me to and from school. You have a lot of things to do every day. You have to do research and manage the company. You really don't have to worry about this small matter. Your mother asked me to take care of you. He was speechless. Xie Dingyuan said, hurry up and wash up. We'll go downstairs for breakfast. Zhongxiang withered and lifted the blanket. His feet touched the ground. Suddenly, Uncle, did you just say that the experiment is over? Yes. What do you want to do? His intuition was not good. So Jiang Fuyue is free now? I just found out that her new house is right next to ours. I'll go and find her after breakfast. Xie Dingyuan's eyes darkened slightly. Why are you looking for her? To play. This time, he was speechless. With the little hope that he was about to see the girl he liked, Zhongzi quickly got out of bed. She even made a special effort to tidy herself up. He wore a leather jacket with jeans and a pair of skateboard shoes. His hairstyle was self-styled. From head to toe, it said that he was very handsome. He looked in the mirror. After confirming that there was no mistake, he went downstairs for breakfast. Good morning, Mrs. Lu. Good morning, young master. You look very energetic today. Really? Mrs. Lu nodded. Really? Hee. He went to the dining room with satisfaction. Breakfast was already on the table. His uncle was eating. His face did not look too good. It was faintly smelly. He did not know who provoked him again in such a short time. However, this did not affect Zhongxiang's good mood. He finished the noodles, wiped his mouth, looked at the reflection of the kitchen door, and was ready to go out. Suddenly, he said, Stop. Uncle? Have you finished your homework for the weekend? Zhongxiang felt as if he was struck by lightning. 15 minutes later, on the coffee table in the living room. It was known that the focus of a hyperbola was on the directrix of the parabola y squared equals 4 times the square root of 7x. The equation of the hyperbola was, Xianxia scratched the tip of his pen until it almost broke. At this moment, he did not even have the slightest bit of anticipation. He did not even have the slightest bit of breath. Uncle, I don't know how to. Xie Dingyuan was sitting on the sofa. He was reading the latest issue of the SCI journal. When he heard this, he looked up and glanced at him. Give it to me. I'll explain it to you. You're so busy. How can I disturb you? Why don't I look for Jiang Fuyue? She explains the questions quickly and easily. I can understand it as soon as I listen. Oh? She has explained questions to you before? Of course. More than once. Zhong laughed foolishly as he said this. Therefore, he ignored his uncle's cold gaze. Aren't you on bad terms with her? Why does she want to talk to you? As the saying goes, no discord, no concord. Beating is affection, scolding is love. If you don't love her enough, kick her. Also, what do you mean by fighting at the head of the bed? It's said in the novel that this is the development of quarrelsome lovers. Do you understand? Xie Dingyuan did not want to understand. He just wanted to punch him. Zhongxiang started talking and could not stop. Uncle, don't you think this is very romantic? Think about it. A few years later, when I get married to Jiang Fuyue, the MC will say that he and she met in junior high school. We all thought that it would be love at first sight, but in fact, it's a plot of conquering and being conquered, crushing and being crushed. Who's crushing who? Hee hee. I'll let my friends and family guess. Listen, isn't this beautiful? Isn't it beautiful? Zhong was already intoxicated with himself. The scene will definitely be filled with thunderous applause and whistles. Xie Dingyuan really imagined that scene. As Zhongxiang described it in more and more detail, it was so detailed that it seemed to be coming true. Zhongxiang, I don't know how many people will be envious of our immortal love in the future. Maybe we'll be labeled as the #1 loving couple in Sifang City. In the future, my assets will be Jiang Fuyue's assets, and in the end, it will all belong to our children. Oh right, uncle, in the future, you have to give me a bigger red packet. I won't accept it if it's too small. Xie Dingyuan gritted his teeth and sneered. If you have so much energy to daydream, why don't you think about how to solve this question? Zhongxiang looked at the math test paper in his hand. Ah. Reality is killing me. In the end, Zhongxiang still could not find Jiang Fuyue. He was stared at by his uncle for the whole day. And this was not the worst part was, Zhongxiang simply couldn't understand the way he was going to solve the problem. Uncle, I suspect that you're playing with me, but I don't have any evidence. Xie Dingyuan looked up and glanced at him. This question uses XXX theorem. What theorem? XXX. We haven't learned it before. Not only had he not learned it before, but he had never even heard of a bunch of things that did not sound like English or Japanese. Xie Dingyuan, I can teach you. Zhongxiang. Please let me off, give me a way out, dear. First, use Cauchy's inequality to prove it, then, finally, return to the first step. Zhongxiang turned his head and looked out of the floor-to-ceiling window sadly. Oh my God. I'm guilty. You can let the law punish me, but you can't let that D*MN uncle harm me. Digression, 3,000 words in the second night watch. Xie Dingyuan, son of a bitch. You've offended me. Zhongxiang, when can I marry my goddess? Xie Dingyuan, do another test paper. Zhongxiang? Xie Dingyuan, then mark it for me. Zhongxiang, dead. 11 o'clock in the third night watch. Asking for a monthly vote. Today is the last day. Knock on the small bowl and ask for a mouthful of rice. When Jiang Fuyue reached home, Jantar and Han Yunru were both there. Jiang Shaodi had gone to an extracurricular class. After that, Wu Qian would pick him up and then go to the studio to do a live broadcast. The couple did not notice that she had not returned home all night. They only asked, eh? When did Yeye go out? Jiang Fuyue was a little surprised. Usually at this time, Jantar and Han Yunru would be in the shop. Besides, it was a Saturday and they were busier than usual. Morning. The couple did not suspect anything. Han Yunru asked, have you had lunch? Jiang Fuyue shook her head. Jantar hurried to the kitchen to make her something to eat. Mom, you and Dad didn't go to the shop today? Han Yunru nodded. We went to the hospital this morning to see your grandpa. Sure, Qingji and Qing Yuanchen had returned to the capital, but Han Qishan was still hospitalized in Linhuai. Jiang Fuyue asked, what did the doctor say? He's fine. He can be discharged. Then Han Yunru paused. He's going back to the capital tomorrow. The meeting in the morning was quite peaceful between the father and daughter. The old man's illness seemed to have taken away all his energy. Han Yunru was worried about his health and did not say those hurtful words. However, she already knew what she needed to know. Han Shen also found out some things about the truth back then. Xiao Ru, Dad is sorry. Even if you don't want to acknowledge me, it's okay, your mom is right. I'm just being stubborn and self-opinionated. The lesson back then didn't wake me up completely. Now that I've been hit in the head, it's a pity that it's too late. Although you don't want to call me Dad, you'll always be my daughter in my heart. If, and I'm saying if, Jantar doesn't treat you well, you can come home. Dad will take care of you for the rest of your life. Even if I'm gone, you still have your 3 brothers. If you have time, you should go back and take a look. Second brother and third brother both want to see you. It doesn't matter if you don't want to acknowledge me, but they have been thinking about you all these years. They have been looking for you. Go back and take a look at them. After all, they are siblings. After his illness, the old man seemed to have gotten over it. Even the way he spoke had lost his previous confidence and sharpness, becoming cautious. Han Yunru was not a heartless person. In the end, she still called him Dad. Perhaps Grandpa Xing himself knew that this dad might be a form of consolation or pity. In short, his daughter didn't sincerely acknowledge him as her father. Even so, he was still very satisfied. His Xiao Ru, she had not changed at all. She was still as kind and soft-hearted as before. She heard from Han Shen on the phone that old master had turned around to wipe his tears after she and Jantar had left. Xiao Ru, the matter of the past has already taken shape. Now we can be 100% sure that Ji Ruyue was involved, but it definitely wasn't her idea alone. There was someone helping her behind the scenes. Dad is rushing back this time because he wants to find out who is behind the scenes. I'll say the same thing, you can come back whenever you want. This family will always have its doors open to you. Jantar, Yaya, and Chen Xing's second brother and third brother are currently abroad and will fly back as soon as they finish their work. I'm guessing that they will directly come to find you. Let's give them a heads up and prepare yourselves. Don't be scared when the time comes. Han Yunru, tomorrow, you and Jantar don't need to send them off. The store's business is very good, so I know you can't leave. Dad won't mind. But the next day, Han Yunru and Jantar still went to send them off. The father and daughter didn't have much interaction. A dad and a take care was already a great satisfaction for Han Qishan. Instead, it was Jantar who was carrying bags of specialty products. He kept stuffing them into Han Shen's hands as he rambled on. Some of these were bought and some of them were made by me. The production date and expiration date are all written on the packaging. If you don't eat them, it's best to store them in the fridge. Enough, enough. Han Shen quickly waved his hands. To be honest, he was used to being an overbearing CEO and it had been a long time since he had been treated this warmly. Even if someone tried to curry favor with him, they would only flatter him in a roundabout way. Jantar's direct enthusiasm made it hard for him to resist for a while. But his heart was warm. He seemed to know why his little sister was so determined to choose him. Give me some. Seeing that Han Shen couldn't carry any more, the old man who was holding a cane suddenly spoke up. Not only Jantar and Han Yunru, but even Han Shen was a little stunned. Han Qishan still didn't like Jantar. This could be seen from the fact that he didn't say a word to Jantar when the couple came to visit him at the hospital yesterday. Now he was taking the initiative to talk to him. Jantar was the first to react. He handed the lightest bags to him and said, "Hold them well. They look a little big, but they're not heavy." The old man's mouth twitched. "I know." Jantar scratched his head and smiled foolishly. "Oh. The remaining 2 bags that were a little heavier were given to Hanshin to carry. Hey! You have to treat my daughter well. Don't bully her just because you're tall and strong. Otherwise, I'll fly here from the capital and fight you to the death. The old man warned with a fierce face. Jantar nodded. Don't worry, I won't. I'll treat Rue very, very well. The old man said, you can't refute anything she says. Of course, Rue has the final say in the family. I'll listen to her. Han Qishan's expression softened. That's more like it. Dad, it's time to go through the security check, Hanshin reminded him. Let's go. Soon, the father and son disappeared at the security check. At the last moment, the old man turned around and coincidentally met his daughter's gaze. He thought, what else is there to be dissatisfied with, this is enough. In the departure lounge. Hanshin said, didn't you dislike Jantar? Why did you accept his things? The old man said, didn't you accept it too? Hanshin said, but I don't dislike him. The old man said. Well, he's quite a good cook. Oh, after all this fuss, you're just greedy. On one side, the farewell scene at the airport was over. On the other side, at the high-speed rail station, Xiaoshan officially met up with Jiang Fuyue and the others. They had originally arranged to meet at the airport, but considering that Han Yunru and Jantar were sending the old man off today, Jiang Fuyue changed it to the high-speed rail. Xiaoshan was in a wheelchair, so it was more convenient for him to travel on the high-speed rail. When Lu Jinzhong set off to pick him up at 35 Yangling Street, he was worried that Xiaoshan would refuse to cooperate. He promised Jiang Fuyue, Miss, don't worry. Even if he doesn't come, I'll kidnap him and bring him here. Unexpectedly, Jiang Fuyue casually waved her hand after hearing this. If he doesn't want to come, then don't force him. But aren't we going to the capital to seek justice for him? If the victim's family wasn't there, how could they seek justice? Besides, if Jiang Fuyue wanted to recruit Xiaoshan for her own use, shouldn't she ask him to open his eyes and see how much kindness they had shown him? Only then would he know how to repay the kindness, Jiang Fuyue smiled. Who said that I'm going to the capital for him? Meng Jiru was Lu Mingxin's husband. No matter how their relationship was, in the eyes of outsiders, husband and wife were one. Now that she had such a big handle on Meng Jiru, wouldn't it be a pity if she didn't take the opportunity to tear off a piece of flesh from Lu Mingxin? As for seeking justice, that would be convenient. Xiaoshan is important, but he's not that important. No one in this world is irreplaceable. Without Xiaoshan, there's still Huangshan, Qinshan, and Lishan. It's just more time and effort to find them. Lu Jinzhong understood. Jiang Fuyue said, if Xiaoshan misses this opportunity, it only means that he's useless. If he wants to take revenge on someone openly, whether he goes to jail or escapes, it has nothing to do with us. In the end, Xiaoshan still came. He didn't show any signs of unwillingness. When Lu Jinzhong's car stopped at the door of the small bungalow, he turned his wheelchair and got out. He was carrying a bag and was ready. Little Liang sent him to the door. In the next few days, he would be brought to stay at his grandparents' house. Daddy, come back early. You also promised Daddy that you'll listen to your grandparents. Okay, he said in a childish voice. When Lu Jinzhong and Xiaoshan arrived at the high-speed railway station, Jiang Fuyue was already waiting with Yan Jixing and Yao Ting. When she saw Xiaoshan, she wasn't surprised. She nodded at him like an old friend. You're here. Let's go in. At 6 o'clock in the evening, the high-speed railway stopped at the capital. As soon as they exited the station, 2 cars stopped at the roadside to pick them up. Jiang Fuyue and Lu Jinzhong were in one car. Yan Jixing and Yao Ting were in charge of taking care of Xiaoshan and got into the other car. This time, Yao Ting's advantage was highlighted, he was strong. He could easily move Xiaoshan along with his wheelchair. It was convenient for him to get up and down. At night, the 5 of them checked into the Hilton Hotel in the CBD. Jiang Fuyue stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window and looked at the night view of the capital from the 23rd floor. Is everything arranged? Lu Jinzhong looked at the resplendent place outside the window. It was a famous nightclub street in the capital. It's arranged. Digression, 3,000 words. 4 o'clock. Tianyu Bar. The hall was filled with music and dancing. The private room on the second floor was elegantly decorated. Look who's here. The door was pushed open from the outside. A middle-aged man in a coat and gloves walked in. His leather shoes were shiny and his hair was neatly combed. Oh. It's Mr. Meng. What a rare guest. As soon as Meng Jiru appeared, everyone stood up. The host nodded and bowed, and invited him to the main seat. After he sat down, everyone continued to exchange toasts and warm up again. Mr. Meng, what have you been up to recently? Long time no see. Meng Jiru took the red wine and shook it. Business trip. It seems that your business overseas is expanding again. Meng Jiru chuckled and didn't say anything, but his attitude showed that he agreed. The host rolled his eyes and immediately said, I'll have to rely on Mr. Meng's help in the future. Mr. Zhang, you're welcome. Go, Mr. Zhang ordered the waiter. Call a few good drinkers and pick the beautiful ones. Soon, the waiter brought in a group of girls. At first glance, there were more than a dozen people. Those who didn't know better would think that it was a beauty contest. Mr. Zhang, you're so mean. As soon as Mr. Meng came, you called the beautiful girls and arranged all the ugly ones for us. Mr. Zhang quickly cupped his hands. How can that be? I'm not biased at all. If you think this batch is beautiful, maybe the boss of Tianyu let them come because of Mr. Meng. I don't want to be the scapegoat. In the end, Mr. Meng is the one who's respected. It sounded like a compliment at first, but after thinking about it carefully, there was an inexplicable jealousy. Mr. Zhang said, Mr. Meng, which one do you like? Why? Am I only worthy of picking one? Mr. Zhang pretended to be frightened. You're treating me like an outsider. Even if you take all these girls, I won't say a word. Meng Jiru waved his hand. I'm just kidding. He glanced around and pointed at the second last girl. She's the one. She's pleasing to the eye. Mr. Zhang's eyes flashed with understanding. He had known Meng Jiru for a long time, and the two of them often met in bars and nightclubs. On the surface, Meng Jiru looked refined and polite, but in fact, he was more playful than anyone else. His taste in women had remained unchanged for thousands of years. He liked those who were as light as chrysanthemums, delicate and pretty. Whether they were beautiful or not was secondary. The key was that they had to have a scholarly air. Many people used to laugh at him behind his back. Coming to a nightclub to find a bookish lady, wasn't that like finding gold in a cesspool? Fortunately, he was not too picky. There was no real gold, but hard shit wrapped in gold paper could barely make up the numbers. Sure enough, the girl he picked today was a pretty girl from a humble family, delicate and well-behaved. President Zhang, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and pour some wine for Mr. Meng. Oh, okay. The girl was timid and shy. When she sat beside Meng Jiru, she didn't even know where to put her hands and feet. Meng Jiru calmly appreciated the girl's panic, and a satisfied look gradually appeared in his eyes. What's your name? He drank the wine she poured and casually lifted the girl's chin. Her skin was fair, and the bridge of her nose was small. She was not very beautiful, but her eyebrows were gentle and her eyes were like water. My name is Cici. Oh? C as in thinking? Or as in gentle? Neither. It's C as in silk. No wonder you're so delicate and pretty. It has something to do with your name. The girl shyly bowed her head. President Zhang saw that he was satisfied and smiled. Cici, take care of Mr. Meng for me tonight. Tomorrow, you'll be sure to receive a big red envelope. Thank you, Mr. Zhang. Hey, this little mouth of yours is so sweet. After 3 rounds of wine, Meng Jiru raised his wrist to look at his watch. He stood up from his seat with the girl in his arms. It's getting late. Everyone, enjoy yourselves. I'll leave first. After a few polite words of persuasion, the crowd watched him leave with the woman. TSK, what's with the pretense? It's getting late. If you're anxious, then so be it. Why are you talking about us? He looks refined and dressed like a university professor, but in fact, he's the one who doesn't pay attention to etiquette. If he doesn't dress up like this, how can he attract the heart of the one at home? Yes, yes, yes. Isn't President Liu deceived by his gentle and refined appearance? Otherwise, why would she take a fancy to this poor man from the Phoenix? This is the real-life version of flying to the top. While he's young, he's hooked up with a rich woman. He has a car, a house, a career, and everything. He can even fool around outside. TSK, these days, the son-in-law who lives in his wife's house has no self-awareness at all. He's fooling around behind his wife's back and he's still so self-righteous. Ha ha ha, can this be called unmanly behavior? Brilliant. I wonder if President Liu knows that her husband is a public cucumber. It's said that the two of them have their own fun. President Liu also has many outside. Meng Jiru stood outside the private room. Through the crack of the door, he heard all the unbearable discussions clearly. Man, flying to the top, unmanly behavior, his face was livid. But soon, he switched to a smiling face. He lowered his head to look at the panic-stricken girl in his arms. Good girl, tell me, what did you hear? The girl shook her head. I didn't hear anything, you're so sensible. Let's go. I'll take you to have fun. Hotel, suite. Tick-tock, the door was unlocked. The man half carried the woman into the room and entangled with her all the way to the bed. Suddenly, Meng Jiru got up and stood by the bed. He smiled and loosened his tie. His originally gentle face was gradually covered by a deranged expression. He was in a state of extreme excitement. Lu Sisi leaned against the bed. She looked flustered, but in fact, she looked coldly at him. He took out a box from under the bed, opened it, and took out a special leather whip. TSK, Meng Jiru warned her gently, don't cry or scream. Otherwise, you'll be miserable. Really? Lu Sisi smiled. He was stunned. In the next second, the originally well-behaved girl suddenly exploded and locked his throat. But I think you'll be even more miserable. Her eyes were still delicate, but at this moment, there was no gentleness, only coldness. Hua, the man couldn't speak. He could only make unpleasant sounds. You want to ask who I am? Lu Sisi chuckled. Of course, I'm the person who spent the night with you. Hua, do you know who I am? Aren't you just a man with a phoenix? The man's already ugly face became even uglier. Meng Jiru wanted to struggle, but the woman's hand was like a pair of iron pliers, tightly clamping his throat. Other than pain and discomfort, he couldn't do anything to resist. As the air became thinner and thinner, breathing became more and more difficult. He began to scratch the woman's arm instinctively. But when he reached out for the second time, the other party twisted and twisted. There were two soft sounds of bones cracking. His arms felt like they were broken. The sharp pain hit him, and his arms hung weakly by his side. Hua. This time, he shouted louder than before. His neck was red, and his veins were bulging. Lu Sisi smiled as she watched him roll his eyes a few times due to lack of oxygen. You like gentle and delicate? You wanted to hit me with the whip just now? Unfortunately, you won't have the chance. After saying that, she chopped the man's neck with her hand. Meng Jiru's body went limp, and he fell to the floor like a pile of mud. Lu Sisi took out her phone and called Lu Jinzhong. Come to room 819. I've taken care of him. Don't worry, I didn't hit him hard. There are no external injuries at all. As she spoke, she kicked the man's face with her foot. Tisk, refined scum. He looks decent, but I didn't expect him to be so dirty and disgusting. Soon, Lu Jinzhong arrived with his men. Meng Jiru was put into a sack and dragged away. Lu Sisi quickly cleaned up the scene. Before she left, she picked up the whip on the ground and put it into a box. Then, she took away the other things in the box. The clock pointed to midnight. Xiaoshan was still awake. He sat in his wheelchair and stared at the bustling city through the window. His love with Qingping began here. The nightmare brought by Meng Jiru also came from this evil land. He only came to Miss Zhang's appointment with the mentality of a dead horse. In fact, he didn't have much hope that he could really do anything to Meng Jiru. Meng Jiru was a towering tree. Not to mention uprooting it, even cutting off some branches and vines would be difficult. Qingping sacrificed her life for this. He lost his lover, career, and dream. If a girl could easily defeat Meng Jiru, it would be too ridiculous. Digression, 3,000 words. Today is the valiant Cici. It seemed that he had learned a lot from Sister Yu. Knock, 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 someone knocked on the door. Xiaoshan calmed himself down and turned his wheelchair to open the door. Lu Jinzhong was standing outside the door. It's so late, what's the matter? Xiaoshan asked. Mr. Xiao, please come with us. Without waiting for his response, Yao Ting stepped forward and pushed the wheelchair to the elevator. Xiaoshan frowned. Where are we going? It should be the place you want to go the most right now. The place he wanted to go the most was the altar where he killed Meng Jiru. 2 black Volkswagens were parked at the back door of the hotel. In addition to them, there were 5 strong men in black. They were all serious and had cold expressions. Xiaoshan was even more confused. When he asked again, Lu Jinzhong did not answer. The whole car was dead silent. As time passed, the atmosphere in the car became more and more serious. Yao Ting looked straight ahead and was ready for battle. Lu Jinzhong was more composed than him, but the cold aura around him was enough to show his vigilance and vigilance. Xiaoshan was the only one who was not in the right state of mind. About 40 minutes later, the car drove into the suburbs. It was dark outside the window. The road was rugged and there was no one around. It was all barren mountains. The cold wind poured into the car window and made a mournful whimper. Such an environment made people think of murder scenes in crime movies. Where are you taking me? Xiaoshan had been nervous the whole way. He could not help but ask in a deep voice. Lu Jinzhong took out his phone and looked. Soon. Stop the car. No one paid attention to him. Xiaoshan said coldly, I told you to stop the car. Mr. Xiao, you can get what you want in 15 minutes. Why are you in such a hurry? What do you mean? You'll know when we get there. Xiaoshan did not believe him, but Jiang Fuyue's words flashed in his mind. I can help you. He finally calmed down. 15 minutes later, the car stopped in front of an old warehouse. Lu Jinzhong said, We're here. Yao Ting got out of the car with Xiaoshan and pushed the wheelchair behind Lu Jinzhong. Inside the warehouse, the incandescent lamp emitted a dim yellow light, illuminating the spider web on the wall. It was close to the beginning of winter, and the sounds of cicadas and frogs had long ceased. Silence. It was like a dead silence. Meng Jiru had already woken up. He opened his eyes in the sack and began to think about the current situation. Obviously, he had realized that he had been kidnapped. And that Cici was the bait to lure him in, but 1 second, 2 seconds passed. Gradually, 8 and 10 minutes passed. It was almost an hour now, but there was still no movement outside. There was no sound of talking, no footsteps, and no sound of water or wind to distinguish the surrounding environment. It was as if he had fallen into the deep sea, where the darkness was boundless. He didn't dare to struggle, afraid that the people outside would know that he was awake. Time ticked by, and the waiting was enough to make one collapse. He was like a pig that was pressed on the chopping board. He didn't know when the knife would stab into his flesh. Pigs could still squeak and howl, but he had to be careful even when he breathed, for fear of being discovered. Finally, the sound of metal clashing could be heard. The rusty iron door was pushed open, knocking over the aluminum bucket on the side. Then, the sound of footsteps could be heard. There seemed to be the soft sound of wheels rolling in between. They're here, Meng Jiru held his breath. In the next second, the tightly fastened Veni sac loosened, and he was caught off guard by the light. Oh, you're awake? The woman's teasing voice sounded. Meng Jiru slowly looked up. What entered his eyes was a pair of straight legs and a slim waist. The black leather jacket covered the original small halter belt that exposed her navel, and the high heels were replaced with riveted boots. The delicate and pretty woman had transformed into a dark and hot girl. Mr. Meng, it must be hard for you to pretend, right? Lu Cici lifted the man's chin with the tip of her foot. Her movements were very light, so it wouldn't cause any substantial damage, but the insult was too strong. Meng Jiru's veins were bulging. It was obvious that he was enraged. Lu Cici saw this and laughed happily. I heard that the son-in-law of a woman's family is very proud. So it's true? Sure enough, the more you can't get something, the more you care about it. Who are you? Meng Jiru scolded coldly. This is kidnapping. It's kidnapping. Me? Lu Cece tilted her head and thought for a while. Does the person who took care of you count? Meng Jiru took a deep breath. Girl, listen to me. No matter who you are, who ordered or coerced you, as long as you let me go, not only will I not hold you responsible, but I will also give you a lot of money. Lu Cece rubbed her chin. Sounds good, the man's eyes lit up. Just name a price. I have companies and mines overseas. You can take as much money as you want from my personal account. I only have one request. Let me go, and we'll make money peacefully. TSK. Mr. Meng, you're so eloquent. Lu Cece smiled, and her slender eyebrows curved slightly. Just when Meng Jiru thought that the girl was tempted, the girl suddenly stopped smiling, and her eyes suddenly became fierce. Then, a flying kick landed on his chin, and with a painful cry, he was flipped over. One could imagine how much force she had used. Meng Jiru immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. He bit his tongue, and the sudden pain caused his whole body to twitch. Lu Cece casually pointed at a man in black. You, turn him over. Yes. Just like that, Meng Jiru was turned upside down like a grilled fish. His face was full of blood, and he was paralyzed on the ground, waiting to be slaughtered. Lu Cece ordered again. Check if he's really unconscious or not. Be careful. This Mr. Meng is a veteran actor. The man in black was about to be ruthless. Meng Jiru quickly opened his eyes. You, who are you? After he fell, he realized that there were a few figures not far away. As the light was too dim and the corner was covered by shadows, he couldn't see what they looked like. He could only vaguely judge from their figures that most of them were men. There was a woman, and one of them was in a wheelchair. Lu Cece gave him another kick, and the man immediately curled up like a shrimp. Behind her, Yan Jixing and Yao Ting exchanged glances. She was indeed Sister Yu's woman. Her ruthlessness was amazing. Jiang Fuyue didn't intend to show up, even though she was the one who planned to capture him. She didn't move, and Lu Jinzhong didn't move either. Yan Jixing and Yao Ting didn't receive any instructions, so they wouldn't interfere. Lu Cece lifted her foot and stepped on the man's right hand, slowly grinding it on the ground. Just now, this was the hand that held her shoulder. Then, she continued to step on his left hand, and this hand touched her thigh. Oh, right, I heard that you have a special hobby? Lu Cece snapped her fingers, and a man in black opened the box that she had brought with her. Do you choose, or should I? Meng Jiru's face was pale, and he trembled like a sieve. Lu Cece said, I'll choose. How about a whip and a candle? It doesn't seem novel enough. Why don't we change it to gasoline and start a fire? It should be interesting. The man's body stiffened, and he shook his head crazily. No, don't. When you do this to others, they say no, but I don't see you agreeing. Why do you think that I will agree? Lu Cece lifted the whip and swung it at his back. Slap, the sound of wind breaking could be heard, followed by a scream. The man's clothes were torn, and a bloody wound appeared on his skin. Ah Guang, pour the gasoline. Yes. The man in black left with the order, and soon, he came back with a barrel of gasoline. She poured the gasoline onto the man's body. Meng Jiru was really scared this time. He thought that no matter how bold the other party was, she would just beat him up and extort some money. Who knew that this woman was crazy enough to fight with her life? No, you can't do this. I am from the Lu family, Lu Mingxin's husband. You can't touch me. Lu Cece glanced at Jiang Fuyue, and when she saw her nod, she sneered. The Lu family is nothing. Who is Lu Mingxin? If I want to touch you, so be it. Do I have to pick a date? Let me go, I will kowtow to you. As he spoke, he lay on the ground and started to hit his head on the ground. Unfortunately, no one there sympathized with him. What did this beast do when those girls begged in front of him in such a humble and weak manner? He laughed in satisfaction, and then treated them even more cruelly. Fine. Lu Cece stood in front of the man, and her chin was slightly raised. Her eyes were full of pity. Since you are so pitiful, I will let you go. Mengjiru was stunned, and then his eyes were filled with joy. I will leave now. I will leave now. He struggled to get up and was about to walk away, but in the next second, Lu Cici's bell-like laughter suddenly rang out. Oh, I was joking. You actually believed me? Ha ha ha, this is too funny. Are you a stupid pig? The man's eyes were about to pop out, and he growled like a trapped beast. There was nothing more despairing than being beaten back to square one after just having a glimmer of hope. She did it on purpose. Just when he thought that he could escape, he dragged him back to hell. Mengjiru went crazy. Who are you? Who are you? He thought that he would not get an answer, but then the man in the wheelchair turned the axle and slowly moved forward. Yao Ting was about to pull Xiaoshan back, but he saw Jiang Fuyue gently shaking her head at him. He put his hand down. What is Mr. Xiao doing? Xiaoshan moved the wheelchair from the dark to the light, and Mengjiru saw his face clearly. Meng, who do you think I am? You have done too many bad things, and now you have too many enemies to count? But the confusion in Mengjiru's eyes didn't seem to be fake. He didn't recognize Xiaoshan at all. Very soon, Xiaoshan also realized this point. He suddenly laughed uncontrollably. What a joke. Too ridiculous. I can't wait to skin you and break your bones, but you don't even know who I am? Ha ha ha. Mengjiru looked at the paralyzed man in front of him, and he really didn't remember him. Until, Zhou Qingping, do you remember? Mengjiru's eyes narrowed. Are you her boyfriend? You recognize me. Good. Now there is a perpetrator, and there is a debtor. It's time for revenge. You were the one who found these people? Do you know the consequences of doing this? Mengjiru seemed to have regained his confidence in the loser who had been framed and sent to prison by him. He even spoke with more confidence. Xiaoshan looked at him and smiled gently. Do you think I will consider the consequences now? It's a good deal to pay a life for a life. Mengjiru's face changed slightly. Don't scare me. Xiaoshan didn't say anything. But the more he acted like this, the less confident he felt. Mengjiru obviously had no chance of winning if he fought with desperados. His eyes flashed. Brother, why should a man cut off his own road for a woman? I can compensate you for any type you like. Without Zhou Qingping, there are others. Swish, the whip broke through the air and directly hit Mengjiru's face. Xiaoshan took the weapon from Lu Cici's hand. He was so angry that he used all his strength. Mengjiru was immediately disfigured. He touched his cheek with trembling hands, which were stained with blood. His voice was trembling, and there was no longer any contempt in his eyes. Instead, it was replaced by fear and panic. It was exactly the same as when he faced Lu Cici. You beast, you don't deserve to mention Qingping. Lu Cici impatiently raised her wrist to look at the time and reminded Xiaoshan, it's almost time. There's no need to talk nonsense with this kind of person. Sister, you said that you have full authority to deal with him. Let's get this over with quickly. After that, she raised her chin to a man in black. Guang, the man who was called, took out a lighter from his pocket, stepped forward, and handed it to her. Lu Cici tried it. With a click, a flame sprang up. It was good. She handed it to Xiaoshan. Mengjiru's body was covered in gasoline. Everyone knew the consequences. Mengjiru was also clear about it. He watched in horror as Xiaoshan took the lighter from the woman's hand. He began to retreat, but he lost his balance and stumbled to the ground. Even if he crawled, he had to get away, as far as he could. No. I can't die. If I die, the Lu family won't let this go. Lu Mingxin won't let you go either. Please don't kill me. Let me live. My money, my house, my car. I'll satisfy all of your requests. Don't. If I die, you won't be able to live either. Yes, you won't be able to live. Ha ha ha, Mengjiru threatened, begged for mercy, cried, and laughed. He seemed to have gone mad. With a click, it was particularly obvious. Xiaoshan lit the fire. Lu Cici looked on coldly. Jiang Fuyue, Lu Jinzhong, and the others stood in the dark. They had no intention of stopping him. The decision was completely in Xiaoshan's hands. Just as Jiang Fuyue had promised not long ago, regardless of life or death. This cluster of flame, if it fell, the enemy would die. If it didn't fall, the enemy would live. Xiaoshan's hands began to tremble. After an unknown period of time, even Lu Sisi was sweating for him. Xiaoshan slowly put away the lighter and held it tightly in his hand. He seemed to have used all of his strength. His whole body was trembling because of this action. Unwillingness, anger, hatred, disgust. All kinds of emotions intertwined in his eyes and finally turned into a twisted pain. There was both hatred for Mengjiru, the bastard, and disgust for himself. Yes, he couldn't do it. He was the one who planned to kill and perish together, but when he could easily take the enemy's life, he became a deserter. Lu Sisi reminded him in a low voice, "The lighter is in your hand. You can still go back on your words." "No." Xiaoshan threw the lighter away. The surging emotions in his eyes instantly turned calm. He turned his wheelchair and left the warehouse one by one. His skinny back was as taut as a bow, indicating that he wasn't calm at the moment. Yan Zhixing and Yao Ting, who were watching the whole process, looked at each other. "What's going on?" Lu Sisi, on the other hand, looked surprised. Just now, she was the closest to Xiaoshan. She could clearly feel the killing intent that erupted from his body. It wasn't a moment of impulse. It was more like he had been planning for a long time. That kind of intense hatred didn't require courage at all. His impulse alone was enough to burn Mengjiru to ashes. On the contrary, Xiaoshan's action of not lighting the fire and throwing away the lighter was the result of his courage. In other words, to him, not lighting the fire was more difficult than lighting the fire. Digression, 4,000 words, 2 chapters at once, 3 chapters at once, and even more tomorrow. Lu Sisi didn't understand. Jiang Fuyue had promised to help him, so why did Xiaoshan still choose to give up? Was he afraid of being sentenced to jail, losing his reputation? But hadn't he already experienced all these? He had been jailed and lost his job. After being released from prison, he had no way to find a job and was reported by his parents. He had distributed flyers, set up a stall, and even sold takoyaki. Now, he was still living a poor life. If he was afraid, he wouldn't have survived until now. But if he wasn't afraid, why didn't he burn everything down? Didn't he want to take revenge? Lu Sisi had learned a lot of skills from Camp A, but none of them taught her how to read people's minds, the most stable and changeable thing in the world. She subconsciously turned to look at Jiang Fuyue, but saw that the latter's eyes were calm and her expression was normal, as if she had expected Xiaoshan to make such a choice. Sure enough, the moonlight could see through everything. Even people's minds couldn't hide. "Xiao Yao, go and take a look." Lu Jinzhong raised his chin in the direction Xiaoshan left. "Yes." Yao Ting ran after him. Lu Jinzhong turned to ask Jiang Fuyue, "What's next?" "Everything will go according to plan." After saying that, Jiang Fuyue also turned and left. It was late at night. The wind in the suburbs seemed to be colder than the city center. When it hit the face, it was painful. Xiaoshan didn't go far. Of course, he couldn't go far. The wheelchair was parked outside the warehouse, facing a mountain of gang. There used to be a coal mine here. The so-called warehouse was not a warehouse, but a workshop. Later, there was a major accident and it was ordered to shut down. This place was abandoned, but the gang left behind was not cleaned up in time and piled up into a mountain. As far as the eye could see, it was a dark pile. In addition, the street lights were not on, and there were no other lighting devices. They could only rely on the weak moonlight to navigate. But this was also good. Their expressions were hidden in the darkness, and their cowardice and grief were all covered. Yao Ting silently followed behind Xiaoshan with a distance of half a meter. Seeing Jiang Fuyue come forward and wave at him, he stepped back and stood a little further away. "Why didn't you light the fire?" Xiaoshan didn't seem to be surprised that she would follow him out. He looked straight ahead, where there was only darkness. "No reason." His tone was indifferent. "Scared? You don't have to provoke me." Jiang Fuyue clapped her hands. The sound of clapping was particularly loud in the night. "You deserve to have a double master's degree in mathematics and psychology." "Xiaoshan, tell me, what do you want me to do?" Jiang Fuyue gave him a chance to kill his enemy. In exchange, Xiaoshan had to fulfill her request. Only then did the deal come to an end. In fact, Xiaoshan was also very confused. What else did he want now? Do you know Ming University? Jiang Fuyue suddenly asked. You mean, to study at Qiming University? Yes. Xiaoshan, I've heard of it, but I don't know much about it. I only know that it's a private university. 20 years ago, it was very popular. Just as the country was preparing to make an exception and give it the right to enroll students in the college entrance examination, its founder and major shareholder didn't attend the ceremony. Since then, he hasn't appeared in public for 20 years. There were rumors that the mysterious founder had passed away long ago. Because the establishment of the university was not stable, the news was not announced. Others said that the founder was unruly and refused to accept the honor. As a result, he angered the higher-ups and was investigated and imprisoned. Of course, there were many other speculations. However, no matter how different the outside world was, it couldn't change the current situation of Ming University. It could have been promoted to a top university, but now it was reduced to a no-name university in the eyes of the public. After the college entrance examination every year, there would be various guides on the internet. Among the guides, which taught people how to avoid the 3 no-name universities, Qiming University was always at the top. Whenever a parent said that their child was studying at Qiming University, it would instantly attract a wave of surprise, disdain, and thoughtful gazes. The surprise was that the parent would actually send their child to that kind of school. The disdain was that the child's grades must be really bad. Otherwise, he would have gone to a second-tier or third-tier university. He wouldn't have ended up in Ming University. The thoughtful gazes were because if the parent could afford to study at Ming University, he seemed to have some family background. That's right. Ming University was the #1 no-name university in the eyes of the public. Its tuition fees were also far ahead of other no-name universities. Xiaoshan looked puzzled. Why did you suddenly mention Ming University? Did this have anything to do with their deal? Jiang Fuyue said, I want you to be the president of Ming University for 10 years. During this period, not only do you have to restore Ming University's gradually damaged reputation, but you also have to produce research and thesis results that are on par with the top 20 universities in the country. After Xiaoshan heard this, his facial muscles twitched violently. He restrained himself from blurting out, Are you crazy? He took a deep breath. Stop joking. I'm talking to you very seriously. Jiang Fuyue smiled. Do I look like I'm not serious? Are you not? Of course not. After some time, Xiaoshan asked. Are you serious? I don't like to joke. Okay, then let me remind you that Ming University is a private university. Jiang Fuyue asked, So? The president must be appointed and dismissed by the board of directors. However, the board of directors of Ming University was dissolved after the disappearance of the founder. In other words, if you want me to be the president, you have to reorganize the board of directors first. Do you think that's possible? Who said that it has to go through the board of directors? Xiaoshan frowned. Isn't that so? Other than the board of directors, the founder also has the right to appoint and dismiss. Xiaoshan was stunned. What do you mean? You just have to take up the position. Before that, the notice of appointment will be sent to the university. You know the whereabouts of the founder of Ming University? Xiaoshan was not stupid. Since Jiang Fuyue said so, she must have obtained the founder's signature. Who the hell are you? From setting up a trap to capture Mengjiru, a life was at stake. Now, she could easily take out the letter of appointment signed by the founder of Ming University. Ordinary people would not even dare to think about these things. However, she was at ease and was enjoying it. Xiaoshan's eyes were like torches. He was very cautious. Unfortunately, it was too dark. He could not even see Jiang Fuyue's face. Naturally, he could not analyze her expression at this moment. You'll know in the future. The premise was that there was a future. If Xiaoshan agreed, there would naturally be a future. If he did not agree, they would go their separate ways and never meet again. How could there be a future? He understood, but a 10-year term is not a problem. I'll do my best to restore the university's reputation. However, compared to the research results of the top 20 universities in the country, isn't that too harsh? Jiang Fuyue said, I'm not asking you to do it alone. When you become the principal, you'll be fully responsible for the recruitment of students. Students can also produce results and publish papers, let alone teachers. Have you ever seen a professor in a university who does not do research? Xiaoshan had a rough idea in his mind. One last question. Why me? In exchange, you have to answer a question of mine. Xiaoshan said, okay. Jiang Fuyue said, I've read your papers when you were studying at B University and H University. You have a wide range of thinking and strong scientific research ability. Also, the video lessons you put in the learning machine are very good. Last but not least, you're a person who knows how to repay kindness. If I help you, you'll be of use to me. Xiaoshan nodded. Your question? Didn't I ask you just now? Why didn't he ignite the fire? The man's eyes instantly became deep and dark. Under the moonlight, there was a kind of unconcealable ethereality. However, if one looked inside, it was clear and bright, as if something was flickering. Just when Jiang Fuyue thought that he would refuse to answer again, Xiaoshan slowly said, I think I'm different from Mengjiru. He can disregard human life and defy the law, but I can't. Qing Ping also didn't want him to become another Mengjiru. Jiang Fuyue knew what was flickering in his eyes. It was the belief that was still shining in the midst of suffering. It was the hope that was still in the world after being treated unfairly. Xiaoshan was right. He was different from Mengjiru. Therefore, even if he had a butcher's knife in his hand, he could still rationally say no. Jiang Fuyue smiled. Sure enough, I didn't misjudge you. You're very suitable to be an educator. If I ignite the fire today and get rid of Mengjiru, will you still let me be the principal of Ming University? A murderer going to teach and educate people? It was ridiculous and ridiculous. No. Jiang Fuyue shook her head. Because you won't. You'll turn yourself in. Xiaoshan was stunned. You. How did you know? Jiang Fuyue said, Professor Xiao, you underestimate yourself and me. Digression, yesterday's third watch was 3,000 words. Today's first watch was at 12:30. Please go to vinegar #lu #air #when #shui hahaha. The man suddenly laughed. We've only known each other for 2 days. I didn't expect you to be the one who understands me the most. So we're destined to be on the same path. Okay, I agree. Miss Jiang, it's a pleasure to work with you. Jiang Fuyue shook his hand. Her voice was soft but heavy. I'll leave Ming University to you. I don't know your full name yet. Jiang Fuyue. Skyrocket? Bright Moonstar? You can think of it that way. When we get back to Linhui, I'll arrange for a doctor to treat your leg as soon as possible. Xiaoshan said, no need. Jiang Fuyue was slightly stunned. In the next second, the man who was sitting in the wheelchair suddenly stood up. Yao Ting, who saw this scene from afar, almost popped his eyes out. How could he stand up just like that? After the two of them finished their discussion, Xiaoshan went back to the hotel under Yao Ting's escort. Before he left, he asked Jiang Fuyue, how do you plan to deal with Mengjiru? When he goes back, he won't let it go. Moreover, he has the Lu family behind him. I won't deal with him, Jiang Fuyue said. He'll be judged by the law. But I don't have any evidence of what he did. Not only was he framed and sent to prison, but the original evidence of Qingping's violation had long been destroyed. Jiang Fuyue said, do you think he only did 1 or 2 things? It's just a drop in the ocean. There were many more serious cases than Zhou Qingping's incident. It involved more than 1 or 2 lives. Any one of them was enough to kill Mengjiru. Now, all these things were in her hands. After Xiaoshan left, Jiang Fuyue went back to the warehouse. At this time, Lu Sisi was cracking the leather whip. Mengjiru was lying on the ground. Lu Jinzhong asked, he agreed? Yes. I'll ask Yao Ting to send him back to the hotel. I'll ask someone to pick him up on the way, just in case. I understand. Lu Jinzhong turned around to make a call. Jiang Fuyue walked to Lu Sisi's side and looked at Mengjiru indifferently. What do you think? Did he? He looks like a coward. I didn't expect him to be so tight-lipped. Oh? Jiang Fuyue raised her eyebrows. It seems that he has some true feelings for Lu Mingxin. Even when he's about to die, he still doesn't want to drag her down with him. Very good. The last two words sent a chill down Lu Cici's spine. Then, what do we do now? Since they are deeply in love with each other, we can't be too harsh on them, right? Lu Cici met her smiling gaze and blushed. She nodded and said, yes. Whatever you say is right. Okay, call Lu Mingxin immediately and ask her to bring 200 million in cash. That seems a little too much, so I'll give her a 50% discount, 100 million. It's still a little too much, so I'll cut it in half, 50 million will do. Hand over the money and hand over the person. When Lu Mingxin left the company, it was already dark. During the 5-hour-long board meeting, the group of old men were nitpicking at her. Later on, they even stood up and criticized her for not managing the company well, saying that she wasn't as good as when Lu Mingyue was still around. Lu Mingyue again, that person died 20 years ago, but she was still haunting her like a nightmare. Why, could it be that she really couldn't compare to her? No, they were both children of the Lu family. Lu Mingxin was even younger than her, healthier and more energetic than her. Lu Mingxin couldn't accept it. In the end, the board meeting didn't go to the end. Lu Mingxin, who had been trying to mediate the conflict between her and the board of directors, became a complete joke. They blamed her for not managing the company well and causing Lu Corporation's development to be weak in recent years. On the other hand, she blamed them for always mentioning Lu Mingyue and comparing her to her. Over time, the relationship between the two parties became very bad. Lu Mingxin also knew that it wasn't a good thing to have a bad relationship with the board of directors, but she couldn't change the situation. If Lu Mingyue was faced with such a difficult situation, what would she do? Such a thought suddenly appeared in his mind. When Lu Mingxin came to her senses, she wanted to open her head and dig out this thought. No. She would never admit that Jiang Fuyue was better than her. She also wouldn't admit that she had been imitating her all these years. President Lu the driver opened the car door for her. He placed his hand on the roof of the car and helped her into the car. Back to the villa. Yes. On the way home, Lu Mingxin called home. Is Sir home? She was asking Meng Jiru. The servant replied, no. A look of disgust flashed across Lu Mingxin's eyes. She instructed the driver, turn around and go to the beauty salon. Half an hour later, Lu Mingxin was lying on the beauty salon and receiving an essential oil massage. She still had 7 or 8 projects to complete. As she grew older, she paid more attention to maintenance. The money she spent on maintenance every year was enough for the company to complete a medium-sized project. Miss Lu, the essential oil has been applied. Do you want to sleep for a while? Okay, she replied lazily. The beautician left the room. Just as she was about to close the door, a hand suddenly knocked on the door. A young man raised his index finger at her and made a gesture. Then, he squeezed through the gap in the door and quietly approached Lu Mingxin. Please go to vinegar #Lu #air #when #shuehm. Do you still want to push it? Feeling the touch on her back, Lu Mingxin didn't open her eyes but frowned. My hands are too cold. Please take care of it before serving the guest. Sorry, it's my fault. The man's voice was low and deep. He wasn't a beautician. Lu Mingxin suddenly opened her eyes and turned around. The towel in front of her also slipped. She hurriedly tried to save it. Unexpectedly, the man was faster than her. He grabbed the end of the towel and pulled it to her chest. He smiled and said, Boss Lu, you've covered it this time. If it falls again, I won't pull it anymore. It's hard to stop myself from feasting my eyes on such beautiful scenery, brat. You're so naughty. The young man squatted in front of her so that their eyes were on the same level. Boss Lu, you haven't contacted me for a long time. If I didn't come today, you wouldn't have taken the initiative to contact me, right? The handsome young man was squatting in front of her humbly and respectfully. His eyes were full of grievances. Who wouldn't be soft-hearted, anyway? Lu Mingxin was soft-hearted. What nonsense are you talking about? She had indeed forgotten about him. Half a month? Or half a year ago, When she was with her business partner in Tianyu, she casually called him out. She didn't expect that he would find her here. You're smart. She patted his face. However, the man grabbed her hand and didn't let go. His eyes were filled with tenderness as he kissed her fingertips. All right. Lu Mingxin's eyes were filled with smiles. Stay with me tonight. The man's eyes flashed with joy. Everyone in Tianyu knew that Boss Lu was generous. Tomorrow, his buddies would envy him to death. Hey, I'll wait here for you to finish. Okay. Then. I'll get you a glass of water? This was a VIP room. There was food and drinks. Although he said he was going to get water, he just turned around and brought the food over. He wanted to be obedient. Lu Mingxin also enjoyed the feeling of being carefully served by a young man. I want flower tea. Yes, yes, yes. I know you like roses with a hint of orange peel. You have a good memory. Just as the man poured the flower tea and brought it over, Lu Mingxin's phone on the chair rang. She grabbed it. It was an unknown number. Hello? Good evening, Boss Lu. An obviously processed mechanical voice came from the other end. Usually, only kidnappers would do such a thing to hide their voice and prevent the police from extracting their voice prints. When she heard this, her heart sank. However, she had not lived all these years in vain. She quickly calmed down. Who are you? It doesn't matter who I am. What matters is that your husband, Mr. Mengjiru, is now in our hands. Before dawn, prepare 50 million in cash. I will contact you again. Remember, do not call the police. Otherwise, you will have to bear the consequences. With that, he hung up. Lu Mingxin turned over and sat up. He pulled a bathrobe over his body and put it on. His brain was working rapidly. 2 minutes later, she found the number and dialed it back. He didn't expect it to really work. Just when she thought that no one would pick up, President Lu, it seems like you still have questions? How do I know if you're telling the truth? What if my husband is at home now? The recording has been sent to your phone. Check it carefully. Lu Mingxin quickly clicked on it. It was indeed Meng Jiru. His face was covered in blood and he was lying on the ground, dying. His surroundings were blurred out. It seemed that the kidnappers were very cautious. She picked up the phone again and put it to her ear. I need to confirm that my husband is still alive. As expected of President Lu. Even at this time, your mind is still clear. Listen carefully. After a muffled sound, the man's suppressed cry of pain was heard. It was indeed Meng Jiru. He was still alive. 50 million is not a small amount. We may not be able to get it before dawn. Can you wait for a day, President Lu? This is not a market. You don't need to bargain. Who in the capital doesn't know how much money you have? No one will believe you if you say you have no money. Unless, you don't want to save your husband. You deliberately want us to kill him. Lu Mingxin's eyes darkened. Okay, before dawn. The other end hung up with a bang. She called Meng Jiru's assistant. It's me, Lu Mingxin. Madam? The other end was panicking. I asked you, where's Meng Jiru? Meng, President Meng is busy. Busy with what? Lu Mingxin, say something. President Zhang arranged a meeting and asked President Meng to go. Where did he go? You better not lie to me. Otherwise, you know the consequences. They went to Tianyu. Lu Mingxin sneered. What else could a man do in Tianyu? Especially that pervert Meng Jiru. Did he think that she didn't know about the bad things he did outside? She just turned a blind eye to it. Anyway, she had more than one outside. Where is Meng Jiru now? He should be in the hotel. Huh. He was not picky about bringing a chick to a hotel, no wonder he was kidnapped. President Lu, is there anything else? Lu Mingxin's eyes flashed. Bring me your company's official seal, Meng Jiru's personal seal, and all the securities and stock certificates in the safe. Now? Now? Yes, now. You have half an hour to get there. Digression, second watch, 2,000 words. Third watch, tomorrow. Also, let's have a bonus question and answer. Will Lu Mingxin use the money to ransom Meng Jiru? A. Yes. B. No. Answer in the comment section, single choice, correct answer will be rewarded. Please go to vinegar #Lu #air #when #shui. When the assistant arrived, Lu Mingxin was in the middle of her third beauty project. He waited outside the door for a full 15 minutes before she called him in. Did you bring everything? The assistant nodded, but, what do you need these for? Lu Mingxin didn't answer. She asked, Xiao Chen, how long have you been working for CEO Meng? 5 years. It'll be 6 years next month. Then do you still remember who recruited you? Xiao Chen bowed slightly. It was you. However, he suddenly had a bad premonition in his heart. According to the rules of the workplace, when the boss asked him something like, how long have you been working for XX, it usually wasn't a good thing. Lu Mingxin nodded. It's good that you remember. Now that CEO Meng is in some trouble, you have to do as I say. That's the only way to minimize the losses caused by this crisis. Do you understand? Xiao Chen was stunned. He was immediately shocked. Did something happen at the company? Is CEO Meng okay? Meng Jiru had some business acumen. After he earned his first bucket of gold by selling himself to a rich family, he started his own company that was completely independent of Reno Corporation. In his early years, he developed his overseas business. Now, he was doing quite well. The company seal and shares that Lu Mingxin asked Xiao Chen to bring were all from this company. He's fine at the moment, but... The woman's eyes flashed. I received news that the company is about to be investigated. Although I haven't handled your overseas business all these years and have never asked about it, it shouldn't be a legitimate business, right? Xiao Chen felt a chill on the back of his neck. He was completely flustered. What do we do now? It's very simple. I've asked the lawyer. As long as you temporarily transfer all the assets under CEO Meng's name to my name, everything will be resolved. Xiao Chen was stunned. Lu Mingxin said calmly. Although Meng Jiru and I are husband and wife, they won't dare to trace it back to me. This is the fastest and safest way. That's why I asked you to bring the company seal. Sign the documents that need to be signed later. Tomorrow morning, take these things to the Industry and Commerce Bureau to apply for a change. I know you have connections there. You have to complete the transfer before noon. Otherwise, I'm afraid it'll be too late. But... Was he really going to transfer everything to CEO Lu? Those were CEO Meng's personal assets. Why? Is there a problem? The woman looked up faintly. Her skin, which had just been taken care of, looked moist and smooth. She did not look like she was in her 40s at all. No. Xiao Chen waved his hand. Is this also CEO Meng's idea? Of course. We've already discussed it. Then, why didn't CEO Meng come out personally? It was very unusual for him to let Lu Mingxin contact him. A soft sigh escaped from her lips, and a worried expression appeared on the woman's face. Since you've asked, then there's no need to hide it any longer. Furthermore, you're his most trusted helper. It's fine to tell you the truth, but you have to keep it a secret. Xiao Chen immediately became serious. Don't worry, I understand. Your CEO Meng has been taken away. What? Xiao Chen's eyes widened. Taken away? When? Which department took him away? Can he go through the bail process? I don't know the details for now, but I've already sent someone to ask the higher-ups. The plan now is to transfer the assets under his name as soon as possible. Once the higher-ups start investigating, it will be too late. This time, Xiao Chen was convinced. Okay, you can prepare the transfer documents and give them to me. I'll seal them immediately and go through the procedures tomorrow morning. Before leaving, Xiao Chen tried to call Meng Jiru. As expected, the phone on the other end was turned off. This time, there was a big problem. After Xiao Chen left, the young man came out from the inner room. Although he had heard the entire conversation, he did not understand what they were talking about. He only vaguely guessed that something might have happened to CEO Lu's husband. However, why didn't CEO Lu look worried at all? He saw the woman sitting on the chair with a smile on her face. Every pore on her body exuded satisfaction. If not for the fact that she had to maintain her public image, she would have kicked Meng Jiru away long ago. This stinky man actually dared to fool around with women behind her back. Did he think she was easy to fool? Now that the assets were transferred and the kidnappers killed the hostage, not only could she get rid of her nominal husband, but she could also take over his overseas assets. Killing 2 birds with 1 stone. No, 3 birds. She could even save 50 million yuan in ransom money. Thinking of this, Lu Mingxin became even happier. She waved at the man. Come here. The young man stuck close to her like a pug. His eyes were filled with affection. CEO Lu, show me your true abilities tonight. If you make me feel good, I'll give you a big red packet tomorrow morning. Thank you, CEO Lu. I guarantee you'll be satisfied. As he spoke, he started to move his hands. However, Lu Mingxin stopped him. You don't have to be so anxious. Behave yourself and look at the situation. CEO Lu, you're too beautiful. I can't control myself, the woman laughed happily. This mouth of yours is quite good at talking. Get someone to open a bottle of good red wine. Let's have a drink first. Okay. The man immediately did as he was told. Soon, the 2 of them started to drink. Both of them were slightly tipsy and the atmosphere gradually became ambiguous. Little did they know that this scene was captured clearly by 8 hidden cameras from different angles. The images were directly transmitted to the warehouse and played in front of Meng Jiru. Digression, yesterday's third watch was 2,000 words long. Today's first watch was at 12:30 p.m. When the assistant arrived, Lu Mingxin was in the middle of her third beauty project. He waited outside the door for a full 15 minutes before she called him in. Did you bring everything? The assistant nodded, but, what do you need these for? Lu Mingxin didn't answer. She asked, Xiaochen, how long have you been working for CEO Meng? 5 years. It'll be 6 years next month. Then do you still remember who recruited you? Xiaochen bowed slightly, it was you. However, he suddenly had a bad premonition. According to the rules of the workplace, when the boss asked, how long have you been working for XX, it was usually not a good thing. Lu Mingxin nodded, it's good that you remember. Now that CEO Meng is in some trouble, you have to do as I say. This is the only way to minimize the losses caused by this crisis. Do you understand? Xiaochen was stunned. He was immediately shocked. Did something happen at the company? Is CEO Meng okay? Meng Jiru had some business acumen. After he earned his first bucket of gold by selling himself to a rich family, he started his own company that was completely independent of Reno Corporation. In his early years, he developed his overseas business. Now, he was doing quite well. The company seal and shares that Lu Mingxin asked Xiaochen to bring were all from this company. He's fine at the moment, but... The woman's eyes flashed. I received news that the company is about to be investigated. Although I haven't handled your overseas business all these years and have never asked about it, it shouldn't be illegal business, right? Xiaochen felt a chill on the back of his neck. He was completely flustered. Then what should we do now? It's very simple. I've asked the lawyer. As long as you temporarily transfer all the assets under CEO Meng's name to my name, everything will be resolved. Xiaochen was stunned. Lu Mingxin said calmly, although Meng Jiru and I are husband and wife, they won't dare to trace it back to me. This is the fastest and safest way. That's why I asked you to bring the company seal. Sign the documents that need to be signed later. Tomorrow morning, take these things to the Industry and Commerce Bureau to apply for a change. I know you have connections there. You have to complete the transfer before noon. Otherwise, I'm afraid there won't be enough time. But... Did he really have to transfer everything to CEO Lu? Those were CEO Meng's personal assets. Why? Is there a problem? The woman looked up faintly. Her skin, which had just been taken care of, looked moist and smooth. She did not look like she was in her 40s at all. No. Xiaochen waved his hand. Is this also CEO Meng's idea? Of course. We've already discussed it. Then, why didn't CEO Meng come out personally? It was very unusual for him to let Lu Mingxin contact him. A soft sigh escaped from her lips, and a worried expression appeared on the woman's face. Since you've asked, there's no need to hide it any longer. Moreover, you are his most trusted helper. It's fine to tell you the truth, but you must keep it a secret. Xiaochen immediately said seriously, don't worry, I understand. Your CEO Meng has been taken away. What? Xiaochen's eyes widened, taken away? When? Which department took him away? Can he go through the bail process? I don't know the details for now, but I've already sent someone to ask the higher-ups. The plan now is to quickly transfer the assets under his name. Once the higher-ups start investigating, it'll be too late. This time, Xiaochen was convinced without a doubt. Okay, give me all the prepared transfer documents. I'll seal it immediately. I'll go through the procedures tomorrow morning. Before leaving, Xiaochen tried calling Meng Jiru. As expected, the phone on the other end was turned off. This time, there was a big problem. After Xiaochen left, the young man came out from the inner room. Although he had heard the entire conversation, he did not understand what they were talking about. He only vaguely guessed that something might have happened to CEO Lu's husband. However, why didn't CEO Lu look worried at all? He saw the woman sitting on the chair with a smile on her face. Every pore on her body exuded satisfaction. If not for the fact that she had to maintain her public image, she would have kicked Meng Jiru away. This stinky man actually dared to play with women behind her back. Did he think that she was easy to fool? Now that the assets were transferred and the kidnappers killed the hostage, not only could she get rid of her nominal husband, but she could also take over his overseas assets. Killing 2 birds with 1 stone. No, 3 birds. She could even save 50 million yuan in ransom money. Thinking of this, Lu Mingxin was even happier. She waved at the man. Come here. The young man stuck close to her like a pug. His eyes were filled with affection. CEO Lu, show me what you're capable of tonight. If you make me feel good, I'll give you a big red packet tomorrow morning. Thank you, CEO Lu. I guarantee that you'll be satisfied. As he spoke, he started to move his hands. However, Lu Mingxin stopped him. You don't have to be in such a hurry. Behave yourself and look at the situation. CEO Lu, you're too beautiful. I can't control myself, the woman laughed happily. This mouth of yours is quite good at talking. Get someone to open a bottle of good red wine. Let's have a drink first. Okay. The man immediately did as he was told. Soon, the two of them started to drink. Both of them were slightly tipsy and the atmosphere gradually became ambiguous. Little did they know that this scene was captured clearly by 8 hidden pinhole cameras from different angles. The images were directly transmitted to the warehouse and played in front of Meng Jiru. When the assistant arrived, Lu Mingxin was in the middle of his 3rd beauty project. He waited outside the door for a full 15 minutes before he was called in. Have you brought everything? The assistant nodded, but, what do you want these for? Lu Mingxin didn't answer and asked him, Xiaochen, how long have you been working for CEO Meng? 5 years. Next month will be 6 years. Then do you still remember who recruited you? Xiaochen bowed slightly. It's you. However, he suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart. According to the iron law of the workplace, when the boss asked, how long have you been working for XX, it usually wasn't a good thing. Lu Mingxin nodded. It's good that you remember. Now that CEO Meng is in some trouble, you have to do as I say from now on. Only then can you minimize the losses caused by this crisis. Do you understand? Xiaochen was stunned for a moment before he exclaimed in shock, did something happen to the company? Is CEO Meng okay? Meng Jiru was a business-minded person. After he earned his first pot of gold by selling himself to a wealthy family, he started his own company that was completely independent of Reno. In the early years, he developed his own overseas business. The company seal and shares that Lu Mingxin asked Xiaochen to bring were all from this company. He's fine at the moment, but... The woman's eyes flashed. I received news that the company is going to be investigated. Although I didn't handle your overseas business all these years and never asked about it, I don't think it's any legal business, right? Xiaochen felt a chill on the back of his neck and panicked. What do we do now? It's very simple. I've asked my lawyer. As long as I temporarily transfer all the assets under CEO Meng's name to my name, everything will be solved. Xiaochen was stunned. Lu Mingxin said calmly, although Meng Jiru and I are husband and wife, they won't dare to link it to me. This is the fastest and safest way. That's why I asked you to bring the seal. Sign all the necessary documents in a while. Tomorrow morning, bring these documents to the Industrial and Commercial Bureau to apply for a change. I know you have some connections there. You must complete the transfer before noon. Otherwise, I'm afraid we won't make it in time. But do I really have to transfer all the assets under CEO Lu's name? That's CEO Meng's personal assets. Why? Is there a problem? The woman looked up calmly. Her skin, which had just been cared for, looked moist and smooth. She didn't look like she was in her 40s at all. No. Xiaochen waved his hand. Is this also CEO Meng's idea? Of course. We've already discussed this. Then, why didn't CEO Meng show up himself? It was very unusual for him to let Lu Mingxin contact him. A soft sigh escaped the woman's lips. She looked worried. Since you've already asked, there's no need to hide it anymore. Moreover, you're his most trusted helper. It's okay to tell you the truth, but you must keep it a secret. Xiaochen immediately became serious. Don't worry, I understand. Your CEO Meng, he, has been taken away. What? Xiaochen's eyes widened. Taken away? When? Which department took him away? Can he go through the bail process? I don't know the specifics for now, but I've already sent someone to the higher-ups to find out. The current plan is to transfer the assets under his name as soon as possible. Once the higher-ups start to investigate, it'll be too late. This time, Xiaochen was convinced. Okay, give me all the transfer documents that you've prepared. I'll stamp them immediately and go through the procedures tomorrow morning. Before leaving, Xiaochen called Meng Jiru with the mentality of giving it a try. Sure enough, the phone on the other end was turned off. This time, there was a big problem. After Xiaochen left, the young man walked out from the inner room. Although he heard the whole thing, he did not understand what the two of them were talking about. He only vaguely guessed that something might have happened to CEO Lu's husband. However, why did CEO Lu not look anxious at all? He saw the woman sitting on the chair with a smile on her face. Every pore exuded satisfaction. If it was not to maintain her image in the outside world, she would have kicked Meng Jiru out. This stinky man actually dared to play with women behind her back. Did he think that she was easy to fool? Now that the property had been transferred, when the kidnappers killed the hostages, not only could she get rid of this husband in name, but she could also take over his overseas business. Killing 2 birds with 1 stone. No, 3 birds. She could even save 50 million in ransom money. Thinking of this, Lu Ming's mood improved. She waved at the man. Come here. The young man stuck to her like a pug, his eyes full of affection. CEO Lu, show me your true skills tonight. If you make me feel good, I'll give you a big red packet tomorrow morning. Thank you, CEO Lu. I guarantee that you'll be satisfied. As he spoke, he started to move his hands and feet. Lu Ming stopped him. You don't have to be so hasty. Behave yourself and look at the situation. CEO Lu, it's because you're too beautiful. I can't control myself, the woman laughed heartily. That's quite a glib tongue. Get someone outside to open a bottle of good red wine. Let's have a drink first. Okay. The man immediately did as he was told. Soon, the two of them began to drink with each other. Both of them were slightly tipsy, and the atmosphere gradually became ambiguous. Little did they know that this scene was captured clearly by 8 pinhole cameras in a secret place from different angles. The video was directly transmitted to the warehouse and played in front of Meng Jiru. Meng Jiru, on the other hand, immediately called the police. I was kidnapped in a desolate suburb. The kidnappers are a group of people. Now? I'd been released. I'm hiding in the grass and I don't dare to move. Okay, you have to be quick. You have to be quick. In this way, Meng Jiru squatted in the grass for nearly 2 hours in fear before he was found. The police sent him to the hospital immediately. After examination, they found that he only had superficial wounds. Although they looked horrible, there were no serious injuries. The doctor suggested that he stay in the hospital for observation for 2 days. Since he was clear-headed, he made a statement on the spot. It's a warehouse. It's empty inside, except for an incandescent lamp. I was put in a sack, and the woman kicked my face. The woman? Yes. She's the Queen of Tianyu. The princess of the private room. Go and investigate. You'll definitely find out. I took her to the hotel that day, but I didn't expect that the woman would take action so quickly. Meng Jiru described all the details that he could remember. In the end, he begged again and again, you have to catch them. You have to catch them. He had a very ominous feeling, as if there was an invisible knife hanging over his head at any time, and he didn't know when it would fall. Only by catching that group of people, especially the 2 women, could he be completely relieved. The police said, we'll verify everything you said. If the kidnapping is true, we'll arrest the kidnappers as soon as possible. Meng Jiru breathed a sigh of relief and slept in the hospital ward that night. He didn't call Lu Mingxin to tell her that he had escaped. Instead, he secretly contacted his assistant, Xiao, and asked him to go to the Industry and Commerce Bureau the next day to complete the transfer procedures as requested by Lu Mingxin. However, it was hard to say whether the transfer was an asset or a liability. Honey, since you want to send me to hell, please go and find out the way first. The next day, the police came again. Meng Jiru asked, did you catch the kidnappers? The 2 officers looked at each other. A said, Mr. Meng, we have some information to verify with you again. Meng Jiru nodded. Please ask, I'll cooperate. B said, you mentioned an abandoned warehouse in the suburbs? Yes. B said, but according to our investigation, there's no warehouse within 10 miles of the place where you were found. How is that possible? That was impossible. It's nearby. B, don't get too worked up. Let me finish first. There is no warehouse, only an abandoned coal mine workshop. That's the place. I'm not sure if it's a warehouse, but maybe it's a workshop? In short, it's a spacious and empty house. B, but after our investigation, we found out that the workshop has been abandoned for many years. In a short period of time, or to be precise, in the last 3 months, there are no traces of humans. What's more, according to your description, there are about 10 of them, and one of them is in a wheelchair. It's impossible for anyone to enter the workshop without leaving a trace. Meng Jiru was stunned. What do you mean by no traces of humans? Could those people be ghosts? How could this be? Ridiculous. This was simply too absurd. To be on the safe side, we also checked the tracks on the road outside the abandoned workshop, but we didn't find anything suspicious. So, Mr. Meng, did you remember wrongly? No. Meng Jiru shook his head. It's impossible for me to remember wrongly. Unless those traces were intentionally erased by the other party. Actually, you can investigate other things. Yes, you can investigate other things. The traces of the warehouse, the workshop can be erased, but the road surveillance can't be erased. I was put into the trunk of a car and taken to that place. You can start from the surveillance footage at the entrance of the hotel. No, to be more precise, you can start from the moment I took that woman out of Tianyu. You can definitely find the criminal's car. B, we also thought of this, and we gathered all our colleagues overnight to check with our naked eyes and machines more than 5 times. Unfortunately, the surveillance footage didn't capture any suspicious cars. Meng Jiru, that's absolutely impossible. If there's no car, how was I transported there? You'll have to ask yourself, Mr. Meng. Meng Jiru was stunned and suddenly reacted. You suspect that I'm lying? He was so angry that he couldn't speak, and his eyes were scarlet. Do I need to get all these injuries to lie to you? Huh? According to the examination report provided by the hospital, most of your body is covered with whip wounds, and there's wax on the wounds. It's very likely that it's a sex toy. Meng Jiru choked. Even if it's a sex toy, it doesn't mean that I made the wounds myself. What am I after? From the information we've found, you have a fetish in that area. Therefore, it was entirely possible that you were looking for excitement to satisfy your special needs. T. I like to whip people, but I don't like to be. He stopped abruptly before he could finish his sentence. A and B were expressionless. Mr. Meng, please watch your words. Anyway, what I said is true. I didn't lie. I didn't make it up. Please investigate it thoroughly. The two of them looked at each other, got up, and left with the second statement. Meng Jiru sat on the hospital bed, bewildered. How could this be? Where did those people come from? How was it possible that all traces of the crime could be wiped clean, and even a professional criminal investigation could not be detected? The more he thought about it, the more panicked he became. When he came back to his senses, he realized that his back was already wet. Digression, 2,000 words. In Meng Jiru's eyes, Sister Yu and her group were probably from a thriller movie. He shuddered. Bed 46. Stretch out your hand. Bed 46? The nurse shouted a few times before Meng Jiru reacted. What? Please stretch out your hand. Meng Jiru did not suspect anything until he felt a sharp pain. He gasped and asked. What are you doing? The nurse held his hand. Draw blood. Don't move. It'll be done soon. Meng Jiru frowned. After that, the nurse removed the needle and tube and told him, the test results will be out tomorrow. The man was stunned. What test results? The nurse packed up and was about to leave. She replied, of course it's a blood test. Meng Jiru took a while to react. Why do we need a blood test? I didn't take drugs. Go and tell the police that I didn't do it. I didn't hallucinate or go crazy. It's all real. The nurse hurriedly took the blood sample and strode away. Who knew if this man would suddenly go crazy? After all, drug addicts could do anything. Give me back my blood. I won't do it. You're going against the patient's will and forcibly drawing blood. I'm going to sue your hospital. Meng Jiru roared in agitation. The nurse had already disappeared. He immediately turned around to get his phone and called the company's legal counsel. However, no one picked up after a long time. Clang, the phone was destroyed. Meng Jiru sat on the hospital bed, gasping for breath. His chest rose and fell violently. However, when the anger burned out, all that was left was emptiness and confusion. The police had arranged for a blood test right after they left. This meant that they did not believe what he said. Why did this happen? The wound was obviously real. His kidnapping was also real. Why did they suspect him? On the other side, after Lu Mingxin and the young man spent the night together, they ate breakfast in a good mood and then left the hotel. As soon as she got into the car, her phone rang. It was an unfamiliar landline number. She was shocked. She thought that it was the kidnapper calling to inform her of the transaction location. She immediately got ready. Hello. President Liu, I'm Xiaochen. I'm still with the lawyer at the Industry and Commerce Bureau. I've already transferred all of President Meng's assets to your name according to your instructions. The procedure is legal and effective immediately. Lu Mingxin's eyes lit up. Then the overseas part, it's also under your name. Well done. Very efficient. When will CEO Meng be back? The company still needs him to oversee it personally, or else it won't be able to operate. The woman's eyes flickered. There was not a single wrinkle at the corners of her eyes that had just been done. I have my own arrangements for the rest. You just have to wait patiently. Yes. After the call ended, Lu Mingxin called her private lawyer and asked him to check her personal assets immediately. It was finally confirmed that just half an hour ago, 3 overseas companies and a large amount of real estate suddenly appeared under her name. Looks like it's really done. She was completely relieved. In her mind, she was already planning how to split up Meng Jiru's 3 companies. It would be best if she could crush them into pieces, mix them up, and use them as fertilizer for Reno's overseas businesses. This way, the board of directors would be able to answer to them. At that time, who would dare to say that she was inferior to Lu Mingyue? As for the large amount of movable property, immovable property, and cash, of course, it was hers. Back then, Meng Jiru was poor and married into her family. If it weren't for her, would he be where he was today? At the end of the day, wasn't she the one who gave him those things? It didn't seem wrong to take them back now. Lu Mingxin smiled happily. Now, she just had to wait for the kidnappers to call. If she refused to pay the ransom, Meng Jiru would be killed. However, outside the window, the sun was gradually rising. It was already noon, but there was no sound from her phone. Did the kidnappers notice something? No. Impossible. Every step was carried out silently in her heart. She had never said it out loud. No one could know. Lu Mingxin forced herself to calm down. It was still early. There was no hurry. Let's wait a little longer. At the same time, in the VIP ward of the hospital, Xiaochen pushed the door open and entered. When he saw Meng Jiru, he almost cried tears of joy. Mr. Meng. You're fine. That's great. Meng Jiru's face was dark and his tone was cold. She believed it? Yes. Mr. Liu has already asked the lawyer to check the assets under her name. Now, the overseas companies that have been losing money for years are under her name. There are also dozens of bad debts and hollow assets that are not worth their actual value. Very good. The man smiled coldly. Go and help me with the discharge procedures. I haven't been home for 2 days. It's time to go back and accompany my wife. Xiaochen suddenly shivered. Lu Mingxin waited until the sun went down and twilight came, but the kidnappers still didn't call her. What happened? She had been very patient at the beginning, but now her eyes were full of anxiety and her emotions were tense to the extreme. She was just one step away from breaking the string. During this period, she tried to call back the number from yesterday, but the cold mechanical voice told her that the number was not in service. A bad premonition fermented in her heart, until a familiar voice appeared on the other end of the phone. Honey, it's getting dark. Why aren't you home yet? Lu Mingxin's eyelids trembled. You. Do you want me to pick you up? Then send me the address. It'll be quick. Digression, yesterday's third watch was 2,000 words. Today's first watch was at 12:30 a.m. In the end, Meng Jiru did not pick it up. Lu Mingxin went home by herself. In the spacious living room, the servants were sent away. The man sat on the sofa as if he had been waiting for a long time. The sound of high heels on the floor was getting closer and clearer. With a gust of fragrant wind, Lu Mingxin's dignified and graceful figure appeared in front of him. Meng Jiru slowly raised his head, trying to find the slightest guilty or evasive expression on the woman's face. Unfortunately, there was none. She was condescending and taking it for granted. She even took the initiative to strike first. What happened to your face? Who did you fight with? As she spoke, her snow-white fingers lifted his chin with a hint of indifference. That action and that tone were no different from teasing a pet. Meng Jiru sneered and shook off her hand. He stood up and faced Lu Mingxin face to face. Look, how simple. As long as he stood up, the woman would no longer be condescending. On the contrary, she needed to look up at him. Don't you know what happened to my face? My dear wife. Lu Mingxin took half a step back and stood still. She was slightly surprised. How would I know? It wasn't easy to escape from the kidnappers. Meng Jiru sighed softly, as if he was reciting a graceful aria. The physical pain was secondary. The despair of being betrayed by your loved ones was the most terrible. It was a mental torture. You wouldn't die, but it was heart-wrenching. Kidnappers? The woman pretended to be surprised. How can there be kidnappers? How are you now? Are you okay? Meng Jiru stared at her and then nodded with a smile. I'm fine, and I have to be fine. Otherwise, how can I question you face to face? Honey, what are you talking about? She smiled. Lu Mingxin, don't pretend. The kidnappers asked you to prepare the ransom. What are you doing? You're having fun with a wild man outside. Not only that, you also coaxed Xiaochen to take away my official seal and stock certificate. You want to transfer the property before I'm killed. You're so cruel. After the initial panic when she received the phone call, Lu Mingxin was not ashamed at all. Yes, I did it. But so what? You're just a dog raised by our Lu family. If the Lu family wants you dead, you can't live. Meng Jiru sneered, but don't forget, dogs bite too. Really? Then let's pull out its fangs one by one. Without a weapon, no matter how fierce it barks, it's just an act. What do you think? The corners of the woman's mouth curled up. Besides, what's the use of a dog that barks at its owner? I might as well make use of the last bit of value I have and die a worthy death. Lu Mingxin. Do you even treat me as your husband? The man's eyes were filled with anger. Heh, husband? Are you worthy? Even though Meng Jiru had been prepared for this, he was still hurt by this woman's ruthlessness. Since the day they got married, since the day they started dating, she had been acting all high and mighty, and he was just a dog that she could order to come and go as she pleased. After they got married, she became even worse. Meng Jiru's original idea of living a good life was crushed to pieces by reality. Anyway, everyone said that he did it for money. Fine, then he really did it for money. He opened a company and went in and out of celebrities' social circles, so that the outside world's ridicule and contempt for him would not be in vain. I'm not worthy? Ha ha ha. The man stepped closer, his eyes fierce. Do you think you're a good thing? A lowly person like me is just right for your insidiousness. It's a match made in heaven. Slap, Lu Mingxin directly raised her hand and slapped him in the face. It's important to know one's own limits. How can a rural man like you be compared to me? Meng Jiru wiped the corner of his mouth with his fingertips, his smile unchanged. Yes, I'm a man like you, but I'm still a legitimate child of marriage. What about you? You look noble, but to put it bluntly, you're just the child of a mistress. In terms of legitimacy, you're not even worthy to carry the shoes of the dead Lu Mingyue. The last sentence, as expected, poked the biggest sore spot in the woman's heart. Lu Mingxin's eyes reddened. Shut up, am I not telling the truth? Although you've been trying your best to imitate that person all these years, mud is still something on the ground. No matter how well you pretend, you can't become the clouds in the sky. So, Lu Mingxin, what do you have to be proud of? If I'm a rat in the gutter, then you're a maggot in rotten meat. Neither of us is better than the other. Shut up, the woman raised her hand again, ready to slap his face. However, the man caught her hand and slapped her with the back of his hand. Slap, Lu Mingxin was stunned. You dare to hit me? Is there a problem? He laughed. Not only did I hit you, but I also want to tell you a very interesting secret. The assets you transferred, oh no, it should be called debts, will soon suck your blood dry like leeches. The woman's pupils shrank. Debts? Yeah, about 18 billion. Speaking of which, I still have to thank you for taking all the thunder for me. The man smiled and stretched his arms. It feels good to be debt-free. What's the big deal about getting beaten up? It's worth it. Lu Mingxin was stunned. You and Xiaochen worked together to scheme against me? Isn't it obvious? Meng Jiru smiled calmly and appropriately. Who told you to be greedy? Sure, I really underestimated you. However, are you sure that the debt transfer under deception is effective? Do you think the law is just for show? Meng Jiru froze. Lu Mingxin regained her sense of superiority and raised her chin slightly. Look at you, you don't even know how to complete the act. You transferred all the debts to me without any assets. Isn't this just showing that you're hiding 300 taels of silver? What do you think the judge will do in court? This is obviously not a normal transfer of assets. It's very likely that the judgment will be revoked. At that time, not only will all the debts be returned to you, I can also use this as evidence to prove that the relationship between husband and wife is broken and directly file for divorce. At that time, you, Meng Jiru, won't get a single cent. The man's veins bulged and he looked at her as if he wanted to eat her. Lu Mingxin said calmly, I have the Lu Corporation behind me and the entire Lu family as my backing. But what about you? Meng Jiru was expressionless. You have nothing. You have no family or background, which means that you have no confidence. Although you've worked hard to accumulate capital over the years, a congenital deficiency can't be made up for with hard work. You were destined to be inferior from the moment you were born. Meng Jiru's eyes were scarlet. Lu Mingxin smiled slightly. I know you can't listen to these words. After all, it hurts your self-esteem. However, this is the truth. It's important to know one's own limits. Without the Lu family and without me, would you, Meng Jiru, be where you are today? Humiliating words flowed out of her delicate red lips, and every word was like a blade, stabbing straight into the man's heart. Meng Jiru went from anger to numbness and finally indifference. Suddenly, he reached out and grabbed the woman's neck. Lu Mingxin, you forced me to do this. Do you think the Lu Corporation will support you? Once a scandal occurs and the company's stock price is affected, the first person to be kicked out will be you. Don't you have any F***king idea how those old guys treat Lu Mingyue and you? Lu Mingxin didn't expect him to dare to hit her directly. Women were naturally at a disadvantage in this aspect. For example, at this moment, she could only struggle painfully in front of him with her face flushed red and her eyes rolled back. Ho ho, you, let go, let go. When Meng Jiru heard this, he did not loosen his grip. Instead, he tightened his grip. As for the Lu clan, how many people are left now? His mother took the money and lived freely all over the world. His brother avoided you like you were a snake or a scorpion. He couldn't wait to stay as far away from you as possible. As for your so-called Lu family, it completely lost its soul after that person passed away 20 years ago. Now, it's just an empty shell with a shiny surface. Lu Mingxin used all her strength to pry his hand away, her nails digging into her flesh. With great difficulty, she finally got a chance to breathe. She shouted with all her might, "Bodyguard!" Soon, 5 men in black rushed in and subdued Meng Jiru in the blink of an eye. Lu Mingxin clutched his neck, his eyes fierce. Beat him. Beat them to death. The bodyguards looked at each other. What's wrong? Can't I order you around anymore? In this way, Meng Jiru, who had just been discharged from the hospital, was beaten again. 2 of his ribs were broken, which was more serious than when he was admitted to the hospital. If the police hadn't suddenly come to the door and the bodyguards hadn't stopped in time, he would have been dead by now. Why did the police come to our house? Lu Mingxin frowned and looked coldly at Meng Jiru, who was lying on the floor like a dead dog. Did you call the police? Wait a minute, you can't go in. This is trespassing, the servants couldn't stop them at all. They could only watch as the 2 police strode into the living room. At that time, Meng Jiru had been thrown on the sofa and was in a semi-conscious state. The bodyguards who had beaten him had already left through the back door. The scene was clean. Comrades, what do you mean by this? Do you think the Lu family is easy to bully? Lu Mingxin said in an unfriendly tone. The 2 police officers didn't say a word and directly showed the arrest warrant. It's our duty. Please cooperate. Lu Mingxin stared at it and was shocked. On that piece of paper, it clearly stated that the arrest target was Meng Jiru. She hadn't called the police yet, so why was the arrest warrant issued? If it was because of Meng Jiru's kidnapping, then it was even more impossible. As the victim, why would the police issue an arrest warrant for him? Lu Mingxin was a little confused. However, law enforcement didn't wait for anyone. The 2 police officers walked up to Meng Jiru. Mr. Meng, we've received a report that you're suspected of several crimes. Please come with us. The man didn't move. Lu Mingxin's eyes flashed a little, and a trace of guilt flashed past her eyes. The 2 police officers looked at each other. A. Meng Jiru? B. Oh no. He's in a coma. A. Send him to the hospital immediately. When Meng Jiru woke up again, there was a sharp pain in his fractured bones. He gritted his teeth and hated Lu Mingxin. When he recovered, he would definitely, unfortunately, he couldn't wait for that. When the police dug up those old incidents and interrogated them one by one, Meng Jiru knew that he was done for. Smuggling, rape, murder, human trafficking, any one of those incidents was enough to sentence him to death. When Lu Mingxin was told everything by the police, besides panic, there was only lingering fear. She knew that Meng Jiru's overseas business wasn't clean, but she never thought that he would dare to smuggle and kidnap women. She also knew that Meng Jiru loved to play, but she never thought that he would kill more than 1 or 2 people. When she thought about how such a venomous snake had been lurking around her for 20 years, she couldn't help but shudder. During this period, if he had wanted to do anything to her, the consequences, Ms. Liu? Ms. Liu? What? The policewoman pushed a disposable cup in front of her. Are you okay? I'm fine. Although she said that, her pale face couldn't be faked. The policewoman said, due to the serious circumstances, Meng Jiru is now in custody and is receiving medical treatment after prison. I've called you here today to ask you a few questions. I hope you can cooperate. When Lu Mingxin left the police station, it was getting late. Only half of the setting sun was left, hanging in the sky. After she got into the car, she immediately took out her phone and dialed a number. Old Sue, this news must not be leaked. Otherwise, the company's stock price will be greatly affected. Lu Corporation has just shifted its strategy to the technology industry and has yet to recover a large amount of funds. We must not have any scandals at this time. I understand, but the board of directors. It wouldn't be easy to hide this from them. I don't care. Lu Mingxin's tone was fierce. The old guys are already very dissatisfied with me. If there's any more trouble, I'm afraid I won't be able to keep my position as CEO. The person on the other end sighed deeply. I'll try my best. Of course. Hilton Hotel. Lu Cixi stood behind Lu Jinzhong and quietly listened to the latest update on Meng Jiru's situation. Our people found out that he was transferred to Yangshan Detention Center yesterday. Is that so? Lu Jinzhong raised his eyebrows. That was a place where felons were detained. The prison guards were not to be trifled with. They were all ruthless characters. If Meng Jiru was transferred, even if he didn't die, he would be severely injured. Lu Mingxin didn't hire a team of lawyers for him. Instead, an assistant surnamed Chen has been running around trying to smooth things over for him. Lu Jinzhong nodded. Continue to keep an eye on him. Report to me as soon as there's any movement. Yes. The man turned and left, not forgetting to close the door behind him. As a result, only Lu Jinzhong and Lu Cixi were left in the room. The latter moved her lips, wanting to say something but hesitated. She was frowning and thinking hard but couldn't think of anything. The more Lu Jinzhong looked at her, the more he sighed. Lu Jinzhong shook his head helplessly. What do you want to ask? Go ahead. Lu Cixi's eyes lit up. Uncle Lu, you said that we can arrest Meng Jiru again after he's released, but we won't do it ourselves. Instead, we'll let the police do it, right? Yes, that's what I meant. Then, he won't mention the kidnapping anymore? It's useless to mention it. First of all, we've wiped everything clean. He has no evidence. Second, he's now a felon. He can't even protect himself. How can he care about the kidnapping? Besides, didn't we let him go in the end? First, we didn't blackmail him. Second, we didn't blackmail him. Third, we didn't kill him. What kind of kidnapping is this? At most, it's restricting his personal freedom. Lu Cixi suddenly understood and said, I've learned it. Lu Jinzhong smiled happily. Speaking of which, Meng Jiru chose this path himself. Huh? Think about it. Didn't he use all kinds of methods to get us to let him go? Yes. Once he was released, the evidence of the kidnapping was gone. He was free for less than 2 days before he was sent to prison. In the process, he even asked for trouble and was beaten up by Lu Mingxin's bodyguards. Don't you think that's called reaping what he sowed? Digression, yesterday's 2 or 3 chapters were 3,000 words. Today's 1 chapter was at 12:30 p.m. Lu Cixi, he deserves it. Lu Jinzhong suddenly sighed. If it weren't for Mrs. Plan, I don't know how long this cunning man would have been able to run rampant. At the mention of Jiang Fuyue, Lu Cici's eyes lit up. It was as if there were 2 small light bulbs in her eyes and Jiang Fuyue was the switch. Yes, yes. Sister Yu is smart and righteous. She's the best person in the world. No one can compare to her. Lu Jinzhong nodded his head in agreement. Regardless of whether it was the Lu Sheng of the past or the young mistress of today, her blazing heart had never changed. Lu Cece, now that everything is settled, can we go back to Linhui? No hurry. Why? Meng Jiru was obviously finished. No matter how they interrogated him, he couldn't escape the death penalty. It was only a matter of time. Was there anything else to do? Listen carefully, Uncle Lu will teach you another trick. It's called pursue the enemy and catch the enemy. Huh? Catch who? Lu Mingxin wanted to hide Meng Jiru's matter to the end, so she specially applied to the court for a closed trial. While they were waiting for the court's reply, an explosive post quietly attracted the attention of the public. This post was first posted on the Elite Forum. This forum was relatively niche. 90% of the users were white-collar workers, and it specialized in sharing information about major listed companies. From industry information to gossip, as long as there was any movement in the white-collar circle, this forum would be the first to update. For example, the CEO of a certain investment company slept with a married woman. Another example was the unspoken rules of a certain group's department manager. Another example was the salesperson of a certain company who slept with other people to get a big order. It was a mess, but it was brilliant. Some of the gossip could even be said to be shocking. For example, the 1,000-word explosive post last night, the husband of the CEO of a well-known real estate company in the capital was called Xiao Meng. Not only did he smuggle, rape, and murder, but he also abducted and sold women and children. His actions were hated by both men and gods. Just this introduction alone was already very exciting. The original poster continued to write, "This Xiao Meng is a man who pretends to be a dog. He is a gentleman." However, in reality, he was a man who relied on his looks to climb up the social ladder. After he hooked up with the female tyrant, he willingly became her son-in-law. Phoenix man, live-in son-in-law, domineering CEO, famous real estate company, it was already very obvious. Second comment, needless to say, everyone who understands understands. Third comment, is it MZR? Fourth comment, who are you talking about? I'm a little confused. Don't use abbreviations if you dare. Fifth comment, Xiao Meng and Xiao Meng have already hinted very clearly. Sixth comment, I've worked with him once. This person was polite when I first met him, but he wasn't easy to get along with. Fortunately, we didn't reach an agreement at that time. Otherwise, I would have brushed shoulders with the god of death. 12th comment, worked with someone before. His private life is very unrestrained. 13th comment, in this day and age, a live-in son-in-law still dares to play with women outside? The world owes him a mother-in-law in the novel. 114th comment, what do you think he's after? Isn't it good to be the mistress of a rich woman? 115th comment, looking for excitement. 189th comment, really? Why do I feel that it's so unreliable? Could it be a rumor? 190th comment, I don't think so. This PO owner is very famous. 9 out of 10 are true. 999th comment, hot search warning. One post set off 1,000 waves. In just 2 hours, it attracted 80% of the registered users on the forum to watch and leave comments. Some people who didn't mind watching the show began to insinuate in their circle of friends. Because the people involved were so famous, the entire white-collar circle set off a frenzy of gossip. 1 spread to 10, 10 spread to 100, and it became a hot search that night. It was completely out of the circle. In just 1 hour, the term #well-known real estate company's CEO's husband's crimes # squeezed from the bottom of the hot search to the middle. Then, it became more and more popular and finally reached the top. It even maintained the hot tag for nearly 15 minutes. Familiar netizens knew that Weibo had the most celebrity gossip all year round, and it was also the easiest to explode. It was rare for business matters to reach such an extent. As more and more revelations were revealed, the situation gradually became clear. The crimes committed by Xiao Meng gradually appeared in front of the public. A real-life version of a man who committed half of the criminal law? This is no longer half of the criminal law, okay? He's almost done the whole thing. I agree with the person above. If you don't believe me, wait and see. There will definitely be more shocking news later. Rape and murder. He's so cruel that he doesn't even leave a way out. It's too scary. There are many filthy things done by rich people, but this is the first time I've seen such a filthy person in my life. Highlight: he specializes in abducting and selling women and children. How black-hearted and rotten is he to not even let women and children go? I'm asking for the death penalty. It must be the death penalty. Money isn't everything. Rich people can't do whatever they want. I suddenly feel a little sorry for his wife. Her husband is actually a devil. Won't she be scared to death sleeping next to him? Who knows what role his wife plays in this? A female boss isn't that simple. She doesn't need your sympathy. Maybe it's a drama where the son-in-law takes the blame for the rich wife. Digression, 1 update, 2,000 words. After dealing with Meng Jiru, everyone should have guessed who was next, right? Tomorrow, 2 or 3 updates. A live-in son-in-law taking the blame for his wife. This comment successfully attracted the attention of netizens. Who's his wife? Let's wait for her explanation. Famous real estate company, highlight, famous. LMX can only help you this much. Why did she use an abbreviation? Can't she use her name? Capitalists and real estate tycoons can crush you and me with a flick of her finger. She used an abbreviation to save her life. Then she's even more suspicious. Think about it, how could a live-in son-in-law have the guts to commit crimes? If he didn't have someone backing him up, or if he was just a tool and had no choice, would he need to take this risk? Isn't it common for capitalists to find scapegoats these days? What a fuss. What's there to be afraid of? LMX is looming Sheen. I told you, if she has the ability, she can come along the internet and crush me. Tisk, Meng Jiru's incident first spread from a niche forum to WeChat moments. It was only watched by white-collar workers in the city. Later, busybodies posted it on Weibo. By then, it was already late at night. After a few hours of brewing and fermenting, it exploded in the wee hours of the morning. After that, the 3 words #LoomingSheen hashtag quietly climbed up the list. At that time, most office workers were already asleep. The rich elites were either in health mode or having fun. In short, they knew nothing about what was happening online. Therefore, the board of directors was silent. Lu Corporation's public relations department didn't respond. As a result, no one suppressed the trending topic. The name Looming Sheen was all over the internet. At that time, the person in question was lying in a jacuzzi tub in a hotel, soaking and tasting wine. After leaving the police station, Looming Sheen quickly calmed down. Now, Meng Jiru was a useless pawn and had no value. His overseas assets had also been frozen by the police. All that was left was an empty shell company. As for the upcoming trial, Looming Sheen wasn't going to help. Meng Jiru was going to die anyway, so she didn't have to worry about revenge. Since they had already fallen out, she might as well be more heartless. As long as the news didn't leak and the majority of shareholders and the board of directors didn't know about Meng Jiru's incident, she wouldn't lose anything. President Liu, are you done showering? The man's low and gentle voice came from outside the bathroom. Looming Sheen took a sip of red wine and said lazily, "Come in." The next day, Looming Sheen woke up naturally. The thin silk quilt slid down to his chest, revealing his sexy shoulders. "Boss Liu, you're awake?" The man propped his head up and looked at her affectionately. Just as the atmosphere was getting heated up and the temperature of their bodies was getting higher and higher, an untimely ringtone disrupted the romance. It was the secretary. "Hello?" Looming Sheen's tone was unpleasant. "Boss Liu, something happened." A quarter of an hour later, Looming Sheen hurried out of the hotel. She was wearing sunglasses and a headscarf. Her hair was disheveled and her collar was wrinkled. The driver had been waiting by the roadside for a long time. "Go to the company." "Hurry up." "Yes." On the way, Looming Sheen took out her phone and opened Weibo. She entered the trending list and the first post was her name. Following that, #Lu Corporation hashtag was also trending. The driver saw that not only was her hand trembling, but her entire body was trembling. He asked worriedly, "Miss, are you okay?" After some time, the woman in the back seat replied calmly, "I'm fine." However, she saw all the abuse, slander, humiliation and ridicule. How could there be people who suspected that Meng Jiru was taking the blame for her? Ridiculous. However, it wasn't just one or two people who said this. As the voices became louder, it would become a wind that would drag more people into it. By then, the fake would become the real thing. No, she couldn't let it go on like this. She had to do something. After the call ended, Lu Mingxin immediately called the public relations department. What are you doing? This matter has been going on for an entire night. What's the point of the company keeping you? She scolded them first. Then, she said, listen up, I'm only going to say this once. Remove the hot search immediately. No matter how much it costs, suppress the nonsense on the internet first. Then, you guys start drafting a clarification statement and post it on the official website at the appropriate time. If necessary, you can also get the legal department to issue a lawyer's letter. Finally, tell the risk control department to keep a close eye on the company's stock price. But, no buts. Do as I say. The public relations manager could only grit his teeth and agree. What he wanted to say was that the public opinion had already taken shape. If they tried to suppress it, it would be counterproductive. However, Lu Mingxin didn't give him a chance to speak. The manager could only grit his teeth and do as she said. Hopefully, it would be effective. At 10 o'clock in the morning, the car stopped at the entrance of Lu Corporation. At that moment, Lu Mingxin had already tidied herself up and returned to her former glamorous and powerful self. However, this only lasted for 10 minutes. When she stepped into the conference room and faced the group of directors who were waiting for her, her fake calmness completely disappeared. Uncles, she could explain. Clang, before she could finish speaking, a teacup flew at her. If Lu Mingxin hadn't dodged it quickly, she would have seen blood. However, the flying glass shard still landed on the backs of her feet, leaving 2 bloody marks. You still have the nerve to speak? The old director who threw the teacup stood up. His expression was cold and his eyes were fierce. When the stock market opened today, the company's stock price fell. Look at what you've done. Director Wang. Meng Jiru broke the law. It's not my fault. You shouldn't take your anger out on me. Lu Mingxin enunciated each word clearly. It's not your fault? Fine. I'd like to ask, is Meng Jiru your husband? Is he the son-in-law of the Lu family? Yes. Since he has this identity, as the president of Lu Corporation, you have an obligation to restrain his every word and action and not affect the company. Yes, he committed a crime, but you didn't. However, to the outside world, the two of you are husband and wife. Do you think you can get away with it? Lu Mingxin was at a loss for words. 2 months ago, you made a mistake in the negotiation in City A and Jufeng Corporation refused to cooperate with you. That already caused the company to suffer losses. How long has it been since then? Do you think Lu Corporation's situation isn't bad enough? Director Wang, you can't say that. I've already warned everyone about the cooperation with Jufeng before I left. We can only try, there's no guarantee that we'll succeed. In the end, we didn't reach an agreement. How is this my fault? Director Wang shook his head. Disappointment flashed across his eyes. You're still trying to shirk responsibility at this time. You usually mind when people mention the former President Lu, but today, Wang Qi, am here to tell you clearly, you're not just incomparable. In terms of responsibility, you're miles behind Lu Mingyue. Director Wang. She suddenly raised her voice. Let me remind you, think before you speak. Lu Mingyue died 20 years ago. No matter how much you reminisce and praise her, she can't possibly jump out to help the company solve its problems at this time. Wasn't I the one who dealt with this mess in the end? All these years, I've been cautious and conscientious. Even if I didn't make any contributions, I still worked hard. You're being ungrateful by saying these things. Another director slammed the table angrily. Shouldn't you clean up the mess you created? Do you think we should be thanking you profusely? Lu Mingxin couldn't believe it. Do you think I'm the only one at fault? You didn't restrain your husband and protect the company's interests. That's your first fault. You didn't discover and deal with the brewing public opinion immediately. That's your second fault. You didn't reflect on your mistakes and tried to save yourself. You even twisted logic in front of us and tried to shirk responsibility. You had a bad attitude. That's your third fault. Lu Mingxin, what else do you have to say? Director Wang said, I suggest that you dismiss the president. Lu Mingxin felt as if she had been struck by lightning. No. What right do you have to dismiss me? What right do you have? Based on your repeated failures and the company's situation being precarious. Now that you're deeply involved in public opinion and surrounded by scandals, you're no longer suitable to be the president of Lu Corporation. Now, the board of directors will exercise the power in their hands and propose to dismiss you. We'll start voting now. Wait. Lu Mingxin forced herself to remain calm. However, if one looked closely, they would notice that her entire body was trembling uncontrollably. I'm also a shareholder of Lu Corporation. I don't agree with the dismissal. Director Wang sneered. The shares in your hands aren't as much as all of ours combined. According to the principle of majority rule. Your objection is invalid. I still have Lu Mingyue's shares. She's a member of the Lu family. She definitely won't agree to someone else taking the president's position. Digression, yesterday's second and third watch was 3,000 words long. The plot was a bit stuck, so it took a long time to write. Today's first watch was at 12:40 a.m. At this time, she took the initiative to mention Lu Mingyue. As the legitimate child of the Lu family, Lu Mingyue was also the rightful heir of Lu Corporation. She held 43% of Lu Corporation's shares and managed the company swiftly and decisively. Her position among the board of directors was respected not only because of her family background, but also because of her strong workability and personal charm. Back in the day, the old people present today could be considered Lu Mingyue's elders. However, none of them dared to take advantage of their seniority and say no in front of her. Perhaps it sounded exaggerated, but it was the truth. Back in the day, Lu Mingyue had the final say on the board of directors. Later, Lu Mingxin took over. Although they had the same father, she was far less powerful than the former. That gave the board of directors the opportunity to gradually become more powerful. It was common for a dignified president to be questioned by a few old people. It was not the first time they had slammed their glasses on the table like just now. If it had been the Lu Mingyue of the past, sorry, but everyone present would have been trash. After Lu Mingxin finished speaking, she seemed to have found someone to rely on. She smirked and said, that's right. My shares can't be compared to yours, but all of your shares added together can't be compared to Lu Mingyue. According to the principle of the minority obeying the majority, you are the ones who should obey. Chairman Wang shook his head. Lu Mingyue's shares are not in your hands. You have no right to represent her. 20 years ago, Lu Mingyue died in an accident and did not leave behind a will. According to China's inheritance laws, Lu Mingyue was unmarried and had no children. Her biological parents had also passed away. Lu Mingxin and Lu Mingxin were the first in line to inherit the company. They would divide the assets she left behind equally. Among them, the most valuable was Lu Corporation's shares. However, no one knew what agreement the siblings had reached. Lu Mingxin actually gave up the right to inherit the company and let Lu Mingxin inherit it alone. At the time, everyone thought that Lu Mingxin would take over Lu Mingyue's position and take over Lu Corporation. However, the result was shocking. Lu Mingxin, who did not inherit the company's shares, actually took over and became the president of Lu Corporation. It was also because she had a title but no shares in her hands that the board of directors dared to pick on her and order her around. At first, the old men were only testing the waters. If Lu Mingxin came out to support Lu Mingxin, they would know to restrain themselves. But once or twice, Lu Mingxin remained indifferent. The third and fourth time, he still looked on coldly. Over the past 20 years, he had never spoken a single word of support for Lu Mingxin, his own sister. These old fogies were all shrewd people. What else did they not understand? Since Lu Mingxin didn't care, they wouldn't hold back. Right now, Lu Mingxin was using Lu Mingyue's former shares to talk about this, but it was up to Lu Mingxin whether he was willing to do so. He's my younger brother. Although he doesn't usually show up, it doesn't mean that our relationship is bad. Do you think he won't help his own people at such a critical juncture? Lu Mingxin finished his words with a confident look on his face. But only she knew how guilty her heart was, and how much cold sweat had broken out in her clenched fists. Lu Mingxin, she couldn't help but grit her teeth at the mention of this name. He was clearly her biological brother. The blood of the same parents flowed through their veins, but his heart was so crooked. Not only did he take away all the shares, but he also didn't care about this family. It had been 20 years, Lu Mingxin thought that he was just acting in a fit of pique. She didn't expect that when he said that he wouldn't take half a step into the Lu family, he really didn't come back. The relationship between the siblings was freezing. She had tried to repair it, but all she got was a cold shoulder. So be it. After a few times, Lu Mingxin didn't insist anymore and let him do as he pleased. Chairman Wang said, Lu Mingxin is now the biggest shareholder of Lu Corporation. Whether he supports the recall or abstains from the election, it's not up to us or you to decide. It's only effective if he says so himself. Chairman Su, I'm here. Please contact Chairman Lu and ask for his opinion. Don't forget to record it. It will be kept as an important document for this meeting. Don't worry, I know the process. There's no need for that, right? Lu Mingxin forced a smile. I'm his biological sister. I can exercise the shareholders' rights on his behalf. Sure, but please take out the authorization letter. Lu Mingxin froze. The call was connected. After the beep, a deep voice came from the other end. Hello? Chairman Wang explained the situation on the spot. His tone was neutral and his words were precise without any bias. Even Lu Mingxin couldn't find any fault with his explanation. In view of the above, more than half of the board of directors have proposed the recall of the CEO. As the biggest shareholder of Lu Corporation, you have a veto on this matter. The main purpose of this call is to ask for your opinion. Recall the CEO? Chairman Wang said, yes. You want to recall Lu Mingxin? That tone. How should she put it, was she angry? Not really. She even felt a little strange. But was she happy? That didn't seem obvious. In short, the meaning was unclear and hard to grasp. Chairman Wang braced himself and answered, yes, then what's your choice? At that moment, everyone in the conference room subconsciously held their breaths, including Lu Mingxin. Would he help her? He probably would. After all, the CEO position used to belong to Lu Mingyue. He had missed that person for half his life. He would protect her position, right? He definitely would, but in reality, digression, 2,000 words per chapter. Tomorrow night. Lu Mingxin said, I forfeit. Everyone was shocked. Lu Mingxin froze on the spot. Her hands and feet were cold. The person on the other end had no idea what kind of bomb he had dropped or what kind of storm it would cause. He hung up immediately after he finished speaking. Chairman Wang said, did everyone hear that? Everyone nodded. Chairman Lu has made his intentions clear. Of course, we respect his decision. Chairman Wang looked at Lu Mingxin with a smile. Do you have any other questions? The woman staggered and fell into her chair. It was over. Get out of the way. I have something very important to report. It's extremely urgent. No, the board of directors are in a meeting. Unauthorized personnel are not allowed in. This matter is too big. I can't handle it alone. I have to see Chairman Lu immediately. A commotion came from outside. Chairman Wang frowned. Who's making a ruckus? As soon as he finished speaking, the door to the meeting room opened. A figure rushed in and apologized while running towards Lu Mingxin. Eh? Isn't that the manager of the public relations department? Why is he here? A board member with sharp eyes immediately recognized who it was. Chairman Lu, the manager, finally stopped in front of Lu Mingxin. He was sweating profusely and looked panicked. The woman's heart skipped a beat. She suddenly had a bad premonition. As expected, the manager said, not only did the public opinion fail to suppress it, but it also caused the netizens to retaliate. Now, the internet is filled with speculations and all sorts of things are being said. What did it mean to outsmart oneself? This was it, originally, because Meng Jiru had implicated Lu Mingxin and Lu Mingxin, there were already many opinions on the internet. Those secretive matters that involved power and money and could not be announced instantly aroused the curiosity of the netizens. They guessed that Meng Jiru was taking the blame for Lu Mingxin, or that Lu Mingxin, as the mastermind behind the scenes, should be held accountable by the law. As long as the mastermind did not respond, guesses could only remain guesses. But Lu Corporation's public relations department suddenly appeared at this time. First, they used Lu Corporation's official account to reply to a few negative comments. Circle circle circle, your CEO and her husband are murderers. Lu Corporation V replied, malicious slander. Just wait for the lawyer's letter. Don't sing single love songs, there's something wrong with Lu Mingxin. How clean can the company she manages be? Investigate. It must be investigated. Investigate thoroughly. Lu Corporation V replied, Lu Corporation isn't afraid of investigations. As for you, wait until you become a civil servant first. Failed hero, so what if you're rich? Of course not. You can do whatever you want with money. Lu Corporation's V replied, whether or not Lu Corporation did what they wanted, it's not up to you or me to say it. Only evidence matters. But you're really jealous. These few replies were like poking a hornet's nest. The entire internet exploded. IO, not playing dead anymore? An official Weibo account is speaking in a strange tone. I'm afraid they're all maggots in the gutter. Please, can you get something from the mortal realm? Haha, it panicked. It is panicking. Not only is it panicking, it's also jumping up and down. I've never seen such a stupid crisis PR before. Pouring a basin of oil on the fire when you're angry. What a lousy teammate. Lu Mingxin's gaze shifted away from the phone. With a clang, he slammed the screen on the table. After the other directors saw this, their faces turned ashen. Chairman Wang was the first to speak. Who told your public relations department to speak up? Huh? Do you think the situation isn't chaotic enough? The manager pursed his lips and carefully peeked at Lu Mingxin. He had done as he was told, word for word. Now that there was a problem, he couldn't be blamed for it, right? Everyone present was a sly old fox. That idiot from the public relations department was silent and peeking. What else did he not understand? Lu Mingxin, did you tell him to do this? Idiot. You've been the president for 20 years. Don't you have any sense of the big picture? Lu Mingxin opened his mouth, but he couldn't say a word. Alright, let's continue with the process. Let's settle the dismissal first. Everyone found their backbone and began to act in an orderly manner. The manager of the public relations department was a little confused. What dismissal? Who was dismissed? 15 minutes later, when he left the meeting room, he was so shocked that his soul almost flew out of his body. The board of directors actually wanted to dismiss President Lu. In the end, it was approved. In just half a day, the news spread throughout Lu Corporation. Oh my God! Is this real? Although President Lu's relationship with the board of directors has always been strained, it shouldn't have reached the point of being dismissed, right? Could it be, the rumors on the internet are true? Is President Lu really related to President Meng's crimes? It's hard to say. If he wasn't related, why would the board of directors be in such a hurry to disassociate themselves and dismiss the president? Isn't it just a matter of time before President Lu is dismissed? Why do you say that? Lu Corporation is deteriorating year by year. The other departments might not be able to feel it, but our finance department sees the numbers clearly. You can't imagine how glorious our company was 20 years ago. Now, we're just living off our past. But there will be a day when we run out of money. Since President Lu can't bring new vitality to the company, then he should vacate his position and let someone more capable take it. Yeah, our department hasn't had a raise in 3 years. I really can't imagine President Meng doing such despicable things. He looks so refined and gentle. Usually, when he fetches President Lu to and from work, he looks so gentle and considerate. I didn't expect him to commit so many evil deeds. I even talked to him before. Now that I think about it, I'm scared. In the study room of the hotel, Lu Jinzhong was sitting in front of the computer, reporting on the internet. Jiang Fuyue was lying on the old-fashioned wooden armchair by the window, swaying back and forth. The sun shone down and covered her in a golden hue. Lu Cixi stood behind Lu Jinzhong, asking him questions from time to time. Occasionally, she would sneak a glance at the lazy figure by the window. There was a storm of blood on the internet, but here, it was peaceful. Lu Jinzhong picked up a phone call, grunted a few times, said okay, and hung up. Miss, the latest news is that Lu Corporation has proposed to dismiss the president and it was approved. Huh? Jiang Fuyue raised her eyebrows. It was approved? It said that Lu Mingxian abstained from voting. He holds 43% of Lu Corporation's shares. Once he abstained, the remaining directors will have the final say. They have been dissatisfied with Lu Mingxian for a long time, so how could they give in so easily? They might as well go through with the dismissal process and leave no room for negotiation. I'm afraid they've already made an internal announcement while the iron is hot. He nodded. It does seem like the style of those old guys. Back then, she had spent a lot of effort to suppress those old guys. Lu Mingxian didn't have that ability, but Lu Mingxian didn't help her. That was interesting. Jiang Fuyue said, submit the evidence. The public opinion has been going on for so long, it's time for some practical action. Lu Cixi said, there's still action? Lu Jinzhong said, what else? But hasn't she already been dismissed? Jiang Fuyue changed into a more comfortable lying position with her hands behind her head. She smiled slightly as she looked at the sunlight shining through the glass window. What she wanted wasn't as simple as making Lu Mingxian lose her position as CEO. That evening, the Department of Industry and Commerce's law enforcement team appeared at Lu Corporation. There were 3 uniformed police officers with arrest warrants in their hands. Their expressions were serious. Lu Mingxian, we've received a report that you're suspected of illegal bidding, stealing the base price, and bribery. From today onwards, the Department of Industry and Commerce will initiate an A-level investigation on you and Lu Corporation. This is the investigation warrant. After the law enforcement team finished speaking, the police officers stepped forward. Lu Mingxian, you're suspected of hiring someone to kill Huang Zhihui and his wife in their car accident. The police have obtained key evidence and will be arresting you. After they finished speaking, they raised their hands. 2 other officers stepped forward and detained her on both sides. Lu Mingxian was dumbfounded. By the time she reacted, she had already been escorted to the lobby on the first floor. Under the watchful eyes of many Lu Corporation employees, she was about to be escorted into a police car. No. I didn't kill anyone. This is slander. Don't move. Be honest. Officers, I've been wronged. You can't arrest me. Whether you've been wronged or not, we'll only know after the trial. Everything will be decided by the facts and the law. Lu Mingxian screamed crazily, I'm the CEO of Lu Corporation. How can you treat me like this? I want to see my lawyer. Where's my lawyer? Of course you can see your lawyer, but you'll have to go to the station for interrogation before you can arrange for it. I want to be released on bail pending trial. Intentional homicide. The circumstances are vile. No bail. You, just like that, Lu Mingxian was dragged away pathetically under everyone's watchful eyes, leaving behind a sea of sighs and laments. Digression, yesterday's second and third watch was 3,000 words long. Everyone thought that Lu Mingxian was a big boss and wouldn't be so easily defeated. However, in reality, no matter how big a boss was, he could only be defeated by my sister Yu, so don't be too surprised. My Yu is just that strong. Today's first watch was 12:30 p.m. At the hotel. Lu Jinzhong closed his laptop, got up and stretched. It's finally over. 3 days ago, Lu Mingxian was still the high and mighty CEO of Lu Corporation. Now, he had become a prisoner. Hiring a hitman to kill someone was a terrible case. Even if he was spared the death penalty, it would be hard for him to escape. She and Meng Jiru were really a couple. One of them went in, and the other went in 2 days later. They had gone through thick and thin together. Jiang Fuyue had already returned to her room to rest. She wasn't curious about what the outcome would be, because all the outcomes had already been planned out by her. Lu Jinzhong called out to Lu Cixi. Girl, go back to your room and pack up. We'll go back to Linhui tomorrow morning. Lu Cixi didn't respond. She seemed to be in a daze. Girl? Girl? Huh? Lu Jinzhong's mouth twitched. I said we were going back to Linhui tomorrow. Weren't you clamoring to go back? Uncle Lu, I have a question. Huh? Lu Cece organized her words. Didn't we come to the imperial capital to avenge Professor Xiao? That's right. Then why did things turn out like this? Doubt flashed in the girl's eyes. When she looked deeper, she saw a clean and pure expression. I don't know when it started, but it seems to have turned out like this. Lu Jinzhong smiled. Have you watched a movie? Yes. Does that mean that the audience will be shown a short segment at the beginning of the movie before the main movie starts? Without knowing the overall plot and the cause and effect, we watch this short segment very quickly. Sometimes, we don't even understand it, right? Yes, yes. But once we continue watching, the plot will slowly unfold, and the cause and effect will gradually become clear. When we rewind to watch the short segment, we usually have a sudden epiphany. Lu Cece nodded. Lu Jinzhong said, Professor Xiao is the entry point at the beginning of the movie. It's understandable that you didn't understand it at first, but now that the movie is over, the plot can't be any clearer. Can't you understand it? Girl, you've taken the best seat. Ah? What seat? Without waiting for Lu Cece to ask, Lu Jinzhong waved his hand and left with a smile. If Professor Xiao was the entry point, then, did that mean that the plot had already begun at that time? Everything that happened next was just a story that had already been recorded on film. The director is, my sister Yu, and she herself, seemed to be playing a role as well. At 8 a.m. the next day, a flight from Beijing to Linhui slowly took off. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Jiang Fuyue was already sitting in the classroom of grade 12 class 2, listening to Su Jing's explanation of geometry analysis. For the umpteenth time, Wan Shoutong pursed her lips and snickered. Her eyes were brimming with joy. Jiang, you're really back? It's only been 30 days, but it feels like I haven't seen you for more than 300 days. Jiang Fuyue smiled. She didn't have the slightest murderous aura in her school uniform. She was a completely different person from the scheming she used to be in Beijing. Lu Bowen suddenly turned his head from the front. Without you, I couldn't even find someone to discuss the topic with. TSK, Lin Xiao heard this and snorted. Aren't you just lacking someone to analyze the problem for you and explain it to you? You even want to discuss it. You make it sound like you know how to do it. Lu Bowen gritted his teeth. Lin Xiao. Why you? Will it kill you to leave me some face? You don't even care about your face anymore. Why do you still care about it? At this moment, Su Jing suddenly spoke from the podium. Lu Bowen, get up and answer the question. What is the final angle alpha equal to? Lu Bowen, ? What question was she talking about? Under the desk, he nudged Lin Xiao and asked her to give him a hint. The girl didn't pay any attention to him. Lu Bowen was infuriated. I won't bring her food next time, I'll throw up all the food I ate in the past. Su Jing frowned. Why? Can't you answer? Lu Bowen. I don't know which question. There are 3 questions on this page. They're all about the angle, and they're all alpha. You can say beta 2. Knock, Su Jing's face darkened. After a while, she said. Okay, sit down and listen carefully. Don't be distracted. Oh, so she found out that he was secretly talking and deliberately warned him. This old Su is really a dog. After Lu Bowen sat down, his ears were already red. He wasn't as calm, thick-skinned, as Jiang Fuyue. As a top student, it was simply too embarrassing that he couldn't answer the teacher's question in front of the whole class. Lin Xiao. I'll remember you. You won't even give me a hint. Stingy. Lu Bowen, I brought you so many snacks for nothing. You won't admit it after eating them. Scumbag. No, you are. You are. Lin Xiao glared. Are you done? I don't even know which question Teacher Su asked. How can I give you a hint? Oh. He touched his nose. Sorry, I'll bring you snacks next time. Humph. Who cares? I don't want it. Don't, Jiang Fuyue went to the academic affairs office to cancel her leave that day. The next day, she walked into the examination hall with a pen. The third monthly exam of number 1 middle school was coming, digression, 2,000 words. Tomorrow night. On the first day, it was Chinese in the morning and mathematics in the afternoon. Jiang Fuyue maintained her usual standards and performed steadily. She handed in her paper and left half an hour after the exam started. She walked through the quiet corridor and bumped into Ling Xian at the corner of the stairs. Their eyes met, and the teenager was slightly stunned. "You're back?" "Yes." "Did your research go well?" "It was okay." "Let's go to the cafeteria together?" Jiang Fuyue was about to eat. "Okay." Since both of them had handed in their papers early, and quite a lot of time had passed, the canteen was empty. Ling Xian walked to the window and asked Jiang Fuyue, "What do you want to eat?" "I'll treat you." "No, I'll do it myself." She walked to the window next door. Sweet and sour pork ribs, green pepper shredded pork, tomato eggs, and a fried broccoli. "Thank you." Ling Xian was a little disappointed, but he didn't show it. Same as her. The two of them swiped their cards and walked to the same table and sat down opposite each other. Jiang Fuyue ate quickly, but she didn't seem rude at all. Ling Xian looked at her from the corner of his eye as he ate. Suddenly, he asked, "Do you have any plans for the winter camp?" "What plans?" Jiang Fuyue looked up, puzzled. "Only you, me, Tan Chia-su, and Chen Qing from number 1 middle school are nominated for the CMO competition. Chinese New Year's Eve came early this year. Not only does Mr. Su have to be in charge of the winter break sprint class, but he also has to work with the city's education bureau to come up with a mock exam. Therefore, he doesn't have time to organize a pre-competition training. He'll probably let us do our own revision." Jiang Fuyue nodded and expressed her understanding. "I understand." Anyway, for her, the training was just a change of venue to do her exercises. She could do it at home. Therefore, it didn't have much of an impact. Ling Xian was silent for a moment. "What I mean is, since Mr. Su doesn't organize it, we can arrange it ourselves." "For example?" Ling Xian, "Set up a study group to do pre-competition training." Jiang Fuyue thought for a moment. "I might not have time." If they set up a study group, they would have to set aside a fixed amount of time to complete the study tasks. Yufeng Group Real Estate, and the new KT that was showing signs of improvement. Also, a new principal had just appeared at Ming University. Although there were people helping to manage these businesses, the one who really made the decisions was Jiang Fuyue. She was afraid that she would be too busy, so she did not agree immediately. Ling Xian was not disappointed to hear such an answer. With Jiang Fuyue's strength, it didn't matter whether she joined the study group or not. "It's okay. You can think about it. It's still early anyway." "Alright, then we'll talk about it when the time comes." "Alright." Just as the two of them were about to finish eating, a girl came in with a tray and sat down beside Ling Xian. "There's no one here, right?" Only after sitting down did he ask. Jiang Fuyue smiled. Ling Xian frowned. "Lin Yao?" The girl smiled. "It's me. Before coming to the cafeteria, I went to your exam hall and waited for a while. In the end, the invigilator said that you had handed in your paper, so I came over to try my luck. I didn't expect you to really be in the cafeteria." She was even eating with Jiang Fuyue, chatting and laughing. "Ling Xian, do you need something from me?" "No, then I'll leave first." After saying that, he pretended to leave. "Wait a minute," Lin Yao called out to him. Ling Xian looked at her inquisitively. "I want to check the answers with you." "Language answers? Are you sure?" Lin Yao's eyes flashed with annoyance, but she quickly concealed it. She said, "Forget about the subjective questions. There are a few objective multiple-choice questions that I'm not sure about." Ling Xian, ACCDA. Lin Yao. "Huh? The answer is ACCDA. I'll leave first." After saying that, he strode away and chased after Jiang Fuyue, who had already walked some distance away. "Wait a minute, I'm not done yet." Lin Yao looked at the untouched rice and dishes in front of her and suddenly lost her appetite. Didn't Ling Xian hate Jiang Fuyue? Why did he sit with her and eat? Why did he chase after her like a shadow? Senior Lin Yao. It was a group of first-year high school girls. They waved and greeted her from afar. Lin Yao immediately switched to her gentle mode. Hello, are you guys done with class so early? It's the last PE class, so the teacher let us come early to eat. Oh, I see. Let's line up first. Otherwise, there will be more people later. Okay. Thank you, senior. You're welcome. The group of girls chattered as they walked to the food window. When they were lining up, they even cupped their faces with their hands and had red hearts in their eyes. Oh my god. Senior Lin Yao is so nice. Her voice is also very nice. She's worthy of being the pillar of the radio station. No wonder everyone says she's a goddess. She's beautiful, has a sweet voice, and has a kind heart. She's perfect. By the way, does Senior have a boyfriend? Many boys in our grade have a crush on her. I think so. Ah? Was this for real? Who is it? I think it's the school hunk. Ling Xian? It's said that they're childhood sweethearts. Their parents are also very close. But why did I hear that there's an even better senior in the third year? She's first in grades, first in appearance, first in figure, and first in the competition. Are you talking about Senior Jiang? She's really amazing. How about compared to Senior Lin Yao? Let's put it this way. The two of them aren't on the same level. They can't be compared. When Lin Yao was mentioned, the first thing that came to everyone's mind was her fairy-like, otherworldly temperament. But when Jiang Fuyue was mentioned, there were only 3 words in everyone's mind: big, devil, king. I heard that Ling, the cutest guy in school, is very close to her. Do you think they're? Don't talk nonsense. Sister Yu loves to study the most. Men are like floating clouds to her, even if the other party is the school hunk. Yes, my moon goddess is the coolest when she's focused on her studies. The mathematics exam started at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. When Jiang Fuyue received the exam paper, she browsed through it as per her usual habit. The moment she browsed through it, her expression changed. 20 minutes later. Teacher, I'm handing in the exam paper. The invigilator lifted his eyelids and glanced at her. Oh. He was very calm. When she said the first word, the rest of the examinees only paused for a moment. Then, they continued to bury their heads and write at a high speed. It was as if they were used to it. When the exam ended, everyone rushed out of the examination hall with a pale face. Did you guys feel that the mathematics exam paper was especially difficult? Seems like I'm not the only one who thinks so. I was scared to death. I almost thought that I was the only one who didn't know how to do it. It was too difficult, okay? I only answered the first question of the last 3 major questions. I didn't even answer the first minor question. To be honest, I didn't understand the questions at all. It's over. I feel like I'm going to fail this time. Who came up with the questions? Must it be so scary? They complained incessantly. Meanwhile, Jiang Fuyue, who had handed in her exam paper early, had already returned home. She sat down and started to have dinner. Knowing that she was going to take the exam, Jantar and Han Yunru came home early from the shop to prepare some delicious food for her. This is nutritious. Jantar picked up a piece of pork rib for her. Thank you, Dad. Eat more. Exams are very tiring. Han Yunru, vegetables can't be left out too. After saying that, a large piece of lettuce fell into Jiang Fuyue's bowl. Jiang Xiaoti's eyes curved. He was waiting to watch a good show. He knew that his sister didn't like lettuce. But the next second, Han Yunru, you too. Then, the lettuce was also in his bowl. Jiang Xiaoti, exclamation point. I don't like it either. The next day, they sat for the science exam in the morning and English exam in the afternoon. Jiang Fuyue did well and handed in her exam paper early. After the exam, she could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Because Saturday and Sunday were coming up. We're going out to play. Do you want to come along? Zhongxiang suggested. Jiang Fuyue, where are we going? Good place. Just follow me. Just like that, early on Saturday morning, Jiang Fuyue was abducted by Zhong Xiang. Get in the car. He opened the door and invited her to get in. Jiang Fuyue raised her eyebrows. She didn't know where this guy got the car from. It was a BMW New 3 with a shiny body. Do you have a license? Zhong Xiang lifted his chin. Of course. I took the exam when I just turned 18. Why, you don't believe in my skills? Jiang Fuyue said honestly, a little. The teenager's mouth twitched. Why don't you drive? Actually, Zhong Xiang didn't think that way. He was just shooting his mouth off. Who knew, sure. So be it. Jiang Fuyue went to the other side, opened the door, and sat in the driver's seat. Zhong Xiang, question mark. She really came, Jiang Fuyue, get in. Huh? Oh. Jiang Fuyue, where are we going? Zhong Xiang, drive according to the route on the map. On the way. Zhong Xiang was caught peeking at Jiang Fuyue several times. Why are you looking at me? Cough. You know how to drive? If you know how to drive, why can't I? Well, do you have a license? Jiang Fuyue smiled. No. Huh? Zhong Xiang was dumbfounded. I'm lying. Jiang Fuyue knew how to drive. Plus, she was old enough, so Lu Jinzhong got her a license. Zhong Xiang patted his chest. You scared me. About half an hour later, the map showed that they had arrived at their destination. Jiang Fuyue stopped the car. Zhong Xiang looked out of the window. It's here. The two of them stood in front of an inconspicuous entrance. Jiang Fuyue looked at the signboard. Racing club? Let's go in. The entrance was narrow, but after passing through the corridor, it suddenly opened up. The hall had a high ceiling, and the crystal lights made the whole space look magnificent. There were huge shelves on the left and right, and there were all kinds of racing car models on the shelves. The floor was also covered with colorful posters. There was also a second floor. The stairs spiraled upwards, designed to look like a racetrack. There was an electronic screen embedded in the wall, and it constantly switched between photos of people. There were Schumacher, Fangio, Brahim, they were all heavyweight drivers in the history of F1. Zhong is here. A middle-aged man in a black suit nodded and bowed with a smile. Manager Huang, get a private room on the top floor. Don't worry, I've already reserved it for you. This way please. The two of them took the elevator upstairs. After entering the private room, Jiang Fuyue couldn't help but raise her eyebrows. She saw that the room was surrounded by floor-to-ceiling windows. She walked to the window and looked down. It was actually a large racing arena. Zhong Xiang stood in front of an LCD screen and waved to her. Look, the race will start in 15 minutes. Later, we will stand on the top and look down. The view is not too good. Jiang Fuyue suddenly asked, how did you know about this place? From his conversation with manager Huang just now, she could tell that it was not Zhong Xiang's first time here. Oh, Yu Jiaza brought me here. Yu Jiaza? Jiang Fuyue's eyes darkened. If she remembered correctly, Zhong Xiang and this person had a big fight at the back gate of the school more than a month ago. From his words, Yu Jiaza seemed to be blaming Zhong Xiang. But Zhong Xiang seemed to be afraid of him, or was he ashamed in his heart? In short, he did not refute with confidence, but the other party took the initiative. In the end, it was Jiang Fuyue who stopped Yu Jiaza and made him leave. Before he left, he said to Zhong Xiang that he would settle the score later. How did these two people who were incompatible with each other get together? Jiang Fuyue subconsciously became alert and her tone was serious. Why did Yu Jiaza bring you here? Of course. Zhong Xiang was like a heartless fool, laughing heartily. Didn't you guys just fight? Cough. There was a misunderstanding in the past, but it was cleared up a while ago. So, you guys became good buddies? Zhong Xiang scratched his head. We're not good buddies, just friends. Last time, he said that he wanted to apologize for his previous behavior and treated me to a meal. After the meal, he brought me here to watch the race. I thought it was fun, so I wanted to bring you here to watch. How is it? Not bad, right? Jiang Fuyue raised her eyes and scanned her surroundings. Suddenly, she looked in one direction and narrowed her eyes. It is indeed not bad. Hee hee. Seeing that she liked it, Xianxia was a little proud. By the way, look, there is a betting function here. As he spoke, he clicked on a dice icon in the lower right corner of the screen. The betting page immediately popped up. The numbers from 1 to 10 represented the corresponding number of the car. When he put his hand on the numbers, the driver's profile automatically popped up. Most of them were foreign racers with blonde hair and blue eyes. It recorded their results and rankings in various races in detail, and the best of them were former F1 professional racers. Xianxia, you can bet here. The better the racers' results, the lower the odds. Jiang Fuyue listened and read, and her eyebrows gradually closed. When she saw the small white words at the bottom of the page that were difficult to read with the naked eye, she was completely sure that this was not a so-called racing club, but a casino in the skin of a racing car, and that line of small white words not only tacitly agreed to increase the bet amount, but also explicitly said that it could be a life and death game. What did that mean? Increasing the leverage meant that the bet amount would not be paid on the spot, but would be continuously increased in the form of a loan. For example, if someone bet $1,000, when the race started and the leverage was in effect, then the chips would automatically double, from 1,000 to 10,000, then to 100,000, a million, 10 million, or even 100 million. And this doubled money would be transferred from the casino's account in the form of a loan. In other words, the gambler would unknowingly sign a loan with a loan shark. In the end, it would be fine if he won, but if he lost, it would not be as simple as losing $1,000. Under the leverage, it could very well be over $100 million. It would not be an exaggeration to say that he would go bankrupt. As for the life and death game, as the name implied, in addition to gambling money, you could also bet your life. The person who brought Xianxia to this place deliberately wanted to push him to his death. The intention was evil, and the means were vicious. Look, you can also give the racers flowers, tips, and so on. Let me show you. Jiang Fuyue grabbed his hand. Xianxia's eyes went blank, and his cheeks flushed red. Digression, yesterday's 2 or 3 chapters, 4,000 words. 4,000 words, the next chapter will come later. You. What are you doing? This. Isn't this a bit too fast? The teenager snickered. No, but there are benefits to being fast. If you like it, I can do it. Hee hee, Jiang Fuyue was confused. I just want you to not press anything. Huh? Press. Press anything? Jiang Fuyue had already started to study the flower and tip functions. Xianxia took a while to react. His eyes were filled with embarrassment, and his face was even redder. No, it wasn't what he thought it meant. Jiang Fuyue, how many times have you been here? Just once. With you, Jiaza? Yes. Then did you place a bet? Xianxia raised his index finger. Just once. Jiang Fuyue frowned. He quickly explained, I didn't want to play at first. I felt that this was a bit like buying a horse. It was gambling. Jiang Fuyue nodded. You're not that stupid. Then? Xianxia smiled. Then Yu Jiaza said that he would show it to me. Since he invited me to dinner, I couldn't refuse, right? So, he took out 3,000 yuan and pulled it together with his money to try it out once. He took it as returning the favor. Anyway, it's only 3,000 yuan. If I lose, I'll just buy one less pair of shoes. The important thing is to participate. So, Yu Jiaza was the one who operated it? Yes. Actually, the steps are very simple. I learned it once I saw it. I'll teach you later. Jiang Fuyue smiled. She glanced at the betting function at the bottom right corner. No, I know how. Oh. The teenager looked regretful. So, did you and Yu Jiaza win or lose in the end? I won. 3,000 yuan, a net profit of 12,000 yuan. I got 15,000 yuan. Jiang Fuyue wasn't surprised at all. She smiled faintly. He didn't let you continue betting? He did. But I received a call from my uncle asking me to go home for dinner. I didn't dare to stay any longer, so I quickly left. What about Yu Jiaza? Of course he left with me, But before he left, he introduced Manager Huang to me and said that the next time I came, I should call him to make an appointment and reserve the best private room for me. Here. Xianxia spread his hands. It's here. It's even better than the last one. Yu Jiaozi really put a lot of thought into this. What bitterness. Xianxia did not hear clearly. Jiang Fuyue shook her head. Let's go. Ah? Now? Yes. But the match hasn't started yet. If we don't leave now, we won't be able to. Think about it carefully. I'm leaving first. After saying that, he turned around and left. Xianxia was dumbfounded and chased after her. Don't, I'll go with you. It's not that fun anyway. Downstairs, in an office. Manager Huang was holding his phone and reporting the situation to the other end. His tone was respectful and his expression was serious. Yes, he brought a girl with him. The surveillance shows that he's about to place a bet. Don't worry, the lever has been set to the highest value. As long as he places a bet, he won't be able to escape. The other end said, keep a close eye on him and report the latest movements. Then, he hung up. Manager Huang heaved a sigh of relief. Suddenly, knock, someone knocked on the door. Who is it? Manager, it's me. Come in. What's the matter? The match hasn't started and the two people in the private room on the top floor suddenly wanted to leave. What? The man was shocked. Where are they? They've already gone down to the lobby. We don't dare to act rashly without receiving orders. Quick! Stop them. No matter what, Manager Huang's eyes were fierce. Even if you have to tie them up, you must make them stay. Yes. In the lobby. Jiang Fuyue walked quickly and steadily. Every step she took was sonorous and powerful. Her figure was like the wind. Xianxia chased after her and jogged. No. Why are you in such a hurry? How can I not be in a hurry to escape? What? Escape? Master Zhong's unintelligent little brain couldn't understand. Shut up and walk faster. Oh. If he couldn't figure it out, then he shouldn't think about it. Unfortunately, it was still too late. A group of burly men in suits blocked the exit. All of them looked unfriendly and were eyeing them covetously. Jiang Fuyue stopped in her tracks. Her gaze was calm. Xianxia also stopped in his tracks. He frowned and looked at the group of people who were stopping them from leaving. Get lost, they didn't move an inch. At this moment, Manager Huang walked out with a smile. Zhong, why are you leaving so soon? Aren't you going to play for a while longer? I'll play and leave whenever I want. What's it to you? As soon as he said that, his arrogant aura as a pampered young master from the capital was immediately released. Manager Huang swallowed. It wasn't that he wasn't afraid. He knew Zhongxiang's identity and who was behind him. However, he couldn't afford to offend the Yu family. Hence, he could only bite the bullet. You're a guest. Zhong wants to leave. It seems that I didn't treat you well. It's good that you know. Why aren't you leaving? Manager Huang's smile froze. Zhongxiang, don't be so shameless. Who do you think you are? Do I need you to give me face? Are you worthy? He spoke in a crisp Beijing accent and spoke in a high and mighty tone. Not to mention, he really did have a bit of the aura of a rich and powerful person. Manager Huang started to sweat uncontrollably. I just want to keep Zhong for a while. I don't have any ill intentions. He actually gave in. However, Zhongxiang didn't buy it. He sneered. If you don't have any ill intentions, why did you let these people block the exit? Manager Huang, I didn't expect you to be so bold. I'll say it one last time. Get lost. If you stop me again, I'll King teach you a lesson. Just as Manager Huang's momentum was about to collapse, a woman suddenly came forward and handed him the phone. Manager Huang took the phone. He didn't know what the person on the other end said, but he responded with a few yes and ahs. After hanging up, his expression suddenly became fierce. Don't let them take a step out of here. Jiang Fuyue narrowed her eyes. It seemed that the person on the other end of the phone had given him a promise and guarantee. Xianxia also realized that the situation wasn't good. He guessed that words wouldn't work. As expected, Manager Huang said, "Since Zhong thinks that we have neglected him, why don't you stay for a while so that we can make up for it? Don't you think so? The competition will start in 2 minutes." Ashan, someone walked out from the group of brawny men. "Go, get the mobile betting machine. Let Zhong play a few rounds." "Yes." Soon, a robot-like device automatically moved in front of Xianxia. The latter said calmly, "What's the meaning of this, Mr. Huang? Didn't I just say that we are all on standby to provide the best service to Zhong and your friend? Now, please place your bet. Personally, I think number 3 is not bad. His historical record is also quite good. It's worth buying." Zhongxiang understood. "You want to force me to buy and sell? Are you digging a hole for me to jump into?" Manager Huang smiled but didn't say anything. "Unfortunately, I'm a rebellious person. I can be persuaded by reason but not cowed by force. You want me to place my bet, right? Then I won't. What can you do to me? Zhong, you might not understand the situation." Manager Huang smiled like a Maitreya Buddha. His eyes were no longer weak and he was no longer sweating. He said word by word, "Today, you have to bet whether you want to or not. Do you understand? You dare, why wouldn't I dare?" After saying that, he raised his hand. The brawny men behind him rushed forward and surrounded the two of them. Zhongxiang's expression changed slightly. He took out his phone to call for help but found that there was no signal. F***ck, he cursed under his breath. Suddenly, he grabbed Jiang Fuyue's wrist. "Listen to me. When they fight later, I'll stop them and you run. Don't look back. Once you get out, call the police immediately." It was a tragic scene like a movie. If there was some background music, the scene would be more vivid and the emotional effect would be stronger. "But, Jiang Fuyue, are you sure you can stop them?" Zhongxiang, ? Suddenly, the tragic scene disappeared and he appeared like an idiot. "Then what do we do now? Do we really have to place our bets? I might lose even my underwear." "So you know that too?" Jiang Fuyue looked at him from the corner of her eyes. "Isn't that obvious? This group of people didn't hesitate to force me to place my bet. Isn't it because they want to see me lose? Are they hoping that I will win? There must be something wrong with that competition. Whoever I bet on to win will lose without a doubt. I can't even understand this. Do you think I'm stupid?" Jiang Fuyue smiled. She was a little stupid. Otherwise, she wouldn't have only realized it now. Zhongxiang snorted angrily. "You're still smiling? We're in big trouble." "Oh," she said nonchalantly. Manager Huang saw Zhongxiang holding his phone and couldn't help but sneer. "It's useless. You're like a turtle in a jar, a bird in a cage. You can't escape." Zhongxiang gritted his teeth. Jiang Fuyue looked up and said slowly, "Is that so?" As soon as she finished speaking, there was a loud rumbling sound. The whole ground shook. Then, a group of men in black rushed through the corridor and rushed into the hall. Digression: when I uploaded the second chapter, I realized that the first chapter was set to 6 a.m. on the 18th, it should have been the 16th today. However, the first chapter hadn't been updated until now. I decided to upload the first and second chapters together. A total of 3,000 chapters. P.S. I added a new plot at the end of the previous chapter. If you find that the beginning doesn't connect, remember to rewind and read it in the blink of an eye. They had surrounded Jiang Fuyue and Zhongxiang. Their numbers were twice that of their opponents. Manager Huang was dumbfounded. Zhongxiang was also stunned. The group of strong men looked at each other. Obviously, they did not understand what had happened. Only Jiang Fuyue was calm and composed as usual. At this moment, a tall and handsome man walked out from the group of men in black. Manager Huang shouted angrily, "Who are you? Do you know where this place is? This is simply not." Ugh, Yan Zhixing kicked Manager Huang's round belly. Manager Huang was like a ball. He rolled back twice and fell flat on his face. He was still in a state of shock. His eyes were dull and his expression was stiff. Yan Jixing had already walked to Jiang Fuyue. He noticed that Zhong Xiang was still there. He swallowed the words sister you that were at the tip of his tongue. He only said, "Are you okay?" "I'm fine. Let's talk outside." Yan Jixing immediately signaled to his subordinates. Soon, the strong men were subdued by the men in black. Jiang Fuyue and her group retreated outside. Suddenly, Zhong Xiang paused and walked toward Manager Huang. The latter was hiding in a corner and trembling. "Zhong, you are a great person and do not hold a grudge against me. I have eyes but did not recognize Mount Tai. I don't know what is good for me, you want to cheat?" Manager Huang's body stiffened. He was like a duck that was being strangled. "Who ordered you to do this? Yu Jiaza?" After a series of questions, Manager Huang almost stopped breathing. "Why? Weren't you quite talkative earlier? Now you are pretending to be mute?" "Zhong, listen to my explanation." "I didn't, enough." Zhong Xiang stood in front of him and looked down at him. "I will remember this. We will slowly settle this in the future." After that, he strode away. Manager Huang was scared out of his wits. "Zhong, listen to me. It's not me. I was forced to do it." Outside, the sun was just right. After listening to Jiang Fuyue, Zhong Xiang felt as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. His hands and feet were cold. "You. Jia. Zai." Reconciliation was a lie. Treating him to a meal was also a lie. Only scheming against him was real. "What do you plan to do next?" Zhong Xiang narrowed his eyes. Jiang Fuyue didn't ask any more. She got into Yan Jixing's car and prepared to leave. "I'm sorry. I wanted to take you out to relax today, but I didn't expect you to suffer with me." Jiang Fuyue waved her hand. "Let's go." "Okay." Zhong Xiang watched her leave and drove away. Yan Jixing had specially left 2 bodyguards behind to escort him back to the Imperial Heaven Palace safely. Xie Dingyuan was not around. He greeted Nanny Lu and went straight upstairs. In the bedroom, Zhong Xiang stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window. He took out his phone and dialed a number. Soon, the call was connected. Zhong Yunyi's voice came through. "Brat, it's rare that you finally remembered to call your old man." After listening carefully, there was a hint of sarcasm in his voice. "Tell me. Are you short of money or did you get into trouble? Didn't your uncle take the blame for you?" Zhong Xiang was expressionless. His voice was extremely cold. "I don't have time to be sarcastic with you. Zhong Yunyi, listen carefully. I'll only say it once. Do you have any impression of Yu Jiaza? That's the guy who slandered me for molesting his sister. Now, he's transferred to Linhui First High School. He even made a bet to trick me. From the looks of it, he doesn't just want to take revenge for his sister. He might have a bigger plan. For example, you and the Zhong family." The voice on the other end suddenly turned cold. "His surname is Yu?" Some time ago, the Yu family publicly acknowledged their illegitimate son. He seemed to be called Yu Jiaza. If you don't want the Zhong family to be ruined by me, you'd better get rid of him as soon as possible. Otherwise, I can't guarantee that I'll be as lucky as this time to jump out of the station. Zhong Yunyi, I know. Also, please bear with the people you offend in the future. Don't implicate me and my mother." "Huh?" The other end sneered. "Implicate? Isn't your surname Zhong? Isn't your mother Mrs. Zhong? Is it glorious to have the surname Zhong? I think it's not bad to have the surname Zhu and go." After saying that, he hung up. Zhong Yunyi was so angry that he smashed his teacup. "You don't know what's good for you." Xie Yunzhao heard the noise and pushed the door open. "What's wrong with you?" The man's eyebrows relaxed and he waved at her. "Honey, come here." The woman walked in front of him. "What's the matter?" The next second, she was pulled into a warm embrace with a hint of cigarette smell. "Zhong Yunyi, your son called me." Xie Yunzhao reminded him. "He's your son too." "Of course. Otherwise, who else do you want to have a son with?" "Boring." Hey, honey, I want to discuss something with you. Xianxia frowned. I don't think that's a good thing to say. The man chuckled and his chest resonated deeply. Even the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes were clear and unruly. We're husband and wife. Do you think I'll lie to you? Xianxia did not respond and her eyes were calm. Get Zhongxiang back. He's not suitable to continue staying in Linhui. He's been causing trouble for half a year. It's time. Causing trouble? You were the one who chased him away, and now you're the one who's asking him to come back. What do you take my son for? A dog that comes at your call and leaves at your command? TSK, are you calling me a male dog? Xianxia, digression, yesterday's third watch was 2,000 words. Today's first watch was at around 12:30 p.m. Zhongyuni wasn't joking. Our son might not agree. Xianxia poured cold water on him. Call him now. Mom? What's wrong? Just as Zhongxiang hung up on Zhongyuni, Xianxia chased after him. He wasn't surprised. Your dad wants you to go back to school in the capital. I'm not going back. Alright, that's all for now. I'm hanging up. Okay. It took less than 20 seconds. Zhongyuni, ? That's it, Xianxia shrugged. Or else? You asked me to ask, but our son was unwilling. What can I do? As his mother, aren't you going to persuade him? The woman sneered. What's there to persuade? Persuade him to come back and be scolded by you? Zhongyuni rubbed his nose. You can't say that. If he was obedient, why would I scold him? Xianxia got out of his arms and stood up. If you want to persuade him, do it yourself. I don't care. With that, she turned and left. Zhongyuni opened his mouth. Forget it. Although his plan of asking his son to go back to the capital had gone down the drain, Zhongyuni still dealt with the racing club decisively. That night, the Bureau of Industry and Commerce joined forces with the Economic Investigation Team and the district police station to conduct a surprise inspection. Their actions were firm, accurate, and ruthless. Manager Huang and a group of people were arrested and the club was also investigated. When the Yu family in the capital heard the news, they sent people to Linhui to negotiate and mediate with Zhongyuni. In the end, they managed to cover up the matter and prevent it from getting out of hand. The 8 dominant families in the capital were all keeping each other in check. It was either the east wind suppressing the west wind or the west wind suppressing the east wind. They went back and forth, seeking a balance for survival. You Jiaza, you idiot. Not only did you not hurt Zhongxiang, you even let Zhongyuni take the opportunity to turn the tables. How do you do things? In the darkness, the young man's eyes were lowered. He held the phone in his hand and listened quietly to the abuse on the other end. However, there was no expression on his face. His eyes were silent like a cold stone. You've been transferred to Linhui for more than 3 months, but you've achieved nothing. Now, you've directly ruined all your plans. Do you really think you're going to school? Now that we've alerted the enemy, not to mention Zhongxiang, the entire Zhong family is on guard, making it even harder to succeed. If this goes on, you'll be abandoned. I know you don't care about the Yu family, but don't forget that your sister is still lying in the hospital. Without the Yu family's high medical expenses, she would have been dead by now. Take care of yourself. The young man's eyes darkened and he said in a fierce tone, Don't touch her, let's see if your next performance is satisfactory. Bastard. With a loud bang, the phone smashed against the wall and shattered into pieces. Yo, are you throwing a tantrum? Suddenly, a sweet female voice sounded. Yu Kaisen stood at the door in a white nightgown, watching this scene with a faint smile. Scram. Even if you're in a bad mood, don't take it out on me, brother. Instead of retreating, she advanced and walked to Yu Jiaza with a smile. The youth suddenly raised his hand and grabbed her neck. His eyes were filled with darkness. The girl's face changed. You, what are you doing? Yu Jiaza said, I've told you many times not to provoke me, but you don't seem to have listened at all. Cough, 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 let go. I can't breathe, the young man was expressionless. Are you worthy of calling me brother? Who do you think you are? Yu Kaisen's eyes flashed with fear as tears and snot flowed down her face. I won't do it again. Yu Jiaozi shook her off and threw Yu Kaisen into a corner like a rag. Crazy, you're crazy. She shook her head and muttered as she took deep breaths. Yu Jiaozi did not even look at her. Yu Kaisen said, how can you treat me like this? We're siblings after all. Shut up. I only have one sister, but it's not you. Oh, you can deny it, but blood relations can't be faked. Whether you admit it or not, the blood of the Yu family flows in our veins. Oh, Yu family? Do you think it's glorious to have this surname? The young man's lips curled up coldly as his eyes darkened. Even if your surname is Yu, do you think you're part of the Yu family? Dream on. We're just the product of Yu Pingchuan's one-night stand with different women. He uses us as bargaining chips and chess pieces, and you're still complacent? Ridiculous. Yu Kaisen stood up with her hands on the wall. So what if I'm a chess piece? At least I don't have to worry about food and clothing now, and I can go to school like my peers. If he can give me a rich life, then he's my father, and I'll do anything he wants me to do. What if he wants you to die? Are you willing to do that? Yu Kaisen was stunned and her eyes lost focus. How is that possible? When a pig is raised, it's not to be looked at, it's to be killed and sold. The more things he gives you now, the greater the initial investment will be, and the returns you'll have to be the same later. What do you mean? Yu Jiaozi said, do you think that dealing with Xianxia and bringing down the Zhong family is just a matter of words? If you don't take out something absolutely fatal, how can such a wealthy family be brought down so easily? Yu Kaisen's eyes lost focus. She seemed to understand, but also seemed to not understand. She was confused. What do you think the two of us have that can shake up a powerful and influential family? She was stunned. Do we have it? Of course. What is it? Life. The girl's body trembled. Yu Jiaozi said, and the more miserable the death, the better. Only then can the Zhong family be embroiled in a scandal, and the Yu family will take the opportunity to make a move. You mean Dad? Yu Pingchuan wants us to use our lives to cause trouble for the Zhong family? You can understand it that way. How can this be? Yu Kaisen staggered back and sat on the ground. I don't want to die. Suddenly, she crawled over and hugged Yu Jiaozi's leg. I know you must have a way. Save me, save me. We have the same father but different mothers. Half of our blood flows in the same body. I beg you, Yu Jiaozi's eyes flashed. It's not that there's no way, Yu Kaisen suddenly looked up. You really have a way? The premise is that you can't monitor me and tell Yu Pingchuan my every move. Otherwise, we'll die together. Anyway, I don't care. It's too tiring to live, so it's better to die. Her expression stiffened. So you know. He knew that she was the one who leaked the information. Oh, Yu Pingchuan, that old fox, doesn't care about our lives. Without Yu Jiaozi and Yu Kaisen, there will still be Yu Tings and Yu Hailuan. He has a lot of illegitimate children, not just one or two. The girl was shocked. There are others? Yu Jiaozi sneered. I know 16 of them so far, and I can't rule out those who are hiding in the dark and haven't been discovered. So, he paused after every word. Our lives are worthless. Someone can take our place at any time. By then, we may have become lonely ghosts. No. I don't want to die. I'll listen to you in the future. I'll do whatever you ask me to do. I don't want to be Yu Kaisen anymore. The boy bent down and looked at her. But I don't believe you. The girl was stunned. What if you sell me out and Yu Pingchuan comes to settle accounts with me like the previous few times? No. I won't do that. You have to believe me. Words are no guarantee. Then what do you want me to do? She cried even more sadly than when she was strangled. His eyes were filled with both fear and panic. Unless we're on the same boat. A boat? You help me do something. Once it's done, we'll be in the same boat. Once you complain to Yu Pingchuan, the boat will capsize. At that time, you and I will drown. What's the matter? Yu Jiaozi whispered into her ear. Go and look for Jiang Fuyue. No. I must treat you to a meal. Xianxia said firmly to the other end of the phone. Jiang Fuyue face-bombed. In front of her was the mathematical Olympiad test paper. Beside her were several documents that needed to be signed by the Yufeng group. I'm really not free. But you've helped me. If I don't express my gratitude, I won't be able to live with myself. How about this? I'll go buy some desserts now and send them next door. This way, you won't have to go out. What do you think? Jiang Fuyue agreed. Hee. Wait for me then. I'll be back soon. After ending the call, Zhongxiang put on his coat, grabbed his phone and wallet, and rushed out of the house like a gust of wind. He bumped into Xie Dingyuan, who was walking towards him. Uncle, I'm going out. Where are you going? Digression, yesterday's first and second chapters were 3,000 words long. There were 3 chapters. I'm buying sweets. Xie Dingyuan, ? When he looked again, she was already gone. At the dessert shop. Handsome, what do you want to buy? Zhongxiang stood in front of the transparent freezer. Do you have any recommendations? 1,000-layer and mousse are our specialty. Sure, I'll give you a serving of each of these 2 flavors. I'll pack them up and bring them away. Are you sure about each flavor? For 1,000-layer, there are nearly 10 flavors, and mousse is even more. It's okay, it's not a big deal. Okay, then please wait a moment. It might take about 10 minutes. While waiting, Zhongxiang strolled to a row of flower racks. You sell flowers here? Yes, because many customers buy a bunch of flowers for their girlfriends when they come to buy desserts. For their girlfriends, Zhongxiang was a little tempted. The shop assistant, handsome, do you want to buy a bunch? I'll ask my colleague to wrap it up nicely for you. It'll definitely be a success if you confess to her. Many customers say that the flowers in our shop have a lucky buff, and it helped them solve their marriage problems. Really? You'll know if you try it. Okay, then give me a bouquet too. Make it look good, the kind that stands out from the rest. Okay. Since he was going to give flowers, he couldn't dress too casually. Zhongxiang had originally planned to send it to Jiang Fuyue after buying it, but now, he decided to go back to change his clothes and tidy himself up. Hey, there are big and small bags. Where are the flowers? Mrs. Lu saw him coming back and greeted him with a smile. She was about to take the things in his hands. You can take these. Zhongxiang gave her the bags. Hee, I'll take the flowers myself. Mrs. Lu, is this Chinese rose? It's pink and tender, and quite pretty. Zhongxiang shook his head and smiled mysteriously. It's roses. And pink roses? We have black roses. Pink is not strange at all. Mrs. Lu weighed the bags in her hands. What's this? Desserts. I'll give you the small bag. I'll take the big bag later. Oh, there's a share for me too? Of course. Hee. Auntie Lu immediately beamed with joy. Zhongxiang first put down the flowers and stood upright. After making sure that they wouldn't fall, he turned around and ran upstairs. She didn't forget to remind Nanny Lu, help me keep an eye on him. I'll go back to my room and change my clothes. I'll be back soon. 15 minutes later. Zhongxiang changed his clothes, took the desserts, and hugged the flowers, and walked next door valiantly. Nanny Lu chuckled and looked away. She didn't know what this child was going to do. She sat down in the living room and opened the packaging. Inside were matcha, durian, mango, and Oreo. Just looking at them made her salivate. Xie Dingyuan came back from the company, took a shower, changed into clean clothes, and went to the study to look for information. After working for nearly 2 hours, he took a cup of water downstairs to drink. Mrs. Lu. Sir, would you like some water? Auntie Lu hurriedly put down the wooden spoon in her hand and wiped away the cream that might have stained the corner of her mouth. She stood up and walked forward. I'll go. As she spoke, she pretended to take the cup of water from him. Unexpectedly, Xie Dingyuan took back the cup and said, I'll do it myself. He looked past her and at the coffee table behind her. Are you eating desserts? This? Nanny Lu smiled. Xie Dingyuan reminded her, be careful of your blood pressure and blood sugar. I know. I won't eat too much. Thank you for remembering this old habit of mine. Xie Dingyuan said, I think it's quite a lot. Young master bought it. It's a token of his appreciation. If you can't finish it today, put it in the fridge and eat it tomorrow. Don't throw it away. Xianxia? Didn't he go out? Yes, he went out and came back. He put down the desserts and changed his clothes. He went out again just now with a bouquet of flowers. It's very nice. Flowers? Xie Dingyuan frowned. Nanny Lu smiled and nodded. Young master looks a little like you when he wears a suit and glasses. It's true that nephews look like their uncles. The wrinkles between the man's eyebrows deepened. What flowers did he bring? He said they were roses. But I think they look like Chinese roses. Where did he go? Next door. Xie Dingyuan's eyes suddenly turned cold. Jiang Fuyue turned around, looking puzzled. Zhongxiang made up his mind and pushed the pink rose forward. This is for you. Rose? You bought desserts for me? This is a rose. Rose. Why is everyone talking about Rose? Zhongxiang was so angry that he almost stomped his feet. Jiang Fuyue reacted and raised her eyebrows. You gave me a rose? Yes. She crossed her arms and leaned against the door frame. What do you mean? Just, a guy giving a girl a rose. What do you mean? Jiang Fuyue couldn't help but stand up straight. She stopped smiling and her eyes suddenly became serious. Zhongxiang, that's right. I'm confessing to you. I like you. He finally said it. It didn't seem that difficult. Not far away, Xie Dingyuan, who was chasing after them, happened to hear this sentence. He paused and looked at the young man and woman standing opposite each other in front of him. The sun shone on them, and they looked beautiful as if there was a filter. He suddenly lost the courage to go forward. What was he going to do, drag Zhongxiang away in the name of a parent? Or sternly warn them not to be in a relationship? It sounded so dignified, but in reality, only Xie Dingyuan knew what he was thinking and what his purpose was. Would she agree? Zhongxiang stared at Jiang Fuyue, not missing any of her expressions. Jiang Fuyue also looked at Zhongxiang, as if to make sure that he wasn't joking. The atmosphere suddenly became quiet. The two of them faced each other, looking at each other. After some time, Jiang Fuyue asked, Are you serious? Zhongxiang, more serious than real gold. But I don't like you. She didn't hesitate at all. She was straightforward, frank, and didn't give anyone the slightest room for imagination. Zhongxiang wasn't surprised by this. He even had a calmness that said, I knew it would be like this. He asked Jiang Fuyue, Do you hate me? The latter thought about it and shook her head. No. Then, do you have someone you like? I mean like between a man and a woman. Parents and siblings don't count. Not at the moment. Yes. Zhongxiang snapped his fingers. Jiang Fuyue, I'm going after you. The young man's voice was clear, and he spoke word by word with a unique spirit and confidence. He was passionate, flamboyant, and unrestrained. Jiang Fuyue was stunned. Are you out of your mind? Zhongxiang said anxiously, I'm serious. Why? She was suddenly curious. What do you mean why? Why are you chasing me? Zhongxiang, I like you. Jiang Fuyue, why do you like me? Zhongxiang, because, why? If I like you, then I like you. Why do you ask so many questions? Haven't you your mind? There's no reason for love. Jiang Fuyue was speechless. She had goosebumps. Anyway, you have to give me this chance. Jiang Fuyue asked, What if I don't give you the chance? Zhongxiang's eyes widened. You have to give me the chance. Why? She tilted her head and looked curious. She didn't look away and her face didn't turn red. She didn't look like a girl who had just been confessed to. Zhongxiang was inexplicably disappointed. But on second thought, he felt that it was reasonable. After all, Jiang Fuyue wasn't an ordinary person. The girl he liked was so different. Of course, he would have to find another way to convince her. Zhongxiang cleared his throat and said, "Listen, I'll explain it to you. First of all, you don't like anyone, right?" Jiang Fuyue added, "For now." "Okay, you don't like anyone for the time being, right?" "Yes. I didn't force you to like me, right?" Jiang Fuyue continued to nod her head. "So, it's your right not to like me, but it's also my right to like you. What's the saying again? Cough. My liking you has nothing to do with the world." Jiang Fuyue raised her eyebrows. Zhongxiang continued, "Since you don't like anyone for the time being, why don't you let me pursue you for the time being? Maybe this unrequited love is a double arrow? Even if it's not a double arrow in the end, it's not against the law that you and I are unmarried." Finally, he asked, "Do you think I'm right?" Jiang Fuyue said, "It seems to make sense. Look. Look. I'm a genius. Here, the flowers are for you." Jiang Fuyue said, "You have the right to give them to me, and I have the right not to accept them. Don't give me anything in the future. I don't want them even if you give me something. Don't be like that. Do you really think that the Chinese roses that you bought for dessert are roses? My arms are sore from holding them. Hurry up and accept them." Without waiting for Jiang Fuyue's reaction, he stuffed the flowers into her arms. Jiang Fuyue was confused. She took a closer look. There were no hairs on the stems, and the thorns were hooked. The flowers were bigger, and the petals were curled up. They were really Chinese roses. "Oh right, there's also this bag of sweet chiliocosm and mousse. I took one of each flavor. Try them and tell me which one you like. I'll bring more for you next time." Jiang Fuyue was about to say something. Since she had rejected the flowers, she naturally couldn't accept the desserts. However, Zhongxiang didn't give her a chance to speak. "Don't think that I'm giving you things because I'm pursuing you. Wasn't that the case?" "Of course not. These desserts are to repay you for saving my life. As for the flowers, they're a gift from the desserts I bought. Yesterday at the racing club, if you hadn't held me back, I would have fallen into the trap of those B*stards. These are to thank you. Although they're a little small and not expensive enough, they're my kind intentions. You have to accept them." Jiang Fuyue was speechless. She suddenly found it hard to reject him. Zhongxiang was even more ruthless. After he finished speaking, he didn't wait for Jiang Fuyue's response and turned to run away. After he was some distance away, he shouted, "Remember to eat them, I guarantee that they'll be sweet to your heart." Jiang Fuyue was stunned. After a few seconds, the corners of her lips curled up. She responded graciously, "Thanks." Under the sunlight, the young man smiled like a fool. Jiang Fuyue turned back into the house, holding the flowers in one hand and the bag in the other. Jiang Xiaodi poked his head out from the porch. "Sister, did someone confess to you?" Jiang Fuyue put down the flowers and patted his hair. "You're just a kid. You know how to confess? I'm in junior high school now." Jiang Xiaodi put his hands on his waist. Because he didn't behave properly during his afternoon nap, a tuft of hair stood up on top of his head. At this moment, he was swaying along with his hair, looking inexplicably adorable. "I'm not a kid." "Oh? Then what are you?" "I'm a big kid, okay, big kid, come and eat dessert." Jiang Fuyue sat cross-legged in front of the coffee table, opened the bag, and took out the dessert inside. Gulp, Jiang Xiaodi's eyes were fixed on the dessert and he secretly swallowed his saliva. Can I eat it?" he stammered. Jiang Fuyue, "Of course. But isn't this the proof of a confession, commonly known as a token of love? Where did you learn all this nonsense?" Jiang Xiaodi pointed to the opposite side timidly. "On TV. Jiang Fuyue. Do you want to eat it or not? Just say it." "I'll eat it." A glutton was just that straightforward. At this moment, the siblings were happily eating. On the other end, Zhongxiang was whistling as he skipped back to the villa. As soon as he entered the living room. "Hey, uncle, you're back? Is it time to eat?" Xie Dingyuan was sitting on the sofa with a cup of tea in front of him. He had a document spread out in his arms and was wearing a pair of gold-rimmed glasses as he looked down and read. When he heard this, he slowly looked up and his deep eyes fell on him. Dressed like this, where did you go? Hee hee. I went to do something important. Xie Dingyuan nodded softly and didn't intend to ask further. Xianxia couldn't suppress the little excitement in his heart and urgently needed to find someone to confide in. Uncle, let me tell you, just now hee hee. He laughed foolishly. Xie Dingyuan's eyelids twitched. I confessed to Jiang Fuyue. Just the flowers and desserts, they're a bonus. Of course, it could also be that I'm too handsome in this outfit, so I stunned her immediately. So, she said yes to you? I guess she said yes. Xie Dingyuan's cheeks tightened. What do you mean by that? I told her that it's her right to not like me, and it's my freedom to like her. She can't stop me from pursuing her. In the end, she also agreed with this logic. Doesn't that mean that I'm allowed to pursue her? So, she doesn't like you? His tone was subtle. Unfortunately, Xianxia didn't get it. He waved his hand. That's not the point. The man snorted. It seems that she clearly said that she doesn't like you. Xianxia, but she also said that she doesn't like other people. Xie Dingyuan's smile froze. So, Xianxia grinned. I still have a chance. Digression, 1 chapter, 3,000 words. 2 or 3 chapters. Little Ong finally confessed. Uncle Dog was very jealous. Uncle, you don't look too good. What happened? Oh yes, my mom said that she has made an appointment for you to have a physical examination at the city hospital. She asked you to go there as soon as possible. She also said that men tend to have problems when they get older. You should be more careful since you're still staying up late to use your brain. Shut up. The veins on Xie Dingyuan's forehead were throbbing. Xianxia shrugged. Innocently. My mom asked me to pass on the message. She also said that I have to tell you everything. Xie Dingyuan, at this moment, Nanny Lu came out from the kitchen and broke the delicate atmosphere between the nephew and uncle. Sir, young master, it's time to eat. Xie Dingyuan put down the documents, got up, and walked to the dining room. Xianxia followed behind with a smug look on his face. But soon, he could not smile anymore. What's this? Nanny Lu, carrot juice. No, I don't want it. Xianxia shook his head vigorously. I hate carrots the most. Nanny Lu, help me take it away. This? Nanny Lu turned to look at Xie Dingyuan subconsciously. Sir asked her to prepare the juice. Of course, Xie Dingyuan had to agree to take it away. The latter refused. Since you said that your body tends to have problems when you get older, why don't you start taking care of your health earlier? Carrots are rich in B and C vitamins. It's very suitable for you. Xianxia felt uncomfortable. I can also replenish my vitamins by eating other foods. I don't have to drink carrots. Xie Dingyuan did not reply. He picked up the carrot juice and drank the first mouthful. Then, he drank the second mouthful, until the glass was empty. At this moment, Xianxia knew that no matter how hard he tried to hide, he would not be able to escape. He grabbed the glass, closed his eyes, raised his head, and gulped down the juice. As it was unbearable, his body trembled a few times. Finally, he said, I'm done. The torture was over. Okay. Xie Dingyuan said casually, let's eat. As Xianxia ate, he reflected on himself. Did I offend my uncle recently, did I? I don't think so. Then why did he do that? After dinner, Xianxia couldn't wait to run next door. It wasn't easy for Jiang Fuyue to give him a chance. Of course, he had to perform well and make his presence known. This was the perfect time to take a walk to help with digestion. Plus, the two of them lived next door, so the timing was perfect. Where are we going? Xie Dingyuan asked calmly. I'm just strolling around the neighborhood. I'm too full and need to digest my food. Perfect, let's go together. Ah? Xie Dingyuan, why? Is it hard to understand what I mean? Xianxia, no, it's not difficult, Just like that, the niece and uncle strolled around the neighborhood. The moon was high in the sky, and everything was tranquil and peaceful. The street lights shone on the two of them, elongating their shadows. Above their heads was a starry sky. At first glance, it was quite a scene. Unfortunately, Xianxia felt uncomfortable all over and couldn't calm down at all. Every time he took a step forward, he would look back twice. He took another step forward and continued to look around. He was like a restless monkey, scratching his ears and cheeks at any time. Uncle, you can take a walk first. I'm a little hot. I'll go back and change. Stop, Xianxia, ? Xie Dingyuan, you'll feel cool if you're calm. Oh. 5 minutes later. Uncle, I'm thirsty. I'll go back and drink a glass of water before I come back. The pavilion in front is a drinking water point. There are clean, environmentally friendly plastic cups inside. You can use them. I see. This neighborhood is quite thoughtful. Another 10 minutes passed. Uncle, I think I'm almost done digesting my food. I'll go back first. I'm ready too. Let's go together. Xianxia, ? You're not going? Let's go. He gritted his teeth and forced himself to hold back. That night, the young man who had just experienced his first awakening of love missed the right time and place to see the girl he loved. Before going to bed, Xianxia lay on his bed and stared at the ceiling. Suddenly, a ridiculous thought popped into his mind. Uncle didn't do it on purpose, did he? At the same time, in the study, Xie Dingyuan sat behind his desk with a stack of company documents spread out in front of him. But he couldn't read a single word. He supported his head with one hand and stared blankly at the empty space in front of him. A young man and a young woman stood facing each other with a bouquet of flowers between them. The wind blew silently. The image of their eyes meeting appeared in Xie Dingyuan's mind again. The young man was high-spirited. The young woman was young and beautiful. They looked so harmonious and compatible. It was as if they were a match made in heaven. Xie Dingyuan couldn't help but think that if he were 10 years younger and the same age as Xianxia, they would be more harmonious and compatible. He realized what he was thinking and suddenly woke up. Under the light, his eyebrows were slightly furrowed and his eyes showed that he was deep in thought. Xianxia had already taken this step. Then, could he also do something? As the night deepened, Xie Dingyuan left the study and returned to his bedroom. Before going to bed, he finished reading 2 academic papers as usual and even made comments in the blank space. He turned off the lights and lay down to sleep. In his dream, he was standing in front of a hotel. The transparent glass door reflected his current appearance in a suit and leather shoes. He was wearing a bow tie. It should be a very formal occasion. He walked through the revolving door. Suddenly, the space began to twist and change. The hotel lobby turned into an open-air lawn. Flowers decorated the lawn, silk ribbons, and a bunch of balloons swaying in the wind. At this moment, the wedding march began to play. A newlywed couple walked over from afar. Amidst the cheers and applause, the couple got closer and closer to him. Their faces and figures gradually became clearer. It was Jiang Fuyue and Xianxia. The two of them walked in front of him. Xianxia held the girl's hand and said, "Yeah, greet uncle." The girl smiled like a flower and said in a clear voice, "Uncle." Xie Dingyuan was startled awake. He sat up immediately and wiped his forehead with his hand. He was sweating profusely. The next day was Monday. Xianxia had to go to class. Xie Dingyuan sat in the car after breakfast and waited for him. The moment he opened the car door, he was stunned. "Uncle, did you pull an all-nighter again?" The dark circles under his eyes were too obvious. Xie Dingyuan gave him a deep look, which made Xianxia's scalp go numb with inexplicable confusion. "Get in." "Okay." "I don't dare to ask, nor do I dare to say." They drove in silence all the way and finally arrived at the entrance of number 1 middle school. Xianxia said, "Then I'll go first." After that, he quickly got out of the car. Coincidentally, he bumped into Jiang Fuyue. Xianxia immediately called out to her. As soon as the bell rang, Wan Xiaotong and Lu Bowen couldn't wait to see the results. At this time, the two of them were mixed in the crowd, listening to everyone talking about the math test. Difficult. It's too difficult. The last 3 major questions are all out of the syllabus. It's lucky to pass, right? It said that 80% of the students scored below 70 points, and only 2 students scored above 130 points. Among them, Jiang Fuyue scored full marks. Is it possible that she can get all the questions right if she's given them to her? You don't say, it's possible. Who came up with the math test this time? They're too ruthless. Wan Shoutong asked Lu Bowen, how much did you score? The latter's face darkened. It's very bad. Let's not talk about it. How much did you score? I'll talk about mine first. Cough. 63 points. Lu Bowen, oh, then I still scored higher than you. How much higher? 50 points. Wan Shoutong. I suspect you're doing mortal studies. It said that foreign aid was hired to come up with the questions this time. It seems to be quite influential. It's not from our school's teachers? No wonder it's so good. When will the papers be distributed? I want to take a look at Yueshin's full marks paper. Me too. Me too. Line up, count off one by one. I'm 4, 5, 6. At the same time, in the principal's office. Professor Ming, this is Jiang Fuyue's math test paper. Please take a look. A man sat in a wheelchair. His face was thin and his skin was pale. However, his back was straight and his shoulders were straight. He took the test paper from the principal. His greenish-gray pupils moved slightly, and his gaze fell on the paper without any focus. Zhong Hao handed him a pair of glasses. Professor, after putting on the glasses, the familiar handwriting came into view. Ming Yu greedily stroked every number on the paper. It's really her. If you just looked at the handwriting, it might be a coincidence. After all, the words were similar. However, the logic and thinking of the last 3 major questions were unique and difficult to replicate. Only her, Ming Yu's hand that was holding the test paper began to tremble uncontrollably. From the principal's point of view, he could see that his jawline had suddenly tightened. His originally calm aura was also surging in an instant. Professor Ming, Principal Hu, I would like to meet this student. The principal was stunned. Can I? Of course. Grade 12 Class 3. Jiang, you're number 1 again this time. You're amazing. The mathematics paper is so difficult. Everyone else didn't do well, but you still got full marks. How did you do it? Wan Shoutong supported her chin with one hand and stared at Jiang Fuyue with an infatuated expression, her eyes sparkling. Jiang Fuyue pointed at her head and then moved her hands. Here, and here. The leader and assistant. Wan Shoutong, I have one too. Why don't I have yours? Pfft, Lu Bowen couldn't help but laugh. Maybe the factory configuration is different? Lin Xiao turned around and glared at him. Don't say it if you don't know how to speak. It's so unpleasant to hear. Lu Bowen, ? Wan Shoutong smiled sweetly at Lin Xiao, and Lin Xiao winked at her. Girls' friendships were so indestructible. Sister Yu, Teacher Su wants you to go to the office. A boy leaned on the door frame and stuck his head out to look. Okay. Jiang Fuyue got up and left the classroom. When she saw Su Jing, the latter said, I'm not the one looking for you. It's the principal. I'm not sure about the details. You'll know when you get there. Do you want me to go with you? No, I can go by myself. 10 minutes later, outside the principal's office. Knock, please come in. Jiang Fuyue pushed the door open and entered. The first thing she saw was not the principal, but the back of the person in the wheelchair. The person did not turn around when he heard the noise, so she could not see his face. However, Jiang Fuyue felt that he was strangely familiar. She quietly walked to the principal's desk. You're looking for me? Huh? Yes. The monthly math exam was quite difficult, but you still got full marks. Jiang Fuyue raised her eyebrows. He called her here because she got full marks? Actually, I want to see you, the person in the wheelchair suddenly said. Jiang Fuyue turned around and finally saw his face. The next second, her pupils shrank and she was shocked. Mingyu, why was he here? And, what was with the wheelchair? Was there something wrong with his eyes? Principal. Mingyu had already gotten the answer he wanted from the girl's expression. He looked up and looked at Hu Yongwei through his glasses. Can I talk to Miss Jiang alone? The principal was stunned. Zhong Hao was also surprised. Hu Yongwei did not answer immediately. Instead, he looked at Jiang Fuyue questioningly. He fully respected the student's opinion. If Jiang Fuyue did not want to, he would directly reject Mingyu. But in fact, Jiang Fuyue nodded slightly and agreed. The old principal and Zhong Hao left one after another, leaving the two of them alone. In the quiet room, the clock on the wall ticked. Their eyes met, and neither of them spoke. After some time, the man was the first to break the silence. I know it's you, Mingyu. His tone was firm, his gaze was firm, and under the calm, suppressed ecstasy. He said, I've already confirmed it. There's no mistake. Although your appearance has changed, your figure has changed, and even, your age has changed, I know that you're back. His greenish-gray pupils seemed to be refocused under the refraction of his tears. The girl in front of him was his only focus. Where his eyes looked, where his heart thought, where his soul led, where his life was linked. He reached out his trembling hand, his eyes full of hope. He hoped to regain her closeness and feel her normal body temperature at this moment. Jiang Fuyue did not move. Her clear eyes sized him up, and her emotions were indescribable. Mingyu maintained his outstretched hand and stubbornly refused to retract it. The two of them seemed to be in a stalemate. One wanted to go, and the other did not want to come. Finally, a soft sigh escaped from her lips. Jiang Fuyue stepped forward and gently held his hand. Why are you doing this? The next second, he held her hand back. You admit it? Jiang Fuyue smiled. Didn't you swear that you've confirmed it? What does it matter if I admit it or not? Of course it does. I confirm it, it's my attitude, you admit it, it's your attitude. It's related to whether you want to acknowledge me or not. You. Jiang Fuyue looked puzzled. You don't seem surprised at all? A person who had been dead for 20 years was now standing in front of him alive. Any normal person would feel surprised and terrified, right? But he was unexpectedly calm. Mingyu could only say, it was an accident. But in the process of seeking confirmation, the accident gradually calmed down and was replaced by excitement. She was still alive. This thought supported him like a belief that he had come all the way from the northwest to Linhuai. For a moment, Mingyu thought of retreating. If he came to Huai and found out that it was not her, and everything was his mistake, what should he do? God gave him hope. If the trip to Linhuai mercilessly took it away, then Mingyu would rather never come. After repeatedly struggling and tormenting, he finally came. Fortunately, God treated him well. The moment the girl pushed the door open and came in, Mingyu's half-suspended heart gently fell to the ground. It was her. It's better that you're alive. Jiang Fuyue was stunned for a moment. Yi Qianji, Niu Chunhua, Ling Qingzhou, and Yi Hanqing had all said the same thing. They did not ask how she survived. They were only ecstatic and grateful that she was alive. Ah, you, these years. How have you been? Tears welled up in the man's eyes again. His blue-gray pupils were so clear that the bottom could be seen, but the color was still dim. He said, Mingyue, I'm not good. I'm not good at all. The next second, the man let go of her hand and wrapped his arms around the girl's slender waist. The side of his face was pressed against her abdomen, like a child who had been lost for too long and finally found his way. After a while, the wet touch spread silently. Jiang Fuyue was stunned. He cried. Ah, you, I'm sorry. I didn't protect you well back then. If he had enough ability to resist his family, if he had not left the capital, would he have been able to protect her safely? For 20 years, there was not a moment when he did not blame himself and regret. It was said that time was like a good medicine and would eventually cure regrets. But why was it that for him, time was ruthless like a strong corrosive agent? Not only could it not heal the wound, but it also made the wound fester and inflame day by day, and the wound became bigger and bigger, Mingyu even thought countless times, if she didn't come back, then I could choose to accompany her, right? Fortunately, you came back. He tightened his arms, as if he was hugging the most precious thing in his life. Digression, 3,000 words. Big Boss Mingyu had acknowledged her. Boo-hoo, there was more at 12 o'clock. At first, Jiang Fuyue's hands paused in the air helplessly. Then, bit by bit, she slowly lowered her hands and finally touched his head gently. Why are you still the same as before, big crybaby? The man froze and let go of his hand. He looked up in disbelief. What did you call me? Big crybaby. Boom, the man's cheeks turned red. I'm a scientist now. You can't call me that. You being a scientist doesn't conflict with being a crybaby. He blinked his peach blossom eyes innocently. Everyone knew that Professor Mingyu was serious and cold, but they didn't know that 20 years ago, he was still a young man who was petty, crybaby, proud, and willful. At that time, Lu Mingyue called him Little Crybaby. Now, 20 years had passed, and the little crybaby had become the big crybaby. You're still so young and beautiful, but I'm already old. A smile appeared in his eyes. There was helplessness and bitterness in his smile, and it finally turned into a daze. He was in a daze. Through the lens, his eyes did not move, as if he wanted to freeze her in his mind forever. Time did not decay, and time could not invade. Jiang Fuyue raised her hand and stroked his slightly white sideburns. Her eyes were slightly sore. It's only been 20 years. Why do you have white hair? Mingyu looked at her with a smile. I wish I could get older faster. Then I could go to you. But now, I think it's better to be young. Jiang Fuyue nodded. That's right. You're not even 50, but you're already acting like an old man. What are you thinking? Mingyu said seriously, I won't do it in the future. I still want to accompany you for a long time and witness your brilliant life. Jiang Fuyue glanced at the wheelchair under him and pursed her lips. What's going on? I was injured when I was checking the scene of the nuclear explosion test. He said it lightly, but the actual situation must have been 100 times more dangerous. The strong radiation damage is irreversible. Jiang Fuyue squatted down, and her eyes were level with him. Through the lens, she looked into the man's gray and dim eyes. Can you see what I look like now? Mingyu nodded. Sure. Then tell me, what am I like now? Peach blossom eyes. His skin is as white as before. There's some flesh on his face, and he looks healthier than before. Her nose is small, and so is her mouth. Very pretty. Jiang Fuyue held his hand on his knee. There was a thin layer of sweat on his hand and it was moist. Your hands tend to sweat when you're nervous. A trace of embarrassment flashed across Mingyu's face. You found out again, why are you nervous? I'm afraid you'll say that you don't know me. Are you stupid? He laughed. How can a fool be a scientist? Jiang Fuyue, I think you're an idiot. The man's smile didn't change. Then be silly. Anyway, I'll accept whatever you say. You came up with the math paper this time? Mingyu did not hide anything. Yes. To test me? Cough. Jiang Fuyue's mouth twitched. Do you know that the average grade is only 49? Is it that low? Of course. How many high school students can do these questions? Didn't you do it? You even got full marks. Jiang Fuyue, since they had already acknowledged each other, the two of them had already talked things out. It was not good for them to continue occupying the old principal's office. Wait for me here for a while. I'll take you out for dinner after class, okay? Mingyu, okay. You go do your work first. I'll wait for you here. When Jiang Fuyue left, the principal looked at her curiously. Zhong Hao was also looking at her with a face full of surprise. You two can go in. I'm going back to the classroom. The principal, you're leaving just like that? Jiang Fuyue raised her wrist to look at the time and reminded him, class starts in 2 minutes. Oh, yes, yes, yes. Go to class first. We'll talk after class. Yes, we'll talk after class. When he returned to the office in a daze, Mingyu had already returned to normal. He was still cold, rigid, and unsmiling. Xianxia walked to the wheelchair, lowered his voice, and asked in a low voice, "Professor, are you okay?" Mingyu waved his hand. "Then what are we doing now?" "Stay here." "Huh?" "Wait for class." "Oh." Xianxia nodded in a daze. He did not know why the professor stayed. It was already unbelievable that he came all the way to Linhui and took the initiative to give a high school a math test. Please don't let anything more ridiculous happen. Ba, Mingyu looked up and looked at Hu Yongwei. "Principal Hu, is it convenient for me to stay here for a while?" Of course it's convenient. We are very happy that you can come." Because he was too excited, he began to stutter. The corners of Mingyu's mouth curled up slightly. "I'm sorry for disturbing you." "Don't say that. Shall I get you a glass of water? Is black tea okay?" "Yes." Hu Yongwei immediately turned around to pour tea. Zhong Hao, who was standing at the side, was already dumbfounded. He stared at Mingyu's side profile in shock, as if he had seen something incredible. Was Professor Ming smiling just now? He was not dreaming, and he was not hallucinating, right? The arc was still there, and he was indeed smiling. Oh my god, is this world magical? When the bell rang, Wan Shoutong asked, Jiang, let's go to the cafeteria together?" "No, I'm going out to eat." "I see. What do you want to drink then?" "I'll go to the snack bar later and get you something. A bottle of yogurt." "Okay." Wan Shoutong left with Lu Bowen and Lin Xiao. In the principal's office. "These are student Zhang's previous monthly test papers. She scored full marks except for one essay where 2 marks were deducted." Mingyu flipped through the test papers as he listened to the principal with a smile. Seeing that he was interested, Hu Yongwei became more enthusiastic. Student Zhang's performance in academic competitions was also outstanding. She won the gold medal in international competitions like IPO and IOI with full marks. The local media called her a genius girl, and number 1 high school became famous because of it. The admissions office predicted that our school would become popular next year. Speaking of which, this is all thanks to student Jiang. At this point, the principal could not stop smiling. Oh, by the way, student Jiang was chosen by Professor Xia because of her talent in physics. She was selected to participate in his experimental project. She only returned to school the day before yesterday. I don't know how she did. Mingyu paused and looked up slowly. Professor Xia? Xia Dingyuan? Yes, you know him too? Yes. The old principal smiled. Sure enough, the academic world is a circle. After going around in circles, you'll find familiar faces. Can you tell me more about Jiang Fuyue? Of course. Hu Yongwei was very happy. Mingyu had a smile on his face. Zhong Hao was already numb. The number of times Professor Ming smiled today was more than the previous years combined. This could no longer be described as fantasy. It was not an exaggeration to say that it was supernatural. When Jiang Fuyue knocked on the door and entered, the principal was talking about the grievances between her and the grade director, Zhao Taijun, as well as the origin of the nickname Sister Hammer. Mingyu's laughter was low and deep, revealing great comfort. What are you talking about? Why are you so happy? The old principal said, Speak of the devil. Jiang Fuyue raised her eyebrows. Were they talking about her? Let's go and eat. Mingyu nodded slightly. Principal Hu, we'll be leaving first. We're really sorry for disturbing you today. What are you talking about? You're exaggerating. The two of them exchanged some pleasantries before Hu Yongwei walked the three of them to the door. 50 meters from the back door of number 1 middle school, there was a pancake shop at Jiangji restaurant. Today, it was Han Yunru's turn to guard this side. Chao Dazhuang and Chao Qingxiang took turns to help. At this time, there was already a long line outside the shop. Aunt Lu was busy going in and out. Seeing that Jiang Fuyue had brought 2 guests over, one of whom was in a wheelchair, she directly asked them to go to the back door to avoid trouble. When they entered the store, all the seats were already taken. Fortunately, there was a small compartment between the front hall and the kitchen with a curtain. There was a table and a few chairs, which was usually used as a place for employees to eat. It was perfect for the three of them to use. Mom. Jiang Fuyue went to greet her. Yeye? Why are you here? Han Yunru was busy. When she heard her daughter's voice, she was startled and immediately beamed. I brought 2 friends over for dinner. You can ask Uncle Dazhuang and the others to cook anything. I'll take them to the private kitchen after school tonight. Seems like they're very important friends? Yes. Jiang Fuyue nodded. Don't trouble your Uncle Dazhuang. I'll do it. Jiang Fuyue smiled and held her arm. She said in an intimate tone, Thank you, Mom. Oh right, before you go, call your father and tell him to leave the private room. Otherwise, there won't be any seats. I already called. Okay, go accompany your friends first. I'll be done soon. Oh right, is there anything you don't eat? Jiang Fuyue thought for a moment. No pepper, no onions. Okay. While the mother and daughter were talking, Zhong Hao took out 3 napkins and stacked them together to wipe the table. Is this a restaurant? It's small and crowded. The environment is terrible. The table is full of oil. I've wiped it twice and it's still not clean. Can the food from this small restaurant really be eaten? Professor Ming, do you want me to go to the hotel and pack it for you? Mingyu was expressionless. If you're not used to it, you can eat at the hotel. Come and pick me up in an hour. I didn't mean that. I'm just worried that you'll get a stomachache. It'll be hard to explain to Mr. Hong. Zhong Hao hurriedly explained. I don't need to explain my body to anyone. If you want to eat, be quiet. If you don't want to eat, you can leave now. Zhong Hao pecked at the rice like a chicken. I'll eat. Then, he quietly stopped talking and began to compete with the tables and stools, wiping them furiously. Mingyu said, That's enough. Oh. When Jiang Fuyue returned, Zhong Hao had already sat down quietly and continued to be invisible. Mingyu raised his eyes and looked around. This place, my family's restaurant. When he heard the word my family, the man was in a daze for a moment, but he quickly smiled. She had a new life and a new identity. She was a new person from beginning to end. This was good. Business looks good. It's okay. There are people lining up every day. Mingyu looked at the hall through the curtain. A woman with a slim back was busy walking back and forth. Who's that? My mother. Mingyu was stunned. She looks very young. What he wanted to say was, younger than me. Jiang Fuyue didn't think much of it. When she heard that, she said softly, in her early 40s. It would have been better if he hadn't mentioned it. Now that he mentioned it, Mingyu was upset about the age gap between him and Jiang Fuyue. Now that his scar was poked, his heart was sour and bitter. Zhong Hao was also very puzzled. What's wrong with Professor Ming? Ever since he saw Jiang Fuyue's information at the research institute, he seemed to have changed into a different person. Not only did he agree to accept Mr. Hong as a student, but he also personally came to Linhuai. Now, he was treating such a young girl especially well. He even smiled more often. One had to know that Professor Ming was the infamous king of hell in the research institute. Young researchers who had just entered would be traumatized by his cold face and avoid him from then on. But now, Zhong Hao glanced at the gentle Professor Ming. If it weren't for the age gap between him and Jiang Fuyue, he would have suspected that Professor Ming fell in love with this girl at first sight. The dishes are here. Aunt Lu came forward. They've just been fried. They're still hot. As she spoke, she quickly placed the dishes on the table. Finally, a bowl of rice was placed in front of each person. Yeah, have you seen enough? If not, we can still make more. There were 4 meat dishes, 2 vegetables, and 1 soup. It was more than enough for 3 people. That's enough. Thank you, Aunt Lu. Then I'll go to the front to help. Call me if you need anything. Okay. Jiang Fuyue handed the chopsticks to Mingyu. Try it? Okay. Zhong Hao looked at the home-cooked dishes in front of him. He didn't find any obvious problems, but it wasn't particularly amazing either. It was so. But the next second, when he casually picked up a piece of tofu and put it into his mouth, he was stunned. He immediately picked it up a second time. Oh my god, so soft. So smooth. Most importantly, it was very tasty. When he took a bite, he felt the thick and colorful juices bursting out. It was sour and sweet with a slight saltiness of sea salt. It was especially refreshing. This. What's the name of this dish? I've never eaten it before. Can tofu be made like this? Mingyu was also curious. Jiangfuyue, sea salt slippery egg tofu brew. Zhonghao, this is too delicious. This meal took less than half an hour. During this time, Jiangfuyue and Mingyu ate and chatted in a refined manner. Zhonghao, he directly became a glutton. He refilled the rice 3 times, and each bowl was full. 2 plates of meat and that plate of tofu almost all went into his stomach. When he was full and reacted, he was embarrassed. I'm sorry. These dishes are too delicious. He scratched his head awkwardly. I couldn't control myself. After the meal, Auntie Lu also sent desserts. As the weather was getting colder and winter was coming, the popular sugar water in summer was no longer suitable for sale. Han Yunru released desserts at the right time. Just like the private kitchen, they were all limited in quantity. They were made in the bakery over there and transported over by car. As the transportation cost increased, it was impossible to send them for free, so they directly sold them on the shelves. Unexpectedly, it was unexpectedly popular. Now, desserts had become one of Jiangji restaurant's specialties. And Han Yunru's contribution couldn't go unnoticed. Zhonghao, this is delicious too. I've never eaten desserts. I didn't expect that, hee. I can't stop. Mingyu also nodded repeatedly to show his agreement. Jiangfuyue still had classes in the afternoon, so she couldn't accompany him for long. Coincidentally, Mingyu had to go to the City Physics Research Center to do some work, so the two of them agreed to meet at the school gate after school. Mingyu watched her leave and didn't come back to his senses for a long time. After some time. Zhonghao, help me find a barber shop. Do you want a haircut? I'll contact them right away. It's not a haircut. Huh? Mingyu, I want to dye my hair. Digression, 2 updates together, 3,000 words. There's an update at 12 o'clock, beep beep. Sharaba warning, also ask for monthly votes, hard in the afternoon class. As expected, everyone was commenting on the test papers. Jiangfuyue didn't listen. She didn't need to listen. After finishing 8 sets of IMO questions in one go, she read 2 chapters of engineering physics before the bell rang. I have something to do. I'll leave first. Wan Xiaotong said goodbye to her like a lucky cat. See you tomorrow. Lu Bowen leaned over. Don't look. She's already gone. Those who don't know might think that you have a crush on her. Wan Xiaotong's cheeks turned red. Her eyes blinked. You found out. Huh? Lu Bowen was dumbfounded. Are you serious? You really have a crush on her? Jiang is smart and cool. She's beautiful and good at her studies. She's more of a goddess than a goddess. Can't I have a crush on her? Lin Qiao nodded. That's right. If I don't have a crush on her, should I have a crush on you? Why don't you take a piss and look at yourself in the mirror? Lu Bowen, ? It didn't hurt much, but it was extremely insulting. Jiangfuyue left the classroom and went straight to Su Jing. She put down the test papers. Old Su was stunned. You're done? I'm done. The 8 sets I gave you yesterday? Is there anything else? All of them? Jiangfuyue's mouth twitched. Look at them yourself. I'm leaving first. TSK, Su Jing smacked her lips and put away the surprise on her face. Well, be careful on your way home. Got it. Jiangfuyue waved her hand and didn't look back. This kid, old Su shook his head and laughed. Then, he opened the test papers and began to compare the answers. Sure enough, full marks for every question. Meng Zhijian looked at him. All right again? Yes. How many sets of questions? Su Jing made an 8 gesture. Meng Zhijian was speechless. Oh my god, your speed increased again? Su Jing spread her hands. Obviously. By the way, have you asked Jiang Fuyue which university she wants to apply to? With her results, she can choose any famous school in the country. Su Jing shook her head. The principal asked her about it during the recommendation, but she didn't say anything. My guess is B University and Q University. Otherwise, are there any other universities in the country that are more suitable for her? Then, is it possible to do it overseas? Su Jing waved her hand. You think too much. Are you that sure? How do I put it? Su Jing closed the test paper and put it aside. She sat up straight and said, You might not believe it, but this girl is quite patriotic. I heard from Miss Cui that she wrote this for the last monthly exam. Meng Zhijian asked curiously, What exactly is written? I'm not too sure. You can ask Miss Cui. She has a very deep impression of it. She even dragged me along to discuss it. After talking for half a day, I can only remember that Li He's poem was used, Why Don't Men Where Wu Go, and Lu Yu's poem, Listening to the Wind and Rain at Night, Iron Horses and Icy Rivers Enter My Dreams. Hiss, this child is quite ambitious. Isn't it? Miss Cui said that she cried for a full 2 minutes after reading it. Her eyes were almost swollen. Meng Zhijian frowned. But why do I remember that Miss Cui doesn't have a very good impression of Jiang Fuyue? She even asked her to answer questions in front of the whole class. In the end, Jiang Fuyue turned the tables on her. She recited all the sources and even the specific page number. She almost embarrassed her. That was in the past. People change, and so do their thoughts. Now, Miss Cui likes Jiang Fuyue a lot. She gave her full marks for the last few essays. You can see that, right? Meng Zhijian nodded. This girl is very capable. Su Jing pretended to be profound. To be precise, she is capable enough. The public's evaluation of her will naturally be on point. In the end, it was still strength that spoke. But old Su, let me remind you. When you have time, you should personally ask Jiang Fuyue about her university application. Su Jing was slightly stunned. What do you mean? I think that if she really wanted to go to Q University or B University, she wouldn't have rejected the recommendation. You said that she can't choose her major freely. It makes sense that she insisted on taking the exam. Back then, B University and Q University gave us the option to choose any major we wanted. There were no restrictions, so why bother? Didn't she say that she wanted to take the college entrance exam and finish it well? Aren't you thinking too much? Can't she take the college entrance exam just because she has a recommendation? As long as she wants to, she can still take it. This reason doesn't make sense. Anyway, I'll leave my words of warning here. That girl has big ideas and is very bold. Anything can happen. You have to be careful and keep an eye on her. Don't regret it when the time comes. It shouldn't be that serious, right? Su Jing was skeptical. He took Meng Zhijian's words to heart. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been swayed. But after thinking about it carefully, he felt that it didn't make sense. If Jiang Fuyue didn't choose B University or Q University, could it be that she wanted to go to a random university? That was completely impossible. Old Meng, I think you're too careful. You don't have to worry so much. Meng Zhijian sighed. I hope I'm worrying for nothing. Knock, 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 there was a knock on the door. Ling Xian stood at the door of the office. When he saw Su Jing nodding slightly, he came in. Teacher Su, I'm here to hand in the papers. You're done? Yes, I've finished all 3 sets. Okay, put them down. I'll look at them later. Ling Xian nodded. Suddenly, his eyes fell on another stack of papers. He recognized the handwriting. It was Jiang Fuyue's. And this stack was obviously thicker than his. In other words, Jiang Fuyue had completed more papers than him. No, Teacher Su had given her more papers, it could be twice, or 3 times, or even more. Therefore, in the teacher's eyes, his efficiency was actually not as good as Jiang Fuyue's. Ling Xian's heart sank, but he didn't show it on his face. Teacher Su, I'll leave first. Okay, be careful on the road. Okay. After he left, Meng Zhijian glanced at Su Jing's desk. You gave Jiang Fuyue and Ling Xian different sets of questions? Su Jing nodded. Yes, why? Do you have something to say? 3 sets and 8 sets, that's a bit of a difference. I set the questions according to their respective abilities. Confucius said that teaching students according to their abilities. Do you have a problem with that? How would I dare to have a problem with that? You're a special class teacher. Go away, don't give me that. Meng Zhijian laughed. Although you're right to teach students according to their abilities, I'm afraid Ling Xian will think too much. From the questions you gave, I can see your evaluation of these 2 people. Aren't you saying that Ling Xian is not as good as Jiang Fuyue? This kid is very arrogant. Ever since Jiang Fuyue became famous, he has been secretly competing with her. Otherwise, why do you think he applied for the physics competition? Did you forget? When he first entered the first year of high school, he took both physics and mathematics, and in the end, he firmly chose mathematics. He suddenly applied for it because he saw Jiang Fuyue competing in both mathematics and physics. He wants to prove that he's not worse than that girl, so he can only stand on the same stage as her. Hiss. Su Jing gasped. There's actually such a complicated reason? Meng Zhijian snorted. My nickname Puppy Love Killer is not just for show. The basic requirement is to be observant and sensitive. How can such a small matter be hidden from my fiery eyes of truth? You're awesome. Next time, I'll give them the same amount of questions. If they can do it, then do it. If they can't finish it, then it's okay. Meng Zhijian, Ling Xian won't allow himself to not finish. Even if he couldn't finish it, he would do his best to finish it. Otherwise, how could he catch up with Jiang Fuyue, Su Jing? Then what do you think we should do? We can't do more, but we can't do less either. It's very simple. In the future, we'll arrange the questions according to what Ling Xian can accept. Isn't this unfair too? Jiang Fuyue? Meng Zhijian's mouth twitched. You said I'm thinking too much. I think you're the one thinking too much. Do you think there's a difference between 3 sets of papers, 8 sets, or even 80 sets of papers? How is there no difference? Trust me, it doesn't matter if she does more or less, it won't affect her getting full marks. Su Jing, that's true. At the school gate, when Jiang Fuyue went out, Mingyu was already waiting for her under a tree. Although he had deliberately kept a low profile and didn't want to attract attention, with an extra wheelchair, he was different from ordinary people. Some curious gazes fell on him. Wait. Who's that old man? Xianxia reacted and turned to look at Eci. You're asking me? Eci also looked in that direction. How would I know? He's probably one of her family's elders. He looks a little old. Let's go and say hello, Xianxia said as he walked out. Eci pulled him back. That's not a good idea. What's not a good idea? If you don't want to go, I'll go myself. Jiang Fuyue was the person he wanted to pursue. It was necessary to leave a good impression in front of her family's elders. He wished that Eci wouldn't go. What an idiot, Mingyu was the first to notice the young man who was walking towards them. He was handsome, had long arms and legs, and was holding a basketball in his arms. His whole body was brimming with youthfulness and vitality. Hello, I'm Jiang Fuyue's classmate. The young man stopped in front of him and raised his eyebrows. My name is Xianxia. Mingyu nodded slightly. Hello. Hey, aren't you going to introduce us? Xianxia bumped Jiang Fuyue's shoulder and whispered. This was a very dependent and affectionate gesture. Jiang Fuyue said generously, he's my friend. Xianxia was stunned. Friend, shouldn't he be an uncle or something like that? He was actually a friend? Jiang Fuyue was just a high school student. How could she have such an experienced friend? Xianxia's mind raced, but he didn't show it on his face. Are you preparing now? We're going to eat. Then hey, Mingyu suddenly said, someone seems to be waiting for you over there. Xianxia turned around and saw old Zhang beside the black Mercedes-Benz. When he saw Xianxia looking over, he immediately smiled and waved at him. Jiang Fuyue, you can go back. We're leaving too. Xianxia, what else could he say? Of course, he would leave with his tail between his legs. Then, be careful. Be careful on the road. As she spoke, she gave Mingyu a meaningful glance. Jiang Fuyue was confused. Mingyu shook his head and laughed. Mingyue. I thought you were completely different from before, but in reality, some things will never change. For example? Mingyu smiled. He sighed softly, but didn't continue. You're still so lovable, but you don't know how to love. Looking at Xianxia, Mingyu felt as if he was looking at his younger self. With just a glance, that girl became the white moonlight in his heart and the cinnabar mole on his chest. Did you dye your hair? The man chuckled. We were discovered so quickly. It seems that the effect is not bad. Yes, very handsome. Is he as handsome as classmate Zhou? You all have your own ways of commanding. You're not the same. You can't compare. Then what kind do you like? Jiang Fuyue thought for a while and said honestly, both are okay. Mingyu smiled. He wasn't angry at all. Instead, he felt that this was her. How could a person who looked at the whole world only see a flower or a blade of grass? The flowers were dazzling, and she was sitting high on the back of a horse, looking down from above. This was Lu Mingyue's style. Xianxia, on the other hand, rushed over excitedly, but listlessly returned. Eci stayed where she was and watched him finish his performance. Although she couldn't hear what they were talking about, she could still sense the change in Xianxia's mood. Why? Did you lose? Xianxia didn't say anything. Eci took his silence and immediately snorted. I knew it. I told you not to go, but you insisted. You deserved it. Shut up. Xianxia shushed her. I'm thinking. Why are you talking so much nonsense? You interrupted my thoughts. You're still thinking? Eci's mouth twitched. So what's the result of your thinking? Who's that guy? He looks familiar. How did he and Jiang Fuyue know each other? There's such a big age gap between them. He could be her father. Why are they friends? Eci was confused. What are you mumbling about? It's weird. Did you see the man in the wheelchair? Eci nodded. What about him? Jiang Fuyue said that he's her friend? Friend? Eci was a little surprised. He looks old. You think it's weird too, right? A little. No, I have to ask again tomorrow. I don't want to be fooled by some hooligan or scumbag. Eci didn't think much of it. With Jiang Fuyue's brain, it's good enough that she doesn't lie. Why are you afraid that someone will lie to her? Xianxia scratched his head. That's true. At this moment, old Zhang walked over and said, Young master. He seemed to be urging Zhang Zian. Uncle Zhang, I'll talk to him for a while. Old Zhang looked into the car awkwardly. Xianxia immediately reacted. My uncle is here? Old Zhang nodded. Yes, Mr. Zhang is also in the car. Xianxia didn't want to talk about any conditions. He obediently got into the car and sat down. Xie Dingyuan was reading the English version of a physics bulletin. When he heard the door open, he didn't look away. He only asked faintly, What took you so long? I saw a classmate, so I went over to say hello. Usually, the conversation between Zhang Zian and Zhang Zian would end here. Xie Dingyuan wouldn't ask any more questions. At most, he would just say, okay. Zhongxiang wouldn't continue the conversation either. But today, Xie Dingyuan asked, is it a male or female classmate? Huh? Zhongxiang didn't know how to react. After a while, he answered, a female. Jiang Fuyue? Yes. I saw her with a guy. He said he was her friend. It felt strange. A guy? Xie Dingyuan's eyes darkened. Yes, he was in a wheelchair. Jiang Fuyue even pushed him. They're going to eat now. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhongxiang saw his uncle put down the bulletin with a swoosh. He stuck his head out of the car window and looked around. Where is she? Zhongxiang, what? Where is Jiang Fuyue? She was behind us just now. She's right there. Eh? No one? She might have left. Xie Dingyuan retracted his head. His face was colder than before. Uncle, you seem very nervous? Xie Dingyuan looked up and met Zhong Xiang's suspicious gaze. He didn't avoid it and said, Jiang Fuyue was in my research team. She's a friend. If it's really like what you said, it will be very dangerous for her to leave with a stranger. I reminded her. She said she knows. Xie Dingyuan, okay. Zhong Xiang, but I think she trusts that guy a lot. They should have a good relationship. He doesn't look like a bad guy. There shouldn't be a big problem. What's the guy's name? Zhong Xiang thought for a long time. Oh. I forgot to ask. Xie Dingyuan. Old Zhang, drive. Yes, sir. Jiang Fuyue brought Mingyu and Zhong Hao to Jiangji Restaurant's private kitchen through the back door. Then, Chao Dou called for them to go to a private room. Soon, the dishes were served. Zhong Hao thought that lunch was the best he could taste. He didn't expect dinner to be even better. How good was it? He almost swallowed his tongue. Throughout the whole process, the 2 sentences he said the most were, I've never eaten this before. I've never eaten this before. It's so delicious. Even Mingyu ate an extra bowl of rice. After eating, Jan Tar, who had finished his work, took the time to come in and greet them. Hello, I'm Jiang Fuyue's father. Hello, I'm Mingyu. He subconsciously used honorifics. Jantar suddenly panicked. Don't. We're about the same age. There's no need to be so polite. Mingyu, he was stabbed in the back again. Where do you live? Jiang Fuyue asked as they were leaving. Zhong Hao told her the name of the hotel. It's not far. It's nearby. Shall we walk there? Mingyu immediately nodded. Okay. Just like that, Jiang Fuyue pushed the wheelchair and chatted with him under the neon street lights. Zhong Hao tactfully stayed behind to give the 2 of them space to talk. Mingyu, yeah, stop pushing. My wheelchair is electric. I can use the handle to control the direction and drive it forward. Jiang Fuyue chuckled. Why didn't you say so earlier? You obviously knew, but you pretended not to know. I didn't expose you because I saw that you wanted to push it, okay? Why, are you trying to be the villain? You're the villain. The man chuckled in return. The laughter dissipated in the wind, and soon, it could no longer be heard. Yeah, how are you doing now? Jiang Fuyue let go of her hand and let him operate the wheelchair himself. She walked to the seat beside him and looked straight ahead. Pretty good. Compared to before? Digression, 3,000 words. There was more at 12:30. More interesting than before. Mingyu nodded and said, that's good. Jiang Fuyue asked, what about you? How are you, Mingyu? I wasn't very good at first, but now I think it's great. I plan to leave tomorrow and go back to the Northwest Research Institute. Something urgent? It's not urgent, but work still needs to be done. Being able to find you this time is already the biggest gain. Jiang Fuyue thought for a moment and said, if it's not urgent, can you stay for 2 more days? Why? I'll introduce 2 friends to you. Maybe you already know each other? Mingyu quickly reacted and asked, it's related to my major? Yeah. Su Kaiqing and Peter were coming tomorrow. The original appointment wasn't tomorrow, but last week. Due to some problems with old Peter's passport, he was stuck at the border for 7 days. After completing a series of related immigration procedures, he finally arrived in Xianxia. Even Su Kaiqing complained about the hardships, but he himself was very optimistic. When I think about going to see Cho, I have endless energy all over my body. It's incredible, right? I can't believe it either, but it's the truth. Those were old Peter's original words. Su Kaiqing laughed at him. Those who know clearly that you're going to see a friend, but those who don't know might think that you're going to see a lover. Peter, you have a Chinese idiom called yearning for the soul. Believe me, Su, I yearn for Cho more than a lover. He's so great, outstanding, smart, and agile. I really want to know what he looks like. Su Kaiqing, I hope you won't be too surprised when the time comes. Oh. I'm already prepared and looking forward to it. Time was up. Xianxia, I know you chose nuclear physics later. It turns out that you're very suitable for this direction. During class in the afternoon, she used her phone to check Mingyu's research direction and academic achievements. She also roughly read through his papers published in the past 10 years. It could be said that he had a lot of achievements and brilliant achievements. It was not an exaggeration to call him the #1 person in nuclear physics. Back then, before she passed away, Mingyu was still hesitating among the olive branches thrown to him by several major research institutes. Now, he was a pioneer and leader in the field of nuclear physics. It was only at this moment that Xianxia realized what it meant by time flies. They had been walking on the ground for 20 years, but she had been flying. Other than stopping at the finish line, she had not left anything behind. But was there really nothing left behind? Mingyu shook his head. I won't comment on other people, but as far as I'm concerned, if it weren't for your suggestion, I wouldn't have chosen nuclear physics, nor would I have gone to the Northwest Research Institute. As for Lu Mingxin, he wouldn't turn against Lu Mingxin and his brother. He hadn't set foot in the Lu family for 20 years. That person also wouldn't have exiled him and refused to show himself to this day. And other old friends, although she wasn't around, she would affect their fates for the next 20 years, and even longer in the future. Even if he wasn't here, he would still be victorious. Although he was dead, he was alive. Mingyu, okay, then I'll stay for a few more days. When he passed by a dessert shop, he suddenly stopped. Yeah, I remember you used to like desserts. Do you still like them? Yeah. Xianxia nodded. How about mango with 1,000 layers? Okay. After dinner, Xie Dingyuan went straight upstairs without saying a word. Zhongxiang had long been used to his unpredictable temper, but he still couldn't help but be curious. Mrs. Lu, who pissed him off again? Mrs. Lu shook her head. How would I know? Zhongxiang shrugged and continued eating. Night, 8 o'clock. Zhongxiang sat on the sofa and watched TV. Xie Dingyuan suddenly came downstairs and walked in front of him. Are the results of the monthly test out today? Zhongxiang's scalp went numb. Yes. Tell me. Huh? Don't play dumb. It's the total score of each subject. Zhongxiang, I ate too much for dinner and my stomach hurts. I need to go to the toilet. Get back here. Zhongxiang had already taken 2 steps forward, but when he heard this, he was rooted to the ground and could not move. Xie Dingyuan, speak. Chinese. Mathematics. English. Science. Total score, 511, 296th place in the cohort. Xie Dingyuan raised his eyebrows. Although he knew Zhongxiang would not cheat, he still asked, did you take the test yourself? Of course not. Do I need to copy? He raised his chin proudly. Uncle, I really worked hard. Even the homeroom teacher said that I have improved. Can you scold me less? Xie Dingyuan got up. Why did I scold you? Huh? He walked to the entrance, changed his shoes, and looked back at him. You have indeed improved. What? Zhongxiang came to his senses and immediately chased after him. Uncle, tell me, did you just praise me? The man did not even turn back. Did I? Why don't I remember? You praised me. You did praise me. I'm not stupid. How can I not tell? Xie Dingyuan waved his hand at him. Then I'll take it as a compliment. Yes, of course. Wait, it's so late, where are you going? Xie Dingyuan opened the car door and got in. To get some fresh air. Huh? Was it very stuffy at home? No way, the thermostat was working 24/7. Zhongxiang suddenly said when he drove past, that's it. Are you trying to coax a child? Xie Dingyuan, I'm looking for someone. Getting some fresh air and looking for someone. Zhongxiang, who? What answered him was a gust of car exhaust. Digression, 3rd update, 2,000 words. There was no update today, but there will be one tomorrow. Xie Dingyuan drove the car but did not leave the Imperial Heaven residence directly. Instead, he drove around the Jiang family's villa without turning on the lights. After driving out of the neighborhood, he held the steering wheel and his mind went blank. Where should he go, or rather, where could Jiang Fuyue be? That's right, the man knew very well that coming out for a breather was just an excuse. His real purpose was to see if he could find Jiang Fuyue. Xie Dingyuan suddenly remembered that Zhongxiang said that Jiang Fuyue was going to take her friend out for a meal. He immediately turned around and drove to Jiangji Restaurant's private home cuisine. When he arrived, it was exactly 9 o'clock. Business was good, and there were many people queuing outside the restaurant. Take care, fairies. You're welcome to come. Again. Chao Dou stood at the door to send them off. Brother Dou, you don't have to send us off. It's windy outside. I'm afraid that you'll lose your hair. Hurry up and go in. The fans' jokes were not for show. They immediately caused a lot of laughter. Chao Dou rubbed his nose. You guys can't get over it if you don't make fun of me, right? Suddenly, his gaze paused and fell on a familiar Mercedes-Benz across the road. Hiss, Chao Dou walked over and knocked on the car window. The glass lowered, revealing a face with 100% national popularity. It's really you, Professor Xia. I thought I recognized the wrong person. Hello. Is Jiang Fuyue here? She was here before, but she left after dinner. How long did she leave? Chao Dou looked at his watch. About 20 to 30 minutes. Thank you. Then, he started the engine and drove away. Chao Dou, ? Xie Dingyuan drove straight down the street. The night wind blew on his face, and it was unusually cold. Suddenly, his gaze paused and fell on the window of a dessert shop not far away. Besides mango cheese, what else? Mingyu turned to look at her. His gray eyes were filled with focus and gentleness. What else do you want? One is enough. All right. Mingyu operated the wheelchair into the store. Under the curious gazes of the surrounding people, he calmly paid the bill and took the bag from the clerk. He turned around and handed it over to Jiang Fuyue. Try it? Before Jiang Fuyue could speak, the glass door behind her was pushed open from the outside, and a gust of cold wind blew in. Jiang Fuyue subconsciously turned around. At the same time, she heard a familiar voice. What a coincidence. Then, he turned to the side and said, Uncle Ming, long time no see. Ah Yuan. Mingyu nodded slightly. I remember the last time we met was at Xingchuan's academic salon. After that, I heard that you went back to the Northwest Research Institute. I didn't expect to meet you in Linhui City. Mingyu, I didn't expect it either. You and Jiang Fuyue know each other? Xie Dingyuan's gaze wandered between the two of them. It was just the right time to mention it, and it was not rude at all. Mingyu looked at Jiang Fuyue. At the same time, she also looked at him. Their eyes met, and a silent tacit understanding lingered around the two of them. At first glance, it was obvious that they were close friends. Of course, it was also possible that they were more than friends. Mingyu nodded and said, Jiang Fuyue smiled and tacitly agreed. Since it's such a coincidence, why don't we sit down and talk? I haven't congratulated Uncle Ming on the success of the Crimson 7 test. Mingyu's gray eyes swept over Xie Dingyuan. Obviously, he couldn't focus his gaze, but it was inexplicably tinged with a hint of sharpness. Why, do you know Yaya too? Yaya, Xie Dingyuan's eyes darkened. We just completed an experiment together. Mingyu raised his eyebrows. With Xie Dingyuan's current status, why would he extend an olive branch to Jiang Fuyue, a high school student? He thought about it in his heart, but his expression didn't change at all. Yaya's research ability is unquestionable. Xie Dingyuan nodded. Yes. He turned to look at Jiang Fuyue. I found a treasure. The three of them sat down in the shop. Xie Dingyuan and Mingyu were talking about research, and Jiang Fuyue was quietly eating her 1,000-layer cake. The thin egg skin, the smooth animal cream, the sweet mango fragrance, and the sweetness fermented at the tip of the tongue. Jiang Fuyue narrowed her eyes in satisfaction, like a lazy cat. The two men seemed to be talking seriously, and a lot of technical terms came out of their mouths, but neither of them didn't look at the girl. Suddenly, Xie Dingyuan met Mingyu's eyes, and Mingyu calmly looked into his eyes. The atmosphere suddenly became subtle. Mingyu, how did Yuan get to know Yaya? Xie Ding Yuan, no discord, no concord. What about you? She and I have known each other for a long time, so long that it feels like a lifetime ago. The second half of the sentence successfully made Xie Dingyuan frown. He glanced at Jiang Fuyue, but saw that she didn't feel bad about it. Instead, she was quite calm. Uncle Ming, how long do you plan to stay in Linhuai? If you have time, you can visit Historical Palace. No, I'll leave in 2 days. You came to Linhuai this time? To do something and meet a friend. Xie Dingyuan subconsciously looked at Jiang Fuyue, but the latter didn't bring herself into the conversation. She focused on the food and didn't want to get involved. Xie Dingyuan, at this time, Jiang Fuyue's mouth was stained with cream. He and Mingyu handed over napkins almost at the same time. Wipe it. Here you go. After saying that, both of them were stunned. Mingyu seemed to have understood something, and Xie Dingyuan also seemed to have seen through everything. An invisible undercurrent surged between the two of them. Jiang Fuyue didn't feel it at all. She reached out and took the napkins, one wiped her mouth, and the other wiped her hands. Xie Dingyuan, Mingyu, I'm done eating. How long do you want to talk? Mingyu, let's go. Xie Dingyuan got up. At this time, Zhonghao came in from outside and stood beside Mingyu. The four of them walked out of the dessert shop. Not far away was the hotel where Mingyu was staying. Jiang Fuyue, I'll send you in. Mingyu didn't refuse. Xie Dingyuan said at the right time, let's go together. Mingyu declined, it's just a few steps, I don't want to trouble you. Yet, he was willing to trouble Jiang Fuyue. Xie Dingyuan narrowed his eyes. Suddenly, a faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. I drove. I can go back with Jiang Fuyue. Together? Mingyu raised his eyebrows. Xie Dingyuan, we live in the same neighborhood. Mingyu's gray eyes flashed slightly, okay. After sending Mingyu, Jiang Fuyue stopped, have a good rest, good night. Mingyu smiled and nodded, see you tomorrow. Okay. After watching the two of them enter the elevator, Xie Dingyuan looked away, let's go. Jiang Fuyue lifted his feet and followed. Why are you here? This direction was not where Han Qing was, and it was also some distance away from Imperial Heaven Palace. He said, passing by. The two of them arrived at the parking lot opposite the dessert shop. Jiang Fuyue raised her eyebrows, you specially parked your car to say hello to Mingyu and me? Impudent, you should call me Uncle Ming or Professor Ming. Pfft, uncle, to think that he could think of such a thing. He wondered what Mingyu's expression would be if he heard this. Jiang Fuyue, I think it's better for friends to call each other by their names. You and Mingyu? Friends despite the difference in age? Jiang Fuyue thought about it and nodded, you can think of it that way. Xie Dingyuan. Gloomy, after getting into the car and sitting down, the man started the engine. On the way, Xie Dingyuan suddenly mentioned the experimental project that the two of them were working on. The thesis has been completed, but we need to provide more detailed data support for the modeling. When do you have time to go to the laboratory and discuss the parts that you're responsible for with everyone? Okay. How about tomorrow? Lao Bai, Old Jean, and Dingyu will all be there. Tomorrow. Jiang Fuyue frowned. Why, do you have other plans? Xie Dingyuan remained calm. Yes, I have an appointment with someone. The man snorted in his heart. Don't think that I didn't hear it. It was an appointment with Mingyu. Xie Dingyuan, tomorrow is not a Saturday or Sunday, are you free? I have already applied for leave from school, no problem. Oh. After entering the neighborhood, the car stopped in front of the Jiang family villa. Jiang Fuyue got out of the car and closed the door, thank you. Hey, she turned around. Under the street lamp, the man's eyes were handsome, and his dark pupils seemed to be filled with stars. If you have any academic questions in the future, you can ask me. Jiang Fuyue didn't know why he said this, but she still appreciated it, okay. Go back, good night. Goodbye. The next day, Jiang Fuyue went to the airport early in the morning. At 9 o'clock in the morning, Su Kaiqing and old Peter arrived at the airport together. Sue, can you tell us what Cho looks like? How tall is he? Does he like black or white? Oh. Will he like my greeting gift? Su Kaiqing smiled and didn't answer the above questions. Then he asked, you will know when you meet him. Old Su, over here, Jiang Fuyue waved at the two of them. Hey, look at that Huasha girl. Old Peter noticed her immediately. Did Cho send her to pick us up? Oh, I guess Cho is either a senior executive or a successful entrepreneur. Only these two professions can be so considerate. I am so smart. But the next second, he saw Su Kaiqing smile and walk forward to hug the girl. Long time no see, worry, digression, 2 updates together, 3,000 words. There was a very sad news. This fish was hospitalized because its appendix was not obedient. Sigh, she was admitted to the emergency department at 4 o'clock in the morning, did a nucleic acid test, and waited for the results. It was only after 7 o'clock in the evening that she was officially admitted to the hospital. The running around was physically and mentally exhausting. These 2 chapters were written in the hospital. If there were no accidents, she would be writing in the hospital for the next few days. If there were any special circumstances, such as her condition worsening, immediate surgery, etc., she might not be able to update in time, or even stop updating. I hope everyone can understand. She will probably be discharged in a week. I hope everything will be safe and smooth. Jiang Fuyue hugged him back. Long time no see. Beside them, Peter was dumbfounded. Although his Chinese was average, he could still distinguish the pronunciation of Cho. Sue actually called a girl Cho, or was the name Cho already as commonplace as John and Tony? Anyone could call her that? Oh. Sue, you're being naughty again. Quick, introduce her to me. Who is this beautiful lady? Don't try to fool me with Cho. That's so funny. When Su Kaiqing heard that, he looked at him with a half-smile. Who's fooling you? Isn't it? Old Peter gestured with his hands. You just called this lady Cho. If that's not fooling, then what is? Su Kaiqing said, maybe she's Cho? No, no, no. This joke isn't funny at all. At this moment, Jiang Fuyue suddenly stepped forward and patted old Peter on the shoulder. Hey, we finally meet, Peter Drucker. Hiss, you know me? Sue said it? Oh, don't tell me you're really Cho. If you do, I'll break down on the spot. Jiang Fuyue spread her hands and shrugged. I'm sorry. Old Peter was in disbelief at first, then he questioned, how did you become a girl? How did you become a girl? Sue, please tell me that this is just a ridiculous prank. Jiang Fuyue looked at him innocently. Did I say I was a man? It seemed like she really didn't, but Peter was still hesitant. Or rather, he couldn't believe that the powerful Cho was actually such a young girl. This was simply too crazy. Beautiful lady, since you said you were Cho, then you should remember that we once discussed Hillary. Do you remember one of Putnam's hypotheses called flower in the water? Jiang Fuyue raised her eyebrows. I don't remember any flower in the water, but I know Hillary. Putnam's other crazy hypotheses called, she enunciated each word clearly, a brain in a vat. Peter's old eyes narrowed slightly, and a shrewdness and sharpness that did not match his straightforward and foolish persona flashed across his eyes. Eine VAT meant a person. Of course, it could be assumed that it was you. You were operated on by an evil scientist. Your brain was cut off and placed in a tank filled with nutrient solution to keep the brain alive. The nerve endings of the brain were connected to the computer, and the computer was programmed to send information to the brain in order to maintain the illusion that everything was perfectly normal. 1. Jiang Fuyue smiled. He continued, to him, it seems like people, objects, and the sky still exist. He can experience his own movements and body sensations. Other than that, he can also input or fabricate memories. He could even turn into a string of code and feel that he was reading an interesting and absurd text here. 2. Then, here comes the question. The computer sends the same kinds of signals to the brain through nerve endings and gives the same signal feedback to the brain as usual. Therefore, the world that the brain experiences is actually a kind of virtual reality created by the computer. Then, can the brain realize that it is living in a virtual reality? 1. Old Peter was stunned on the spot. 20 years ago, he and Cho had such a discussion in a private message dialog box on the SSA intranet, and the situation was exactly the same. Even Su Kai-ching was not clear about the details in the middle. So, oh. God. Are you really Cho? The hero I've been looking up to for a long time is actually a girl? Oh my God. This is unbelievable. As he spoke, he opened his arms and prepared to give her a huge hug. Jiang Fuyue's scalp went numb, and she quickly dodged. Actually, regarding this conjecture, we can use an illusion that has been passed down in Xianxia for thousands of years to support it. Old Peter's eyes lit up. What illusion? According to Zhuangzi's treatise on equalizing objects, in the past, Zhuangzi dreamed of butterflies, vivid butterflies, and said that they were suitable for Zhou. Zhou's dream was butterflies, and butterfly's dream was Zhou? Peter, ? What was she talking about, Su Kai-ching, ? As a person from Xianxia, I doubt that I can understand Chinese. Jiang Fuyue had no intention of making things difficult for the two of them. Zhuangzi dreamed of butterflies. Was it Zhuangzi who dreamed that he became a butterfly, or was it the butterfly who dreamed that it became Zhuangzi? Reality and illusion intertwined, layer upon layer, and continuously derived multidimensional space. Can this also be used to explain Einstein's theory of relativity? Of course, this is just my personal opinion. After she finished speaking, old Peter's eyes sparkled. We don't understand Chinese, so we can just shout 666. In any case, Cho didn't not 666. When it was 666. Don't be too flashy, Su Kai-ching raised his chin and said proudly, Old Peter, do you believe me now? Heh. Look at how proud you are. Those who didn't know better would think that you were talking about it again and again. I said, it's enough for the two of you. Jiang Fuyue immediately cut off the two old children who were about to quarrel. Then, she patted the low-key and luxurious front of Kirinan's car and waved her hand, let's go, I'll take you to meet a friend, digression, third watch, 2000 words. References, 1. Yuan Xing Putnam's Brain in a Vat Problem. Nanchang University, 2019. 2. Li Wei. Thoughts on the development of artificial intelligence in the perspective of physical aesthetics, human nature and the brain in a vat model. Beauty and Time, 2, 2019, 11:11-16. The environment of the tea house was quiet, incense was burning, and the sound of zither music could be heard. The quaint door was pushed open, and there were pavilions, corridors, rockery, and bamboo forests. Peter looked around curiously as he walked, exclaiming from time to time. Su Kai-ching, I heard that you've read Dream of the Red Chamber? Peter, of course. Then do you know Granny Lu? He deliberately emphasized the words Granny Lu in Chinese. Peter's eyes looked guilty. Of course. You look quite like her. Huh? Tall and strong. When you entered the tea house, you were exactly the same as when she entered the Grand View Garden. Peter understood the words tall and strong. As for the Grand View Garden, that was not important. He raised his arm on the spot and showed his developed biceps. Yes, I'm the same as Granny Lu. Jiang Fuyue couldn't help laughing. Pfft, Peter looked puzzled and quietly asked Su Kai-ching, what's Cho laughing about? Su Kai-ching, maybe she saw a big stupid cow. Peter, ? Cow? Where did the cow come from? The three of them stopped in front of a wooden door. There was a sign hanging in the middle of the door with the words Elegant Maple Leaf Residence written in beautiful script. Jiang Fuyue pushed the door open and walked in. Su Kai-ching and Peter followed closely behind. The faint fragrance of tea drifted over. There was already a person sitting at a table not far away, boiling water and making tea. Jiang Fuyue, let me introduce you, this is, no need. Su Kai-ching waved his hand. Northwest Research Institute, Professor Mingyu. Mingyu nodded. Elder Su. Then, he turned to Peter and greeted him in English. We meet again, Professor Drucker. Peter immediately opened his arms enthusiastically. Oh, Ming. I didn't expect to see you here. The three of them were all scientific researchers in the field of physics. It was not surprising that they knew each other. For example, Su Kaiqing and Ming Yu met at a medal awarding ceremony. Both of them stood on the podium as medal winners. After that, Su Kaiqing brought a group of doctoral students under him to the Northwest Research Institute for an inspection. The person who went on stage to give a report was Ming Yu. The two of them quickly become familiar with each other. Usually, when it came to professional problems in the other party's branch field, they would often communicate in the form of emails. As for old Peter and Ming Yu, it was even simpler. 2 years ago, at the thermonuclear physics seminar hosted by Gallifrey Asia, Ming Yu and old Peter went on stage to give a report. To find out. 2. After returning to China, the two of them still kept in touch. Jiang Fuyue said, "Since everyone knows each other, things will be easier." Old Su, about the experimental bottleneck you mentioned before. It was an elegant tea room. Although it was supposed to be an exchange between 4 people, the atmosphere and effect were comparable to a 10,000-person reporting hall. Knowledge collided and was reborn here. Ideas were rubbed and heated here. During the conversation, the SSA Internet Science Auction Station was inevitably mentioned. Ming Yu also found out that Jiang Fuyue was the mysterious founder, My Worry Heart. My Worry Heart and Bright Moon. In fact, the hint was obvious. It was just that no one thought about it. They didn't dare to think about it. When it came to a professional question, Jiang Fuyue asked around, but it was not in the field of research of the 3 of them. She had to log on to the internet and use the founder's authority to view papers related to this field, as well as the personal information of the researchers. Because the science auction station was home to top scientists from all over the country, they often used the internet forum to communicate and discuss. These communication posts had a certain time limit. After the set time limit, they would be automatically locked and hidden. Administrators could view them within half a year, but only the founder could view them after half a year. During this time, they could not be invisible. Therefore, the moment Jiang Fuyue went online, a large number of purple irises bloomed. The entire internet homepage was covered by this purple color. It was stunning. Hanqing Biology, DNA Building, a Laboratory. Xie Dingyuan looked at the blooming purple irises on the desktop. His pupils constricted and he immediately operated the computer. He saw the man's bony hands typing on the keyboard. His fingers flew, faster and faster, faster and faster, then, a large number of codes appeared on the desktop with a loading progress bar. While waiting, Xie Dingyuan calculated the time and called Shen Wenjiao, who was far away in the imperial capital. At this time, Shen Wenjiao was guiding a PhD student to revise the opening report. When he reached the key point, he suddenly heard his phone ring. He did not take it out. Instead, he hung up in his trouser pocket and continued to talk. But a few seconds later, it rang again. "Professor Shen, why don't you pick up the phone first?" Shen Wenjiao was afraid that it was something urgent. He immediately nodded and said to the student, "Then let's call it a day. Finish the revision and come to the office tomorrow afternoon." "Okay." The PhD student left quickly. Shen Wenjiao saw the caller ID and his heart suddenly tightened. Yuan would not call him for no reason, and this was 2 consecutive calls. Could it be? He immediately answered, Yuan, are you looking for me?" "Yes. Just 2 minutes ago, the purple irises bloomed again." Shen Wenjiao's whole body trembled. His old eyes lit up. "See if the founder's profile is lit or dark." "It's lit." "Then it's My Worry that's online. And old Su just happened to leave the imperial capital today." "Xie Dingyuan, what do you mean?" "He must have gone to find me. I knew he was up to something behind my back." Yuan, I remember you said last time that as long as the founder's account is online, you can use hacking methods to track the other party's IP." "Yes. I've already started tracking, but the internet has been stable for decades. Its strong firewall is indispensable. If I want to track the other party's IP, I have to break through these firewalls first. I still need some time." "Okay, then I'll leave you to it. I'll wait for your news." "Okay." Xie Dingyuan ended the call and continued to type on the keyboard. The man's focused gaze fell on the screen, and a look of determination flashed in his eyes. In the tea room, Jiang Fuyue searched for the keywords and found a researcher in the relevant field. Through the analysis of his related discussion posts, she solved this professional problem. Just as she was about to log out of the founder's account, an alarm suddenly sounded. At the same time, a huge red exclamation mark appeared on the computer screen. Su Kaiqing, what's going on? Why did the webpage alert the police? Peter, what's the situation? Su, aren't you an administrator? Why is this happening? Su Kaiqing, I've never encountered it before. Don't ask me. Mingyu glanced at the small blue words under the exclamation mark. Is it a firewall? Jiang Fuyue nodded, her eyes solemn. Someone wanted to break through the firewall while I was online. When the second firewall was activated, the alarm program was triggered. So what do we do now? Jiang Fuyue put her hands on the keyboard and typed quickly as she said, the enemy has come to find us. Of course, we have to fight back. She said the last 3 words in a loud and clear voice. Su Kaiqing clenched his fists, yes, beat him until his face is swollen. Peter whistled and exclaimed, cool. Mingyu asked, do you need help? Jiang Fuyue, not for now. 5 minutes later, the code disappeared, but the black screen was still there. A progress bar appeared in the middle of the screen and began to load slowly. This is? Jiang Fuyue, I want to see who the person who wants to break through my firewall is. When the progress bar is loaded, it means that the tracking virus has been successfully implanted. As long as the other party breaks through the second firewall, they will be invaded by the virus and their personal information and IP address will be exposed. Just wait and see. In the laboratory, Xie Dingyuan finally broke through the second firewall. Before he could be happy, the system's software reminded him that there was a virus. Invasion. His eyes turned cold, and he began to kill the poison while breaking the third firewall. The other party obviously came prepared. The virus was complicated and nested with other viruses. If there was a slight error in judgment or operation, not only would he not be able to kill the virus, but he might also trigger another virus and cause the host to be paralyzed. Okay. It seemed that this founder not only had excellent scientific research ability, but also excellent hacking skills. For some reason, Xie Dingyuan suddenly thought of Jiang Fuyue. She also had excellent scientific research ability and was very good at computer modeling. With her modeling ability, she could write a similar virus program. No, it might be even better. Suddenly, the host made an abnormal beeping sound. Xie Dingyuan's expression changed slightly. He did not dare to think too much and focused on the problem in front of him. Digression, 2 updates, 3,000 words. There was another update at 12:30. Jiang Fuyue, I'd like to see who is trying to break through my firewall. When the progress bar finishes loading, it means that the tracking virus has been successfully implanted. As long as the other party breaks through the second firewall, they will be invaded by the virus and expose their personal information and IP address. Just wait and see. In the laboratory, Xie Dingyuan finally broke through the second firewall. Before he could celebrate, the system's software reminded him that there was a virus invasion. His eyes turned cold as he started to kill the virus while breaking through the third firewall. The other party had obviously come prepared. The virus was complex and nested with other viruses. If there was a slight error in judgment or operation, not only would he fail to kill the virus, he might even trigger another virus and cause the host computer to be paralyzed. Okay. It seemed that this founder was not only good at scientific research, but also excellent at hacking. For some reason, Xie Dingyuan suddenly thought of Jiang Fuyue. She was also excellent at scientific research and was very good at computer modeling. With her modeling ability, she could definitely write a similar virus program. No, it might even be better. Suddenly, the host computer made an abnormal beeping sound. Xie Dingyuan's expression changed slightly. He didn't dare to think too much and focused on the difficulties in front of him. Yes, difficulties. When the first antivirus operation showed that it had failed, Xie Dingyuan realized that he had underestimated the other party. He immediately focused his attention and tapped on the keyboard. In the tea room, Su Kaiqing looked at the screen and frowned. Didn't this progress bar finish loading? Why did another one appear? Jiang Fuyue, the first one disappeared because the virus was successfully implanted. This one is the progress of the virus invading the other party's host computer. It's only 3% now, which means that the other party is putting up a strong defense. If I'm not wrong, they should have increased the firewall level. Then do you need to make adjustments to the virus? No need. The virus is adaptive. What do you mean? Jiang Fuyue smiled. The higher the defense level of the other party, the faster the virus will reproduce and the stronger the invasion ability. Old Peter looked surprised. You can do that? Jiang Fuyue, of course. So Cho, you're not only an excellent researcher and physics expert, but also an excellent hacker? Jiang Fuyue smiled. Oh. Good heavens. Unbelievable. You've once again refreshed my understanding of you. But I still don't think it's enough. I still haven't gotten to know all of you. You're like a mysterious book. Before I turn to the last page, there are still all kinds of possibilities. When Su Kaiqing heard this, the corner of his mouth twitched violently. What time is it now? You're still grumbling like a poet. You're so sour that you're bubbling. If you want to praise, just praise. Can you not use tone words and metaphors? Su, you're too boring. The sincerity of a compliment lies in its pleasantness and image, but you don't have any of that. I feel very regretful. Su Kaiqing, Mingyu ignored their bickering and silently handed a cup of hot tea to Jiang Fuyue. Don't worry, have a sip first. Jiang Fuyue took it, but her eyes were glued to the screen. At this time, the progress bar had increased from 3% to 13%. Xie Dingyuan could not help but curse as he watched the virus gradually evolve with the continuous upgrade of the firewall and its super adaptability. The other party was too cunning, but he was also really powerful. He set up an automatic program to complete the upgrade of the firewall. In the meantime, he turned on another computer and started to write a virus program. Do you think you're the only one who knows how to play with viruses? The man sneered with a murderous look in his eyes. On the other side, the firewall had been upgraded and the virus had also evolved several times. After my rebirth, I'm the white moonlight of all the big bosses. After rebirth, I am the white moonlight for all big bosses. Read at /read/121809/ after my rebirth, I'm the white moonlight of all the big bosses. After my rebirth, I'm the white moonlight of all the big bosses. After my rebirth, I'm the white moonlight of all the big bosses. For your convenience next time, you can click on the bookmark button below to record this time. Fight from a distance and catch the other party. You'll be able to see it the next time you open the bookshelf. If you like After My Rebirth, I'm the white moonlight of all the big bosses, please recommend this book to your friends, QQ, blog, WeChat, etc. Thank you for your support. Jiang Fuyue brought Su Kaiqing along with her. They were filled with murderous intent all the way until they finally stopped at Hongqing Biotech, in front of the DNA building? What's going on? Jiang Fuyue muttered as she began to check the address. That's right, Su Kaiqing asked, what's wrong? The IP address is displayed here. Su Kaiqing looked around, and his expression became more and more strange. Why do I feel a little familiar? Suddenly, he reacted. Isn't this Ayuan's company? Jiang Fuyue's expression was solemn. You mean, the person who wants to break the firewall is here? We can't rule out that possibility. Then should we ask Ayuan to help us check? Jiang Fuyue narrowed her eyes. I'm afraid, the thief is calling the police. Su Kaiqing, ? Why didn't he understand? Hongqing Biotech, superb computer technology, SSA internet membership, DNA building IP address, and a high degree of curiosity and desire to explore my worry heart. The only person who met all these conditions was Xie Dingyuan himself, at the same time, in front of a retro-decorated tea house. Xie Dingyuan slowly raised his head. Welcome. Do you have a reservation? Do you have a reservation system here? Yes. Then the customer's information should be more complete? Strictly speaking, that's the case. Because all members have to fill in detailed information. Please help me check on someone. I'm sorry, but we have a rule that we can't disclose the privacy of our customers. Xie Dingyuan didn't waste any more time. Instead, he turned around and made a phone call. Soon, the front desk phone rang. Boss, you said, yes, there's a gentleman here. Alright, I got it. Don't worry. The waiter hung up the phone and immediately smiled. The awkward expression on his face disappeared. I'm sorry, I didn't know you were a friend of President Wu's. President Wu just called and asked me to do my best to cooperate with you. Xie Dingyuan didn't stand on ceremony and went straight to the point. I want the information of everyone who entered this tea house from this morning until now. Also, take me to the surveillance room. 15 minutes later. Are you sure all the surveillance cameras are here? Yes. Except for the A15 and A18 cameras. Xie Dingyuan frowned. What happened? These two cameras were broken this morning. I haven't had time to fix them yet. This morning? Yeah, they were just replaced last year. Everything else is fine except for these two. It's really strange. Xie Dingyuan's eyes darkened. Which tea house are these two cameras aimed at? Let me see. Elegant Maple Residence. Xie Dingyuan nodded. Take me there. In the quiet tea room, the tea on the table was still warm. 4 positions, 4 teacups. Xie Dingyuan, who booked this room? The waiter took out his iPad and looked up the member information. It's a Mr. Liu. Full name? Liu Jinzhong. In front of the DNA building. Jiang Fuyue walked to the security booth and leaned against the window. She smiled and greeted, Uncle Wang, are you on duty today? Miss Jiang, why are you here? Uncle Wang hurriedly cleaned up the dishes. Nothing, you can eat. I'm just passing by and looking for Professor Xia. By the way, did Professor Xia come to the laboratory today? Oh, what a coincidence. He came and left. Oh? Jiang Fuyue's expression was strange. When did he leave? Just now, about half an hour ago. If you came earlier, you would have seen him. It's okay. It's the same next time. I'll go first. Okay, come over when you're free. A new laboratory is being built here. I heard it's all high-tech. Awesome. Okay. Jiang Fuyue smiled. The moment she turned around, her smile disappeared. If she was only 60% suspicious before, then she was 95% sure now. The remaining 5% was just a confirmation. Su Kaiqing, how is it? Old Su, how long have you known Xie Dingyuan? Huh? Su Kaiqing was slightly stunned. Why are you suddenly asking this? It's been about 7 or 8 years since he became Old Shen's disciple. How's his computer skills? Pretty good. I heard that he wrote all the reports and analysis programs in Old Shen's laboratory by himself. Because of this, the team's efficiency has increased by 10%. My subordinates are envious. Is that so? Her tone was faint and full of meaning. Jiang Fuyue took out her phone and dialed a number under Su Kaiqing's puzzled gaze. Hello, Professor Xia, are you busy? At this time, Xie Dingyuan was sitting in Elegant Maple Residence, playing with one of the used teacups in his hand. He took a closer sniff. In addition to the faint tea fragrance, there was a faint citrus smell on the surface of the cup. However, the other 3 cups were not. While he was thinking, his phone rang. He was about to hang up, but when he saw the caller ID, he immediately chose to answer. The girl's clear and cheerful voice came through. When she said Professor Xia, his entire soul trembled. His ears were tingling and his heart was racing. I'm not busy. He pretended to be calm. Where are you now? I'll treat you to a meal. I'm in the city. Why are you suddenly treating me to a meal? You were the one who treated me before. Is it strange to return the favor? It's not strange. Are you free? Xie Dingyuan frowned slightly. Now? Yes. I have something to do. How about next time? Jiang Fuyue raised her eyebrows and said leisurely, I don't know when the next time will be. Anyway, I'm not afraid that you'll run away. The man smiled. You're so confident? I'm confident in you. Okay. Jiang Fuyue relented. Next time then. After the call ended, Xie Dingyuan shook his head and laughed. Suddenly, the man's expression froze. Didn't Jiang Fuyue have something to do with Mingyu today? Why did she suddenly treat him to a meal? judging from her tone, it seemed to be an impromptu decision. No. Out of the corner of his eye, he glanced at the fragrant teacup next to him and an absurd conjecture appeared in his mind. Xie Dingyuan left the teahouse in a hurry after getting nothing out of it. The waiter respectfully sent her to the door and watched the car drive away until it disappeared from her sight. Only then did she heave a sigh of relief. Her colleague walked over and bumped her shoulder. He teased her, "What a piece of work. You've been serving him all the way here. Did you get his contact number?" "How would I dare to ask for it? Didn't you see that his face is darker than the bottom of a pot? No matter how handsome he is, it's a big discount. Hey, I heard that he's not only good-looking, but also has a strong background and an extraordinary status. How arrogant is our CEO Wu usually? He's as obedient as a mouse in front of a cat. Based on my years of experience, he's definitely not an ordinary eligible bachelor. Forget it. I don't have that kind of luck. Are you stupid? If I were as young and beautiful as you, I would have flown to a higher position long ago. Who would still be here to welcome guests? Sister Tan, don't you think this person looks a little familiar? TSK, he's already gone. What's the use of hitting on him in front of me? I'm not hitting on him. He looks a little familiar. What do you mean by déjà vu? Aren't these old tricks? I'm telling the truth. I've seen him somewhere before. Where exactly was it? If it was in real life, she would definitely have an impression of him. This could be ruled out. What do you mean? You said he's a celebrity? I don't think so. I read entertainment gossip every day. I've never seen such a face in any TV series. TV series. Yes. On the news broadcast, he's a very powerful scientist. His surname is Xia. He's very young and very handsome. When he speaks, he has a serious look on his face. He's also the one who can make little girls scream. Do you remember? I never watch the news. What are you mumbling about? There's another guest in the private room upstairs. Hurry up and greet him. The manager walked over. The two of them instantly fell silent. They turned their heads and did their own things. After more than half an hour, the waiter finally remembered who that person was. Xie Dingyuan. Professor Xia, oh my god. After leaving the tea house, Xie Dingyuan drove back to the DNA building. He had a guess in his heart that he urgently needed to verify. He did not want to wait any longer. Hence, he sped up. Finally, screech. The brakes suddenly screeched. The car stopped at the entrance. He got out of the car and looked around. He did not find the person he was looking for. However, he did not panic at all. He walked to the security booth and knocked on the window. Uncle Wang, are you eating? Ah. Professor Xia. You're back? Uncle Wang was almost done eating. He put down his chopsticks and immediately stood up. I'll open the gate for you right away. Xie Dingyuan waved his hand, indicating that he was not in a hurry. Take a seat. Do you still remember Jiang Fuyue? The girl who came to the laboratory some time ago. Digression, 2 updates, 3,000 words. 12:40 p.m. One more update. Yes. He's the amazing scientist you saw on the news. His surname is Xia. He's young and handsome. When he speaks, he has a serious look on his face. Do you remember him? I don't watch the news. What are you mumbling about? There's another guest in the private room upstairs. Hurry up and greet him. The manager walked over. The two of them stopped talking, turned around, and did their own things. After more than half an hour, the waiter finally remembered who that person was, Xie Dingyuan. Professor Xia, God. After leaving the tea house, Xie Dingyuan drove back to the DNA building. He had a guess in his heart that needed to be verified. He did not want to wait any longer, so he drove faster and faster. Finally, screech. The brakes screeched. The car stopped at the entrance. He got out of the car and looked around. He did not find the person he was looking for. However, he did not panic at all. He walked to the security booth and knocked on the window. Uncle Wang, are you eating? Ah. Professor Xia. You're back? Uncle Wang was almost done eating. He put down his chopsticks and stood up immediately. I'll open the gate for you right away. Xia Dingyuan waved his hand, indicating that he was not in a hurry. Take a seat. Do you still remember Jiang Fuyue? The girl who came to the laboratory some time ago. Yes. Yes. I was about to tell you. She came right after you left. She asked if you were in the laboratory. I told her that you were out. The girl left with a look of regret. Then, you came back. This is really... Xie Dingyuan's pupils constricted. She came here? Yes. She left not long ago. Can you check the surveillance footage? Ah? Xie Dingyuan's expression was serious. He did not look like he was joking. The security guard nodded immediately. Of course, please come in. I'll check it now. 2 minutes later. Not only did Jiang Fuyue appear in the surveillance footage, but there was also Su Kaiqing. The teacher said that Elder Su might have left Beijing to meet my worries. Jiang Fuyue's superb hacking skills and virus creation skills. And Mingyu's sudden appearance. That teacup with the citrus scent, all the evidence pointed to one person. Jiang Fuyue, that's right. Back then, Elder Su had come to Huai City to look for my worry heart. Later, he found out that the other party had sold a few out-of-print books on the internet. Then, he traced the clues left behind by the bookstore and found Jiang Fuyue. At that time, he had accompanied Elder Su to No. 1 middle school. Jiang Fuyue had a problem with him, so she requested to leave and talk to Su Lao alone. Xie Dingyuan still had no idea what the two of them talked about. Su Kaiqing was tight-lipped, and Jiang Fuyue never mentioned it either. But from then on, Su Kaiqing never mentioned the matter of looking for my worry heart again. Xie Dingyuan had once speculated that either he already knew the whereabouts of my worry heart, or the two of them had secretly met. There were only two possibilities, so, by following Su Kaiqing, he would definitely be able to find my worry heart. This was something that both he and Shen Wenjiao had agreed on, but they did not expect that after investigating and setting up an inescapable net, they would eventually find Jiang Fuyue. Who exactly are you? Xie Dingyuan muttered to himself. At this moment, Uncle Wang, the security guard, suddenly said, Professor Xia, do you think Miss Jiang is talking to the camera? Xie Dingyuan looked at the screen and saw the girl walking to the door. She suddenly stopped, turned back, and stopped in front of the camera. She slowly raised her head, revealing her beautiful and harmless face. She looked at the camera and said one word at a time. After my rebirth, I am the white moonlight of all the big bosses. After rebirth, I am the white moonlight for all big bosses. Read at /read/121809/ after my rebirth, I am the white moonlight of all the big bosses. After my rebirth, I am the white moonlight of all the big bosses. After my rebirth, I am the white moonlight of all the big bosses. To make it easier for you to read it next time, you can click on the bookmark button below to record this time. Sister Yu has announced that she will take the initiative to reveal this reading record. You will be able to see it the next time you open the bookshelf. If you like After My Rebirth, I am the white moonlight of all the big bosses, please recommend this book to your friends, QQ, blog, WeChat, etc. Thank you for your support. Obviously, Jiang Fuyue had no intention of answering his questions. Xie Dingyuan didn't intend to get to the bottom of it either. After all, he didn't have the right. At least he had this much self-awareness. Sorry, I might be asking too much. It's okay if you don't answer, but there's one thing I don't understand. Jiang Fuyue, go ahead. Since you have a way to erase the CCTV in the tea room, why did you leave the DNA building's entrance? You let me find out on purpose, right? Yes. The man frowned. Why? I know you've been investigating the founder of SSA's internet and have already suspected me. So, the man's eyes were deep as he enunciated each word. Is it you? Or are you in the know? Jiang Fuyue didn't answer. She only said, don't investigate anymore. There won't be any results. Xie Dingyuan didn't comment. Suddenly, he smiled. Why don't you ask me why I'm investigating him? You'll answer if I ask? Xie Dingyuan nodded. Yes. Jiang Fuyue raised her eyebrows and met his serious eyes. Okay. Can you tell me why you're investigating him? It's not me. It's the teacher. Old Shen? Yes. 20 years ago, the BR4 project that the teacher poured all his efforts into fell into an endless loop after consuming a lot of manpower and material resources. He and the team couldn't get out of the fixed mindset and find a new breakthrough. Just as the project was about to be stopped, he saw my worried reply on the internet. It was this reply that gave him a new idea. In the end, the project was saved. 2 years later, the paper was published and caused a sensation in the academic community. The teacher left a signature for me, but unfortunately, I couldn't contact him through the internet. For the next 18 years, until the appearance of the purple iris, there was no news from me. The last signature of the research paper was still waiting for me. Teacher's greatest wish is to be able to personally see my name, Jiacho Xian, fall into the position that should have belonged to him. Jiang Fuyue was stunned for a moment. She had no recollection of what Xie Dingyuan had said. In her previous life, when she was managing Reno Corporation, she did have the habit of browsing the discussion threads on the internet. Occasionally, when she saw research topics that interested her, she would leave a comment or reply, but she would forget about them in the blink of an eye. She never thought that someone would remember it for 20 years and even try to sign her name. This, for a moment, he had mixed feelings. Xie Dingyuan, if you know the whereabouts of my worry heart, please help me convey old master's wishes and fulfill his wish of so many years. Jiang Fuyue, okay. Xie Dingyuan, today, we broke the firewall of the internet, we're even. You broke my firewall, I slaughtered your host, and we both obtained each other's IP address. The corners of the man's mouth rose. Okay. Xie Dingyuan raised his head and finished the rest of the tea. Then, he stood up and left. Before he left, he didn't forget to remind Jiang Fuyue, remember to visit the laboratory when you have time. Lao Bai and Old Jean are waiting for you to complete the model data. Then, we can start working on the project. Okay. After he left, Jiang Fuyue also left the garden with light steps. Su Kaiqing returned to the hotel. The more he thought about it, the more worried he became. He made a phone call. How was it? Were we discovered? What did Yuan say? Jiang Fuyue, don't worry, it's all settled. How did you settle it? He didn't ask much, and I didn't say much either. She didn't overdo it. Xie Dingyuan might have sensed something, but he didn't pursue the matter. He didn't even try to sound her out. Just like his arrogant personality, this person's behavior was quite upright and he didn't bother to play tricks. Compared to those aggressive or crafty people, he could be considered a gentleman. However, this gentleman had pride and didn't seem to have a good temper. He was also cold and distant. TSK, when Su Kaiqing heard this, he first breathed a sigh of relief. Then, he wondered, is Yuan that easy to talk to? He and Old Shen have been wanting to know your whereabouts for a long time. Old Shen has tried to sound me out a few times. He had been chasing after her so closely before. Now that he had finally caught a glimpse of her, how could he give up just like that? Jiang Fuyue explained briefly. Old Shen has never told me. He's also a sentimental person. If I had known, I would have helped him pass on the message. Why did he have to go through so much trouble? It's just like acting in Mission Impossible. Today was considered a thrilling day. The next day, Jiang Fuyue continued to discuss the research project they had brought over with Su Kaiqing and Old Peter. Mingyu received a call from the research institute and couldn't stay any longer. He could only return to the northwest with Zhonghao. Jiang Fuyue went to the airport to see him off. The man sat in a wheelchair and raised his head slightly. His gaze fell on the girl's face, and his blue-gray pupils glowed with concentration. Yeah, when I'm done with the research institute, I'll come to you. Although I can't be with you, at least I can live in the same city and breathe the same air under the same sky. Jiang Fuyue nodded and smiled. Okay. Let's go. Mingyu motioned to Zhonghao. The latter nodded slightly at Jiang Fuyue and pushed the wheelchair into the gate. After sending Mingyu off, Jiang Fuyue returned to the tea house. Yes, it was the same tea house as yesterday. Su Kaiqing asked, Aren't you afraid that Ai Yuan will come looking for you again? Jiang Fuyue said with certainty, he won't. Since he had promised not to pursue the matter further, he would never do one thing in front of her and another behind her back. Su Kaiqing snorted. You trust him quite a lot. Jiang Fuyue was slightly stunned. Trust him? The discussion lasted all day, during which they ate 2 meals at the tea house. It wasn't until the middle of the night that Jiang Fuyue breathed a sigh of relief. It's done. Su Kaiqing was originally looking at a stack of draft paper filled with the calculation process, so worried that his hair was about to fall out. Hearing this, he suddenly looked up with a dazed expression. What's done? 2 seconds later. Done? Is it true? Let me see. After saying that, he pounced forward. Old Peter was also stunned for a moment and surrounded him, unwilling to fall behind. 5 minutes later, Su Kaiqing, that's right. That's it. Old Peter, the sp3 equation is very similar to the diffusion equation. Previously, we directly used the diffusion calculation nodal method to solve the equation. However, the nodal method generally uses high-order flux and neutron source expansion to adapt to the larger nodal size. Byte efficiency of pin calculation is relatively low. Jiang Fuyue nodded and pointed to the circle on the draft paper. Since the reactor core inhomogeneity occurs more in the radial direction, we can propose a comprehensive method based on the radial direction of the two-dimensional planar flux expansion combined with the axial conventional nodal method to carry out the three-dimensional pin-by-pin transport sp3 calculation. Su Kaiqing suddenly understood. So the method is wrong. No wonder the results are wrong. What format is used for the nodal coupling iterations in the 3 directions? Jiang Fuyue, based on the neutron net flow coupling. Old Peter, then what's next? Jiang Fuyue, next, we just need to go through the IAEA 2D/3D benchmark problem and typical transport benchmark problem to verify the correctness and feasibility of the calculation method for the nuclear core diffusion calculation and transport calculation. Oh. My God. So this is the logic. Why didn't I think of it? Old Peter had been struggling with this problem for 20 years, a whole 20 years. Oh. I'm now completely convinced that you're Cho. Because other than Cho, there is no second person in the world with such powerful logical thinking. Old Peter habitually opened his arms. You are a gift from God, a gift thrown to the human world by God, a gospel for the scientific community. Countless praises came out of his mouth, as if they were about to bloom into a flower. No, a garden. Old Peter was not only a famous physics professor in California, but also a famous pastoral poet. Su Kaiqing rolled his eyes. Do you think Cho will fall for your tricks? It's so sappy, so funny. What he meant was, so what if you know a few lines of sour poetry? Who knew? Jiang Fuyue rubbed his chin and nodded as he listened. It seems pretty good. Su Kaiqing, ? Cho, you've changed. Old Peter, ! Was he praised? Happy, after Jiang Fuyue finished providing his thoughts, he saw that it was getting late, so he said goodbye and left. Su Kaiqing and Old Peter packed up all the draft papers, especially the ones that Jiang Fuyue had used. Not a single one was left behind, and they brought them all back to the hotel. After studying through the night, they were still full of energy and enthusiasm the next day. Because there were complicated experimental steps in the middle, they couldn't use theoretical knowledge to make calculations. The two of them immediately decided to fly back to the imperial capital and didn't want to wait a moment longer. So when Jiang Fuyue received a call from the two of them, Su Kaiqing and Old Peter were already waiting for their flight at the airport. Digression, 2 updates, 3,000 words. There was another update at 12:30 p.m. Countless praises came out of his mouth, as if they were about to bloom into a flower. No, a garden. Old Peter was not only a famous physics professor in California, but also a famous pastoral poet. Su Kaiqing rolled his eyes. Do you think Cho will fall for that? It's so sappy and funny. What he meant was, so what if you know a few lines of sour poetry? Who knew? Jiang Fuyue rubbed her chin and nodded as she listened. It seems pretty good. Su Kaiqing, ? Cho, you've changed. Old Peter, ! Was she being praised? Happy, after Jiang Fuyue finished providing her thoughts, she saw that it was getting late, so she said goodbye and left. Su Kaiqing and old Peter packed up all the draft papers, especially the ones that Jiang Fuyue had used. Not a single one was left behind, and they brought them all back to the hotel. After researching for an entire night, they were still full of energy and enthusiasm the next day. Because there were complicated experimental steps in the middle, they couldn't use theoretical knowledge to make deductions. The two of them immediately decided to fly back to the imperial capital and didn't want to wait a moment longer. So, when Jiang Fuyue received a call from the two of them, Su Kaiqing and old Peter were already waiting for their flight at the airport. In such a hurry? Old Peter and I are full of research projects right now. We can't wait a second longer. We can't wait to fly straight back to the laboratory. Then I'll come and see you off. No need. We'll be boarding the plane soon. Jiang Fuyue's mouth twitched. You're quite fast, hee. Speed is crucial in war. Isn't that what you taught me? Okay. Have a safe trip. After Su Kaiqing and old Peter left, Jiang Fuyue still had a day off. She thought for a moment and called Xie Dingyuan. Don't you want to add data? Is there anyone in the laboratory? Xie Dingyuan paused. Now? Yes. I'll pick you up. Let's go together. Okay. Wait at the entrance of the villa in 10 minutes. Jiang Fuyue left the house 2 minutes early. Xie Dingyuan's car was already waiting outside. He never seemed to be late. Jiang Fuyue was ahead of time, but he was ahead of time. Jiang Fuyue was early, but he could be even earlier. Don't you have to go with Elder Su today? They've all gone back. Xie Dingyuan grunted softly. Jiang Fuyue turned to look at him. What are you laughing at? Am I smiling? The corner of your mouth curled up just now. Maybe you're mistaken. Jiang Fuyue, question mark. 30 minutes later, the car stopped in front of the DNA building. The guard on duty poked his head out of the window and asked for his identity. It was Uncle Wang. Xie Dingyuan lowered the car window. Ah. Oh, it's Professor Xia. Judging by the way I look at you, you don't recognize me after changing cars. I'm sorry. He glanced at the front passenger seat. Miss Jiang is here too? Jiang Fuyue nodded slightly. Uncle Wang grinned. He pressed the remote control and said, Yesterday, you missed each other twice. I was worried when I saw you. Today, you finally met each other. The car door opened. Xie Dingyuan greeted them and drove in. When they arrived at the laboratory, Jiang Fuyue realized that Lao Bai, Old Jean, and Ding Yu were not there. Where are they? Xie Dingyuan, they went to the neighboring province to check out a new project. If they're not here, how do I fill in the data? Jiang Fuyue did not participate in the writing of the thesis. She was only responsible for providing the data report for the experiment. She was confused about the overall framework and which data should be added to where. If this was a completed thesis, she would have read it once and had a general understanding of it. She could still manage to do it. However, the problem was that this thesis was not completed yet. After my rebirth, I am the white moonlight of all the big bosses. After rebirth, I am the white moonlight for all big bosses. Reading it, /read/121809/ after my rebirth, I am the white moonlight of all the big bosses. After my rebirth, I am the white moonlight of all the big bosses. After my rebirth, I am the white moonlight of all the big bosses. To make it easier for you to read it next time, you can click on the bookmark button below to record this time. The more you lose control, the more you'll be able to read the record next time you open the bookshelf. If you like After My Rebirth, I am the white moonlight of all the big bosses, please recommend this book to your friends, QQ, blog, WeChat, etc. Thank you for your support. No. Xie Dingyuan heard his voice, which was still considered calm. He had imagined such a scene countless times. If she found out, he thought he would be so nervous that he would be at a loss and unable to speak. In fact, at this moment, he actually calmed down. Jiang Fuyue raised an eyebrow and asked, then why? Because. The man looked into her eyes and said, I'm attracted to you, so I can't help but want to get close to you. This time, it was Jiang Fuyue who was stunned. You don't understand? Her confusion lit up the smile in the man's eyes, like ripples in the spring water, spreading out layer by layer. Do you want me to repeat it? No, no need. So, you understand? Jiang Fuyue, Xie Dingyuan, if you don't say anything, it's tantamount to admitting it. Jiang Fuyue was indeed a little confused. Before this, she had never thought that Xie Dingyuan would have such feelings for her. After all, the way they met was very bad, and a series of things that happened afterward made the bad relationship rise to mutual hatred and, like fire and water. Although the misunderstanding was resolved later, Xie Dingyuan sincerely apologized, and the two of them cooperated on this research project. But, how did it develop to this point? Jiang Fuyue couldn't help but wonder if she had given him any hints or associations. No. The two of them got along normally, communicated normally, and worked normally. As for being slightly closer, it was only a few times when they went out to eat hot pot and Xie Dingyuan drove her back and forth between the laboratory and the community. There was nothing else. What? You think it's unbelievable? He said directly for her. The girl leaned on her side and blinked. Her eyelashes fluttered under the sun like butterfly wings. Innocent, beautiful, and as clean as an angel. Xie Dingyuan. She called his name. What attracted you to me? I can't describe it. It's just a feeling. Jiang Fuyue, then what do you want me to do? The man paused and said, I don't have the right to ask you to do anything. The reason why I said this is because you found out. I don't want to lie, so I chose to be honest. I'm sorry, the girl said softly. I can't accept it. I know, he replied. Clearly, he wasn't surprised by this response and was mentally prepared for it. Jiang Fuyue was suddenly curious. Then what are you going to do? Since I was rejected this time, I'll ask again next time. Just because I don't accept it now doesn't mean I won't accept it in the future. The girl was surprised. She didn't expect such an answer. You don't believe me? I just think it's a little unlike you. Xie Dingyuan chuckled softly, his chest emitting a magnetic resonance. Then, in your mind, what should I be like? Proud and arrogant. After being rejected, he turned around and left without any reluctance. Your self-esteem is more expensive than love, and your pride is more valuable than your heart. You might fly into a rage out of humiliation, or leave in a huff, or pull a long face on the spot. Even if you don't say anything, you'll think that this woman doesn't know what's good for her. The man was speechless. After a while. Jiang Fuyue, you've underestimated me, and you've also underestimated yourself. The girl didn't comment on this. She stared at him with her dark eyes as if she wanted to see through his soul. Yes, I admit that I'm a loner, and sometimes even too self-centered. But that's to others, not you. No, I've had this phase with myself. Xie Dingyuan was stunned. When we first met, I was just someone else to you, so you were cold, arrogant, and aloof. Jiang Fuyue smiled. She said with a faint smile, I didn't forget that fall at the school gate. The man was annoyed. What you did is what you did. There's no excuse. Xie Dingyuan shook his head. I don't want to explain. Then what is it? I regret it. I want to make up for it. Also, he wanted to take back all the stupid words he had said back then without missing a single word. But I don't want to talk about this at all, and I don't want to accept your apology. Jiang Fuyue sat up straight and kept her smile, but she stared at the man's expression to see how he would react. It's okay. He wasn't angry. I'll ask next time. I won't accept it next time. Okay, then next time. He readily accepted the good advice. You. Jiang Fuyue was infuriated, but at the same time, she found it funny. The man's eyes narrowed. I didn't want to say this at first. Even if I wanted to, I should have waited until after your college entrance examination. Today was an accident. I'm sorry. Then, he closed his eyes like a believer waiting for judgment. But he wasn't humble. On the contrary, his back was straight, and the corners of his mouth were pursed into a sharp but restrained arc. He was willing to lower his head, not because he was afraid, but out of respect. He also apologized for his arrogance in the past and for confessing today. After some time, suddenly, hey, if I don't open my eyes, will you really kiss me? No. The man didn't hesitate at all. Jiang Fuyue raised an eyebrow, stood up straight. The man subconsciously took half a step back because of her action, leaving a distance between the two of them. He was nervous and cautious. He didn't want Jiang Fuyue to think that he was a perverted and rash person because of what happened today. Are you almost done with the data? Xie Dingyuan paused and nodded. Yes, the third part is over. Okay, I'll go back first. I'll send you, no need. I'll take a taxi. Jiang Fuyue. She had just taken 2 steps when the man suddenly called out to her. Jiang Fuyue turned around and asked. The man swallowed hard and said, I don't want you to distance yourself from me because of what happened today. I won't force you, and I don't want you to give any response. You can do whatever you want. I'll accept it. Even if we can't be lovers, we'll at least be friends. Okay? The man's eyes were clear when he said that, and he looked rational. He was still that proud Xie Dingyuan. Even if his confession was rejected, he still had his pride. He didn't beg for pity, nor did he feel depressed. Jiang Fuyue smiled. I don't want you to send me because I need some space and time alone to sort out my thoughts. I'm not trying to distance myself or draw a line between us. Xie Dingyuan suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. Okay. Jiang Fuyue left the laboratory building and took a taxi home. As soon as she entered the villa, she changed her shoes and went upstairs. When she returned to her room, she lay on the bed and rolled twice. She was so comfortable that she closed her eyes slightly. Then she yawned delicately, pulled the quilt over her body, and closed her eyes to sleep. As for the space and time alone to sort out her thoughts, she didn't. Jiang Fuyue didn't feel conflicted at all. She had rejected him anyway. Her attitude was clear and her stance was firm. Very good, she was sleepy. The world was big, but sleeping was the most important thing. That night, some people slept soundly, while others were destined to toss and turn. The night was filled with many sighs. In any case, Jiang Fuyue didn't know about it. The next morning, her holiday was over and she went back to school obediently. After the mathematics class, Su Jing walked down from the podium and planned to leave from the back door. When she passed by Jiang Fuyue, she didn't say anything and directly put down a stack of test papers. Wan Shoutong and Lu Bowen were a little confused. Jiang, did Teacher Su give this to you? Jiang Fuyue glanced at it. If I'm not wrong, it should be. Lu Bowen leaned over and took a look. So it's the mathematical Olympiad test papers. As he said that, he reached out to touch it. The next second, he suddenly froze. D***MN. It's actually so thick? 1, 2, 3, a total of 16 papers. Is Teacher Su treating you like livestock? How long will it take to finish all these? Jiang Fuyue, at most 2 days. Lu Bowen, ? If it's fast, it'll take 1 night. Some people deserve to be livestock. In the afternoon, the entertainment committee member suddenly stood on the podium. I have good news to tell everyone. It's going to be the school's 100th anniversary soon. Originally, we didn't have to participate, but this year is really too special. It's a 100th anniversary. This is a once-in-a-century event, and we're so lucky to be here. Don't you think it's very rare? It's really rare. It's been 100 years. It's even older than my great-grandfather. I didn't expect my high school to have such a rich history. Of course. Our number 1 high school has produced many famous people. That celebrity XX, and that best-selling author XXX. These people all graduated from our number 1 high school. Oh my God. I can't help but feel proud just hearing about it. Of course. Everyone started talking at once. Seeing that it was about time to lay out the groundwork, the entertainment committee member cleared her throat and suppressed everyone's discussion. So, the entire 3rd year must participate in this year's school anniversary. What do you think our class will do? Digression, 2,000 words. Although it's late, it's here. There's still one more at 12:30. Come and see it then. F***CK. It's so thick? 1, 2, 3, a total of 16 sheets. Is Old Su treating you like livestock? How long will it take to finish this? Xianxia, 2 days at most. Lu Bowen, ? 1 night if it's fast. Some people deserve to be livestock. In the afternoon, the Cultural and Entertainment Committee member suddenly stood on the podium. I have good news to tell everyone. It's going to be the school's 100th anniversary soon. Originally, we didn't have to participate, but this year is too special. It's a 100th anniversary. This is a once-in-a-century event, and we're so lucky to be here. Don't you think it's very rare? It's indeed very rare. It's been 100 years. It's even older than my great-grandfather. I didn't expect my high school to have such a rich history. Of course. Our number 1 high school has produced many famous people. That celebrity XX, and that best-selling author XXX. These people all graduated from our number 1 high school. Oh my God. I can't help but feel proud just from hearing about it. Of course. Everyone started talking at once. The Cultural and Entertainment Committee member saw that it was about time to lay the groundwork. He cleared his throat and suppressed everyone's discussion. Therefore, the entire 3rd year must participate in the school's anniversary. What do you think our class should do, There's going to be a program? That can't be. We're already in our 3rd year. The college entrance examination is in June next year. Instead of studying, we're going to perform? What the hell is the school doing? Do we still have a survival rate? I think it's quite good. Studying is too boring. Occasionally, we have to strike a balance between work and rest. Everyone, just take it as relaxing. It's easy to say. Rehearsing a program doesn't take time and effort? If you want to relax so much, why don't you go on stage and perform? That student immediately shut up and didn't dare to speak. The Cultural and Entertainment Committee member, is there anyone who wants to volunteer? Raise your hand and let me count. The entire classroom was silent. Everyone looked at each other, but no one raised their hand. The Cultural and Entertainment Committee member looked troubled. We definitely have to come up with a program. We can't be the only class that doesn't have one, right? That's embarrassing. That's right, but rehearsing a program needs time. Studying is so tight now. How can we have time? The Entertainment Committee member was also helpless. Just then, the bell rang. All right, I'll inform everyone in advance. Come down and think about it carefully. I'll ask again before school ends today. If any of you want to register, you can come and register with me. Lu Bowen leaned over and tugged at Lin Xiao's jacket. Hey, do you want to participate? Lin Xiao looked at him as if she was looking at a monster. I don't know how to sing or dance. How can I participate? Do you eat on stage? Lu Bowen rubbed his nose. That's true. After all, you don't know anything other than eating. Lu Bowen. Are you itching for a beating? Wan Shoutong also asked Jiang Fuyue the same question. The latter shook his head. No. Ah? Why? Jiang Fuyue shook the test paper in her hand. I'm not free. Just now, when the Entertainment Committee member was speaking, she had already finished half of the page. Now, she flipped over and continued to fill in. Wan Shoutong replied with an O. Although it wasn't obvious, Jiang Fuyue could still hear the regret in her voice. She stopped writing and looked up. Why, do you want to participate? No, no. Wan Shoutong quickly waved her hand. I don't know any talents. After my rebirth, I'm the white moonlight of all the big bosses. After rebirth, I am the white moonlight for all big bosses. Read at /read/121809/ after my rebirth, I'm the white moonlight of all the big bosses. After my rebirth, I'm the white moonlight of all the big bosses. After my rebirth, I'm the white moonlight of all the big bosses. To make it easier for you to read it next time, you can click on the bookmark button below to record this event. School anniversary performance, no one signed up. You'll see it the next time you open the bookshelf. If you like After My Rebirth, I'm the white moonlight of all the big bosses, please recommend this book to your friends, QQ, blog, WeChat, etc. Thank you for your support. I'm not participating. Wan Shoutong, okay, then I won't join in the fun. Soon, 6 to 7 people signed up. Only then did the entertainment committee member smile. She quickly registered and organized a meeting after class. The next day, they started rehearsing. It was said that it was a street dance performance. The entertainment committee member, Xianxia, was in charge of organizing the rehearsals. Of course, she also participated and was the lead dancer. After that, for a week, the 8-member dance team could be seen practicing their movements, postures, and positions. However, the effect did not seem to be ideal. Pfft. He Huan's wave is too funny. Is it a children's song? He Jian's body is as stiff as a wooden stick. It can't be bent. Su Tingting felt better, but her thighs are really thick. She must look ugly in shorts. Only Zhang Xinxin danced the best. She's worthy of being an art student. The overall effect is what matters on the stage. What's the use of just one person dancing well? Isn't there still time to practice? Practice makes perfect. Won't it be fine after practicing a few more times? Easy for you to say, there was a lot of discussion. Although the effect of the practice was not very good, it unexpectedly brought a lot of fun to everyone's boring third-year high school life. If they were bored in class, they would take a look. If they were tired of doing questions, they would take a look. Happiness was so simple. Since Jiang Fuyue said that she would not participate, she would not pay extra attention to it. Even if everyone came forward to watch, she could sit in her seat and do her own thing. She would either do questions, do test papers, or read books. What's more, they were miscellaneous books that had nothing to do with the subject. For example, Wan Shoutong found her reading Inner Canon of the Yellow Emperor in the morning 2 days ago. In the afternoon, she changed to Treatise on Febrile Diseases and Synopsis of the Golden Chamber. After a day, she changed to the Physical Universe and Introductory Astronomy and Astrophysics. This time, she could not even understand the title of the book. Moreover, Jiang Fuyue could continue reading in class. As long as she did not finish reading, she could continue reading in class. When the teacher asked questions in class, she stood up to answer. She did not even need to look at the blackboard and blurted out the answer. After a long time, the teachers simply stopped caring. Wan Shoutong felt that it was not that she did not want to interfere, but that she could not. Because there was nothing he could do about it, he let it slide. In the past 2 days, Jiang Fuyue had stopped reading and started fiddling with things. A transparent cube the size of a palm was disassembled and assembled in her hands, back and forth, over and over again. Wan Shoutong leaned over to take a look. Inside the cube, there were intertwined wires and 3 copper pipes of different sizes arranged side by side. In addition, there were many metal materials that looked like buttons. It looked sophisticated and complicated. If the outer shell was closed, nothing could be seen inside. It was just an ordinary transparent cube. Jiang, what is this? Wan Shoutong asked curiously. Rubik's Cube? But there aren't any small cubes. It's something even more magical than the Rubik's Cube. Ah? Universe. Wan Shoutong suspected that she had misheard. What did such a small thing have to do with the universe? Jiang Fuyue smiled but did not say anything. She lowered her head and continued to fiddle with it. For a few days, Jiang Fuyue did not change anything else and kept fiddling with this. Wan Shoutong could not help but be even more curious. But she held back and did not ask more. After all, she would not understand even if she asked. When Jiang was done, she saw it with her own eyes. It was more vivid than any explanation or description. Lu Bowen knew that Jiang Fuyue was fiddling with a new toy. He came to see it a few times after class. He could not understand it, but he was too embarrassed to ask too much. If he still did not understand, it would be embarrassing. So, it was better to keep silent. If I don't ask, I will understand. If I don't understand, I am not stupid. Full marks for logic. Lin Qiao did not have such a heavy burden. She did not ask more purely because she was not curious. After all, this thing could not be eaten, so why ask so much? Could it be fried or pan-fried? Jiang Fuyue did not know about the reactions of the above people. Right now, her eyes were full of the little square thing in her hand. She would email old Peter directly when she encountered a few problems. This was something within his professional scope. No one knew it better than him. Regarding her questions and requests for help, old Peter naturally told her everything he knew. He wished he could personally help her. In the end, Su Kaiqing accidentally discovered that the two of them had exchanged hundreds of emails in just 3 days. Well done, old Peter. You're chatting so enthusiastically with Cho behind my back, huh? He leaned against the edge of the lab table, crossed his arms, and raised his chin slightly. He looked like he was saying, I caught you in the act in bed. You have to give me an explanation today, or don't even think about leaving. Peter, I suddenly feel like you're so jealous. In your Huaxiao language, you're like someone who has just been fished out of a vinegar jar. *T. Oh, Su, the angrier you are, the more it proves that I'm right. Su Kaiqing, he glanced at the screen, then glanced again, and continued glancing. He snorted softly. What are you two talking about? Old Peter told him the truth. Cho is asking me some professional questions. Why isn't she asking me? It's related to astrophysics. That's my specialty, okay? I also studied astrophysics before. Who are you looking down on? Could it be that in Chao's eyes, his expertise was not as good as old Peter's? How could that be? Su Kaiqing, I want in too. Wait, I'll send Cho an email right now. TSK, Cho had already asked what she wanted to ask. Why would you send an email? Jiang Fuyue did not have time to pay attention to the competition and jealousy between the two old men. After receiving an affirmative answer from old Peter, she began to follow the plan she had formulated. Finally, she succeeded in her experiment during a math class. Suddenly, a strong beam of light shot out from the cube and hit the ceiling. Immediately, a densely packed projection of things appeared. Jiang Fuyue cursed and immediately turned off the power. The strong light suddenly disappeared, and the thing that was projected also disappeared. However, the atmosphere of the class had been destroyed. Everyone's attention was attracted and they began to discuss in whispers. The light came from Jiang Fuyue, right? Oh my god. It's so bright. At that moment, my eyes were almost dazzled. Did you see clearly what it was? No, I didn't either. It's just a dense image. It's quite scary. She's actually doing this in class. Doesn't she need to listen? Is this the first time you know that she doesn't listen? My friend, you're too out of date. As expected of my sister you. She's so cool and wild. Look. Teacher Su is walking towards her. Her face is dark. She won't be criticized, right? Su Jing stopped in front of Jiang Fuyue and knocked on her desk. Her gaze was stern and her tone was cold. Come to the office after class. Okay. Damn, Sister Yu was invited to the office. As expected of old Su. She's fair and impartial and treats everyone equally. Otherwise, how can she be a teacher in charge? Pay attention in class. Even Sister Yu, a godlike scholar, was invited to have tea. Small fries like us should be more self-aware. Yes, yes, yes. After class, Jiang Fuyue obediently went to the office. Su Jing couldn't help but twitch her mouth when she saw her. What are you doing? You can do whatever you want in class. Have I ever cared about you? I even greeted the other teachers and asked them not to care about you. But this time, you've gone too far. You actually made such a big commotion. There are dozens of pairs of eyes in the classroom. I have no choice but to ask you to come. Okay. Jiang Fuyue nodded. I understand. Su Jing, ? What do you understand? Next time, I'll make a smaller commotion. I won't affect other students. That didn't sound wrong, but why did it sound so weird? Jiang Fuyue, then, Teacher Su, can I go now? Wait, what were you fiddling with just now? Jiang Fuyue thought for a while and organized her words. You can think of it as a MEMS gyroscope and erdata computer, which is also an ADC. The overall function is similar to inertial cross-coupling control in Chinese. It can be translated as an inertial coupling control system. But it's not exactly the same. There are differences in energy control and pressure dimensions between the two. The final effect is also different. In addition, it also has the function of an FMS, which is a flight management system. The specific performance is that it consists of a display control component and a navigation computer. It connects to the ARINC 429 bus and installs the inertial navigation system, the roll-and-see system, the VOR system, and the GPS system as reference to continuously calculate the target's trajectory and flight distance. Su Jing, ? What was she talking about? Digression, 2 updates, 3,000 words. 1 more update, 1240. Why didn't she ask me? It's related to astrophysics. This is my specialty, okay? I also studied astrophysics before. Who are you looking down on? Could it be that in Chao's mind, his professional ability was not as strong as old Peter's? How could this be? Su Kai-ching, I want to join too. Wait, I'm now. After Rebirth, I'm all the big boss's White Moonlight. 583 Little brother just matured, unexpected accident. Please wait a moment. After the content has been updated, please refresh the page to get the latest update. But without Zhang Xinxin leading the dance, the rest of the people are like a sheet of loose sand. It's better if they don't go on stage. That's right. If they don't go on stage, at most, they'll open a window. But if they go on stage, won't it be even more embarrassing? That makes sense. They're so far away, and the stage lights are flashing. They shouldn't be able to see it, right? Our position isn't very obvious, but don't forget that the city leaders and school leaders are sitting in the front row. They can see the stage clearly from there. We're done for. No matter how good the previous performances were, the leaders might not remember. But if they mess up, they'll definitely remember it. Will our class become the sinners of the whole school? Is it really impossible for Zhang Xinxin to go on stage? Or should she grit her teeth and persevere? Her feet are swollen like radishes. I don't know if she's injured. How do you expect her to persevere? What should we do now? We can't cancel the performance, and we can't force ourselves to go on stage. There has to be a solution, right? Actually, it's not difficult. We can either find someone to replace Zhang Xinxin on stage to lead the dance, or we can make the whole audience blind. I can't believe you can think of something like that. Make them blind. This isn't a magic school. But it sounds feasible to find someone to replace Zhang Xinxin. By the way, who else in our class is learning dance? Hao Shui. She's an art student. She dances folk dances. Right. Hao Shui, you've seen Zhang Xinxin and the others rehearse before. Do you remember their movements? Hao Shui quickly waved her hands. I've only seen it once. How can I remember it? Also, Zhang Xinxin has a solo dance. It's very difficult. Even if I remember the movements, I'll still make a fool of myself if I don't practice it. This won't work, that won't work, fine. Let's wait and see. This isn't the right way to go about it. Who can remember so many movements at once? Unless they have a photographic memory. The speaker didn't mean it, but the listener took it seriously. Many people secretly looked at Jiang Fuyue. Photographic memory. Didn't she have a photographic memory? Wan Shoutong didn't understand at first, but when everyone's gaze became more and more obvious, she realized it. You guys want Sister Yu to take the lead dance position? Hey! You're the one who said it. Sister Yu, please save the children. N. Class 3's face is about to fall to the ground. We can't delay in redeeming ourselves. It's also to save old Su. If he messes up this time, not only will he be mocked by the other form teachers, he will also become the first form teacher to have his year-end bonus deducted for 3 consecutive years. He will be the first to do so since the establishment of the school. Without his face, his hair will also fall out. Even if you don't pity him, you should pity his Mediterranean Sea. After teaching this batch of students, he will really be extremely smart. At this moment, there was a round of applause from the audience. Grade 12 Class 2's performance had ended. The 2 hosts slowly went up on stage. It was their turn next. Seeing that Jiang Fuyue still hadn't nodded, everyone couldn't help but feel dejected. Forget it, let's just leave it at that. Suddenly, he said, I'll try my best. With that, Jiang Fuyue picked up her backpack and strode backstage. Sister, you agreed? Did I hear that right? Is there still time? The announcement has already begun. But sister, you didn't even watch the rehearsal. Someone whispered. What? Although Sister Yu has a photographic memory, she has never seen Zhang Xinxing dance. Usually, she would either do practice questions or read books during class. She has never watched them rehearse. Isn't this too difficult for her? Damn. Why didn't you say so earlier? What should we do? Wait a minute, if she doesn't know the moves, why did she agree? Everyone was a little confused. You look at me, I look at you. In fact, everyone knew that the photographic memory was just an excuse. They subconsciously treated Jiang Fuyue as their savior and put all the pressure on her. However, the reality was that if she remembered all the moves, would she be able to dance? She didn't have any practice and wasn't a dance major. Hao Shui also said that the solo dance was very difficult. Moreover, she didn't even watch the rehearsal. She might not even know the moves. However, she still went and even left a promise of "I'll do my best." Did we go too far? Wan Shoutong was so angry that she gritted her teeth and tears welled up in her eyes. She was usually shy and didn't like to talk, but at this time, she suddenly exploded. So you also know that you went too far? So what if she has a photographic memory? Does having a photographic memory mean that she has to be held hostage by your morals? She's very good, so must she be good at everything and be number one in everything? Why are you pushing the responsibility to her when you can't clean up the mess? Is she obligated to do so? Everyone was ashamed of what he had said. Sorry, we were too anxious and wanted to protect the honor of the class. We definitely didn't mean to be harsh on classmate Jiang. Yes, yes. No matter what the result is and whether the school will criticize us in the end, we won't blame Sister Yu. It's already amazing that she stepped forward. If the school criticizes her, the whole class will bear the responsibility. Yes. We'll bear the responsibility. Wan Shoutong was stunned at first. Then, she smiled and nodded, yes. Lu Bowen saw this and rubbed his chin, TSK. I didn't expect Wan Shoutong to be so tough. It's unbelievable. Lin Xiao snorted and raised her chin. Let me tell you, don't look down on us. Girls. When we're ruthless, we'll scare you until you piss your pants. Do you believe me? Lu Bowen's mouth twitched. Lin Xiao looked worried, but do you think Sister Yu can do it? Actually, it's hard for me to imagine her dancing on stage. To be honest, it doesn't suit her character at all. It feels very strange. Lu Bowen, what if she doesn't dance? Huh? If she doesn't dance? Then how will she save the show? He shrugged and spread his hands. You're asking me, but who should I ask? Won't we know if we continue watching? At this moment, the announcer ended and the host left, leaving the stage empty. The lights suddenly dimmed. 7 people wearing jackets, jeans, and hip-hop caps went on stage and each of them posed. But, the center position was empty. Huh? Sister Yu isn't going on stage? It's okay. Maybe she really doesn't know how to move, so there's nothing she can do. Well, I don't blame her. In fact, she went backstage to take a look after everyone begged her. That's already very kind of her. Yes, I don't blame Sister Yu. Everyone, get your attitude right. It's just a performance. The most important thing is to participate. It's good that we have the courage to go on stage. But the school's criticism, let them criticize us. We didn't do it on purpose. Who doesn't have unexpected situations? It's just that old Su has to tighten his belt and be more uptight. Just as everyone was beginning to accept the fact that they couldn't be saved, the light suddenly went out. The entire hall fell into darkness. Huh? What's going on? Is there a power outage? It can't be, right? It's so dark. I can't see. Suddenly, a beam of light exploded from the middle of the stage. Then, with an imposing momentum, it suddenly shot toward the ceiling. The moment it touched the ceiling, it scattered into countless stars, filling every corner of the hall. The deep and quiet dark blue background was like a spread-out Milky Way map of the universe. The stars on the map were all over. They were of different sizes and strengths. They were densely packed and seemed to have no rules. However, they were connected by mysterious magnetic fields and mysteries. They each took their own place and rotated on fixed orbits. Oh my God! What is this? Am I seeing the Milky Way? It's actually moving. It's a 3D effect. Look, there's a star on your face. Huh? Where is it? On your nose. I see yours too. It's on the right side of your neck, a little higher. Yes. I feel it. Is this a stage effect? Why didn't the performance in front have it? But we didn't install a screen here? Why are these images so clear and spread throughout the entire space? Look at the ceiling. It's more beautiful than the real starry sky. And our bodies and feet. How did they do it? Ah. I see a broomstick tail. Is that Halley's Comet? Where? The outermost circle. The orbit is a thin ray of light, drawing a tricky arc. Do you see it? I see it. I see it. I even see Orion and Andromeda. Oh my God. It's too shocking. It's like the feeling of being in the universe. The Milky Way is under my feet, the stars are in my hands. At this moment, the music suddenly sounded. The lights on the stage flickered. An ancient and elegant jazz dance was enthusiastically performed amidst the brilliance of the stars. Digression, 2 updates, 3,000 words. Fish is out of the hospital, there's no major problem. She's fully recovered. There was another update at 12:30. Suddenly, a basket of light exploded from the middle of the stage and shot toward the ceiling. The moment it touched the ceiling, it scattered into countless stars and filled every corner of the hall. The dark blue background was like a spread-out Milky Way map of the universe. The stars were all over the map. They were of different sizes and strengths. They were densely packed and seemed to have no rules. However, they were connected by mysterious magnetic fields and mysteries. They were all rotating on fixed orbits. Oh my God! What is this? Am I seeing the Milky Way? It's actually moving. It's a 3D effect. Look, there's a star on your face. Ah? Where is it? On your nose. I see yours too. It's on the right side of your neck, a little higher. Yes. I feel it. Is this a stage effect? Why didn't the previous performances have it? But we didn't install a display here? Why are these images covering the entire space so clearly? Look at the ceiling, it's even more beautiful than the real starry sky. And our bodies, our feet. How did they do it? Ah. I see a broomstick tail. Is that Halley's Comet? Where? The outermost circle. The orbit is a thin ray of light, drawing a tricky arc. Do you see it? I see it. I see it. I also see Orion and Andromeda. Oh my God. It's too shocking. It's like being in the universe. The Milky Way is under my feet, and the stars are in my hands. At this moment, the music started and the lights on the stage flickered. An ancient and elegant jazz dance was enthusiastically performed in such a brilliant starry sky. The center position was still empty. No one was leading the dance. However, there was a beam of blue light that was extremely dazzling. It followed the rhythm and changed its shape constantly, attracting the attention of everyone present. As the light beam changed, the stars in the universe scattered throughout the hall kept changing angles and images. The mysterious space, the scattered starlight, and the black holes that exploded from time to time, with a magical 3D effect, created a feeling that could almost be mistaken for reality. Everyone was immersed in it and couldn't look away. As for how well she danced on the stage, whether her posture was right or not, or whether she stepped to the right beat, it didn't seem to matter anymore. In addition, the lights were deliberately dimmed and the colors changed many times. To put it bluntly, the audience was dazzled. Even if someone on the stage jumped wrong or even fell down, it would be difficult for the audience to notice. F***CK, Sister U is using a diversion tactic. So what if we don't have the C position? We have light. There was a universe. Isn't it awesome? That's awesome. I saw He Huan bumping into Su Tingting just now. Su Tingting almost fell, but there was no reaction from the audience. They were all looking at the starry sky. I also found that He Huan was standing in the wrong place. She squeezed He Zhuyan to the side. At this time, all the colors of the lights can't be seen. Speaking of which, what is this blue thing? It's a bit like the image from a projector, but the projector can't make it so clear. I can also see the uneven lines on the surface of the balls, and each one is different. Are you stupid? That's Mercury and Venus. Based on the actual situation, it's made by reducing the scale. Do you think that just by drawing a circle and adding some lines, you can pretend to be a star? No. I just want to know, what is this thing? It feels so real. If not for the floor under my feet and the seat under my butt, I would think that I'm floating in space. It's too real. After my rebirth, I'm the white moonlight of all the big bosses. After rebirth, I am the white moonlight for all big bosses. Read at /read/121809/ after my rebirth, I'm the white moonlight of all the big bosses. After my rebirth, I'm the white moonlight of all the big bosses. After my rebirth, I'm the white moonlight of all the big bosses. For the convenience of your next reading, you can click on the bookmark button below to record this experience. So shocking, created by her. You will see it the next time you open the bookshelf. If you like After My Rebirth, I'm the white moonlight of all the big bosses, please recommend this book to your friends, QQ, blog, WeChat, etc. Thank you for your support. Sister You is awesome. Sister You is the best. Sister You is my idol. Sister You is the eternal God. Starting from class 3, the cheers spread from face to face. Soon, the entire hall was filled with crazy cheers. Jiang Fuyue! Jiang Fuyue! Jiang Fuyue! The cheers were louder and louder. The leaders in the front row were shocked by the scene. They were all surprised. Are they calling someone's name? The old principal nodded. Jiang, what you? Jiang Fuyue. This name sounds familiar. It's the student who won the gold medal in 2 international subject competitions. Ah, it's her. Did she make this thing too? Based on the situation here, it should be her. This girl is amazing. The old principal smiled. Student Jiang is indeed outstanding. You have to nurture such a student well. She will be a pillar of the country in the future. She will contribute to the development of the country. Don't worry, this is our responsibility as teachers. The leaders nodded in satisfaction and applauded even harder. Until the next performance began, everyone was still immersed in the shock of the vast starry sky and could not recover for a long time. When Jiang Fuyue returned to the class area, she was surrounded. Everyone was talking at once. Sister You, you're awesome. Is there anything you can't do? When the blue beam of light came out, everyone was stunned. They thought they had seen some kind of magic. I've been to so many planetariums, but I've never seen such a clear and bright star map. How did she do it? Previously, Li Jun said that they could either find someone to replace Zhang Xinxin on stage to lead the dance, or they could blind all the audience collectively. Everyone knows that the former is easier than the latter, but Sister You chose the difficult one. Awesome. There's nothing wrong with it. They are indeed collectively blind. All the mistakes have been hidden well. No one can tell at all. Coupled with the starry sky effect, it's simply beautiful. At the same time, in the seating area of grade 12 class 7, Zhongxiang was holding his phone and watching the replay with rapt attention. Yes, he had recorded the entire scene. At this moment, there was a smile on his face, and his eyes were infatuated. Suddenly, a head popped up from the side. He looked back vigilantly, only to meet Xi's curious gaze. What are you looking at? Laughing like a fool. The two of them were too close. Zhongxiang avoided them in disgust. What are you doing? He appeared out of nowhere like a ghost. Eci sat down beside him. Let me have a look. I didn't have time to take a picture just now. You want to see it? Hee hee. I won't give it to you. Who asked you not to film it yourself? You can't even get a free pass. If you don't want to give it to me, then forget it. I'll ask someone else for it. You're not the only one. Wait, Xianxia stopped him. What do you want? Yaya will be my girlfriend sooner or later. As for you. He looked at ECI from head to toe. Go away. You don't have a chance. ECI sneered. Zhongxiang, do you dare to repeat what you just said in front of Jiang Fuyue? Zhongxiang's eyes flickered. Why should I repeat it? Don't say nice things twice, understand? Yes, I know. I can't do anything, but I'm good at talking. Wait, who are you talking about? ECI, I'm talking about whoever answered me. Zhongxiang, F***CK. ECI, you're so engrossed in watching it. Do you know what this is? Do you know? Hee, not only do I know, but I also have it. Bullshit. ECI lifted her chin. Believe it or not, it's up to you. Then, she walked away proudly. Zhongxiang frowned. He thought for a while, opened WeChat, found Xie Dingyuan's profile picture, and sent the video over. Uncle, what is this? Waiting online, urgent. After about 2 minutes, there was a reply. Xie Dingyuan, where did you get the video? Zhongxiang, I took it. Xie Dingyuan, did you add special effects? Zhongxiang, not at all. I didn't even turn on the filter. Xie Dingyuan, time? Location? Who did it? Zhongxiang, just now, during the school anniversary celebration performance. Jiang Fuyue did the stage effects. What is this thing? It took about 3 minutes for the reply to come. Xie Dingyuan, a form of inertial cross-coupling control. By controlling the energy and pressure dimensions, it can combine the functions of MEMS, ADC, and FMS systems. If it is supplemented by the inertial navigation system, VOR system, and so on, it can become a universe bionic space. Zhongxiang, Can it be simpler? Xie Dingyuan, space simulator. Thank you, uncle. Zhongxiang recited the message as fast as he could. Then, he found ECI. Let me tell you, of course I know what this is. Tell me. This is called a space simulator. It is a form of, blah blah blah. ECI heard this and said, wow, I thought you were an idiot. I didn't expect you to be so knowledgeable. Who are you calling an idiot? Zhongxiang slapped him in the chest and pushed him back. You are the idiot. Your whole family is idiots. ECI snorted and brushed his hand away. Just talk, don't hit me. I'll hit you. What? Zhongxiang, you need to be taught a lesson. Heh, it's not up to you to teach me a lesson. You said you have this thing. Can you show it to me? Do I have to show it to you just because you want me to? Who are you? Zhongxiang pursed his lips. So you were just bragging? Fine, I won't make things difficult for you. Whoever brags is a coward. ECI immediately took out her phone and opened her photo album. She found a photo and clicked on it. See this? This is the black gold drone, KT-42. This is the technology used in the flight system. To prove this point, ECI found a video that she had casually taken before and clicked on it. Although the display space was not as big as the hall, and there were no stars in the galaxy, the blue beam of light was exactly the same. Zhongxiang was dumbfounded. Where did you get this drone? ECI snorted. Get it? Why don't you try getting one? This is something that can't be bought with money. Do you think it's cabbage on the street? Zhongxiang suddenly had a bad premonition. The next second, it became true. To tell you the truth, this is a gift from Jiang Fuyue. ECI raised her chin proudly. It's a birthday gift. How about it? Are you jealous? It's useless to be jealous. Zhongxiang gritted his teeth. He was obviously jealous, but he couldn't show it on his face. He didn't want to lose to his rival in love. F***CK, on the other side, Xie Dingyuan, who had received the video, was sitting in his study. He held his phone and watched it over and over again. He hadn't seen Jiang Fuyue since they parted ways at the laboratory 2 weeks ago. Was she avoiding him on purpose? He looked at the vast galaxy on his phone and fell into deep thought. The 100th anniversary celebration ended successfully. Grade 12 Class 3 won the gold medal due to their unique performance. Jiang Fuyue naturally became the biggest contributor. Now that the students of Class 3 were away from home, the phrase, "How's my sister you?" was almost a catchphrase. There were also some junior brothers and sisters who had come because of his fame. They immediately asked, "Is this grade 12 Class 3? Is this the class that Jiang Fuyue is in?" The name Jiang Fuyue had become synonymous with grade 12 Class 3 and even the name card of the entire No. 1 middle school. For example, when Hu Yongwei went to the District Education Bureau for a meeting, the principals of the other schools would definitely ask about Jiang Fuyue. "I heard that Jiang Fuyue not only performed well in the subject competition, but she's also very creative. Is she the only child in her family? Does she have a younger brother or sister? Such excellent genes and talent shouldn't be wasted." Hu Yongwei smiled. "She has a younger brother. He's not only handsome, but also very good at his studies." The principal's eyes lit up. He couldn't wait to poach this good seedling to his school. Who knows, maybe she'll be the next Jiang Fuyue. They didn't dare to think about the actual person, but they could still look forward to the little fruit that was born from the same vine. However, Hu Yongwei's smile deepened. His old eyes almost narrowed into a slit. "Oh, I'm really sorry. Jiang Fuyue's younger brother is studying in our junior high school." A certain principal. "Then why are you still talking about it?" He originally thought that after the school anniversary celebration ended, the next step would be to focus on preparing for the final exam. Who knew that the arrival of waves of exchange students would make the grade 12 class lively again? "I heard that not only domestic high school students came over this year, but also foreign students. Digression, 2 chapters, 3,000 words. Today, I saw a comment in the comment section saying that the plot of the previous chapter and the next chapter couldn't be coherent. The author responsibly told everyone that the original chapters were all coherent, and the incoherent ones were pirated ones found online. If everyone wants to see a coherent and flawless chapter, please go to the original version, Xiaoxiang Academy, QQ Reading, Jidian Reading, Hongshou App, Baidu, etc. There was one more chapter at 12:30. The name Jiang Fuyue had become synonymous with grade 12 Class 3, and even the name card of the entire first high school. For example, when Hu Yongwei went to the District Education Bureau for a meeting, the principals of the other schools would definitely ask about Jiang Fuyue. "I heard that Jiang Fuyue not only performed well in the subject competition, but she's also very creative. Is she the only child in her family? Does she have a younger brother or sister? Such excellent genes and talent can't be wasted." Hu Yongwei smiled. "She has a younger brother. Not only is he handsome, but his grades are also very good." The other party's eyes lit up, and they couldn't wait to poach this good seedling to their school. Who knows, she might be the next Jiang Fuyue. They didn't dare to think about the real Jiang Fuyue, but they could still look forward to a small fruit born from the same vine. However, Hu Yongwei's smile deepened, and his old eyes almost narrowed into slits. "Oh, I'm really sorry, but Jiang Fuyue's younger brother is studying in our junior high school." A certain principal. "Then why are you still talking about it?" He originally thought that after the school anniversary celebration, the next step would be to focus on preparing for the final exam. Who knew that the arrival of the exchange students would make the grade 12 class lively again? "I heard that this year, not only will there be domestic high school students, but there will also be foreign students." Foreign? Is that true? Will there be foreign students in our school too? In principle, foreign students usually choose high schools in Beijing or Shanghai for exchange. They are the political and economic centers, so of course, they have the highest international reputation. In the past years, have there been foreign students in our school for exchange? Yes, but very few. It's negligible. That's strange. What's strange? Our first high school isn't bad, okay? That's true. Wan Shoutong overheard it when she went out to get water. As soon as she came back, she couldn't wait to tell Jiang Fuyue before sitting down. Jiang, do you think those exchange students will be assigned to grade 12? Lu Bowen turned around from the front row. Probably not. The main task of grade 12 is to prepare for the college entrance examination. Where will they find the time to do this? The principal won't agree, and teacher Sue won't support it either. However, 2 days later, the exchange students were still led into grade 12 class 3. Su Jing asked them to introduce themselves one by one. The first to speak was a blonde with blue eyes. Although he was a boy, his skin was as white as snow, his lips were red, his teeth were white, his nose was high, and his smile was charming. From the moment he walked into the classroom, he attracted everyone's attention with his unique and handsome appearance. Hello, my name is Edmund. I'm from Country F. I like extreme sports, reading, and thinking. My Chinese is not very good. If you think it sounds good now, it's because I prepared in advance. Immediately, the audience burst into laughter. He's so tall. He's about 185 meters tall, right? And he's handsome. Especially the eyes. They're lake blue. They're so beautiful. It feels quite humorous. Do all foreigners look like this? In the face of everyone's comments, Edmund's expression did not change. He looked across the classroom with a smile and fell on Jiang Fuyue in the corner of the last row. He continued to speak in fluent Chinese, which he had prepared in advance. I'm very happy to be able to come to Huaxia, to Linhui, to number 1 middle school. Because there's someone here that I'm very interested in. Wow, did I hear it wrong? Someone that you're interested in? Who is it? Don't tell me it's an international campus romance? Oh my God. Edmund's eyes were full of affection. He smiled and said, her name is Jiang Fuyue. After my rebirth, I'm the white moonlight of all the big bosses. After rebirth, I am the white moonlight for all big bosses. Read at /read/121809/ after my rebirth, I'm the white moonlight of all the big bosses. After my rebirth, I am the white moonlight of all big bosses. Read/121809/ for your convenience, you can click on the bookmark button below to record this event. A public confession, all for her. Read the record. You'll see it the next time you open the bookshelf. If you like After My Rebirth, I'm the white moonlight of all the big bosses, please recommend this book to your friends, QQ, blog, WeChat, etc. Thank you for your support. My name is Hamasaki Naohara, eh? He's from Country R? I thought he was from a local high school. What's wrong with this year? They're all foreigners. Has our school become so international? What's this guy talking about? Can't he speak English? Yeah, Edmund and Lena are speaking English. He's doing it on purpose, right? When Hamasaki Naohara opened his mouth to speak, his eyes were fixed on Jiang Fuyue. The latter did not avoid his gaze and stared back. Their gazes met in midair, and for a moment, the atmosphere was tense. Suddenly, he smiled and said in fluent Chinese, I'm here for Jiang Fuyue, just like them. But it's also different because I don't know her. There's an old saying in Huaxia, knowing someone by their reputation is not as good as meeting them in person. I hope this trip is not in vain. Boom, another one is here for Sister Yu. Did they make an appointment or something? No wonder they're flocking to our school. He has an ulterior motive, not the wine, but the moon goddess. I'm guessing teacher Su must be confused. He's thinking, why is it so difficult to teach this batch of seniors? Ha ha ha. Old Su is going to lose a few more strands of hair today. Do you believe it? So he knows how to speak Chinese? Why is he speaking so arrogantly? Do you still need to ask? He's just pretending. He's bullying us because we don't understand. Am I the only one who feels that this Country R guy's tone is sarcastic? Is he here with ill intentions? Me too. +1+2, Edmund and Lena were very sincere when they greeted Sister Yu. Only he made it sound like he was provoking her. Do you still remember that when Sister Yu participated in the Ipo, she taught a few Country R team members a lesson? She argued strongly and did not give in at all. In the end, the organizing committee decided to disqualify the Country R team members. At that time, it was a hot search and the foreign media reported on it. Yes, yes. Sister Yu was so cool. I still have the video. Do you think this student from Country R is hostile to Sister Yu because of this? Is he waiting for an opportunity to take revenge? That's impossible. He's alone while we're all here. If he really tries anything funny, the whole class will be watching. Let's see if he dares. That's right. Let's keep a close eye on him. If anything happens, we'll inform Sister Yu immediately. Do you think Sister Yu is made of mud? We don't even need to do anything. Sister Yu can teach him a lesson. I'm sure he'll be convinced. It's the duty of all mortals to protect the moon goddess. Yeah. After Hamasaki Naohara, the rest were all natives of Huaxia. Hello, everyone. My name is Huafanjin. I'm one of the members of the Ipo team led by Jiang Fuyue. I'm very happy to be here in Linhuai. I look forward to meeting all of you in the next 2 weeks. Hello, everyone. I'm Fang Canyang. Like Huafanjin, I'm also a member of the Ipo team. I'm very happy to be transferred to Linan High School. Lin Shumo. Same as them. Hello, everyone. My name is Fanya. My hometown is the beautiful floating island. This is my first time in Huaxia. I love it here. Welcome to my house. Oh, yes. I'm a member of the IOI team. I'm Gao Xiaoming, Huang Hui. Like them, I'm also a member of the IOI team. After the introduction of the 9 people, the audience was as silent as chickens. Su Jing, who was on the stage, was also confused. Her old friend was also full of question marks. Oh my god. Someone blurted out in the dead silence. Then, the whole class erupted. F***CK. F***CK. Everyone is here for Sister Yu. What kind of godlike plot is this? Don't ask. If you ask, my Sister Yu is awesome. Even TV dramas don't dare to act like this. When I'm old, I can sit on the sofa and brag to my grandson. Do you know Jiang Fuyue? She's the girl from Balabala. Isn't it written in your textbooks? She's my dear classmate. Back then, I saw with my own eyes that exchange students from all over the country gathered in class just for Sister Yu. Tell me, am I awesome? It's a pity that you didn't write it. Is that so? I think so too. Hee hee. Huafanjin is tall and beautiful. Didn't they say that beautiful women don't like each other? Why is she smiling like a puppy when she looks at Sister Yu? She sounds like she's from Beijing. Her clothes and bags are all branded goods. If I'm not wrong, she's definitely a socialite. Don't they say that girls who are favored by the heavens have their eyes in the sky? The way she looks at Sister Yu is like a little lamb with no temper. Admit it. Even if a tigress is in front of Sister Yu, she will turn into a little white rabbit. This damn charisma. It's killing me. Oh my god. Lin Shumo is so cold. He's so cool. He only has one sentence to introduce himself. I think a puppy like Fang Canyang is better. He looks good at first glance. Why is a guy from Gao Xiaoming fairer than me? Huang Hui looks like a bamboo pole. Fan Yi, is that her full name? There's someone with the surname Fan. And she's from Duofu Island? Oh my god. I thought that island was full of aborigines who wear animal skins and hold steel forks. For the entire morning, the entire third class was filled with excited discussions about the arrival of the exchange students, which lasted for a long time. Su Jing said, okay, now that everyone knows you, you can come to me if you have any problems, whether it's in your studies or in your daily life. I hope that you will learn from number 1 middle school in the next 2 weeks. The 9 of them were arranged to sit in the empty seats at the back of the classroom. They didn't know if Su Jing did it intentionally or not, but they were very close to Jiang Fuyue. After class, Fan Yi was the first to step forward. She grabbed Jiang Fuyue's hand and gave her a warm hug. Sister Yu. We meet again. I'm so happy. Gao Xiaoming and Huang Hui stood behind them and nodded in unison. Huafanjin and Fang Canyang also came up to her. Lin Shumo was more reserved. He was a young master, so he stood at a distance and didn't look away. Huafanjin said, I told you we would meet again. How was it? Not bad, right? Jiang Fuyue said, did you guys make an appointment? It just so happens that the school has an exchange quota, and Linan First High School is on the list, so Lin Shumo and I came. Fang Canyang said, me too. I chose Linan Middle School when I saw it. Huang Hui said, Gao Xiaoming and I didn't have the opportunity to exchange until next year. However, the seniors who were supposed to come this year had an accident, so we replaced them. We bumped into Fang Canyang and the others at the airport and got into the same car. That's when we found out that everyone was here. Jiang Fuyue said, welcome. I'll treat you guys to lunch after school. Let's meet at the school gate at 5:30. Oh. Nice. Lina was flattered when she was called. Me? Can I really? Jiang Fuyue said, of course. But my spoken English, it's okay. No one will mind. Fan Yi nodded quickly. Yes. We understand. Hua Fanjin said, relax. We're very friendly. Lina grinned and happily accepted the invitation. Suddenly, hey. You invited so many people. Do you mind if I join? Edmund's strange Chinese accent sounded. Jiang Fuyue smiled. I mind a lot. Edmund was speechless. He turned to look at Hamasaki Naohara, who also didn't receive an invitation. The young man lowered his head and fiddled with the Rubik's Cube quickly. He was indifferent to everything around him. Edmund walked over. Hey, you're not invited, just like me. Hamasaki Naohara said, so, what? So what? That means you're not welcome. Oh, then you're not welcome either. Edmund's face darkened. Aren't you angry? No need. Hamasaki Naohara looked up. His dark brown eyes met Edmund's blue eyes. The brown was thick and deep, like a bottomless abyss. He said, I don't need anyone to welcome me. Since they were here, they were here. Since he had an unfriendly purpose, he would find it ironic if he welcomed him. That's good. Edmund said, monster. Then he turned and left angrily. He didn't want him to go, then he was going. He was going. In the afternoon, the exchange students were arranged to visit the campus. A group of 9 people left the classroom. Jiang Fuyue continued with class. After school, the 7 people met up with Jiang Fuyue at the school gate on time. Edmund skulked after him like a little tail. Finally, he followed them to the entrance of a restaurant. Good heavens, there was a long line. At a glance, there was no end to it. Digression, 2 chapters, 3,000 words. It wasn't Chiba who came. It was another child of the Hamasaki family. There was another chapter at 12:30. That means you're not welcome. Oh, then you're not welcome either. Edmund's face darkened. Aren't you angry? There's no need. Hamasaki Naohara looked up. His dark brown eyes met Edmund's blue ones. The brown was thick, like a bottomless abyss. He said, I don't need anyone's welcome. Since he was here, he was here. Since he had an unfriendly purpose, he would find it ironic if he welcomed him. That's good. Edmund said, monster. Then he turned and left angrily. He didn't want to go, then he would go. He would definitely go. In the afternoon, the exchange students were arranged to tour the campus. The 9 of them left the classroom, and Jiang Fuyue continued with her lessons. After school, the 7 of them met up with Jiang Fuyue at the school gate on time. Edmund skulked after him like a little tail. Finally, he followed them to the entrance of a restaurant. Good heavens, there was a long line. Edmund could speak Chinese, but he didn't know Chinese characters. He grabbed a young lady and asked politely, hello, may I know what this is? Please. He pointed to a sign hanging high in the middle of the restaurant. The young lady said, this is Jiangji Restaurant's private home cuisine. Edmund stuttered and repeated it a few times before he managed to pronounce. Oh, Chinese is so difficult. May I ask, is this restaurant delicious? Of course. The young lady's eyes lit up at the mention of this. It's super delicious. There are many people lining up every day. Edmund was jealous. Jiang Fuyue invited them to eat at such a good restaurant, but she didn't invite him. Humph, at this moment, in the private room. That little curly hair from Country F really followed us over. The way he looks when he pokes his head out and shrinks his head is so funny. Hua Fanjin's laughter was clear and crisp. Lin Shimo frowned and got up to leave. Hey, what are you doing? Hua Fanjin stopped him. Tell him to get lost. Jiang Fuyue took off her jacket and hung it on the back of the chair. No, we'll eat our food. Let him stay outside. Lin Shimo sat back down. Hua Fanjin pursed his lips. He listened to Sister Yu's words, but turned a deaf ear to mine. What a double standards dog, Fang Kanyang said. I didn't expect someone from the Hamasaki family to come this time. It doesn't feel like a coincidence. At the Ippo event, Jiang Fuyue not only tricked Chiba Hamasaki, causing her opponent's plans to fail, but she also led her team to clinch first place. She also received the Gold Award and the Special Award. The more glamorous she was, the more pathetic Chiba Hamasaki was. The undefeated legend had come to an end. The blow was not small. Lin Shimo replied, I've asked someone to look into it. This Hamasaki Naohara is Chiba Hamasaki's younger brother. He's 16 years old this year. Hua Fanjin asked, that chess genius? Yes. Everyone was silent for a moment. Huang Hui and Gao Xiaoming looked at each other. They did not participate in the physics Olympiad, but they had seen some news on the internet. They knew that Jiang Fuyue and the country our team had a grudge against each other. As for the other party's name, Hamasaki, Kimura, and Kudo did not know. Therefore, when they heard the name Hamasaki Naohara, their first reaction was to take out their phones, open the internet, and search for this person's information. In the end, it was revealed, Gao Xiaoming, a chess master who first showed his talent when he was 12 years old. He is considered to be the top chess player in Country R. He won the chess championship on his first appearance. 2 years ago, he won the first place in the international chess tournament. He surpassed Country East chess legend, Henry Atkins, and set a new world record. After my rebirth, I am the white moonlight of all the big bosses. After rebirth, I am the white moonlight for all big bosses. Reading it, /read/121809/ after my rebirth, I am the white moonlight of all the big bosses. After my rebirth, I am the white moonlight of all the big bosses. After my rebirth, I am the white moonlight of all the big bosses. To make it easier for you to read it next time, you can click on the bookmark button below to record this event. Sister Yu treated us to a meal and was followed. You will see it the next time you open the bookshelf. If you like After My Rebirth, I am the white moonlight of all the big bosses. Please recommend this book to your friends, QQ, blog, WeChat, etc. Thank you for your support. When Jiang Fuyue and the others came out of the restaurant after dinner, they saw Edmund sitting at the entrance with a small stool under his butt. His long arms and legs were curled up, and he was holding a baguette and eating it happily. Every time he took a bite, he would exclaim in amazement. His face was full of satisfaction. Hua Fanjin couldn't help but say, I thought he was awesome. He can turn into an idiot with just one baguette. Fanny swallowed her saliva. He's eating so happily, Fang Kanyang nodded. Yes, it's delicious. Then, he and Fanny looked at each other and turned to take the baguette. Gao Xiaoming and Huang Hui followed closely behind. Ji Lina also followed with a curious look. Hua Fanjin said, is there a need to be so exaggerated? Although he said that, he couldn't control his legs and plunged into the crowd. Lin Shimo put away his phone and turned to Jiang Fuyue. Xianxia is coming over. He wants to treat us to supper. Do you want to go? Before Jiang Fuyue could say anything, Xianxia arrived. He smiled and greeted Lin Shimo first. When he turned to look at Jiang Fuyue, his eyes instantly became aggrieved and there was a hint of bitterness in his voice. You didn't invite me to dinner. Stingy. Jiang Fuyue's mouth twitched. I'm still the generous one. I'll treat you to supper. You can't refuse. You have to go. Xianxia ran to ask the others, but they all shook their heads. Hua Fanjin said, I can't. I'm too full. I can't even drink half a mouthful of water. You guys can go. Fanny said, I want to go back to the hotel before 8. The others said that they wouldn't go. Firstly, they weren't hungry. Secondly, they wanted to go back and rest. Therefore, Xianxia's supper party only consisted of him, Lin Shimo, and Jiang Fuyue. Jiang Fuyue wanted to leave as well, but Xianxia suddenly complained. How can you treat me so differently? That's too much. Jiang Fuyue was confused. Then, she heard Zhongxiang mumble, "ECI, you gave him a KT drone during his birthday." I looked it up on the internet. It's an out-of-print item. In the end, when it was my turn, not only did you not invite me to eat, you didn't even give me face when I was treating you. Tell me, how is ECI better than me? Jiang Fuyue was confused by the question. Is he more handsome than me, or is his family richer than mine? Anyway, give me a definite answer today. Are you going or not? She used the most aggrieved tone to say the toughest harsh words. Lin Shimo turned his head away. In the end, Jiang Fuyue said, "Go." Grandpa Zhong chuckled. That's right, that's fair. Before she left, she turned around and said a few words to Chao Do. Chao Do looked at the door and nodded. Okay, I'll get it done soon. 15 minutes later, a plate of egg fried rice was placed in front of Edmund, who had just finished eating his baguette. Edmund was confused. For me? Chao Do, yes. Why? To let you experience the profoundness of Chinese cuisine. I still don't understand. Chao Do put the plate in front of him. Eat, Jiang Fuyue treated you. After that, he turned around and left to continue serving the customers. Edmund was stunned at first. Then, he picked up the spoon and put a mouthful of rice into his mouth. The next second, his lake blue eyes lit up. Zhongxiang took Lin Shimo and Jiang Fuyue to a nearby food stall. He sat down and waved his hand. Boss, order. Okay. A fat auntie wearing an apron ran over with a smile. What would you like to eat? Zhongxiang was familiar with the food. Stir-fried beef river, spicy lobster, twice-cooked pork, and 3 bottles of beer. Lin Shimo, I don't drink. Zhongxiang gave him a sideways glance. What are you pretending for? Cut the crap. Lin Shimo coughed and touched his nose guiltily. Jiang Fuyue raised her eyebrows. Zhongxiang smiled and asked, Can we drink beer? Of course. Jiang Fuyue nodded. Lin Shimo couldn't help but look at her. The fat auntie said, Fresh mutton skewers. They're still hot. Do you want to try? Zhongxiang nodded. Okay, let's start with 30 skewers. Hey! Do you want the beer bottled or canned? Zhongxiang, bottled. That's more like it. Soon, the beer was served before the mutton skewers. It was an old local brand in Linhuai. Zhongxiang quickly opened the caps and put one in front of Lin Shimo, one in front of Jiang Fuyue. And one for himself. He raised his head and gulped down a few mouthfuls. In the blink of an eye, half of the bottle was gone. After drinking, he let out a long burp. Good. Jiang Fuyue looked around. Maybe the atmosphere was too good, but she couldn't help but think of the time before she took over the Liu family in her previous life, when she was wandering around with Yi Qianji. At that time, the two of them lived wherever they went. They ate at food stalls that were even simpler than this, and drank lao bai that was stronger than the beer in her hand. Thinking about it, she unconsciously picked up the bottle. When the mutton skewers were served, half of the bottle was gone. Zhongxiang and Lin Shimo were surprised. You can drink? So you drink too, the two of them spoke almost at the same time. The next second, Jiang Fuyue snorted. Do I look like I can't drink? The two of them nodded at the same time. Their movements were quite neat, yes, Jiang Fuyue, since they were all kindred spirits, Lin Shimo, who was originally reserved, also let go of it. Zhongxiang didn't need to say anything. He simply asked the waiter to bring them a total of 12 bottles. You guys look quite young, but you can drink quite well. The chubby lady boss was sitting not far away. In front of her was a big bowl of vegetables. At her feet was a pile of vegetables. She was picking them and chatting casually. In the shed behind her, the boss was cooking in a hot wok. The fire was 8 feet high, and the smell of stir-frying spread far and wide. Maybe it was still early, so the food stall wasn't busy yet. Other than the other table, there were only them. Zhongxiang heard this and raised his chin proudly. Well said, well said. Lin Shimo. What was there to be proud of? Jiang Fuyue blinked. Were all boys so childish? The lady boss laughed. Anyway, you have to drink in moderation. As the saying goes, drinking a little is good for your mood, but getting drunk is bad for your health. Jiang Fuyue looked behind her. The man was cooking. Is this a husband and wife food stall? Yes. We make a little money to support our family. The woman's smile on her chubby face deepened. Xianxia said, this is called husband and wife singing together, right? Oh, I didn't study much. I only know that you should follow your husband. Xianxia laughed. It's all the same. It's all the same. Jiang Fuyue took a disposable paper cup, poured half of it, and handed it to the lady. How about a drink? Sure. The lady boss wasn't shy at all. She wiped her hands on her apron and reached out to take it. Jiang Fuyue smiled and clinked the paper cup with the bottle. The two women raised their heads at the same time. After drinking, they looked at each other and smiled. Zhongxiang and Lin Shumo were both surprised by Jiang Fuyue's behavior. Looking at the familiar posture, the jargon that came out of his mouth, and the strong Jianghu aura in his movements, he must have done this more than once or twice. The two wanted to ask, but they didn't know how to start. Just then, the meat skewers were served. Eat more. The lady boss smiled and gave a thumbs up. My man's cooking is this. Honey, hurry up. Coming, coming. The lady boss answered and hurried into the shed. Then, a pot of red crayfish was placed in front of them. The spicy smell mixed with the spicy aroma and the smell of the pot hit them in the face. Then, there was stir-fried beef. It was black with a hint of red. The beef was distinct, not the kind with the tendons. Finally, there was the twice-cooked pork. The smell of the bean paste and the color of the soy sauce were enhanced. There were shredded ginger, pickled peppers, and green peppers. The lady boss said, try it. How does it taste? Zhongxiang picked up a piece with his chopsticks and nodded. It's amazing. The lady boss smiled. Take your time. After 8 o'clock, there were more and more customers at the food stall. The sound of drinking and drinking became louder and louder. Zhongxiang and Lin Shumo were tipsy. Only Jiang Fuyue's eyes were still clear, but her cheeks were inevitably stained with red. Jiang Fuyue picked up a skewer of mutton and was about to take a bite. Suddenly, there was a commotion in the distance. When they got closer, they heard a group of hoodlums cursing. Look, is it this place? Yes, it's this couple. Brother Fei had diarrhea after eating here yesterday. He's still lying in the hospital on a drip. They won't admit it even if we ask them for compensation. Fine. Are they trying to deny it? Very good. Brothers, let's surround the stall first. Yeah. We should have done this long ago. If we don't teach them a lesson, they won't know what's good for them. As soon as this group of people approached, the stall, which was still bustling with activity a second ago, scattered like birds and beasts in the next second. The customers with a bit of conscience even knew to put down a few hundred yuan to settle the bill. As for those who wanted to fish in troubled waters, they had already disappeared without a trace. In their panic, they even kicked over chairs and broke wine bottles. The scene was in chaos. The lady boss was stunned. Fortunately, her husband reacted quickly. He took a kitchen knife from the stove and blocked in front of her with his body. What do you want? What do we want? Pay up, the leader of the hoodlums said fiercely. We've said before that we'll pay for the medical expenses. We'll bear all the costs as long as the official hospital gives us the bill. Huh? Only the medical expenses? You wish. Then how about the compensation for lost time? Compensation for emotional distress? Then my brother's trip to the hospital will be for nothing? How much do you want? 60,000 yuan, not a cent less. This is extortion. It's good enough that we didn't ask for 80 or 100,000 yuan. You think it's too much? Okay, then we'll call the police and let them deal with it. As he spoke, he took out his phone. Seeing this, the hoodlums flew into a rage. You want to do this the hard way? Smash it. At his command, the tables and chairs were pushed over, followed by the sound of pots and pans falling to the ground. In the corner, Zhongxiang and Lin Shumo finally came to their senses. Zhongxiang said, What should we do? Lin Shimo said, should we call the police? Let's retreat first. What if they attack us? The two of them looked at Jiang Fuyue at the same time. They saw the girl eating the meat skewers in small bites. Her movements were neither fast nor slow, and there was an unusual calmness about her. Her eyelashes cast 2 rows of small shadows under the light. Xianxia? She's still eating, Lin Shimo? She's better at pretending than I am, as the lady boss said. The meat skewers were indeed very fresh. Jiang Fuyue looked up leisurely. Are you sure you can walk? Zhongxiang tried to get up, and Lin Shimo also tried to stand up by supporting himself on the edge of the table. Unfortunately, their legs were too weak, and they fell back to their seats. What's going on? Why am I so weak? I'm a little dizzy. Lin Shimo held his forehead, and 2 wrinkles appeared between his eyebrows. Jiang Fuyue turned the empty beer bottle around and showed the side with the label in front of him. Don't you check the alcohol content before drinking? Zhongxiang cursed under his breath. The beer was much higher than usual. Lin Shimo was also dumbfounded. They had never drunk this kind of beer from Linhui before. No wonder they couldn't even walk now. Jiang Fuyue, I don't have the ability to carry both of you at the same time. Zhongxiang, then what should we do now? There's already a fight over there. We can't just sit here and burp, right? Lin Shimo gritted his teeth. If we leave now, we'll definitely attract their attention. Then what should we do? Jiang Fuyue, just wait. Zhongxiang was not drunk, but he almost fainted from anger. Even if we just sit here and do nothing, they'll notice us sooner or later. Jiang Fuyue said word by word, you'd better pray that they don't. However, the more one was afraid of something, the more likely it was to happen. Brother, look, there's still a table over there. Wow. Not bad, there's something there. The leader rubbed his chin. In an instant, everyone's eyes were focused on them. There were 2 men and a woman. They were all young, but they didn't run away in the face of such a big battle. The 2 men were half lying on the table, and the woman's back was facing them. Her back was straight, and they couldn't see her face. Brother, what's going on? Why is there no reaction at all? Are they scared out of their wits? Shut up, the leader scolded. The underling was very perceptive. I'll go and chase them away right away, forget it, it's not a big deal. But, what if they call the police? They wouldn't dare even if you gave them 10 guts. Yes, the man lowered his voice. Don't worry about that. We're here for money today. Let's get this over with. Yes. Look at me, I almost forgot. The group of people finished smashing the table and were about to go through the money box. The boss's eyes were red, and he waved the kitchen knife in his hand. His voice was trembling. Don't come over. I'll chop anyone who dares to come over. Get lost, yo. He's going to give us a hard time. Brother, get him. Go. Immediately, someone rushed forward and was about to kick the knife out of the boss's hand. In a panic, the boss could only slash randomly, but all his attacks missed. Then, a few more people rushed forward, but in the end, the knife was kicked out of the boss's hand. The boss fell to the ground and couldn't get up. His face was scratched by a stone, and beads of blood appeared at the corner of his eyes. 60,000, are you paying or not? No, I'll pay. Over my dead body. Good. Very good. The boss sneered, and his sharp gaze shot to the trembling lady boss. Grab her, light the fire, and pour the oil. Soon, with the help of the fire on the stove, a large pot of oil was boiling. Boss, it's done. Press her hand in. No. Let go of me. What are you doing? Let go of my wife. This is illegal. The man's eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. At this moment, a crisp sound suddenly rang out. A beer bottle bloomed on top of the boss's head, and a hand was holding the bottle neck, slender and fair. The wind blew silently, and there was silence everywhere. Both parties were stunned. The boss was stunned, and the lackeys were confused. Zhongxiang and Lin Shimo looked at each other and saw the shock and confusion in each other's eyes. What was she doing? Was she crazy, only Jiang Fuyue was as calm as ever. She calmly retracted her hand, and there were still traces of blood on the gap between her thumb and forefinger. Thud, drops of blood fell to the ground, as if hitting the tip of everyone's heart. The boss rolled his eyes and fell to the ground with a loud thud. His lackeys rushed forward in a flurry. Brother Fei? Brother Fei? Quick! Call the ambulance. Don't call. It's faster to send them over. It took a lot of effort to get Jiang Fuyue into the car, and the lackeys left in a swarm. The last one walked up to Jiang Fuyue and met her fearless eyes. The ferocious expression on his face suddenly froze, and his aura also weakened. Just you wait. After that, he got into the car and sped away. Jiang Fuyue threw away the half-broken bottle in her hand, took a napkin, and carefully wiped each of her fingers, not letting go of any details. The boss and his wife stepped forward and thanked her profusely. These people will definitely come again. You can hide for a while, but you can't hide forever. What do you plan to do? The boss was silent. After a while, he sighed. They are so persistent. Even if we call the police, it won't solve the problem. It seems that we can't do business anymore. The boss's wife smiled bitterly. That's good too. You've been cooking for decades, and your lungs are damaged. Let's take this opportunity to close the stall and recuperate for a while. Xianxia and Lin Shimo picked up the tables and chairs that had fallen down one by one. Hearing this, Xianxia patted his chest and said, "It's fine if you want to continue doing business. It's just a few hooligans. Let my uncle talk to the local police station." Jiang Fuyue raised her eyebrows and watched his performance with a smile. Lin Shimo's mouth twitched. He glanced at Jiang Fuyue and finally at Xianxia. Was this guy trying to show off? TSK, Xiao. At this moment, a black Mercedes-Benz sped over and braked abruptly in front of the stall sign. Then, the driver's door opened. Xie Dingyuan bowed and came out. He stood still and raised his eyes to look at them. His eyes were as dark as ink, deep and unfathomable. Jiang Fuyue asked, "Why is he here?" Xianxia scratched his head. "That. I just called in a hurry. Who to call?" The answer was right in front of him. Jiang Fuyue, Xie Dingyuan didn't need to ask about the details at all. Based on the boss and his wife's words and the mess on the ground, he could roughly guess what had happened. He glanced at Xianxia without saying anything and began to deal with the aftermath. The man was very organized. First, report it to the police. Then, he asked someone to investigate the background of those hooligans and ensure that the situation was under control. Finally, he appeased the boss and his wife. After he was done, he walked up to Xianxia and glanced at Lin Shimo. "Get in the car first." The two of them lowered their heads and did as they were told. He turned to look at Jiang Fuyue and kicked the broken beer bottle next to his feet. "Are you hurt?" Jiang Fuyue's eyes were half closed. When she heard that, she raised her head slightly and looked into the man's deep eyes. She shook her head gently. "No." "Okay." He seemed to be relieved. "Get in the car." "Okay." They didn't talk for the rest of the journey. It was quiet in the car. At first, Xianxia and Lin Shimo were still sober and could still make eye contact with each other. However, after more than 10 minutes, the alcohol started to kick in and they started to fall asleep in the back seat. At that time, only Jiang Fuyue and Xie Dingyuan were really sober. "Why did you suddenly want to drink with them?" Jiang Fuyue thought for a while and replied, "It's hard to refuse." Needless to say, it was Xianxia's doing. Xie Dingyuan said, "You're a girl. It's not safe for you to be outside in the middle of the night." Jiang Fuyue knew that he was right. Although she was not afraid, she still appreciated his kindness. "Okay, I'll be careful in the future." The corners of the man's mouth tightened into a sharp arc. The car returned to its previous silence and no one said anything. Suddenly, a murmur came from the back seat. "I'm so dizzy. I want to vomit." It was Xianxia who was sleeping soundly. Jiang Fuyue said, "He said he wants to vomit." Xie Dingyuan frowned and stopped the car by the side. He went to the back seat and helped Xianxia out of the car. Jiang Fuyue wanted to help, but the man's movements were unfamiliar but orderly. He placed Xianxia against the lamppost and gave him a warning. Xianxia squinted his eyes and stood weakly. Then, Xie took out a plastic bag from his pocket. He got it from the stall owner. He shook it out and handed it to Xianxia so that he could catch the vomit. Looking at Xianxia's expression, he was a little disgusted. However, after being warned by Xie, he obediently held the plastic bag, turned around, and started to vomit into the bag. Jiangfuyue, during this time, Xie stood 3 meters away from him. His eyes were full of coldness. Finally, Xianxia finished vomiting. According to Xie instructions, he had no choice but to obediently tie a knot and seal the bag. He then covered it with a plastic bag before throwing it into the trash can. It was obvious that every step had been planned. With Xianxia's brain, he would probably vomit on the street. It was impossible for him to be so meticulous. Therefore, there was only one designer, Xie. He vividly reflected the rigor and planning of a straight man. Amazing, after Xianxia finished vomiting, Xie handed over the napkins that he had prepared in advance and said in a deep voice, "Wipe it clean." It was not difficult to hear that there was a hint of disdain in his voice. Xianxia pouted and obediently took the napkins like a little wife. Suddenly, a bottle of mineral water with the cap off appeared in front of him. He slowly raised his head and smiled foolishly. Yeah, are you going to treat me to milk tea? Don't tell me ACI also has milk tea? No way. Only I have milk tea. He can't have it. Go and get it back. Don't give it to him. You're not saying anything. Do you not agree? Why not? I don't even have a KT drone. Why does he have milk tea? Young Master Zhong stood up and pointed to the sky. He said word by word, "I don't accept." Jiangfuyue was speechless. She pulled her hand back and said, "You'd better not drink it." The next second, Zhongxiang grabbed her hand and stuck to her like a little puppy. He mumbled, "Don't. I'm telling you, don't be angry. I want to drink my milk tea. Otherwise, burp. ECI has milk tea and I don't. How embarrassing would that be?" When Zhongxiang started to talk nonsense, Xie frown deepened. When he grabbed Jiangfuyue's hand and rubbed his whole body against it, the frown became a lump that hung between his eyebrows. It was visible to the naked eye. He took 2 steps forward and pulled Zhongxiang over to let him lean on his shoulder. "Shut up. Stand still." The deep fear in his soul made the drunk teenager obey instinctively. Xie threw him back into the back seat. Just as he was about to go back to the front passenger seat, he heard Jiangfuyue retch twice. The girl stood by the lamppost, holding a bottle of mineral water in one hand and covering her chest with the other. Her face was slightly pale. Jiangfuyue was sure that she wasn't drunk and didn't want to vomit. However, Zhongxiang's violent retching made her stomach churn uncontrollably. She had suppressed it, but when the wind blew, the smell of alcohol drifted over. She couldn't help but retch twice. The next second, she felt a warm touch on her thin back. A man's deep voice sounded in her ear. "Do you feel uncomfortable? Do you want to buy some medicine?" There was a pharmacy next to them. Without waiting for Jiangfuyue to answer, the man walked in. In less than 2 minutes, he came out with pills and hot water. He handed it to her with both hands. "Take it." Jiangfuyue didn't refuse. "Thank you." The man threw away the disposable paper cup, took the remaining pills, and got ready to get into the car. "Don't we need to feed them?" Xie glanced at the back seat. "We'll feed them when we get back." Jiangfuyue. "Okay." Fortunately, Zhongxiang and Lin Shimo were drowsy and didn't have a clear mind. They didn't have to see such a heart-wrenching scene. Double standards dog uncle. He forgot about his nephew when he saw a girl. This time, the black Mercedes-Benz drove all the way into the neighborhood without stopping. Jiangfuyue was a little tipsy as the night wind blew. She realized that the car had stopped in front of her villa. "I'm here." She unbuckled her seatbelt and got out of the car. Unexpectedly, Xie got out of the car as well. Digression, the second chapter was 3,000 words long. I added some plot at the end of the previous chapter to make the process more detailed and logical. You can read it later. There's another chapter at 12:40. Don't come early. When Zhong Xiang started to spout nonsense, Xie Dingyuan's frown deepened again until he grabbed Jiang Fuyue's hand and rubbed his entire body against it. The frown became a lump that hung between his brows and was visible to the naked eye. He took 2 steps forward and pulled Zhong Xiang over to let him lean on his shoulder. Shut up. Stand still. The deep fear in his soul made the drunk teenager obey instinctively. Xie Dingyuan threw him back into the back seat. When he was about to go back to the front passenger seat, he heard Jiang Fuyue retching. The girl was standing beside the lamp post. She was holding a bottle of mineral water in one hand and covering her chest with the other. Her face was slightly pale. Jiang Fuyue was sure that she was not drunk and did not feel like vomiting. However, Zhong Xiang's violent retching made her stomach churn uncontrollably. She had already suppressed it, but when the wind blew, the smell of alcohol drifted over and she could not help but retch. The next second, she felt a warm touch on her thin back. The man's deep voice rang in her ears. Do you feel uncomfortable? Do you want to buy some medicine? There was a pharmacy next to them. Before Jiang Fuyue could answer, the man walked into the pharmacy. In less than 2 minutes, he came out with the pills and a cup of hot water. He handed it to her with both hands. Take it. Jiang Fuyue did not refuse. Thank you. The man threw away the disposable cup, took the remaining pills, and got ready to get into the car. Don't we need to feed them? Xie Dingyuan glanced at the back seat. We'll feed them when we get back. Jiang Fuyue. Okay. Fortunately, Zhong Xiang and Lin Shimo were drowsy and did not see such a heart-wrenching scene. What a double standard. He forgot his nephew when he saw a girl. This time, the black Mercedes-Benz drove all the way into the neighborhood and did not stop on the way. Jiang Fuyue was a little tipsy as the night wind blew. She realized that the car had stopped in front of her villa. I'm here. She unbuckled her seatbelt and opened the door to get out of the car. Unexpectedly, Xie Dingyuan also got out of the car. Jiang Fuyue was puzzled. She looked puzzled. Why did he follow them down? However, she saw that the man had already walked around the front of the car and stood in front of her. The night breeze blew gently, blowing a few strands of hair in front of his forehead. His pitch-black pupils seemed to be even more profound than the night. Jiang Fuyue, he called her name with a hint of solemnity and seriousness in his eyes. Are you hiding from me? Ah? The girl was stunned. She was hiding from him? Is there? Xie Dingyuan, no? Jiang Fuyue shook her head and answered honestly, no. He seemed to heave a sigh of relief, but at the same time, he seemed to be even more nervous. His back straightened and his muscles tightened. You, Jiang Fuyue, ? Do you have any ideas? What thoughts? The girl's clear eyes were suddenly filled with confusion. A trace of embarrassment flashed past the man's eyes. Last time, what I said. His Adam's apple bobbed slightly. Have you not considered it? Or is there anything you want to say? Oh, you said you like me. The moment the word like came out of her mouth, Xie Dingyuan's pupils suddenly became gloomy, as if there were 2 bottomless whirlpools in which black waves were surging, and the girl would be swept away in the next second. Yes, I said it. He enunciated each word clearly. Every time he said a word, he faced the torment in his heart. That kind of panic, helplessness, strangeness, and hope was a novel experience that Xie Dingyuan had never experienced in his nearly 30 years of life. That kind of feeling was like an experimental container that was operating according to the rules suddenly became chaotic one day and started to operate irregularly. The solution inside overflowed and was completely out of control. After my rebirth, I am the white moonlight of all big bosses. After rebirth, I am the white moonlight for all big bosses. Reading it, /read/121809/ After my rebirth, I am the white moonlight of all big bosses. After my rebirth, I am the white moonlight of all big bosses. Read/121809/ For the convenience of your next reading, you can click on the bookmark button below to record this time. If you can't sit still, you can read the record next time you open the bookshelf. If you like After My Rebirth, I am the white moonlight of all big bosses, Please recommend this book to your friends, QQ, blog, WeChat, etc. Thank you for your support. After breakfast, the chauffeur sent Lin Shumo and Xianxia to school. Although the 9 exchange students were in the 3rd class, they did not spend much time in class. At first, there were intensive tours, from inside and outside the school, from history and culture to natural scenery. Then, there were a lot of exchange meetings and experience classes. Compared to the boring life of the students in the school, their lives were much more exciting. However, Hua Fanjin was not satisfied. Why are there still tours? How many places have we visited? Isn't it annoying? Sister Hua, don't you like it here? Fan Yi blinked. It's not that I don't like it. I prefer to stay in class with Jiang Fuyue. Yes. Fan Yi nodded immediately. Me too. I heard that Sister Yu almost always gets full marks in her exams. I really want to know how she pays attention in class. Hua Fanjin's eyes lit up. Dao Xiaoming scratched his head and said, I heard that Sister Yu doesn't pay attention in class. Everyone, ahem. Huang Hui coughed softly. Who told you that? Her desk. Oh. Then it must be true. Fang Canyang said, it's boring if you visit too many places. It's good to change the way. Lin Shumo agreed. Should we talk to the teacher in charge? Ask him to let us go back to school? Hua Fanjin volunteered. I'll talk to him. Who wants to go back? I'll count. Other than Ji Lina, the rest of them nodded. Unexpectedly, Hamasaki Naohara was among them. Hua Fanjin raised an eyebrow. You want to go back to class? She purposely emphasized the word class. Hamasaki Naohara could understand Mandarin, so he nodded softly. Hua Fanjin frowned but did not say anything. They talked to the teacher in charge and got permission to go back to school. Because Hamasaki Naohara was there, no one talked much and the atmosphere was a little heavy. Edmund sat by, looking from one to another, rolling his eyes. The minibus stopped at the main entrance of number 1 middle school. It was lunchtime. Hua Fanjin sent a message to Jiang Fuyue, and they agreed to meet at the cafeteria. Lin Xiao, Lu Bowen, and Wan Shoutong also came along. After getting their food, they met Jiang Han, Gemeng, and Lu Sisi. Sister Yu. Jiang Han smiled when he saw her. His chubby face almost squeezed his eyes into zippers. Hee hee. Sister Yu, I've improved again this time. Of course, this wasn't important. What was important was, my dad was happy and directly gave me 2 large flats under his name. He said that if I improved again, he would give me a villa. I was thinking, do you want the villa or the shop? Sister Yu, give me a suggestion. I'll listen to you. Even though Hua Fanjin was the daughter of a wealthy family, she was also shocked by the other party's mannerisms. His tone was as casual as picking up cabbages from the streets. This. What kind of method was this? He was even wilder than her. Jiang Fuyue briefly introduced both parties. Jiang Han and the others naturally sat down and ate together. A normal 4-seater table was obviously not enough for this group of people. Fortunately, there was a large round table in the cafeteria. It was no problem to squeeze in a dozen people. This group of people had gathered together because of Jiang Fuyue. Therefore, she became the absolute center and also the bridge that connected the various parties. Sister Yu, I've also improved, Gemeng said shyly. Her results were better than Jiang Han's, and her ranking was also higher. Gemeng never knew that she had a talent for studying. In the past, she was muddle-headed and gave up. After meeting Jiang Fuyue, she seemed to have opened up her conception and governor vessels and gradually became enlightened in her studies. She even faintly felt that she could take a big step forward. Perhaps she could even get into a good university. Her parents were also gratified by her rapid improvement in her grades. The family atmosphere was much better than before, therefore, Gemeng was grateful to Jiang Fuyue from the bottom of her heart. At the same time, she wanted to gain more recognition from her. Jiang Fuyue listened and nodded. She immediately reported her grades and grade ranking for each subject. She even analyzed them one by one. Finally, she said, "You've improved a lot. Continue to work hard." Gemeng was flattered. She didn't expect Jiang Fuyue to know her grades for each subject. Jiang Han, however, was used to it. There's no number in the world that sister you can't remember. While they were discussing the grades, Lu Sisi wished that she could curl up into a ball and quietly roll away. There was no other reason. Jiang Han and Gameng were the three bad students of the grade. Now, they had turned over a new leaf. She was the only one who was still a pile of feces in a cesspool. It was too difficult. Fortunately, Jiang Fuyue didn't intend to ask her about her grades. Lu Sisi breathed a sigh of relief. She had escaped a disaster. Jiang Fuyue saw her relieved expression from the corner of her eyes. A faint smile appeared at the corner of her mouth, but it disappeared in the blink of an eye. At this table, people were talking one after another. It was very lively. Not far away, the silent Edmund and Hamasaki Naohara seemed a little lonely. Although the two of them were sitting at the same table, they ate their own food and didn't intend to talk. They weren't familiar with each other. Edmund looked at the white rice on the plate and couldn't help but think of the plate of rice that he had eaten in front of the restaurant yesterday. What was it again? Oh, yes, egg fried rice. He had never eaten such delicious Chinese food. It turned out that eggs could be mixed with rice in addition to toast. Every grain of rice had the fragrance of eggs. It wasn't fishy at all. The color was golden, like the seeds of the sun. It was very beautiful, but it wasn't all golden. There were also emerald green onions sprinkled on top. It wasn't the kind that tended to be white like in chicken rolls, but small circles. The waiter said that it was called green onions. There must be a When pronouncing it, one's tongue must be rolled up. Edmund repeated it n times and learned it on the spot. After he finished eating, he went to pay the bill. However, the cashier said that it wasn't necessary because it was Jiang Fuyue who treated him. Edmund thought that people in Xianxia really liked to treat people. He had never experienced it before. He tried to put himself in the situation and always felt very uncomfortable. It could even be said that it was awkward. Why did he have to pay for his food? Wasn't it better to go Dutch? But at that moment, he actually felt that it was very good. It felt like Jiang Fuyue was his friend, because in Huaxia's customs, only friends would treat each other. He was proud of this. The next day, he was full of joy and wanted to thank Jiang Fuyue. However, he was taken away for a tour early in the morning. When he finally came back, he was excluded by the other Huaxia exchange students who were with him. Not only that, but they also automatically grouped him with Hamasaki Naohara. This was too much. Edmund was depressed, but he didn't show it on his face. He didn't admit it either. Humph. They didn't want to be with him, and he didn't want to be with them either. Who care? Just as his thoughts were running wild, suddenly, don't you feel humiliated? Hamasaki Naohara suddenly said. In addition to his fluent Chinese, his English was also very beautiful. Edmund was stunned. What? Don't you feel humiliated to be discriminated against? Hamasaki Naohara enunciated each word clearly. Edmund suddenly laughed, and his blue eyes met with his dark pupils. Discrimination? How can you tell? Indifference, xenophobia, and isolation. Are these not? Edmund said seriously, I don't think so. Not talking doesn't mean indifference. Not eating together doesn't mean exclusion or isolation. This is just a person's right to choose friends. Strangers don't talk to each other and don't sit at the same table. Isn't this normal? Is this discrimination? Does it make you feel humiliated? Hamasaki Naohara looked at him coldly. Edmund suddenly felt bored. He spread his hands. I'm full. Enjoy your meal. After that, he got up and left. He thought to himself, the egg fried rice is still the best. He heard other customers say that the egg fried rice was the most common and cheap thing in the restaurant. There were even more delicious dishes that he had to line up to eat. Edmund decided that he would line up later. He had to line up, he wanted to eat a lot of delicious food. Eh? Little curly blue eyes ate so fast. He's leaving already? Hua Fanjin suddenly saw him and sighed. Who cares? Why do I feel like Hamasaki Naohara is peeking at us? To be precise, he's not looking at us. He's looking at Sister Yu. Hiss. What is he trying to do? He's sneaking around. He's obviously up to no good. Jiang Fuyue listened to everyone's discussion and didn't even turn around to look. It was as if the peeping person wasn't worthy of her attention. Hua Fanjin said, "My intuition tells me that Hamasaki is up to no good." She reminded Jiang Fuyue to be careful. The latter smiled and said, "As long as he dares." Hua Fanjin smacked her lips. She thought that this evil would last for a while. She didn't expect it to come so soon. Digression, 2 chapters, 3,000 words. 12:03 p.m. On the third day after the exchange students arrived, a diplomatic team from country R arrived in Linhui. On the same day, the location of the cultural exchange event was finalized. It would be held at No. 1 High School. When the school received the news, they immediately got busy. They arranged for the reception and set up the venue. 2 days later, the exchange event was held as scheduled. All exchange students were required to attend. No. 1 High School could also send a few representatives. Jiang Fuyue was the first to be selected. It couldn't be helped. She was too outstanding and was personally selected by the old principal. Other than that, there were also Ling Xian, Lu Bowen, Lin Xiao, Zhong Xiang, ECI, and others. Ling Xian and Lu Bowen were selected because of their outstanding grades. Lin Xiao was selected because of her status as a verified student and internet celebrity. As for Zhong Xiang and ECI, one of them had an uncle and the other had a father, so they could be considered as special identities. Since it was an exchange event, there had to be different existences. Only then could there be sparks. As the student representative of Huaxia, Jiang Fuyue was arranged to go on stage for the exchange event. Before this, Hu Yongwei was afraid that she would not agree, so he specially called her to the principal's office and persuaded her patiently. In the end, he even mentioned national honor, national prosperity, demeanor of a big country, and diplomatic confidence. What reason did Jiang Fuyue have to not agree to such a huge accusation one after another? Of course, she did not intend to refuse from the beginning. After all, it was everyone's responsibility to win glory for their country. Also, Hamasaki Naohara would also go on stage as the representative of country R. Edmund from country F, Laguelina from country XX, and exchange students from other countries also received this honor. On the day of the exchange event, Jiang Fuyue stood on stage. Her tall figure, elegant bearing, and beautiful appearance instantly attracted everyone's attention. This Huaxia girl is so beautiful. Her figure is also super good. Oh. What's her name? She looks like an angel. Jiang, were you? Anything should be fine. In the diplomatic mission, both the Chinese side and the Japanese side nodded in unison. The former was pride, while the latter was astonishment. When Hu Yongwei chose Jiang Fuyue, he might have taken her appearance into consideration. Wouldn't the effect be obvious now? The student representative area of No. 1 Middle School burst into the warmest applause. The moon goddess is too calm. Awesome class. Of course, I've been to IPO and IOI international competitions. That's it? It's a piece of cake. The few foreign little curly-haired guys in front are staring so hard their eyeballs are almost popping out of their sockets. They look like they've been stunned silly. How hilarious. Look at the people in the diplomatic mission. Their eyes are glued to her. I bet you didn't expect the girls from Huaxia to be so outstanding. What a joke. With my sister Yu's legs, waist, and face, she would be able to suppress everyone on stage. Sai, another goddess who clearly can rely on her face but insists on relying on her intelligence. I don't care. Sister Yu is the best. Compared to Jiang Fuyue's enthusiastic reception, Hamasaki Naohara's reception was mediocre. Everyone seemed to be immersed in the visual impact of the previous moment and could not recover for a long time. In addition, when he stood next to Jiang Fuyue, he was half a head shorter. His fine hair hung down and almost completely covered his eyes. He looked like a dull gray marble. How could he compete with a gem? However, he did not care about this. There was no anger or jealousy on his calm face. He calmly faced the unenthusiastic audience in front of him. Hamasaki Naohara curled her lips slightly. She glanced at the high-profile Jiang Fuyue from the corner of her eye and a hint of mockery flashed in her eyes. Didn't she understand that the greater the expectation, the greater the disappointment? On the contrary, if one did not have hope at first, they would receive double the surprise later on. This was called, first suppress, then raise. After Edmund came up, he automatically stood on the other side of Jiang Fuyue. His superior appearance and charming smile instantly attracted a lot of admiration. Although it was superficial to judge a person by appearance, it was undeniable that many times, an excellent appearance could bring unexpected gains and advantages. At 9 o'clock in the morning, the exchange meeting officially began. There were a total of 3 processes in the meeting. First, the leaders would give a speech, then the student representatives from each country would communicate in English according to the given topic. Finally, they would give a summary speech. Obviously, the highlight was in the second step. Fortunately, everyone was prepared and went step by step. Everything was about to end smoothly and the student representatives could leave. Hamasaki Naohara suddenly took the microphone from the host. I think that the exchange of words is too weak. The collision of cultures needs to be expressed specifically. As everyone knows, Huaxia and Japan are friendly neighbors. Why don't I and the student representatives of Huaxia give a demonstration? The representative of Japan immediately asked, how do you want to demonstrate? It is said that Huaxia's culture is broad and profound and has a long history of 5,000 years. Japan's culture is also unique and is a treasure of the world. Why don't we compare the cultures of the 2 countries and exchange ideas? This proposal is very novel. How do you want to compare? Since it is a comparison, of course, we have to use both the same and different parts of the 2 countries' cultures. This way, we can distinguish who is better and who is worse. Why don't we use music, chess, calligraphy, and painting as the theme? Digression, third watch, 2,000 words. Tomorrow, watch my sister you crush the little rascal who's better and who's worse. As soon as he said this, the entire audience fell silent. If a moment ago, everyone thought that this was just a simple exchange of pointers, then at this moment, anyone with a discerning eye could see the provocation and humiliation behind these words. What's more, Hamasaki Naohara was speaking in Chinese, the provocation was too strong. Even the representative of country R was shocked by his bold words. Immediately, he turned to the representative of Huaxia and smiled. I think this is a good proposal. What do you think? The representative of Huaxia looked at him deeply. We have an old saying in Huaxia. Think twice before you act. I advise Ambassador Matsumoto to think carefully before making a decision. Matsumoto took the advice as a warning. His face darkened and he said with a fake smile, it's just an exchange of pointers. It's not a big deal. Why are you so serious? Or is it that your students don't dare? The representative of Huaxia frowned. Many students in the audience could no longer sit still. What does that country our brat mean? He dares to speak in Chinese. He doesn't respect us at all. Although he's a guest, this guest is too rude. We don't have to be polite. A small place is a small place. They don't have any style at all. They can't compare to our great Huaxia. Sister Yu is not weak. Teach him a lesson. He has to kneel down and sing the song of conquest. Support Sister Yu. Let little X experience the fear of being dominated by the Demon King. The Moon God's academic competition is indeed good. But the other party wants to compete in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. Is this okay? If Jiang Fuyue was asked to do the questions and write the test papers on the spot, they wouldn't be worried at all. Sister Yu was simply the mother of full marks, the ancestor of exams. But the problem now was that the other party didn't want to compete in scores. They wanted to compete in talents and called it culture. Wasn't this a direct attack on Sister Yu's Achilles heel? They all knew that Sister Yu's family sold pancakes. To put it bluntly, how could they spend so much money to nurture their children's hobbies? Moreover, they had to be nurtured from a young age. Only then could they have any accomplishments. This Hamasaki Naohara is too cunning. He clearly knows that, yet he still proposed to compete in the 4 arts of zither, chess, calligraphy, and painting. Why doesn't he just ascend to heaven? She's obviously doing this on purpose. She's bullying Sister Yu because she doesn't know how to do this. What should we do now? The letter of challenge has been issued. If Sister Yu doesn't accept the challenge, the representative of country R will think that we are afraid. F*ck, who else knows how to do this? No one answered. If he was proficient in 2 of them, it would be fine. However, if he was proficient in the 4 arts, it would be too difficult for him. Even Ling Xian, who came from a well-off family and had been raised like an aristocrat since childhood, did not dare to pat his chest and say, "I'm good at everything, I'll do it." It's over. This time, we've embarrassed ourselves internationally. Hamasaki Naohara's lips curled into a triumphant smile when he saw that the morale of the audience was dwindling. However, at this moment, okay. Jiang Fuyue smiled and spoke. Although her voice was not loud, it sounded like a sudden clap of thunder. How do you want to compete? Oh my god. Sister Yu has accepted the challenge. As expected of our moon god, full marks for courage at this critical moment. Sister Yu is awesome. I want to give birth to monkeys for you. That's not necessary, right? But is it really okay? Does Sister Yu know how to do these things? What are you afraid of? Since Sister Yu dares to say this, she must have the confidence to do so. When have you ever seen her being timid? That's right, believe in Sister Yu and you will live forever. Aren't you guys too optimistic? I admit that Jiang Fuyue is awesome, but that's only in terms of exams and grades. Zither, chess, calligraphy, and painting are not things that can be learned in a day or 2. Sister Yu has a high IQ. Isn't it a piece of cake for her to learn these things? How can you be sure that she has learned them? And it has to be at the level of a competition? Level of a competition? The person on the stage is Hamasaki Naohara. This is his personal encyclopedia. You'll know after you read it. 5 minutes later, the highest record holder in chess? He's good at many chess games and is fluent in 6 languages. He's known as the most versatile genius in country R. That awesome? Shut up. Don't belittle yourself and praise others. However, if one listened carefully, one would be able to tell that she was not confident. I don't care. Anyway, I have absolute faith in Sister Yu. Huaxiao students either supported or disagreed. Everyone had their own opinions. On the other side, the exchange students from other countries could not help but discuss among themselves. Oh. She actually agreed. This is unbelievable. Do they want to compete in chess? She definitely can't beat Hamasaki Naohara. I've seen Hamasaki Naohara's games. His chess moves are very tricky and his eyes are very sharp. His opponent was once forced to vomit on the spot and was unable to resist. This Huaxia girl must be crazy. Edmund listened to the various discussions around him. It was rare that he, who was usually very talkative, did not express his opinion. What do you think? Someone asked casually. I think. Edmund rubbed his chin with 2 fingers. She won't lose. Oh, you're crazy too. On the stage, Hamasaki Naohara saw Jiang Fuyue agree so readily. He narrowed his eyes and his gaze suddenly became sharp. Do you know what you're doing now? Jiang Fuyue smiled. I think you should be the one asking this question. Hamasaki Naohara smiled, but there was no warmth in his dark brown eyes. There are 4 sports. Let's talk about the zither first. We each choose our own country's musical instruments and play different pieces at the same time. Whoever is disturbed and plays the wrong piece first will be considered the loser. Jiang Fuyue asked, what if all the pieces are correct? Then we'll decide based on the difficulty of the piece. Okay. Huaxia and Country R's representatives listened to the discussion and agreed to this rule. Next, it was time for Jiang Fuyue and Hamasaki Naohara to prepare. The musical instruments were provided by the school. However, Hamasaki Naohara did not accept because he had brought his own instrument. Damn. This guy obviously came prepared. I don't know how long he has been planning this. He's too insidious. As the principal of No. 1 middle school, Hu Yongwei's expression was not good at this moment. I invited you as a guest, provided an opportunity for exchange and learning, organized a tour, and provided accommodation. Not only did you not know how to be grateful, but you also deliberately made things difficult for my students. No one would be happy about this. Huaxiao's representative hesitated. This student, obviously, he was hesitant about Jiang Fuyue's strength. After all, he was young and hot-blooded. If he agreed impulsively without the strength to fight, the one who would lose face in the end would be Xianxia. Hu Yongwei replied seriously, to tell you the truth, I'm not sure if she knows these things. But there's one thing I'm sure of. The Jiang Fuyue I know has never fought a battle she wasn't confident in. The representative looked at the stage and sighed softly. I hope so. The preparation time was 30 minutes. During this time, both sides needed to choose their instruments. Jiang Fuyue walked down the stage and whispered to the principal. Then, Hu Yongwei picked up the phone and turned his back to the other side. 20 minutes later, the music teacher arrived, panting. He held a mahogany box in his arms. It looked quite heavy. What instrument did Sister Yu choose? Judging by the size, it's either a flute or a flute. I agree. It can't be a flute. Well, Sister Yu really knows how to play an instrument? She won't go on stage and mess up, right? Even if she messes up, the Japanese kids won't be able to tell. Are you stupid? There are judges. There was a musician from Country M in the delegation. He was well versed in both Huaxia's and Japanese's instruments. He had an extraordinary status in the international community. He was the most suitable judge. Hamasaki Naohara said, since you're ready, let's begin. Jiang Fuyue took the mahogany box from the music teacher. Good luck. Thank you. She smiled and slowly went on stage. In front of everyone, she took out the instrument she was going to use. Wow, it's actually this thing. Sister Yu is amazing. Amazing. We'll win just by looking at the instrument. The exchange students from other countries looked at each other. What's that? Why do the Huaxia students have such a strong reaction? The end is shaped like a horn and is connected to a pipe. Oh. What instrument is this? I've never seen it before. Isn't the Huaxia's classical instrument the kind that has a few strings and can be pressed and plucked? I know. It's called a guzheng. But this is obviously not one. Edmund snorted. He had heard enough stupid talk and was finally willing to clear up the confusion. Digression, first update, 3,000 words. Second update, 12 o'clock. There's a third update today. Please give me a monthly ticket. Also, can you guess what instrument Sister Yu is going to use? It's called a suona. It's a kind of wind instrument with a long history. It's one of the oldest instruments in Huaxia. Do you understand? But it's so ugly. Edmund said meaningfully, that's because you haven't heard the sound it makes. What's wrong with the sound? Listen to it yourself. Well, what's Hamasaki Naohara holding in her arms? Edmund glanced at the stage. Shamisen? Jiang Fuyue raised her eyebrows. No wonder it's the king of musical instruments in Country R. It looks good. Hamasaki Naohara looked up and her eyes fell directly on her hands. She said calmly, your suona is also very special. Their eyes met, and then they looked away. The judges announced the start of the exchange. They looked down and checked the instruments in their hands. Hamasaki Naohara strummed the strings to test the sound, while Jiang Fuyue checked the suona's core. The traditional suona was composed of 5 parts, the whistle, the air plate, the invader, the stem, and the bowl. Among them, the core was the most important. The core of the traditional suona was a single pipe. In the last century, a famous wind musician, Guiyaji, invented the suona's core device, which allowed the traditional suona to play the chromatic scale and 12-tone system. The performance of the suona was thus rich. 20 years ago, a hidden performer named Strange Tan Ingyue invented a way to play the bodhi of 1,000 hands on the basis of the core device. From the existing audio data, this way of playing could not only temporarily change the semitone or chromatic scale, but also use the suona as a tune-shifting instrument under the premise of the same fingering. What was more amazing was that the deviation in the interval caused by the core was effectively adjusted and corrected by controlling the force of the mouth. The performance was perfect. It was a pity that Strange Tan Ingyue had disappeared for 20 years after leaving the legendary audio. During this time, his performance had not been released. Judge White looked at the suona in Jiang Fuyue's hands and fell into a melancholy. He was lucky enough to listen to the audio and was deeply shocked at that time. During his stay in Xianxia, he had always wanted to visit strange Taningyue. Unfortunately, Mr. White? The person beside him reminded him in a low voice. Only then did he collect his thoughts and pick up the microphone. Next, I'd like to invite the two performers to report their performances. Hamasaki Naohara, my song is Kanda Festival. Xianxia said concisely, Awe of the Phoenix. White said, I hereby announce that the performance has officially begun. Hamasaki Naohara's eyes turned cold as she raised her hand and plucked the strings. Almost at the same time, Xianxia sank her chi into her dantian and blew out the first note. With the sound of the suona, the sound waves rose. There was no need for any foreshadowing at all. It was the loudest auditory baptism. Immediately, Hamasaki Naohara's zither sound was drowned out. F***ck. This is what it means to gain the upper hand by a show of strength. As the saying goes, among all kinds of musical instruments, the suona is the king. If it's not about ascending to heaven, it's about performing a wedding ceremony. Today, I've finally witnessed it. Is it the suona that says, once the song is played and the cloth is covered, all the villagers, old and young, are waiting for the dishes to be served, walking and carrying, followed by a sea of white? Don't worry, there's more to come. Once the coffin is lifted and buried, friends and relatives cry, firecrackers are set off, and the suona is blown. The front is lifted and the back is chased. Oh my God, Sister Yu is amazing. No wonder people say that 1,000 years of the pipa and 10,000 years of the zither, a single sound of the suona changes life. That's not all. Also, the first time I heard it, I didn't know the meaning of suona, but the second time I heard it, I was already a man in a coffin. Although the suona was often used to play mournful music, Birds Pay Homage to the Phoenix was not mournful. On the contrary, its melody was warm and cheerful, showing the vitality of nature. After a melodious melody, the suona began to imitate the calls of various birds, such as cuckoo, turtledove, partridge, swallow, owl, quail, and so on. During this time, the fingering technique changed very quickly, and the changes were gorgeous. Every note seemed to jump with the breath of spring. Even the foreigners who did not know what Birds Pay Homage to the Phoenix was felt as if they were there, and were brought into the scene of thousands of birds singing together. Then, there was another round of vibrato, and the spring scenery became brighter and brighter. Then, the melody began to become gentle and beautiful, and the tone was flat and slow. A pastoral scene was slowly spread out in front of the audience. The stage became Xianxua's stage, and the audience became her audience. In front of the suona of the king, the graceful and clear shamisen was completely overshadowed. Occasionally, there would be a high note, but it would only be harsh and abrupt. Below the stage, Hu Yongwei smiled and nodded slowly. The music teacher who was watching from the side was already stunned. Huaxia's representative's originally nervous expression gradually calmed down. He turned to Hu Yongwei and said, Number 1 Middle School is indeed one of the top 3 key high schools in Linhui. Not only do they have outstanding students, but they also have such a talented art student. Although he had not learned the suona before, he had attended many concerts. Naturally, he could tell the level of this student. To be honest, she was no different from the famous performers he had heard at the Capitol Theater. Hu Yongwei heard this and smiled. She's not an art student, what? Not an art student? That's a pity. It's not a pity, not at all, Hu Yongwei smiled and shook his head, because her academic results are better than her performance. The representative was shocked. Digression, second watch, 2,000 words. The third watch is being written, and it will be updated when it is finished. Everyone can read it tomorrow morning. Although the sound of the suona overshadowed the shamisen, Hamasaki Naohara did not panic on stage. On the contrary, his expression was calm, and his technique was calm. He was not affected by the suona at all. TSK, his psychological quality is quite good. I think he's just thick-skinned. The sound of the shamisen has been completely covered. Does that mean we won? Of course not, the rules were very clear. Different songs were played at the same time. Whoever made a mistake first would lose. However, White, as the judge, had not called for a stop. That meant that neither Xianxia nor Hamasaki Naohara was wrong. The competition would continue until one of them could not hold on and lost. Only then would the winner be determined. Ah? Then aren't we celebrating too early? It's not too early. At present, it seems that Sister Yu has the upper hand. The presence of the Suona is so strong. I don't believe that Hamasaki Naohara will not panic. As long as his mind was in a mess, it was only a matter of time before he made a mistake. But he looks very calm. It's as if he can't hear it at all. How can he not hear it? Unless he's deaf. Obviously, that's not true. He heard it, but he forced himself to ignore everything outside. But could he really block it completely? Could a person who valued winning and losing really be so focused on it and not listen to anything outside? Ling Xian shook his head. It's just an act. If he can't make everyone believe that he's not panicking, how can he make himself believe it? That's right, Hamasaki Naohara wasn't as calm as he appeared on the surface. The sound of the Suona was like a nightmare to him. It was noisy, ear-piercing, and without any sense of beauty. He knew that Jiang Fuyue did it on purpose. From the moment she took out the Suona, Hamasaki Naohara was very clear. She wanted to disturb his state of mind and make him panic and make a mistake. Fortunately, he was already mentally prepared. Although it was difficult to endure, the effect was good. At least now he was calm and not affected. As long as he maintained this state in the second half, he would not lose. Suddenly, the melody of the Suona suddenly changed. From the second melody to the third melody, it began to imitate various bird sounds. It was similar to the first paragraph. However, Hamasaki Naohara soon realized something was different, and so did White. Jiang Fuyue used a special breathing cycle method to lengthen the sound of a long note with an impossible difficulty. Then, she extended the ending, which suddenly burst out magnificently and shockingly. In that instant, everyone's hearing transformed into vision. Not only did they hear the cries of hundreds of birds, they also saw hundreds of birds flying towards the phoenix. The lingering sound was like a cry of blood. White stood there in shock. His eyes were wide open as if he had seen something unbelievable. Thousand-hand Bodhi. It was the thousand-hand Bodhi that had disappeared for 20 years. It was also at this moment that the last note of the shamisen fell, but one of the wrong strings was plucked. Jiang Fuyue smiled. Hamasaki Naohara raised her trembling right hand. He was wrong, the mistake was in the last note. All his previous efforts had been wasted. White immediately recovered from the shock. He picked up the microphone and said truthfully, "Unfortunately, Hamasaki Naohara, you are wrong." At this time, Hamasaki Naohara had quickly calmed down. He took the microphone with one hand and held the shamisen with the other. "Mr. White, I have something to say. Please speak. I admit that I made a mistake in the last note, but the person who made the mistake first was her." Hamasaki Naohara suddenly looked up and stared straight at Jiang Fuyue. Boom, the scene suddenly exploded. Does this person have any shame? He is obviously in the wrong, but he still wants to slander Sister Yu. He is indeed shameless. His character is the national standard. He is an all-round genius of country R, but he is just like this? He can win, but he can't afford to lose. He has no manners. I don't understand. It is true that he is wrong, but the judges haven't said anything. How can he say that Sister Yu is wrong? Is he more authoritative than the judges? It has nothing to do with right or wrong. It is a desperate situation. Hamasaki Naohara ignored the attacks on him and said word by word, "I have listened to all birds pay homage to the phoenix." The last part was not played in this way. She changed it privately. Is it not wrong? In this regard, Jiang Fuyue did not refute. He just stood on the stage and maintained a smile. His eyes were calm as if he was watching a clown dance. White heard this and slowly shook his head. No, she is not wrong. You are wrong. The last part of all birds pay homage to the phoenix was not changed by her. It was written by a Suona player named Chiton Inoue 20 years ago. The music industry gave a very special name for this unique playing method, magical. Variation, translated into Chinese, is called Bodhi of 1,000 hands. It represents an almost magical variation and incredible long notes. Impossible. Hamasaki Naohara said with certainty. Variation is just a legend. No one knows the specific playing method. It has been lost 20 years ago. Yes, White nodded. This is a pity in the performance industry. But I am very happy to be able to see such a magnificent technique being passed down in such a simple school today, and it is even better. In other words, he was sure that Jiang Fuyue's performance was the Bodhi of 1,000 hands. Hamasaki Naohara sneered and his eyes were covered with darkness. Where is the evidence? Dear Mr. White. Is it true just because you say so? Digression, the Third Night Watch, 2,000 words. Recently, I have been trying to restore the Third Night Watch and add 1,000 words a day. Please don't fall the flag. Another dangerous speech caused a stir in the audience. Everyone was shocked by Hamasaki Naohara's tiger. Is he questioning the judges? From good and bad to do you think so, does he not think before he speaks? I'm curious, where does he get his confidence from? Liang Jingru? That's courage, thank you. Oh. Look, Mr. White's face has darkened. Usually, players who question the referee will be sent off the field. Hee, put down the stool and wait. Speaking of which, Sister Yu's playing method is really that long-lost magical, something. 1,000 hands Bodhi. Yes. What was the meaning of this? Mr. White said so much, but I don't understand a single word. Hua Fanjin said, you don't need to understand. You just need to know that it's awesome, the unique kind of awesome. That's right. That person finally gave up, but Hua Fanjin secretly took out his mobile phone and opened Xiandu. When he glanced at it, there were only 2 words that kept repeating in his mind, F***ck, F***ck, F***ck. Was Jiang Fuyue an encyclopedia? She knew everything and could do everything. Not only could she do it, but she was also good at it. This was a blow to his confidence. White frowned when he was questioned, and his expression was slightly serious. The representative of Country R saw this and knew that White was an important figure in the international music industry. He could not afford to offend him, so he gave Hamasaki Naohara a warning look. Unfortunately, the latter was still young and did not understand. He only saw the outcome and did not feel that he had done anything wrong. He was only raising reasonable doubts under reasonable circumstances. Was he wrong? Mr. White, if you can't prove it, it means that Jiang Fuyue played the wrong note, she lost. The representative of Country R almost fainted from his rudeness and recklessness. He immediately put on a smile and explained, Mr. White, please forgive him. He didn't mean. White raised his hand to stop him. He ignored the representative of Country R and looked straight at Hamasaki Naohara. Can you prove it? He nodded. Yes. After saying that, he took out his phone and pressed a button. Under everyone's gaze, he aimed the microphone at his phone. A recording of his performance slowly played through the microphone, then through the sound system, and finally through the hall. Eh? I think it's also a Swona, but it's not Awe the Phoenix. This is 6-word door. Like Awe the Phoenix, it's a classic piece of Swona music. It sounds pretty good. Why is Mr. White playing this? Shoo. Listen carefully. 6 words door opening and birds pay homage to the phoenix are both cheerful and lively songs, and both have onomatopoeia. There are many similarities in the atmosphere and performance techniques. Ling Xian, if I'm not wrong, this audio should be the work of Tan Yingyue that Mr. White mentioned. ECI rubbed her chin. So, he's trying to, as long as we can find the similarities between Jiang Fuyue's Awe of the Phoenix and 6-word door opening, that is, the fingering of the 1,000-hand Bodhi, then we can prove that she didn't make a mistake. On the contrary, she used a very amazing and long-lost performance method. Zhongxiang quickly added. Is there a problem with my understanding? Ling Xian nodded. That's more or less what I mean. ECI. F***ck. He stole my lines, Zhongxiang, hee. So what if I snatch it? This guy is really a dog. The audio was not long, only 2 or 3 minutes. In the first half, it used the chi arch and chi apex sounds to simulate human laughter. Here, it had the effect of temporarily changing the semitone or chromatic scale, and the melody was beautiful. In the second half, it used the single and double spitting technique to play a sound similar to a Xianxian sound, short and full of elasticity. Here, it was used as a tune-shifting instrument for the higher semitone. The first and second parts fully demonstrated the two performance characteristics of Bodhi with 1,000 hands. It was not difficult to tell that the techniques and fingering involved were similar to Jiang Fuyue's Ah the Phoenix. Hamasaki Naohara's face became more and more ugly. He was also a knowledgeable person, so naturally, he could tell the similarities between the two songs. What a good Bodhi with 1,000 hands. He took half a step back. I admit defeat. Jiang Fuyue's smile did not change. She was not surprised or happy about the upcoming victory at all. It turned out that from the beginning to the end, she was the calmest one on the stage. It was as if in her eyes, there was no difference between winning and losing. White picked up the microphone and announced on the spot, Jiang Fuyue wins. Congratulations to Xianxia. She is a genius, the most dazzling new star in the field of wind instrument playing, the pride of Xianxia. Clap, 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 thunderous applause suddenly sounded in the stadium, accompanied by cheers and applause. Many people even stood up from their seats and shouted loudly. Sister Yu is the best. Genius new star. Pride of the nation. Sister Yu flies bravely, we will always be with you. Sister Yu is not old, we will worship her until we are old. Jiang Fuyue YYDS. Sister Yu, when I come back from tea country, I will marry. No, I will marry you. What do you mean by slapping the face? This is it. That Hamasaki jump? Why did you stop? Jump again and try again? My sister Yu will kill you. On the stage, Jiang Fuyue stretched out her hand to Hamasaki Naohara and smiled. Thank you for letting me win. The calmness of a winner were undoubtedly evident on her. Hamasaki Naohara smiled and raised his hand to shake hers. Congratulations. However, this is just the beginning, there are 3 more competitions. Thank you for reminding me. Jiang Fuyue glanced at the shamisen in his arms. I didn't expect you to be not only a chess master, but also a performer. You must know the origin of the shamisen, right? He frowned. What are you trying to say? Jiang Fuyue withdrew her hand. In 1560, the shamisen of Xianxia was transmitted to our country through Rope Island. After continuous modification by our country's artists, the shamisen became what it is today. Your so-called our country's national musical instrument was also derived from Xiaoxia's classical musical instrument. Then, which one do you think is better? Who is better and who is worse? Hamasaki Naohara's eyes suddenly darkened, but he couldn't refute because it was the truth. The shamisen was indeed derived from Xiaoxia's shamisen. Jiang Fuyue said, you speak Chinese well, so you should have some understanding of Xiaoxia's history. There is a phrase in Suzhuan called forget your ancestors. I will give it to you to understand. After that, she went straight down the stage and smiled to welcome the applause and cheers. Hamasaki Naohara stood on the stage in a daze. His body was stiff and he couldn't continue smiling. Due to time constraints, it was difficult to have a chess exchange today. Therefore, the representatives of Xianxia and our country agreed to compete in the remaining 3, chess, calligraphy, and painting at the same time tomorrow at the same place. Coincidentally, there were experts in the delegation who were proficient in these 3 skills as judges. It was simply specially prepared for this cultural exchange feast between Xianxia and our country. What kind of chess? Jiang Fuyue said, anything is fine. As soon as she said this, Hamasaki Naohara raised his eyelids and glanced at her. Everyone was surprised. No way. This Hamasaki Naohara is a chess master. Sister Yu gave up the initiative. What if he chooses chess? He is the world's first chess record holder. He has an absolute advantage. Then we will be at a disadvantage. But Sister Yu has already said what she said. She can't take it back, right? Sister Yu must have her reasons for saying this. Don't panic. Let the bullets fly for a while longer. In the end, Hamasaki Naohara didn't choose chess. Instead, he chose chess. Jiang Fuyue wasn't surprised by this and accepted it very readily. I always feel that if Sister Yu had a fan in her hand, she would be able to cosplay as Zhuge Liang. Do you believe it? Indeed, I feel that everything is within her calculations. By the way, why didn't Hamasaki Naohara choose chess? Is he afraid that others will say that he is bullying the weak? *T. Ahem. If you want to talk, then talk. Why else would he do it? Lu Bowen thought for a while and said, if he wins, others will think that it is natural. After all, he is the world's #1. They won't be too disappointed in Sister Yu. After all, she is not the world's #1. In this way, he won't be able to achieve his goal of giving Sister Yu a painful blow. Therefore, Hamasaki Naohara chose chess to tell everyone that he and Sister Yu are on the same starting line. If Sister Yu loses in the end, it is because she is not good at chess. Hamasaki Naohara is not bullying her. TSK, this is too treacherous. Ling Xian said. There is another reason, and it is the most important reason. The representative of country R will not agree to let him choose chess. Huh? Why? Digression, 3,000 words per update. 12:30 p.m. Today is still the third update. Ling Xian said, as you said, Hamasaki Naohara is the world's #1 chess player. If Jiang Fuyue wins, think about the consequences. Although the probability is not high, the representative of country R will never allow her to risk her country's honor. That was why Jiang Fuyue boldly gave the initiative to her opponent. She had already guessed that Hamasaki Naohara would not choose chess. TSK, I was right. Sister Yu is really good at cosplaying as Zhuge Liang. Her plan was flawless. I just want to know how Sister Yu's brain works. How can she be so much faster than us? She's so good at everything. She's amazing. Go and ask her. I want to know too. Just wait for the answer. Ditto. After agreeing on the rules of tomorrow's game, Jiang Fuyue pretended to leave. White suddenly caught up with her. Hey, hello. Please wait. He spoke in Chinese. Jiang Fuyue turned around and nodded at him. Hello. My name is White. This is my business card. She took it with both hands. Sorry, I don't have a business card. It's okay. I know you're still a student. Are you looking for me? White rubbed his hands, his gray-green eyes shining with excitement. I know this question is a bit offensive, but I'm really curious. You can choose to answer or not. It was a very gentlemanly opening. Jiang Fuyue smiled. In fact, she had already guessed it. What's the question? Do you know Chitan Yue? He's a very excellent and talented wind musician. As far as I know, the suona is only one of his wind instruments. Can you imagine? This is not even his best wind instrument. That's amazing. Jiang Fuyue shook her head. No, I don't know him. But the thousand hands Bodhi finger you just used, is that what you're talking about? Jiang Fuyue picked up the suona on the spot and switched between the holes smoothly. White's eyes lit up. Yes. I didn't expect it to be like this. His hands subconsciously followed suit. However, he soon realized that this action was inappropriate. He suspected that he was trying to steal from her, so he quickly put his hands by his side. However, he was reluctant to look away. Jiang Fuyue did not shy away from demonstrating it again and asked considerately, do you remember it? The last place is like this? Or is it like this? After saying that, White Sr. finally reacted and looked slightly embarrassed. Sorry, I was too curious, it's okay. Jiang Fuyue slowed down the last few finger movements again. Old White was amazed. So that's how it is. It was too magical. How did he think of that? Was it taught by Tanning Yu? I know Huaxia has a lot of rules in this area. For a hidden performer like Qi Tan, the requirements for his students must be even stricter. He nodded with a look that said, I understand very well. Jiang Fuyue, ? You have your own rules. It's fine if you don't want to say it. Anyway, I've already guessed it. You're a very talented kid. I hope to see you play at the Wiener Golden Hall in the future. I think it will be amazing. After saying that, he turned around and walked away. As he walked, he lowered his head to review the finger movements that Jiang Fuyue had taught him. Suddenly, he stopped and turned around. I'm going back to China next month. If you need any help, you can contact me using the contact number on my business card. I'll do my best to help as long as it's within my ability. Also, we're friends, right? Before Jiang Fuyue could say anything, he had already answered his own question. Yes, we're friends. In this competition, Jiang Fuyue gained a lot of attention and received a lot of applause. However, this was just the beginning. There was still a tough battle to fight tomorrow. On the way back, Lin Shimo, Eci, Zhong Xiang, Ling Xian, and the others were with her. For the 3 competitions tomorrow, they also wanted to know Jiang Fuyue's strength and whether she was confident, but in the end, no one asked. Su Jing also wanted to talk to Jiang Fuyue and ask about it so that she could be mentally prepared. However, she was stopped by Hu Yongwei. Don't do that. All we can do is trust her. Trust Jiang Fuyue's strength, trust the students taught by No. 1 middle school, and trust the upright backbone of the Huaxia people. Su Jing nodded. I understand. In the blink of an eye, the next day, at 8 o'clock in the morning, the auditorium was open to the public. They were preparing for the upcoming cultural exchange between China and Country R. After a night of discussion, Jiang Fuyue's glorious performance yesterday had already spread to all the grades in No. 1 middle school. In the junior high school department, it's a pity that I didn't see it live. I can only rely on the video. There's a video? Where did you get it? I lurked in the group of freshmen and got it. Someone recorded the scene of Jiang Fuyue's Suona battle with the shamisen yesterday. How can you not share such a good thing with everyone? Hurry up and send it to me. Send it to me. Me too. 2 minutes later, F*CK. Why is there so much noise? The person who recorded the video is screaming so loudly that it almost pierces my eardrums. More importantly, this person's hand is shaking. The whole picture is shaking. I can't see the situation on the stage at all. What should we do? I want to see it live. Should we discuss it with Director Xiong? That's a good idea. Let's go together. The more the merrier, a bunch of junior high school kids rushed to Director Xiong's office. Director Xiong was stunned and thought that something big had happened. After hearing their intentions, he subconsciously wanted to refuse. What are you looking at? You don't want to go to class. However, one of the kids said, I think this is a precious practical lesson for patriotism. Please let us go. We all want to see Jiang Fuyue crush that arrogant Country R guy. After hearing this, Director Xiong, who was in his 40s, couldn't help but feel excited. He immediately waved his hand. Okay, follow me. How could the high school students sit still when the junior high school students were already cheering them on? Not only the first and second year students, but even the third year students were also eager to join in the fun. Was class more enjoyable than watching Sister Yu tear the trash apart? Was revision more important than cheering for Sister Yu? Of course not. So, everyone, attack. Zhao Taijun, who had arrived late, shouted at the top of his lungs, come back. Everyone, come back. Unfortunately, his only response was the quickening footsteps of the students. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared from sight. Dean Xiong? Why are you here? Ahem. I'm just passing by. He adjusted his glasses guiltily. That's not right. The junior high school students have already started their morning self-study. Why are you here, passing by? That. He kept the flag in his hand behind his back. It's a coincidence. It's purely a coincidence. Zhao Taijun, ? Then I'll leave you to it. I'm going back. With that, he turned around and left. That direction, Zhao Taijun was stunned. He wasn't heading back to the junior high school. Instead, he was heading towards the auditorium. Zhao Taijun looked at the flag in his hand and widened his eyes in disbelief. Old Xiong. You're actually leading the crowd? Dean Zhao, what did you say? I didn't hear you clearly. Stop. Where are the junior high school students? Dean Xiong's body stiffened, and he walked forward with his head lowered. He couldn't hear him. At 9 o'clock in the morning, Jiang Fuyue and Hamasaki Naohara took their seats on stage. The open auditorium was filled to the brim with people. The junior high school and high school students were all seated obediently, and there was no need for any teachers to maintain order. As soon as Hu Yongwei entered the auditorium, he was shocked by what he saw. Why are they all here? Nonsense. The dean of the academic affairs office wiped his sweat and stepped forward. Principal, this can't be stopped. In the end, it was the representative of Xianxia who persuaded him. It's a good thing that the students are so active. It's outdated to ignore the outside world and focus on studying the sages. As the saying goes, the more you see, the more you listen. It's good to let them come and take a look. No matter how beautiful the textbook is, it's not as good as seeing it with their own eyes. You're right. Hu Yongwei nodded. I was too narrow-minded. No, you're just doing what a headmaster should do. After saying that, he looked at Hu Yongwei with a faint smile. You still can't bear to chase them away, right? Just waiting for him to speak. You've become shrewd with age. Hu Yongwei refused to admit it. He chuckled and rubbed his nose. The chess competition was very simple. The two of them would play against each other on the spot, and the winner would be determined in one game. If it was a draw, they would play an additional game until the winner was determined. Jiang Fuyue wasn't wearing her school uniform today. She was wearing a white shirt with black pencil pants. The bottom of her shirt was tucked into her belt, making her waist look even more slender and her legs look even longer. He didn't have to do anything. He just had to stand on the stage and it would be the most beautiful scenery. Hamasaki Naohara was still dressed in the same clothes as yesterday. Her forehead hair hung down and covered her eyes. In addition, she was not as tall as Jiang Fuyue. At first glance, she looked like an inconspicuous gravel beside a pearl. The two of them sat down and waited for the judges to announce the start of the game. Jiang Fuyue played black, and Hamasaki Naohara played white. To put it bluntly, Go was a competition of layout and planning. Jiang Fuyue saw that the white pieces were placed in the small eyes on the two corners. In order to maintain the balance between the ground and the external forces, the black pieces could only. She placed the fifth move on the Tianyuan. Coupled with her first and third moves on the 3x3 and star respectively, it formed the 3x3 stars Tianyuan layout. It was one of the classic games in the history of Go. It was created by Mr. Wu Qingyuan in the 1930s in a game against Heninbo Shoya of Country R. Now that Jiang Fuyue had set up this trap, it was possible that there was a hint of mockery in it. Compared to her calmness, Hamasaki Naohara's pupils shrank and she suddenly looked up. Under the stage, what's wrong? Why did you suddenly freeze? The atmosphere feels a little cold. Hamasaki Naohara's expression doesn't look right. Could it be that? Sister, you won in 3 moves? Damn. Does she have to be so awesome? If you don't understand, don't talk so much. Otherwise, you'll be a laughing stock. Hey, Ling Xian, the cutest guy in school, can you explain to us? Ling Xian, this is called the 3x3 stars Tianyuan layout, especially the 3x3x3. It was once ruled as a forbidden move by Heninbo Shoya, also known as the Ghost Gate. Back then, Mr. Wu Qingyuan caused a sensation in the Go world of Country R because of this. It was seen as a challenge to the old traditions of Country R's Go world. Then why is Hamasaki Naohara so angry? Ling Xian, his Go teacher is the successor of Heninbo Shoya, so he is also a disciple of Heninbo Shoya. Hiss. Does he feel that he has been provoked? No wonder he looked at Sister Yu so fiercely. On the stage, Hamasaki Naohara, you did it on purpose. It was a statement. Jiang Fuyue admitted generously, that's right, I did it on purpose. Back then, Wu Qingyuan played this layout, but in the end, he still lost to Grandmaster Shozai. In other words, if even Grandmaster Shoya lost, it was even more impossible for her to win. Jiang Fuyue smiled, but as far as I know, the 160th move that Shozai won was thought of by his disciple, Chen Maeda. And it took him 3 months to come up with it. What he meant was, so what if he won? It was unfair and dishonorable for many people to win against one person with their wisdom. Hamasaki Naohara clenched his cheeks, and his eyes burned with anger. Jiang Fuyue was not affected at all. She even smiled and reminded him, "It's your turn." This was a game without any fancy moves or tricks. If he wanted to win, he could only rely on his own ability. Jiang Fuyue placed her pieces so quickly that she almost didn't need to think. In order to keep up with her pace, Hamasaki Naohara also subconsciously reduced the time he spent thinking. Unbeknownst to him, he had already been led by the nose. An hour later, the game was over. The judges went on stage to count the numbers and then announced loudly into the microphone, "Black wins by 2 points. Digression, 2,000 words. Good night. Jiang Fuyue played black. So, she won." Hamasaki Naohara was stunned and looked at the chessboard. After a short moment of dead silence, the audience suddenly burst into thunderous applause that lasted for a long time. "Oh my god, Sister Yu is so cool. Was there anything she couldn't do? I'm tired of asking the same question. Even Leonardo da Vinci wasn't as good as her. Whoever has Sister Yu is equivalent to having a walking omnipotent grimoire. Oh. I want it. Not only is she good at everything, but she's also good at everything. I'm begging Sister Yu to give me a copy of How to Slap the Face with Science. I'll pre-order 10 copies. Another day when I want to be Sister Yu's leg accessory. Who said that Sister Yu's family can't afford to send her to an interest class? With this standard, even 10 interest classes won't be able to groom her. Look at how superior he is. Crazy. I can see the confusion in Hamasaki Naohara's eyes. Ha 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 ha. He's probably asking himself, who am I? Where am I? What did I do? In the junior high section. I'm stupid. Damn. What kind of novel is this? Sister Jiang is standing on the stage. Her whole body is glowing. Do you need underlings? They're free. They'll come to your door. I officially announce that from today onwards, Sister Jiang is the #1 goddess in my heart. Beautiful and cool. The only thing that can express my true feelings at this moment is F***CK. Are you freestyling? Jiang Chenxing sat in the middle of the crazily screaming crowd. His eyes burned as he looked at the stage. He did not scream, nor did he cheer. He seemed somewhat out of place with his surroundings. However, his shining eyes and red clapping palms all indicated the surging turbulence in his heart. Jiang Chenxing, why are you in a daze? His classmate couldn't stand it anymore and bumped his shoulder. How can you sit still at such an exciting moment? You're awesome. Just as he was about to explain, someone cut him off. She's an internet celebrity and a streamer. What kind of big scene hasn't she seen before? That's it? That's nothing. Jiang Chenxing frowned. The student who started this topic immediately retorted, "Can you not be so sarcastic?" My teeth ached as I listened. What does it have to do with you whether people are excited or not? As Jiang Chenxing was too popular in the junior high department and was too popular with the girls, a considerable number of male students disliked him. Mockery and ridicule were common occurrences, and there were even some who said they would teach him a lesson. Fortunately, it didn't really happen. However, it wasn't the first time that he had been targeted verbally. Wang Wei, are you Jiang Chenxing's dog? Master hasn't even said anything yet and you're already barking. That's not good, is it? Wang Wei was about to retaliate. Jiang Xiaodi, who had been silent all this time, suddenly said, "Please apologize to Wang Wei." Zhang Zhenhao was stunned and paused for 3 seconds before he reacted. Are you talking to me? Yes, you must apologize to Wang Wei. His tone changed from his usual gentle tone, and suddenly became tough. Not only Zhang Zhenhao, but even Wang Wei was stunned. Was this the Jiang Chenxing who had a mild temperament and did not argue? Had his soul been possessed? Zhang Zhenhao was furious. Weak chicken actually wanted to resist? How could this be? He immediately sneered and said in a savage tone, "Why should I apologize? Who are you? Who do you think you are? How dare you order me around?" Jiang Chenxing said, "Because you just scolded him and I'm his friend. What's wrong with asking you to apologize?" What if I don't? Seeing that the cheers were still going on, and that this small corner was full of hostility, a bloodbath could break out at any time. Wang Wei was afraid that it would be difficult to clean up the mess, so he whispered, "Why don't we just forget it?" Jiang Qinqing shook his head at him, his eyes firm. Sigh. What should he do? If Lao Xiong were to come, they would all be finished. Seeing that Jiang Qinqing was speechless, Zhang Zhenhao's face flashed with pride. Why aren't you saying anything? Weren't you quite arrogant just now? I'm telling you, I'm not apologizing today. Whoever apologizes is a bastard. Wang Wei was so angry that he wanted to rush up and punch him. Zhang Zhenhao, can you be more humane? Senior Jiang is winning glory for the country on stage, but you're embarrassing the people of Huaxia. Aren't you ashamed? Wang Wei, you mother****, if you don't apologize, Jiang Qinqing slowly raised his eyes and said, I'll expose you. You'll expose me? Zhang Zhenhao was stunned. You said that I'm an internet celebrity, a popular streamer. If I expose what you did today in front of the whole country, what do you think the consequences will be? Zhang Zhenhao thought of the people who had been attacked on the internet. Bombarded with phone calls, cursed at their families, chased after them, and splashed urine and feces, he subconsciously shuddered, but if he bowed his head, he felt that he would be too cowardly and lose face. You have no evidence. Even if you expose me, no one will believe you. Jiang Qinqing took out his phone. The screen showed that he was recording, and it had already been recording for 7 minutes. Zhang Zhenhao was stunned. He stuttered for a long time but couldn't say anything else. Apologize. Zhang Zhenhao gritted his teeth. If I apologize, will you delete the recording? Jiang Qinqing nodded. I'm sorry. After that, he quickly squeezed through the crowd and hid on the other side, as if he couldn't wait to get as far away as possible. Wang Wei curled her lips. He said that whoever apologizes is a bastard. He's definitely going to be one now. Then, she turned to Jiang Qinqing in surprise and suddenly punched him on the shoulder. You're good. You're usually quiet, but at such a critical moment, you actually did this, awesome. Jiang Qinqing smiled shyly. My sister taught me. Oh, that omnipotent sister of yours? Yes. His face was red. Wang Wei suddenly looked at the stage. Who's better, her or Senior Jiang? Jiang Qinqing was stunned. They're both good. Really? Really? Wang Wei still didn't believe it. Was there anyone better than Senior Jiang in the world? Most likely, Jiang Qinqing's sister control filter was too heavy. The chess competition is over. Is it time for the book competition? On the stage, Hamasaki Naohara finished checking his eyes. He had indeed lost. Jiang Fuyue smiled and met his cold eyes. How was it? You're good. This was the first time Hamasaki Naohara looked at her seriously. Even if Jiang Fuyue won the zither competition yesterday, she was still not worthy of his attention. She was just lucky, and he was careless. But today, when Jiang Fuyue won again, and it was in the chess game that Hamasaki Naohara was so proud of, he really regarded Jiang Fuyue as a worthy opponent. Are you convinced? Hamasaki Naohara stared at her coldly. It's an unfair victory. He had completely realized that the other party was deliberately baiting him to play a quick flag and playing a psychological war with him. A win is a win, a loss is a loss, no matter what means or method is used. Haven't you heard that a cat that catches a mouse is a good cat, regardless of whether it's black or white? You don't understand chess at all. Of course, I just want to win. Is this the so-called integrity of Huaxia? He suddenly grabbed the microphone and questioned loudly. His voice immediately spread through the auditorium through the sound system. The audience slowly quieted down. What was going on? Why did it suddenly collapse? The little red guy from Country R couldn't afford to lose. Everyone looked at each other and was so scared that they didn't dare to talk. The representatives and the judges in the front row were also confused. Hu Yongwei frowned. Huaxia's representative didn't look relaxed either. Integrity, this question was not easy to answer. Even he didn't dare to say that he could give a standard answer. Jiang Fuyue was just a high school student. How could she deal with it? If she didn't answer well, she would really be degrading herself. At this moment, Jiang Fuyue on the stage reached out to Hamasaki Naohara, microphone. The latter handed it over. Jiang Fuyue took it in front of her and slowly swept her gaze across the audience. Finally, she turned to Hamasaki Naohara. Every sentence that came out of her mouth was enlightening. You said that Mr. Wu Qingyuan could only regretfully lose to Mr. Shozai even though he played the 3 stars of heaven. Today, I will use this game to tell you that what the ancestors of Huaxia couldn't do, we descendants have done. Back then, Mr. Wu Qingyuan lost by 2 points. Today, I'll win by 2 points. You asked about Huaxia's integrity? Then let me tell you, what the ancestors of Huaxia couldn't do, the descendants of Huaxia will carry on the legacy and advance until they succeed. This is Huaxia's integrity. Digression, 3,000 words. The second watch, 12:30. There's a third watch. Diligent Fish is acting cute online, asking for a small ticket. Hamasaki Naohara stared at her coldly. Playing tricks is not a fair game. He had completely realized that the other party was deliberately baiting him to play a quick flag and playing a psychological war with him. A win is a win, a loss is a loss, no matter what means or method is used. Haven't you heard that a cat that catches a mouse is a good cat, regardless of whether it's black or white? You don't understand chess at all. Of course, I just want to win. Is this the so-called integrity of Huaxia? He suddenly grabbed the microphone and questioned loudly. His voice immediately spread through the entire auditorium. The auditorium slowly quieted down. What's going on? Why did it suddenly collapse? Is the little red guy from Japan a sore loser? Everyone looked at each other, too scared to talk. The representatives and the judges in the front row were also confused. Hu Yongwei frowned. Huaxia's representative's expression was also not relaxed. Integrity, this question was not easy to answer. Even he did not dare to say that he could give a standard answer. Jiang Fuyue was just a high school student. How should she deal with it? If she did not answer well, she would really be degrading herself. At this moment, on the stage, Jiang Fuyue stretched out her hand to Hamasaki Naohara. Microphone. The latter handed it over. Jiang Fuyue took it in front of her and slowly swept her gaze across the audience. Finally, she turned to Hamasaki Naohara. Every sentence that came out of her mouth was enlightening. You said that Mr. Wu Qingyuan could only regretfully lose to Mr. Shozai even if he played the 3 stars of heaven. Today, I will use this game to tell you that what the ancestors of Huaxia could not do, we descendants have now done. Back then, Mr. Wu Qingyuan lost by 2 points. Today, I will win by 2 points. You asked about Huaxia's integrity? Then let me tell you, what the ancestors of Huaxia could not do, the descendants of Huaxia will carry on the legacy and continue to advance until it is done. This is Huaxia's integrity. Every word and sentence was like a sudden clap of thunder and a surging wave. Hamasaki Naohara, the delegation, and all the teachers and students present heard it loud and clear. At that moment, Jiang Fuyue was like the bright sun, emitting a dazzling and even glaring light, unreservedly illuminating their worldview and arousing their surging patriotism. The representative of country R was shocked, and his eyes were filled with fear. He was surprised that an ordinary female student from an ordinary high school in Huaxia was so outstanding that she could compete with him, the genius of country R. What he was afraid of was that Jiang Fuyue was one of the descendants of Huaxia. If she was already so extraordinary, how prosperous and powerful would Huaxia be in the future? So the 2 points that Moon Goddess won were calculated by her? Someone finally reacted. I've won as much as I lost to you back then. Consider it my country's magnanimity. I'll leave your corpse intact to give you face. F***ck, Moon Goddess is too ruthless. I feel like crying. What should I do? I'm not afraid of a straight A student getting full marks. I'm just afraid that Sister Yu will control her marks. My knees are weak. I want to kneel on the spot. Look, Hamasaki Naohara has given it away. He's speechless. Humph. If we really want to trace it back, Go was passed from our country to country R. What right does he have to be so arrogant? He's using our things to humiliate us. He's a classic example of picking up the bowl to eat, then putting it down to curse. It's not like we don't know what he's like. Just get used to it. How dare he pick up the microphone and question Sister Yu? Where did he get the face to do that? Does he know what strength of character and integrity are? Sure enough, a person is invincible without a face. Director Xiong stood at the back of the junior high department, near the entrance of the auditorium. As long as the students did not turn around, they would not be able to see him. It was a good opportunity for them to express their emotions without any scruples. He clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. He could not help but applaud Jiang Fuyue's every word. He was a balding middle-aged man in his 40s, but he still looked like an angry youth. He was burning with passion. There was light in his eyes, and his country in his heart. Well said. Suddenly, another cheer came from the side. Director Xiong turned around and saw Zhao Taijun standing not far away. His eyes were filled with tears, and his body was trembling with excitement. Wasn't she not coming? Director Zhao, here, he walked over and handed him a tissue. Zhao Taijun looked at it and immediately became angry. What are you doing? Do I need a napkin? No need. Well, he was embarrassed. Director Xiong immediately corrected himself. Please wipe your hands. There's chalk dust. Unexpectedly, there was chalk on his cuffs. Ahem. Thank you. I didn't see it just now. Director Xiong waved his hand and looked back at the stage. Listen, Jiang Fuyue said it so well. Yeah. Zhao Taijun sighed softly. If one looked closely, they would find that there were too many complicated emotions in his sigh. Half a year ago, Jiang Fuyue was still a poor student in his eyes. She was a burden to the class. She skipped classes, slept, and had poor grades. Now, she was representing the entire number 1 middle school, and even the whole of Huaxia. She was standing on the stage, using her talent as a weapon and her will as a sharp blade to protect the dignity of the nation. Ahem. Director Zhao, so I should still come this time, right? Yes. Zhao Taijun nodded. What a good role model. She's on the stage for everyone to learn from. The second paragraph of the Western Mountain Sutra reads, slippery water flows from the river, while the west flows from the river. Therefore, the second word should be, water. But if it's not the Chinese version, but the fourth printing of the Lin Shifucheng style published by Country are in the 1950s, then Mountain Sutra in book number 6988 is exactly the opposite of the Chinese version. They are Zhongshan Sutra, Dongshan Sutra, Beishan Sutra, Xishan Sutra, and Nanshan Sutra. Then, the corresponding second volume should be Dongshan Sutra. The second paragraph of the Dongshan Sutra reads, there is jade above, and gold below. Therefore, the second word should be, up. 2 versions, 2 answers. Jiang Fuyue's explanation was clear and logical. The audience was stunned. It's true. If Sister Yu said she could go to the moon, I would believe her. Other than Rizbei, I can't say anything else. I thought that reciting the classic of mountains and seas was already the best. I didn't expect Sister Yu to know all the versions. What is she? A game developer? She's in charge? In the front row of the auditorium. Even though the representative of Huaxia knew that Jiang Fuyue was a capable person, he was still shocked by her godlike performance. Principal, who is she? Hu Yongwei guessed what the representative wanted to ask and nodded. Yes, she has a photographic memory. There is actually someone in the world who has this ability, the representative of Huaxia murmured. It's incredible. The judges were also shocked by Jiang Fuyue's powerful memory. It took them a while to react. Hamasaki, is her answer correct? Hamasaki Naohara suddenly came back to her senses and looked at Jiang Fuyue with a sharp gaze. However, it quickly regained its calmness and only a faint color remained. Correct. The judges said, next, Jiang Fuyue will ask the question. The girl smiled, and the corners of her mouth curved into a beautiful arc. Excuse me, what is the second word in the second paragraph of the Huifeng Algae preface? She did it on purpose. It was the same question, but she had changed her work. She appeared to be careless, as if she had asked it casually, but it also showed that she was at ease and had a card up her sleeve. She's here to compete seriously, but Sister Yu is here to have fun. This is called mentality, do you understand? With a good mentality, the overall situation will be stable. Sister Yu, you're so mean. You're asking the same question. Don't be so insulting. Serves you right. This is called "There's always someone better than you." Hee hee. Then sister, you will always be the one at the top. I won't accept any rebuttal. Speaking of which, what is this wifing weed? Books? How did you write these 3 words? Everyone instinctively turned to look at Ling Xian. He was probably the only one who could keep up with Sister Yu's train of thought. Ling Xian, Huai Fengji is the earliest collection of Chinese poetry in our nation. It was completed in the 3rd year of Tianping Xingbao, which is 751 years ago. It contains 120 works by 64 poets. So, it's considered our country's culture? Ling Xian shook his head. Although the format of the poems is based on the Chinese Han Dynasty, the authors of each poem in the book are all from our nation. So, strictly speaking, it's still a work of our nation's literature. Because of this, Jiang Fuyue's question was not against the rules. The rule was that the other party's question was related to their own cultural work. That's right, Jiang Fuyue was asking about the literary works of our nation. But obviously, Hamasaki Naohara had not read this book, or rather, she disdained to read it. Because the style of the poem was flashy and deliberately emphasized on antithesis, it was obviously influenced by the literature of the 6 dynasties of Huaxia. However, the creation was not mature enough. It could be seen that at that time, the Our Nation writers were not familiar with Chinese writing, so they carefully and timidly imitated the antithesis, rhyme, and format. Therefore, the style was rigid and lacked novelty. To put it bluntly, Huai Fengji was proof of the failure of the Our Nation writers to imitate Huaxia culture. Hamasaki Naohara had always looked down on Huaxia culture. How could she force herself to read such a humiliating book of poetry? Jiang Fuyue must have guessed it, so she dug such a big hole and waited for her to jump into it. And Hamasaki Naohara really had no way to resist. 2 minutes later, the judges urged, "Please answer." There was only silence in response. Hamasaki Naohara? There was still no response. Suddenly, there was a burst of booing from the audience. TSK. I thought she was so good, but she was so weak. It's not that she didn't work hard, but Sister Yu is too strong. Others use their mouths to come up with questions, but Sister Yu uses her brain and scheming. I guess Hamasaki Naohara is so embarrassed that she's digging her toes into the ground. Is it okay to lose 3 rounds in a row? Let's see what else he can do. Junior high section. Can I say that I didn't understand a single word they said on stage? Oh. I finally heard someone say that he didn't understand. To be honest, I don't understand either. Me too. +1 + 10086, the judges, there are only 30 seconds left, please answer. Otherwise, you will be considered to have forfeited. Digression, 3rd watch, 2000 words. Yes, my Sister Yu is so awesome. Hamasaki Naohara, I admit defeat. There was an uproar. He really admitted defeat? Is there a better way other than admitting defeat when one's skills are inferior? That's true, if he didn't know, he didn't know. If he couldn't answer, he couldn't answer. There was no room for struggle. At the representative seats, Country R's representative's expression was extremely ugly. Huaxiao's representative was chatting and laughing with Hu Yongwei. Student Jiang is really good. She's knowledgeable and knowledgeable. I've never seen such a smart child. Hu Yongwei nodded. The school also places great importance on student Jiang's training. Competitive physics and mathematical Olympiad classes are all arranged. Are there only these 2 classes? Huaxiao's representative, why did I hear that she also won the gold medal in IOI? IOI is an information science competition, right? Yes, that's right. However, number 1 high school has not started an information science competition training class due to funding issues, so. Not started? Then, student Jiang is. Hu Yongwei smiled awkwardly. Self-taught. Self-taught. Huaxiao's representative frowned. How can that be? If she really has talent in this area, wouldn't it be a waste if the school can't provide the corresponding conditions? Student Jiang is a self-taught genius, but we can't expect everyone to be able to do what student Jiang did, right? Hu Yongwei quickly nodded and agreed. Therefore, competition training not only needs to be done, but also needs to be done in all subjects. Only then can we fully explore the students' potential and develop their talents. Time waits for no one. Youth is precious to every child. If we can't provide them with as many opportunities as possible at this appropriate time, then the children under Huaxia's current education system might be congenitally deficient. How much effort would it take to make up for a congenitally deficient child? It would be fine if it could be made up, but if it couldn't, then the child would be destined to be mediocre for the rest of his life. As for funding, Huaxia's representative paused. Hu Yongwei immediately pricked up his ears. When I return to Beijing this time, I'll report it to the higher-ups and implement it as soon as possible. Thank you for your efforts. The old principal was very grateful. He didn't expect such a reward. It was a pleasant surprise. After the 10-minute break, the last segment, drawing, began. Due to time constraints, it wasn't realistic to paint on the spot, so he changed it to appreciation. The judge said, "What's being projected now are 2 groups of paintings. Each group has 4 paintings, and they're all from this year's New Youth Crane Cup's Modern Painting Group. Since the competition is not over yet, the organizers have taken very strict confidentiality measures for each work. Therefore, there is no evaluation or appreciation of these 2 groups of paintings on the internet." There was one more point that the judges didn't mention. In fact, these 2 groups of paintings were the final candidates for the champion and runner-up. However, the judges were in a dilemma as to who was the champion and who was the runner-up. The support rate was half and half, and they were still in a deadlock as the debate continued. The rankings were about to be announced, but there was still no conclusion. Why not let these 2 children express their own opinions and see if they could obtain new ideas and viewpoints? They could also provide some reference for the Crane Cry Cup's judging panel. Attention! When appreciating these 2 sets of paintings, I want to hear your clear point of view. Don't be ambiguous. To put it bluntly, I want you to decide which of these 2 groups of paintings is better and write the reasons on the whiteboard in front of you. The countdown starts in 15 minutes. Following the order, Hamasaki Naohara immediately started writing. Jiang Fuyue didn't move. She just stared at the 2 groups of paintings projected on the screen with a thoughtful expression. Looking at the 2 groups of paintings again, the first group was called Blind. The first painting was of 2 tightly clasped hands. One was white and slender, and the other was dark and rough. It wasn't hard to see that they were a man and a woman. Judging from the way they were holding each other, they were probably a couple. The second painting was of a garden surrounded by greenery. A beautiful girl covered her lips in surprise. Opposite her, a man was kneeling on one knee, holding a ring in his hand, and proposing to the girl. The painter handled the details of the characters very cleverly. Whether it was the girl covering her lips in surprise, or the slightly red and teary eyes, they were all handled very well. At first glance, it made people smell the sweetness of love, as if this garden was full of flowers. However, due to the angle of view, only the girl's expression was drawn. The male protagonist who was kneeling down and proposing was only shown from his back. In the third painting, the background was a church. The girl put on a beautiful wedding dress and held a bouquet of flowers. She was the bride waiting to be married. Only the girl appeared in this painting. The male protagonist wasn't in it. The fourth painting, here comes the main point, it was also the biggest reversal of this group of paintings. The newlyweds walked into the sacred auditorium hand in hand and stood in front of the priest. The girl was still smiling, immersed in the sweetness of receiving love. However, the groom beside her had already turned into a devil, revealing his ferocious fangs. Behind him was a bloody background, and even further away was endless darkness. Several bloody hands reached out from the smoke. The more beautiful the first 3 paintings were, the greater the impact of the last painting. The audience began to discuss, damn. This isn't a love story, it's a horror story, right? I only have one thought after reading it, and that is to tell the bride to run away. What is the author trying to say? Don't tell me it was just to scare everyone? It feels very negative. My heart feels heavy after reading it. Is the author trying to say that men are all devils nowadays? Is it a trap? Or is it a farm drama? Next was the second group of paintings, titled School Uniform. It also had the theme of love. The first painting was of a campus boulevard. A man and a woman in school uniform were facing the setting sun, pushing their bicycles. Their backs were covered in the golden afterglow, and their shadows were elongated. They were going home together after school. The second painting was of a campus boulevard. The man and woman in school uniform were no longer pushing their bicycles, but holding hands. The third painting was of a campus boulevard, but the man and woman were no longer wearing school uniforms. There was a distance between them, and their backs looked unfamiliar and distant. The fourth painting was of a campus boulevard. There was a little boy in between the man and woman, and students were coming home from school. Ah. I understand now. This is from classmates to lovers. Then they quarrel, make up, and finally have a baby. It's a happy ending. It looks so warm. The golden sunlight, the simple and pure campus, and the fragrance of first love. Damn, I also want to fall in love after reading this. The kind that buys breakfast and helps with homework. Does anyone want to be my girlfriend? Tai Zhuang is coming with a 20-meter-long broadsword. Be careful, do you think I'm afraid of him? TSK. Hello, Director Zhao. The man was shocked and stood up. His face was red and his eyes were weak. Zhao Taijun, want to fall in love? No, definitely not. I was just inspired by the painting. I don't have such thoughts at all. Zhao Tiejuan's face darkened. That's good. You're in your third year of high school. You should focus on your studies. Put everything else aside. Yes. I promise. Zhao Taijun turned and left. Phew, I was scared to death. Tai Zhuang came and went like a ghost. I almost lost my soul. Ha 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 ha. Serves him right. The price of shooting your mouth off. I think the artist of this painting must have been in love before. It's too young and fresh. But don't you think that although this painting is beautiful, it's not as impactful as the first painting? Yes. And there's no reversal. It's missing some surprises. It's average. The first painting is more stunning. If I were to give a score, the first painting would definitely be higher. Tisk, if we can all see it, then Sister Yu and Hamasaki Naohara must be able to see it too. They won't choose the same painting, right? Then how will we determine the winner? They looked at each other. Look at the stage. What's Sister Yu doing? Everyone looked over and saw Hamasaki Naohara writing furiously. However, Jiang Fuyue stood in front of the curtain, maintaining the same posture as 10 minutes ago. She was still staring at the two paintings. Is Sister Yu in a daze? More than half the time has passed. Why hasn't she started writing? I'm dumbfounded. What's going on? Sister Yu, blink if your acupoints are hit. I'll come and save you immediately. Oh no. There are less than 5 minutes left. What should we do? Even the judges were shocked by Jiang Fuyue's meditative appearance. They walked over and reminded her, Student Jiang? Yes? Please tell me. That calm and collected tone of voice, the judge's lips twitched. Time is almost up. Aren't you going to start writing? Suddenly, her pupils shrank. She stared at a certain spot on the first painting for a few times. Then, she retracted her gaze and turned to the judges. She smiled faintly and said, All right now. Then, she picked up her pen and took off the cap. But there were only 3 minutes left. Digression, first update, 3,000 words. Second update, 12:40 am. Third update, still begging for a fluttering duck. Everyone looked over and saw Hamasaki Naohara writing furiously. However, Jiang Fuyue stood in front of the screen, maintaining the same posture as 10 minutes ago. She was still staring at the 2 sets of drawings. Is Sister Yu in a daze? More than half the time has passed. Why hasn't she started writing? I'm dumbfounded. What's going on? Sister Yu, blink if your acupoints are hit. I'll save you immediately. Oh no. There are less than 5 minutes left. What should we do? Even the judges were shocked by Jiang Fuyue's calm demeanor. They walked over and reminded her, Student Jiang? Yes? Please tell me. That calm and collected tone of voice, the judge's mouth twitched. Time is almost up. Aren't you going to start writing? Suddenly, her pupils shrank as she stared at a certain spot on the first set of drawings. Then, she retracted her gaze and turned to the judges. She smiled faintly and said, "All right now." Then, she picked up the pen and took off the cap. However, there were only 3 minutes left. The audience heaved a sigh of relief. Then, they took another deep breath. Is there enough time? Hamasaki Naohara has already been writing for 12 minutes. She's not done yet. Isn't it just writing an essay? Whoever writes more and has beautiful sentences will get a high score. Then, Hamasaki Naohara. Won't she win? Bah. How can you be so pessimistic? Sister, you must have her reasons for doing this. Let's just watch. Don't judge. This is the time to sacrifice my creed. Believe in the moon god and gain eternal life. When the final 3 minutes started counting down, Jiang Fuyue's writing speed became faster and faster. Finally, the judges said, "Time's up. Please stop writing immediately." Jiang Fuyue and Hamasaki Naohara stopped writing almost at the same time. Who's going to start? Hamasaki Naohara stepped forward. I'll do it. As he spoke, he turned the whiteboard in front of him to the audience. Unfortunately, it was filled with our nation's language, and the audience could not understand it. He slowly said, "My conclusion is that blind is better than school uniform." See, I knew that Hamasaki Naohara would choose blind. He must have done it on purpose because he was afraid that Sister Yu would have the same answer as him. That way, he would have an advantage in front of the judges. That's right. When it's Sister Yu's turn to explain, no matter what she says, it's as if she's picking up what he said. F***ck, she's too cunning. We won't lose the last round, right? Actually, it doesn't matter if we lose. We've already won the first 3 rounds anyway. We're much stronger than Japan. That's true, but I still hope that Sister Yu will be successful. Who doesn't? Everyone hopes so. Hopefully, Sister Yu will be able to think of a way to catch him off guard and win beautifully. On the stage, Hamasaki Naohara. If I'm not wrong, the inspiration for blind should have come from a recent case of cheating and killing a wife in Xianxia. The male protagonist is this devil. After nearly 5 years of disguise and hibernation, he pretended to be polite, gentle, and reliable. In the end, he tricked the female protagonist into marrying him. After marriage, the devil's ferocious face was exposed. In order to inherit the huge inheritance from the female protagonist's parents, he killed his wife and dumped her body. After dealing with the crime scene, he calmly went to the police station to report the case. Blind uses reality as the basis to depict the blindness of love and the pitfalls of marriage. The concept is higher and more profound than school uniform. After my rebirth, I'm the white moonlight of all the big bosses. After rebirth, I am the white moonlight for all big bosses. Reading it /read/121809/ After my rebirth, I'm the white moonlight of all the big bosses. After my rebirth, I'm the white moonlight of all the big bosses. After my rebirth, I'm the white moonlight of all the big bosses. For the convenience of your next reading, you can click on the bookmark button below to record this time. Calm down, I'll give you 0 points for reading the record. You'll see it the next time you open the bookshelf. If you like After My Rebirth, I'm the white moonlight of all the big bosses, please recommend this book to your friends, QQ, blog, WeChat, etc. Thank you for your support. Below the stage, what's wrong with camellia and cyclamen? Jiang Fuyue, camellia usually blooms from January to March. Cyclamen likes warmth and is afraid of heat, so it hibernates in the summer. These 2 flowers are winter crops. How can they bloom so brightly in the cool summer? If the red mole is a mistake in the details, then camellia and cyclamen are mistakes in common sense. I don't know where the author used the garden scene in the painting. Of course, he could have seen it somewhere and then painted it. We can't rule out this possibility. But, when Sister Yu uses this tone, I know she's up to something. When Sister Yu pauses, my body trembles. I think someone is going to be hit. Jiang Fuyue, there's an artist who's very good at painting parts of the human body. He's called Mountain Visitor. He's in Scarlet Magazine, issue 62, Butterfly column, page 21 to 22. He showed a picture of Flower Girl coming out of bath. As she spoke, someone below the stage took out his phone and started to search for Chandu. Scarlet Magazine. Mountain Visitor. Issue 62. After clicking on the search button, the next thing that appeared shocked everyone. Oh my god. It's actually a pictorial from 20 years ago? It's also a little, that. The large-scale human body portraits made everyone blush. This means that Sister Yu has a wide range of interests. She's seen everything and knows everything. Yes. My Sister Yu is a basket. She can put good and bad things in it, awesome. Quickly flip to the back. F***CK. It's really pages 21 and 22. Her memory is too accurate. We can't afford to offend her. I'm thinking, if someone farted in class, would Sister Yu remember who, when, and where that person was for her whole life? Decades later, during a class reunion, she would drag that person out and whip his corpse. Damn. I'm having goosebumps. One look and I know you're the kind of person who farts in class. F***CK. I didn't dare to refute anything. Look. It's really like the garden in Blind. Even if it's not 100%, it's at least 95%. Heavens. Then Blind is plagiarism. At this time, the judges had also arrived at Chandu, and their faces turned ugly. They had almost let a plagiarized work win an award. This was simply a great humiliation. Hamasaki Naohara also looked at the information she had just found on her phone. She was shocked, and then annoyed. At this point, anyone with a discerning eye could see that plagiarism was a done deal. However, Jiang Fuyue still remained cautious. Without sufficient evidence, I don't dare to say that the author of Blind plagiarized, but I suggest that we conduct a comparison. This is why I gave Blind 0 points. At this moment, the outcome of the battle had been decided. However, the judges were suddenly curious. Then why is school uniform 100? She could have given him a score of 98 or 99, but she gave him full marks. His intuition told him that Jiang Fuyue must have given him this score for a reason. The audience below the stage couldn't help but be curious. They even forgot to clap and cheer to celebrate the victory. Because everyone was silent as they waited for what would happen next. The details and the concept. TSK. The details are still acceptable, but what kind of concept can there be in the theme of puppy love? Could it be better than cheating and killing one's wife? Although Blind is plagiarized, I have to admit that the concept is good. School uniform shouldn't be better, right? Jiang Fuyue slowly glanced at the audience and said, "There are 2 female protagonists in this painting." Huh? 2? Where did they come from? Could it be the baby in the last painting? But that's not right. It's a little boy. The discussion grew louder, and the judges couldn't help but re-examine this painting. 2. How could they tell? Jiang Fuyue said, the background of the third painting is the same as the first 2. It's still a campus boulevard, but the male and female protagonists are no longer wearing school uniforms. This means that they have graduated, and the distance between them suggests that they are drifting apart and no longer have feelings for each other. The details are in the 4th painting. It's the same campus boulevard, and the man and woman are holding a child as they revisit the same place. But in fact, the female lead has changed. This is not the woman in the first 3 paintings, because the relative height difference between her and the man has changed. Damn. It's true. The first 2 paintings were drawn when they were still students, so their height might not have been fixed. But the 3rd painting has already graduated. At this time, the female lead's height is up to the male lead's shoulder. But the 4th painting only reaches the male lead's arm. But I heard that some women grow taller after giving birth. Please sister, this isn't growing taller, it's becoming shorter. So if we exclude the reason of giving birth, the female lead must have changed. It's scary to think about it. I only just realized. Yeah, the back view is so similar, only the height difference. Damn, do you think the male lead deliberately found a woman similar to the female lead to get married and have children? Oh my god, are they going to start the stunt? I'm already imagining a million-word-long CEO novel. Jiang Fuyue said, there's another detail, and it's also the intention of this painting. The fourth painting's distant view is a group of students returning home from school. There's a tree in the upper left corner. Everyone, look carefully, oh my God! Someone exclaimed. The judges couldn't help but widen their eyes. This is too scary. What's going on? I'm a little confused. It's too strange, especially the fourth painting. I don't dare to look into it. Digression, third watch, 2,000 words. The place that Jiang Fuyue mentioned was the back view of a group of students leaving after school. At first glance, it didn't look like much. But if one looked closely, one would notice that there was a man and a woman pushing a bicycle, walking side by side. They were wearing school uniforms, talking and laughing. It coincided with the first picture. Can you imagine that a place the size of a fingernail could contain such a universe? Anyway, if Jiang Fuyue didn't mention it, no one would have noticed. Including Hamasaki Naohara. When he first saw the painting, he subconsciously cut into it from a few angles of art appreciation. He didn't even think about going through the details of the painting. This was a common problem for many connoisseurs. The more experienced they were, the easier it was for them to be limited by their so-called professionalism. Hamasaki Naohara was undoubtedly excellent. He had to admit that. He had a very comprehensive appreciation of these two sets of paintings from the perspective of art. His language was concise and accurate. It was like a gorgeous house, beautifully decorated. But he neglected the simplest and most important point: if the foundation wasn't solid, even the most gorgeous building would collapse. Even if it was stable, it was just a castle in the air. It wouldn't last long. Below the stage, who said that school uniform has no plot twist? It's a shocking plot twist, okay? What is the author trying to say? I think that the stand-in joke just now sounded a bit unbelievable, but it's not impossible if you think about it carefully. It's a bit like a picture-in-picture. You're standing on the bridge looking at the scenery, and the person looking at the scenery is looking at you. Am I the only one who thinks that the male protagonist in the painting is scary? Shoo. What we say doesn't count. Let's listen to Sister Yu's analysis. Jiang Fuyue, the author uses repeated backgrounds and deliberately emphasizes the key element of the campus boulevard. At first glance, it seems to be the same, and it makes people tired. But from another point of view, a constant background can better highlight the changes in the characters, so that the visual focus is on the male and female protagonists. In addition, a miniature of the first picture appeared in the fourth picture. I think the author is emphasizing a sense of destiny. When we come of age, we've already gone through the sweet and sour times of our youth, and have a new life and a new family. When we look back now, we only feel that yesterday was right in front of us, and that this moment is happening right now. The previous protagonists were the male and female protagonists when they were young. Who can guarantee that the next pair won't be the young boy and girl that the male protagonist saw leaving school? Perhaps when it comes to the poet's pen, there is only one simple sentence: the peach blossoms have disappeared, but the human face is still smiling in the spring breeze. Lastly, I have my own thoughts about this series of paintings. When you're young, you should study more and not fall in love. Anyway, most of the main characters will change when you grow up. Rather than investing in others and losing everything in the future, it was better to invest in oneself and realize appreciation. That's all for my explanation. Thank you all. 1 second, 2 seconds, dead silence. 3 seconds, 4 seconds, absolute silence. In the 5th second, everyone reacted. On the 6th second, the applause was accompanied by screams. It was as if the roof was going to be overturned in the next second. Sister Yu, well said. Are you sure this mouthpiece isn't professionally trained? So, the moon goddess is warning us not to fall in love early? Because it's to train another woman to be a good husband? I suddenly feel that it makes sense. 9 out of 10, student love is sad. It's not worth investing too much in. Rather than investing in others, it was better to invest in oneself. I hereby announce that this will be my motto from now on. I'm afraid I won't be able to see the moon goddess fall in love early in my life. I suddenly feel that it's a pity. Early love shouldn't have been in the first place. It's all depicted in the painting. The result is quite tragic. Didn't you see it? In response to Jiang Fuyue's speech, all the teachers, including Zhao Taijun, nodded to show their approval. Jiang Fuyue had become a model student in their hearts. Ahem. Of course, she was quite a model in the past. Now, she was even more of a model. Look. Look. Such a beautiful girl doesn't think about early love, handsome guys, or eating, drinking, and having fun all day. She thinks about studying hard and investing in herself. What a good mindset, what a clear view of the world, Director Xiong. It was the right decision to let the juniors come this time. Zhao Taijun, students should be like Jiang Fuyue. In the front row of the audience, Huaxia's representative, Principal Hu, this student, he was so excited that he couldn't speak for a moment. This is really rare. You must be nurtured well. In the future, you will be an excellent successor to the socialist cause. Hu Yongwei, don't worry, this is the responsibility of an educator. We will not let you down. At this point, the winner of the 4 rounds of zither, chess, calligraphy, and painting had been decided. The Japanese representative was completely listless. Like a frosted eggplant, he slumped in his chair and looked like he was doubting his life. Hamasaki Naohara, on the other hand, was even more silent. He narrowed his eyes and didn't look at Jiang Fuyue or anyone else in the audience. It was as if he was immersed in his own thoughts and couldn't extricate himself. The audience was cheering and shouting. On the stage, Jiang Fuyue picked up the microphone and took 2 steps forward to stand in front of Hamasaki Naohara. It's an honor to be able to have a cultural exchange with such an outstanding student representative from Japan. Whether it's zither, chess, calligraphy, or painting, it's not difficult to see that Huaxia and Japan are different, but also similar, because... Hamasaki Naohara slowly looked up. Jiang Fuyue met his gaze and didn't avoid it. History doesn't lie. Culture is about spreading. The nation is also the world. No matter which country, no matter what race, everyone has the right to learn and create culture. Of course, they also have the obligation to spread and promote culture. Today's world is a great integrated village. Any individualism or hegemony will find it difficult to do anything alone. On the contrary, only by integrating into the current of the world can culture be inherited and innovated, go global, and be accepted by more people. What do you think, Hamasaki-san? Jiang Fuyue stretched out his hand. After a long time, Hamasaki Naohara gently shook his hand. You are right. It was his narrow-mindedness that led to his own trap. I'm sorry. At that moment, the applause in the audience was louder than ever. Sister Yu's view of the big picture. I've said the word extreme until my mouth is dry. She is indeed a patriot. The great Huaxia's magnanimity is reflected in her. The nation is also the world. How magnanimous must she be to say such words? I'm lucky to be born in Huaxia. Sister Yu is awesome. Long live Huaxia, she is strict, inviolable, and magnanimous at the same time. Grades are just an insignificant label on her. Feelings, conduct, demeanor, and attitude are the most precious calling cards. What should I do? I feel like Sister Yu's soul is shining. Finally, the representative of Huaxia went on stage. I hereby announce that the cultural exchange between China and Japan has come to a successful conclusion. The audience applauded. Today was another day of sore hands. At the entrance, a tall voice slowly raised his hands and applauded for the umpteenth time. Xie Dingyuan had been there for a long time. From the chess game to the painting game, he had watched from beginning to end. He had seen how calm and composed she was when she played chess. He had also seen how she spoke with confidence and grace when she recited a book. Finally, when she commented on the painting, each word was like a gem. She was more talented and outstanding than he had imagined. That feeling was like a mysterious mountain. Before entering, he could only see its towering majesty. After entering, he discovered that it was a completely different world. As he continued to walk, he was shocked to discover that there were treasures everywhere. He did not know what there was and how much there was. Xie Dingyuan's eyes were fixed on the stage. When he saw the girl's dazzling brilliance, he could not help but gulp. His fingertips moved slightly. Yes, he yearned for her. If he could, he even wanted to dig up everything about her and discover everything about her. However, the statement that young people should study more and not fall in love was still ringing in his ears. When he thought of her attitude of rejecting puppy love, the corners of the man's mouth curled into a bitter smile. Xie Dingyuan knew that he had no hope before she graduated from high school. However, on second thought, if he did not have it, then it was even more impossible for others to have it. As a result, his heart seemed to be comforted just a little. When Jiang Fuyue graduated from high school and wanted to fall in love, he might not be her final choice, but he would definitely be her first choice. At that time, Xie Dingyuan still did not know that there was a creature called a bootlicker. Of course, the dignified Professor Xia, the cold and arrogant flower on the mountain, would definitely not admit it even if he knew. The phone rang again. This time, Xie Dingyuan did not hang up directly like before. Hello. Thank God. You finally picked up the phone. There are more than 10 directors waiting in the conference room. Do you want to continue the meeting or? No one knew why President Xia, who was supposed to be the chairman of the board of directors, ran out early this morning as if he was possessed after reading a message on his phone. It had been almost 3 hours and he was still not back. Digression, 3,000 words. The second watch, 12:30. There was a third watch. Hamasaki Naohara, on the other hand, was even more silent. He narrowed his eyes and no longer looked at Jiang Fuyue or anyone else in the audience. It was as if he was immersed in his own thoughts and couldn't extricate himself. The audience cheered and shouted. On the stage, Jiang Fuyue picked up the microphone and took 2 steps forward to stand in front of Hamasaki Naohara. It's an honor to be able to have a cultural exchange with such an outstanding student representative from country R. Whether it's the zither, chess, books, or paintings, it's not difficult to see that Huaxia and country are both different and similar, because Hamasaki Naohara slowly looked up. Jiang Fuyue met his gaze and didn't avoid it. History doesn't lie. Culture is about spreading. The nation is also about the world. No matter which country, no matter what race, everyone has the right to learn and create culture. Of course, they also have the obligation to spread and promote culture. The world today is a big integrated village. Any individualism or hegemony will be difficult to achieve. On the contrary, only by integrating into the world can culture be inherited and innovated, go to the world, and be accepted by more people. What do you think, Hamasaki-san? Jiang Fuyue stretched out his hand. After a long time, Hamasaki Naohara gently shook his hand. You're right. It was his narrow-mindedness that led to his own trap. I'm sorry. At that moment, the audience's applause was louder than ever. Sister Yu's vision of the big picture, I've already said the word extreme until my mouth is dry. She's indeed a patriot. The great Huaxia's magnanimity is reflected in her. The nation is also about the world. How magnanimous must she be to say such words? I'm lucky to be born in Huaxia. Sister Yu is awesome. Long live Huaxia, she's strict, inviolable, and magnanimous at the same time. Grades are just an insignificant label on her. Feelings, conduct, grace, and attitude are the most precious calling cards. What should I do? I feel like Sister Yu's soul is shining. Finally, Huaxia's representative stepped onto the stage. I hereby announce that the cultural exchange meeting between China and Japan has come to a successful conclusion. The applause continued. Today is another day when my hand hurts at the entrance. A tall voice slowly raised his hands and clapped for the umpteenth time. Xie Dingyuan had already arrived. From the chess game to the painting, he watched from beginning to end. He had seen how calm and composed she was when she played chess. He had also seen how she spoke with assurance and grace when she recited a book. Finally, when she commented on a painting, her words were like pearls. She was more talented and outstanding than he had imagined. That feeling was like, it was a mysterious mountain. Before entering, he could only see its majestic appearance. After entering, he discovered that it was a completely different world. As they continued to walk, they realized that there were treasures everywhere. What there was, and how much there was, he had no idea. Xie Dingyuan's eyes were fixed on the stage. Seeing the girl's dazzling radiance, he couldn't help but gulp and move his fingers. Yes, he yearned for her. If he could, he even wanted to dig up everything about her and discover everything about her. However, the statement that young people should study more and not fall in love was still ringing in his ears. When he thought of her attitude of rejecting puppy love, the corners of his mouth curled into a bitter smile. Xie Dingyuan knew that he had no hope before she graduated from high school. However, on second thought, if he didn't have it, then it was even more impossible for others to have it. As a result, he felt a little comforted in his heart. When Jiang Fuyue graduated from high school and wanted to fall in love, he might not be her final choice, but he would definitely be her first choice. At that time, Xie Dingyuan still didn't know that there was a creature called a bootlicker. Of course, the dignified Professor Xia, a cold and arrogant flower, would never admit it even if he knew. The phone rang again. This time, Xie Dingyuan didn't hang up directly like before. Hello. Thank God. You finally picked up the phone. More than a dozen directors are still waiting in the conference room. Do you want to continue the meeting or? No one knew why Mr. Xia, who was supposed to be the chairman of the board of directors, ran out early this morning as if he was possessed after reading a message on his phone. It had been almost 3 hours and he still hadn't returned. 6:08. This had never happened before. It was impossible for it to happen. They all knew that Xie Dingyuan was a punctual person who had severe OCD. He would start the meeting whenever he wanted and end it whenever he wanted. It was the first time that he had left a group of directors hanging for almost 3 hours and disappeared without a trace. Xie Dingyuan, let them wait. His assistant, Xing Yiming. Okay. However, in his heart, he thought, Mr. Xia did it on purpose, but why? Did the board of directors not approve the proposal for the new development project, or did they want to interfere with the share distribution? They couldn't have joined forces to urge him to get married at the celebration party, right? Xie Dingyuan put away his phone and turned to leave the hall. The applause continued behind him, and the cheers didn't stop for a long time. He went straight out of the gate of number 1 middle school and drove past a flower shop. Welcome, sir. What flowers would you like to buy? Do you have red roses? Yes, this way please. 10 minutes later, Xie Dingyuan wrote a card. After school in the afternoon, Zhang Zhenhao walked past Jiang Qinqing with his school bag on his back. He glanced at him and gave him a threatening look. Then, he pointed outside. What he meant was, see you on the field. Then, he turned to Wang Wei. And you? After that, he walked away. What should we do? Should we tell the teacher? Or Director Xiong? Wang Wei paced back and forth. Jiang Qinqing had already packed his school bag. Let's go. Huh? Where are we going? The field. Are we really going? Wang Wei was dumbfounded. Weren't they walking right into a trap? Yes. No. Hey, Jiang Qinqing, are you serious? He quickly picked up his school bag and chased after him. What if we get beaten up? Don't be afraid. I'll protect you. You? Protect me? Wang Wei looked at his thin shoulders and bare arms and couldn't help but show disdain. Forget it. I'm the one protecting you. Jiang Qinqing smiled. Thank you. Wang Wei, ? Did he take it seriously? I'm just saying it. Casually. Don't worry. Zhang Zhenhao won't dare. But he was so fierce in the toilet. He even brought his buddies. My sister said that it's called bluffing. People with real strength wouldn't do such fancy things. Wang Wei, then what do real capable people do? Jiang Qinqing thought about how his sister dealt with people and said seriously, cripple them. Wang Wei, ! When they arrived at the field, they heard Zhang Zhenhao and his buddies chatting from afar. He's really handsome, right? Not only is he smart, but he's also beautiful. He's the perfect match for a dream lover. TSK, you little toad, how dare you think about a white swan? Howsy, it's not that we want to discourage you, but you're just a kid in junior high. You haven't even grown your hair yet. Even if Sister Yu was blind, she wouldn't like you. Ha ha ha. That's right. My moon goddess is awesome and cool. You should stop dreaming and stop dreaming. Hey, why are you also called Yueshan? I heard the high school division shouting that. Today's battle can indeed be called a god. There's nothing wrong with it. Tell me, why didn't God give me a smart and outstanding brain like Sister Yu? Then I'll definitely get first place every time and be rewarded every year. Hey, when are we going to ask Sister Yu for an autograph? It might even double in value in the future. The eyes of the group of 13 or 14 years old kids lit up when they talked about the people they admired. Their expressions were also filled with longing. They were no longer as fierce as they were when they supported Zhang Zhenhao in the toilet. Even Zhang Zhenhao himself was looking forward to it. Sure. I'll go tomorrow. Anyway, we're only 2 floors away from the high school. By the way, which class is Sister Yu in? I think it's grade 12, class 2, or class 3? I forgot. I forgot too. Zhang Zhenhao's mouth twitched. Suddenly, another voice cut in. It's class 3. They looked in the direction of the voice and saw Jiang Qinxing and Wang Wei walking over and standing in front of them. The person who answered just now was Jiang Qinxing. The few of them immediately put away their playful expressions and suddenly became serious and fierce. Damn it. I almost exposed myself. No, I have to exaggerate a little more to intimidate them. In an instant, the 3 of them bared their teeth, raised their eyebrows, and raised their eyebrows. It was like a large-scale, vicious dog training ground. Wang Wei couldn't help but look at Jiang Qinxing. This doesn't seem right. Did we go to the wrong place? That's right. Zhang Zhenhao clapped his hands and bared his teeth like a chipmunk. The fierceness in his eyes was extremely pretentious. He deliberately lowered his voice and said, "You've got guts. You really came. That's good." Jiang Qinxing's expression was still calm. We're here. So what? What are you going to do? Huh? What am I going to do? Of course, I'm going to teach you a lesson. Wang Wei was frightened and unconsciously took half a step back. He almost tripped on his other foot and looked very embarrassed. Jiang Qinxing immediately gave him a comforting look, which meant, it's okay. He wouldn't dare. At most, he would scare him. Sure enough, Zhang Zhenhao didn't make a move. Neither did his 2 buddies. He just reached out and asked Jiang Qinxing to record it. I'm warning you. You have to take it today whether you want to or not. Actually, you don't have to make such a big fuss. I deleted it long ago. Your worries are all unnecessary. Zhang Zhenhao rolled his eyes and said doubtfully, okay then. Take out your phone. I'll check it. Jiang Qinxing frowned. A phone is a very personal thing. If I say I don't have it, then I don't have it. I can't let you search it. You said you deleted it. It's clearly in your phone. Otherwise, why are you so agitated? You obviously have a guilty conscience. Well, it seems that if I don't teach you a lesson, you won't know what's good for you. As he spoke, Zhang Zhenhao raised his hand at his 2 buddies. Grab him. Don't move. I'll search his phone. As soon as he finished speaking, the 2 buddies stepped forward and held Jiang Qinxing in the middle, so that he couldn't move. Let go of me. What are you doing? Zhang Zhenhao, it's useless to scream. Unless you delete the recording. Wang Wei's expression changed. He was about to rush forward to help when Zhang Zhenhao blocked him. He couldn't get close to Jiang Qinxing at all. I advise you to behave. Otherwise, you'll end up like him. Wang Wei's body stiffened. You let go of Jiang Qinxing. Otherwise what? Say it? Why aren't you saying anything? TSK, you're so weak when it comes to threats. Wang Wei couldn't take it anymore and blurted out, otherwise, Jiang Qinxing's sister won't let you off. Zhang Zhenhao and his 2 buddies were stunned at first, but then they burst out laughing. Jiang Qinxing's sister? Who does she think she is? This is too funny. She won't let us off? Who does she think she is? Does she think she's Jiang Fuyue? Digression, 3rd watch, 2000 words. There's a good show to watch, HHHH. Their surnames are really the same. They're both surnamed Jiang. Tisk, if Jiang Qinxing's sister is really Jiang Fuyue, then I'll be the grandson of the whole world. Ha ha ha. But that's impossible. The other two also laughed loudly. When Jiangji Restaurant's private home cuisine opened, the genius girl Jiang Fuyue and Jiang Xiaodi appeared at the same time. After that, their sibling relationship was exposed and became a hot topic. Logically speaking, this shouldn't be a secret. But it wasn't to the point where everyone knew about it. When the popularity died down, the onlookers would disperse. The only ones who could really stay and remember these things were the fans. Obviously, Zhang Zhenhao and his two buddies weren't part of the fan community. In addition, the school was strict and the parents kept a close eye on them. They didn't have much contact with their phones and didn't have much access to information from the outside world. As a result, these people really didn't know about the relationship between Jiang Fuyue and Jiang Qinqing. Including Wang Wei, although he often heard Jiang Qinqing say, "My sister said," "My sister thinks," and "My sister means," he only knew that he had an older sister who liked to nag and speak earnestly. He never dared to think about Jiang Fuyue. Maybe he heard Jiang Qinqing talk too much about how powerful his sister was, but in a moment of desperation, he actually blurted out a warning like, "I won't let them off." After saying that, he was stunned by himself. Coupled with the other party's unscrupulous ridicule, Wang Wei's face flushed red. Zhang Zhenhao glanced at Jiang Qinqing, who was being held down, then walked in front of Wang Wei and reached out to pat his face. "Since Jiang Qinqing's sister is so powerful, call her over. Let's fight one-on-one." Wang Wei was as angry as a frog, but he didn't say anything. Where could he find Jiang Qinqing's sister? Besides, even if he found her, he might not be able to beat Zhang Zhenhao and his gang. "Forget it, why aren't you saying anything?" Zhang Zhenhao pinched his chin. "Why don't you call his sister over, you idiot? There's no need for my sister." At this moment, Jiang Xiaodi, who had been silent all this time, suddenly spoke up. "I can deal with you all by myself." After saying that, he turned around and broke free from their grip. Before the other party could react, he raised his leg and kicked twice. One of them staggered and knelt down on one knee. Immediately, numbness spread from his knee and his calf began to cramp. For a moment, he was unable to stand. One of them was kicked in the back. Because his center of gravity was unstable, his whole body fell forward uncontrollably and fell flat on his face. "Fuck, I sprained my waist." The situation took a turn for the worse. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Xiaodi, who was about to be slaughtered as a fish, suddenly turned around and became the knife. Gulp, Zhang Zhenhao swallowed his saliva and said in disbelief, He didn't expect Jiang Qinqing, who was so thin, to have such great strength. Wang Wei was also dumbfounded. It turned out that when he said he would protect him, he wasn't just comforting him. "Get up," Zhang Zhenhao hurriedly went to help one of his buddies. He urgently needed someone to calm him down. Otherwise, he would feel very guilty. Especially when Jiang Qinqing looked at him expressionlessly, it made his scalp tingle and the back of his neck feel cold. "No, my leg is cramping. I can't stand up." Zhang Zhenhao went to help another one. No, my waist." This time, only Zhang Zhenhao was still standing. What are you doing? Don't think that I'll be afraid just because you put them all down. Let me tell you, I'm not afraid." He was so stubborn, but his retreating footsteps were not the same. "I'm warning you, don't come over." I'm very fierce." As he spoke, he bared his teeth fiercely. Unfortunately, Wang Wei only found it funny. "Zhang Zhenhao, can you stop pretending? Be honest. It's not embarrassing to be afraid." "Bullshit, I'm not afraid." Jiang Qinqing clenched his fists. Zhang Zhenhao's pupils shrank, and he took a bigger step backward. "Let me give you a piece of advice. This is a school. You'll be punished for fighting. If you dare to touch me, I'll tell Director Xiong. Let's see what you'll do then." Wang Wei glared at him. "You're too shameless. You were the one who used violence first, and now you're trying to accuse us? Did anyone see me use violence? Where's the evidence? Do you have any injuries? Where? Point them out for me to see." The corners of Wang Wei's mouth tightened. At this moment, Jiang Xiaodi suddenly took out his phone from his trouser pocket. "There's no need to show any injuries. I've recorded it again." Wang Wei, exclamation point. Zhang Zhenhao, question mark. Why the F***ck are you doing this again? You can complain to Director Xiong, and I can also tell him the reason. You were the one who attacked us first, and we retaliated. This is called self-defense. Zhang Zhenhao's neck thickened. You, nonsense. I didn't. Jiang Shaodi played the recording. Every word was clear. Zhang Zhenhao could not deny it. His face turned red. Jiang Qinxing, you're too cunning. I'm just protecting my friends and myself. Zhang Zhenhao's face was gloomy. Suddenly, his eyes flickered, and he pounced on them. He wanted to rob them. Give me the phone. Jiang Qinxing and Wang Wei were caught off guard, but Zhang Zhenhao threw caution to the wind. His entire body emitted a ruthless energy that did not care about his life. Give it to me. No way. Don't piss me off. There will be serious consequences. You want the phone? Dream on. In the midst of the chaos, Zhang Zhenhao suddenly raised his hand and used all his strength. If he slapped them, they would probably bleed. At the critical moment, an even more powerful force suddenly grabbed Zhang Zhenhao's collar and pulled him over. Zhang Zhenhao was thrown onto the ground like a tortoise. Because his neck was caught by the collar, his eyes rolled back, and the veins on his forehead bulged. He began to cough madly while holding his throat. Cough, 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 cough. He coughed until his cheeks were red and his lips were blue. Sister. Jiang Qinxing's eyes lit up, and he called out in surprise. Wang Wei snapped out of his daze and looked over. The next second, he couldn't even move his eyes. Jiang, 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 Jiang. Senior? Hello. You. Hello. Jiang Fuyue looked at him in confusion, then turned to Jiang Shaodi and asked, Is your friend a stutterer? No. He's probably too excited. Wang Wei, yes. I'm too excited. After saying that, he wanted to slap himself. Jiang Fuyue, Jiang Qinxing, sister, why are you here? I heard someone mention it, so I came to take a look. In fact, Jiang Han, Gemeng, and Lu Sisi had agreed to go to the field after school to do their homework. They were working hard when they suddenly realized that Jiang Qinxing was being bullied. What a guy. This is Sister Yu's brother, he's too bold. Lu Sisi rolled up her sleeves on the spot. It was obvious that she was going to go all out. Jiang Han wanted to do the same. After all, it wasn't the first time. The scene of them helping to teach Hu Ben's chubby boy a lesson was still vivid in their minds. How impressive and domineering it was. Who wouldn't tremble when the heroine roared? Just as they were about to step forward, they suddenly saw Jiang Shaodi launch a beautiful counterattack. As expected of Sister Yu's brother. These moves are quite good. Hearing this, Lu Sisi could not help but nod. He was indeed skilled. Obviously, someone had taught him. These were the most classic moves in Taekwondo. Are we still going over? Gemeng blinked. Jiang Han, I don't think there's a need. It won't be of any use if we go over. But to be on the safe side, we should let Sister Yu know. Lu Sisi immediately took out her cell phone and called Jiang Fuyue to explain the situation. Got it. I'll come over right away. That was why the scene happened. Fortunately, Jiang Fuyue came in time. Jiang Shaodi and his friends didn't suffer a big loss. Are you hurt? Jiang Shaodi shook his head. No. She asked Wang Wei. No. That's good. Sister, yes? Jiang Shaodi, who had been acting alone and steady not long ago, suddenly blushed. His ears also turned red. Then, he lowered his head and smiled shyly. Did I do well? After asking, he suddenly looked up. His dark pupils revealed the hope of being praised. Jiang Fuyue patted his head skillfully and smiled. Not bad. You're a little more responsible. Jiang Shaodi's ears were red. He was secretly happy. When he was shy, he habitually buried his chin in his collar and his eyelashes fluttered. Wang Wei couldn't believe that this was Jiang Qinxing. That little Adonis who was usually quiet and aloof, just this, of course, what he couldn't believe the most was, Jiang. Senior, are you really Jiang Qinxing's sister? The biological kind? As Jiang Fuyue nodded, Wang Wei felt dizzy. Zhang Zhenhao, who was sitting on the ground, and his two buddies who had lost the ability to fight were also stunned. Digression, first update, 3,000 words. Second update, 12:30 p.m. Don't come early. Watch it when it's time, there are 3 updates. Jiang Han wanted to do the same since it wasn't the first time anyway. She recalled the time when they helped to teach Hu Ben's chubby boy a lesson. How impressive and domineering it was, who wouldn't tremble when the heroine roared. Just as she was about to step forward, she saw Xianxia perform a beautiful counterattack. He's Sister Yu's brother indeed. These moves are quite skillful. Hearing this, Lu Sisi could not help but nod. He was indeed skilled. It was obvious that someone had taught him. These were the most classic moves in Taekwondo. Are we still going over? Gemeng blinked. Jiang Han said, I don't think there's a need for that. It won't be useful anyway. But to be on the safe side, we still need to inform Sister Yu. Lu Sisi immediately took out her phone and called Jiang Fuyue to explain the situation. Got it. I'll be right there. That was why the current scene was happening. Fortunately, Jiang Fuyue came in time so that Jiang Xiaodi and his friend didn't suffer a big loss. Are you hurt? Jiang Xiaodi shook his head. No. She asked Wang Wei. No. No. That's good. Sister, yes? Jiang Xiaodi, who had been acting alone and steady not long ago, suddenly blushed. His ears also turned red. He lowered his head and smiled shyly. Did I do well? After asking, he looked up. His dark pupils revealed the light of hope to be praised. Jiang Fuyue patted his head and smiled. Not bad. You're a little more responsible. Jiang Xiaodi's ears were red. He was secretly happy. Whenever he was shy, he would bury his chin in his collar and his eyelashes would flutter. Wang Wei couldn't believe that this was Jiang Qinqing. That little Adonis who was usually quiet and aloof, that was it, of course. What he couldn't believe the most was, Jiang. Senior, are you really Jiang Qinqing's sister? The biological kind? As Jiang Fuyue nodded, Wang Wei felt dizzy. Zhang Zhenhao, who was sitting on the ground, and his two buddies who had lost their ability to fight, were also dumbfounded. Was she really his biological sister? Zhang Zhenhao even forgot to cough. When he came back to his senses, he turned to look at his buddies and found that they were just as shocked as him. It's over, that was the only thought he was. Just as Zhang Zhenhao was about to say something, the 3 girls walked in front of him and looked down at him. Their eyes looked like an eagle looked at a chick. Was the meat? Which part should I bite? How many parts? What are you doing? Jiang Han raised her eyebrows. I heard that you are very arrogant in the junior high department. What? Was he as arrogant as I was back then? She rubbed her overly obvious double chin and fell into deep thought. Zhang Zhenhao was stunned. Oh. Jiang Han seemed to have just reacted. She smiled and bent down. Let me introduce myself. My surname is Jiang. Everyone calls me Sister Han. Surname Jiang. Sister Han, you're Jiang Han? Zhang Zhenhao exclaimed. As the new leader of the junior high department, how could he not have heard of Jiang Han's name? This female tyrant had been awesome all the way from junior high school to senior high school. She was invincible, even though she had left the junior high department for many years, her glorious deeds were still circulating in every grade. She was much wilder than Zhang Zhenhao. However, her family was a nouveau riche and was extremely rich. It was said that her family's properties were all over the major residential areas and shopping malls in Linhui. He had to pay for it? Small case. As long as it didn't affect the school, they could ask for as much as they wanted. Say it, Sister Han said. Zhang Zhenhao shuddered. Under Wang Wei and Jiang Qinqing's surprised gaze, he walked up to them and said loudly, I'm sorry. I was wrong. I won't do it again. Jiang Han, I heard you want to be the boss of number 1 middle school? No, I'm not worthy. Then who is worthy? Of course it's you. Huh? Jiang Han's tone changed. Zhang Zhenhao reacted and immediately corrected himself. Sister Yu is the most suitable. That's more like it. Be careful and don't mess with people you shouldn't mess with. Yes, also, Jiang Han looked him up and down and said softly, study more and cause less trouble. That way, you can make fewer mistakes and have a better life in the future. Zhang Zhenhao, question mark. Did he have to freestyle his response too? Did you hear that? Yes, yes. He nodded immediately. And you guys, Jiang Han glanced at his two buddies. The two instantly tensed up. Yes, we heard that. Sister Yu? Jiang Han looked at Jiang Fuyue inquiringly. Seeing the latter nod gently, she cleared her throat and waved her hand. Hurry up and go home. The three felt as if they had been pardoned and ran away in fear. Jiang Chenxing, sister, let's go home too. Okay. As soon as they walked out of the school gate, two red roses suddenly appeared in front of Jiang Fuyue. She looked up and met the smiling eyes of the young lady. Classmate, you're so lucky. These are the last two roses. I'll give them to you. Jiang Fuyue was puzzled. Jiang Shaodi directly said, why did you give roses to my sister? It's not just your sister. We shipped a total of 320 roses. We've already given out 318 roses. These are the last two roses. Jiang Fuyue raised her eyebrows. Free roses at the school gate, looking at the stems and flowers, they were of the best variety. In the store, each rose could be sold for hundreds of yuan. Just like that, more than 300 of them? What kind of joke was this? Jiang Shaodi obviously had the same question and asked directly, don't these cost money? Of course, they're all free. Why give it to everyone for free? This? Actually, I'm not sure either. Lady Boss told us to deliver it to everyone, so we came over. I see. But it's strange, these flowers can be sold for money. The shop assistant spread out her hands and shrugged, indicating that she was also confused. Jiang Shaodi thought for a moment. Then can you give me one? No, the lady boss said that it's only for girls. However, you can ask your sister to accept these two roses and give you one. Okay, I'll take it, Jiang Fuyue suddenly said. The shop assistant was pleasantly surprised. Here, it's all yours. We can get off work too. Jiang Fuyue held it in her hand and lowered her head to examine it. She saw that the rose petals were very fresh and still had dew on them. The color was rose red and was rich with a hint of charm, just like the red mole on a lover's heart. There were small thorns on the stems, and the shop assistant was considerate enough to wrap it with a layer of silver wrapping paper. Suddenly, her eyes paused and fell on a certain part of the wrapping paper. Then, she reached out and took out a small note. Jiang Fuyue asked Jiang Shaodi to help hold the flowers, and then she unfolded the note, roses for you, willing to leave a lingering fragrance. These 8 words were written with a fountain pen, and the pen was strong and powerful, penetrating the back of the paper. Jiang Fuyue subconsciously thought of a person's name, Xia, Ding, Yuan. Excuse me, where's your flower shop exactly? The shop assistant, who had already packed up and was about to leave, was suddenly stopped. 500 meters ahead, the third shop on the right. It's called Warm Moon Flower House. Okay, thank you. You're welcome. Jiang Fuyue took Jiang Chenxing to the flower shop. On the way. Sister, are we going to the flower shop? Yes. What are we going to do? Ask something and buy flowers on the way. The door of the shop was pushed open, and the lady boss turned around with a bouquet of unfinished lilies. She smiled and said, welcome, what flowers do you want to buy? Jiang Fuyue put the 2 roses on the counter and asked, who sent this? The lady boss was slightly surprised, and then she smiled. I sent it, why? Jiang Fuyue shook her head. It's not you. I'm asking about the person who bought these roses. Haven't you already guessed it? Why do you need to ask me? Jiang Fuyue raised her eyebrows. You knew I would come? The lady boss shook her head. I didn't know, but the person who sent the flowers knew. What else did he say? He said that after more than 300 roses were sent out, only one person would come to ask. If she came, then he didn't send the flowers in vain. Jiang Fuyue was slightly stunned, and then she chuckled. That's troublesome. Little brother Jiang, on the other hand, was completely confused. His big eyes were filled with great confusion. Why was his sister stunned for a moment, and then she laughed? Why did she say that it was troublesome? Who would bother? In the end, Jiang Fuyuan not only took the 2 roses, but also bought lilies, ping-pong chrysanthemums, and baby's breath to put in a vase at home. When she was paying the bill, she was told, the person said that you don't like to come back empty-handed, so you'll probably buy other flowers, so he paid in advance and let you choose whatever you want. Jiang Fuyue couldn't help but click her tongue. In the end, she didn't refuse, took the flowers, and turned to leave. Then, Jiang Shaodi was confused again. Sister, don't we have to pay for the flowers? No. Why? Because a fool gave them to you. After entering the house and changing into slippers, Jiang Shaodi was still thinking about who the fool was. His intuition told him that it should be a boy. But his sister clearly didn't like them, so why did she accept the flowers? Puzzled, his little brother scratched his head online, but he still couldn't figure it out. This was much more difficult than mathematical Olympiad questions. At night, Han Yunru and Jantar returned home and saw the perfumed lilies in the vase in the living room. Who bought it? Jantar shook his head. It wasn't me. I know it wasn't you. Han Yunru glared at him. If you put such a beautiful flower in the vase one day, the sun will rise from the west. Jantar wasn't angry, and he smiled foolishly. Jiang Shaodi, sister bought it. We went to the flower shop together. It was similar to what Han Yunru had guessed. She asked a few more questions about Jiang Qinqing's studies, and then urged him to wash up and go to bed early. I'm going upstairs. Go ahead. After her son went upstairs, Han Yunru looked at the lilies again, and suddenly frowned. Then she looked around and said, Hey, honey, don't you think this vase has become bigger? Jantar took a look and said with certainty, it's one size bigger than the previous one. Yaya must have changed it. I knew it. Although the pattern is the same, it feels different. Now that I think about it, the bigger one is more suitable. It looks dignified in the living room. Hee, my wife's taste is extraordinary. Han Yunru said angrily, don't give me that. But where's that small vase? Let's use it in the bedroom. On the 2nd floor, in Jiang Fuyue's room. The smaller vase that Han Yunru had been looking for was placed on the windowsill. The 2 roses were intertwined, like a pair of intimate lovers. Under the moonlight, the petals looked even more delicate and beautiful. They were red and dreamy. Jiang Fuyue flipped through the last mathematical Olympiad test paper and finished the last question. Suddenly, she looked up and caught the vase and the roses off guard. She put away the test paper, got up, and walked to the window. The roses were close to her. Suddenly, she reached out and touched the petals. They were soft and moist, and she couldn't help but think of the soft spring rain in March. At this moment, her phone rang with a WeChat notification. Usually, only Lu Jinzhong would send her a message at this time. It was mostly for work. Jiang Fuyue retracted her hand, turned around, picked up her phone, unlocked it, and opened WeChat. She saw a red circle 1 appear on the upper right corner of Xie Dingyuan's profile picture. Then, there were 2 more notifications. The circle 1 became a circle 3. I went to the auditorium of number 1 middle school today. It was very exciting. If it's convenient, put some water in a bottle after you bring the roses back. It'll bloom longer. Good night. He said these 3 sentences very clearly and didn't say anything else. From the beginning, he didn't expect to get a reply, so he left after he finished speaking. Jiang Fuyue guessed that he must have put down his phone and gone to do other things by now. TSK. Her hand, which was about to type, paused. Then, she shrugged, turned off the screen, threw it on the bed, took her pajamas, and went to the bathroom to wash up. While taking a bath, Jiang Fuyue thought of the 8 words that the man left on the note, roses for you, willing to leave a lingering fragrance. He didn't want to leave a lingering fragrance, but himself, right, he wanted to deepen his impression in her heart little by little, and then become more important little by little. This man was really, Jiang Fuyue shook her head and sighed softly. Her eyebrows relaxed, and there was a faint smile at the corner of her mouth. Digression, 3,000 words. Xia 99 is promising under the same night sky, in another villa. Just as Jiang Fuyue had guessed, Xia Dingyuan put down his phone after sending the message and forced himself to focus on the thesis in front of him. However, even though he was looking at it, his heart was somewhere else. Would she be able to see it immediately? Maybe she would reply, since she had accepted it, she should still like the two roses, right? For a moment, his thoughts were all over the place and his heart was beating wildly. On the other hand, Jiang Fuyue had already turned off the lights and was starting to feel sleepy. The next day, Jiang Fuyue and Jiang Xiaodi went to school together. As soon as they stepped out of the house, a black Mercedes-Benz pulled up slowly in front of them. The backseat window rolled down and Zhongxiang stuck his head out and asked the siblings to get in. Let's go together. It's on the way. Jiang Fuyue glanced at Jiang Qinqing. The latter blinked his big eyes as if to say, I'm fine with anything. Sister, you can decide. Then, Jiang Fuyue got into the car without hesitation. Zhongxiang was overjoyed when he saw this. He quickly moved to the other side to make room for the siblings. Jiang Fuyue sat down and asked Jiang Xiaodi to fasten his seatbelt. The moment she looked up, she suddenly met the man's deep eyes through the rearview mirror. A faint smile slowly appeared in Xia Dingyuan's eyes as he asked, Are you seated? Zhongxiang said, Okay. We can go now. Xia Dingyuan. I'm not asking you. Jiang Fuyue looked away and pretended not to see the gloomy look on the man's face. However, when she turned to look out of the window, she could not help but smile. Jiang Xiaodi sat in the middle and looked at Zhongxiang several times. This was the last time he was caught red-handed. Ahem. Zhongxiang cleared his throat and said, Why do you keep looking at me? Do you find me especially handsome? Jiang Xiaodi, ? Am I not handsome? Uncle is more handsome than you. Uncle? Not only was Zhongxiang stunned, but Jiang Fuyue and Xia Dingyuan were also stunned. Jiang Xiaodi didn't notice anything wrong and said seriously, It's the uncle who drove the car. He's much more handsome than you. Xia Dingyuan, who was steering in the front seat, ? Zhongxiang was not convinced. Take a closer look. Are you sure he's more handsome than me? Jiang Xiaodi nodded. Yes, I'm sure. Zhongxiang. F*ck, this was Jiang Fuyue's younger brother, his future brother-in-law. He couldn't lose his temper. You mustn't get angry, Xia Dingyuan, who was addressed as uncle, also thought, calm down. Don't be impulsive. Uncle is still all right. As for Jiang Fuyue, although she didn't show it on her face, she was laughing so hard on the inside. She reached out and touched Jiang Xiaodi's head. The latter smiled shyly and stretched his head out so that Jiang Fuyue could touch it. Zhongxiang was jealous when he saw this. If he was the one being touched on the head, yes, it wouldn't be too wonderful. Xia Dingyuan saw the interaction between the siblings through the rearview mirror. His smile deepened, and there was a hint of affection in his eyes. Unfortunately, Jiang Fuyue didn't notice it. Even he didn't notice it immediately. Zhongxiang was even more careless and didn't notice the changes in the atmosphere in the car. Only Jiang Xiaodi couldn't help but look at the back of Xia Dingyuan's head. Why did he feel that this uncle was always peeping at them? The car sped all the way and soon stopped at the gate of number 1 middle school. The three of them got out of the car and went in together. Zhongxiang and Jiang Fuyue were both wearing number 1 middle school uniforms. They walked side by side and were talking about something with their heads tilted. The morning sun shone on their backs. It was as beautiful as an oil painting, revealing infinite vitality and vitality. However, he didn't have any of this. Xia Dingyuan looked down and tightened his grip on the steering wheel. Originally, he didn't think that there was an age gap between him and Jiang Fuyue. This was because whether it was her words, actions, or thoughts, the maturity and experience that Jiang Fuyue displayed were far beyond her actual age. Sometimes, Xia Dingyuan even felt that Jiang Fuyue's mental age was older than his. That feeling was like, under the young skin hid a weather-beaten and experienced soul. This made him subconsciously ignore Jiang Fuyue's actual age when he communicated with her. However, today, Jiang Xiaodi called him uncle and suddenly woke him up. Xia Dingyuan was shocked to realize that Jiang Fuyue was only 18 years old and hadn't gone to college yet. He was already 28 years old and would be turning 30 soon. Thinking of this, he suddenly had an idea. He took out his phone and called Xianxia. Xianxia was still sleeping when he was woken up by the ringtone of his phone. He sounded a little impatient. "Who is it?" It was early in the morning and it was disturbing his sleep. "It's me." The other end paused for 2 seconds. "Lao Xie?" Xianxia sat up immediately and didn't feel sleepy anymore. "What happened?" Xie Dingyuan choked. "Do I have to be in trouble to call you?" "That's not it, but you've never called just to chat with me, right? When did you not call me because of a situation?" "Yes." Xianxia was dumbfounded and suspected that he was still in a dream. "Really?" Xie Dingyuan did not respond to such an idiotic question. Xie Dingyuan smacked his lips. "Okay, seems like it's true." "Did the girl agree?" Xie Dingyuan gave a vague reply. Although Jiang Fuyue did not agree, she did not reject him either. "So why did you call me? To show off your affection?" "Old Xia, I have to say a few words to you. As the saying goes, those who show affection die quickly. I advise you to be kind." "No. I want to ask you. How do you take care of yourself?" "Huh?" Xianxia did not know how to react. "I remember that you used to go to the healthcare club? The slogan is nourish the kidneys and restore vitality to men?" Cough 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 cough, who did you hear that from? "I didn't go." Xie Dingyuan, I saw it. Xianxia. F***ck. It's not what you think, I really didn't. Wait a minute. Why are you asking this? Xie Dingyuan, also, you asked how to take care of yourself? Don't tell me it's what I think it is? Xie Dingyuan, well done, old Xia, you've grown up. Just tell me that you want to go. Why did you beat around the bush? You scared me. So, how do you do it? This. It's hard to say over the phone. When we get back to the capital, I'll take you there and you'll know. Xie Dingyuan frowned as if he was not satisfied with this method. We'll talk about it later. Then, he hung up. Xianxia cursed under his breath. When you want me, you're my little darling. When you don't want me, you're a dog. On the other hand, Xie Dingyuan drove back to Imperial Heaven Palace after ending the call. He called Mrs. Liu as soon as he entered the house. Sir? Call the nutritionists and ask them to come over. Are they all here? Yes. Mrs. Liu was confused but did as she was told. Soon, 6 nutritionists arrived. They stood in a row in the living room. Mrs. Liu went upstairs to call for Xie Dingyuan. Sir, everyone is here. All right. Xie Dingyuan personally went down to meet the 6 of them. Auntie Liu went back to the kitchen to do her work. She vaguely heard words such as young and maintenance. She, ? 20 minutes later, the nutritionist left. Auntie Liu received the new menu, which was completely different from before. Not only was the taste a little heavier, but there was also an obvious increase in meat intake. There were also a few ingredients that had never appeared before, such as leeks, sea cucumbers, and so on. Mrs. Liu was not sure about the effects of the other ingredients, but this leek, if they were in the countryside, it would be a delicacy that boosted the yang energy and nourished the kidney. So, sir, what is this? No, no, no. She quickly shook her head. How could she think that way? Sir was like a god, cold and inviolable. He couldn't even make any guesses. Then, shall we follow the new menu tonight? Yes. Xie Dingyuan nodded. Oh, then I have to hurry and buy some groceries. I don't have a lot of ingredients. After the last class in the morning, everyone filed out and rushed to the cafeteria. Jiang Fuyue was still with Hua Fanjin, Lin Shimo, and the others. Lu Bowen, Wan Xiutong, and Lin Xiao went downstairs to meet up with Jiang Han, Gameng, and Lu Sisi. The group of people was quite majestic and spectacular. Edmund had somehow gotten close to Hamasaki Naohara. The two of them went to class together and ate at the same table. Huh? Why aren't you eating dumplings? Edmund pointed at his plate. Hamasaki Naohara frowned. There's a strange taste. Is there? Edmund was confused. Why can't I taste it? Hamasaki Naohara glanced at his half-empty plate. Don't you think there's something strange about the fillings? It's a bit rushed. Edmund swallowed it in one gulp and said, Look, there's nothing wrong with it at all. What fillings do you have? Cabbage and meat. Hamasaki Naohara shook her head. I don't have that. Are you serious? Let me try. As she spoke, she took a piece from his plate. Edmund couldn't stop her in time. 5 seconds later, Edmund vomited everything. Cough cough cough. What's this terrible taste? Soup. Give me the soup. Hamasaki Naohara pushed the bowl in front of him. Edmund gulped it down. It took him a while to recover. This taste is too strange. It tastes a bit like fish. There's a fishy taste in my mouth. Yeah. Do you know what it is? Hamasaki Naohara. I don't know. Then why are you You're obviously younger than me, but you have to pretend to be mature. Aren't you tired? Hamasaki Naohara. It's okay. TSK. Suddenly, he rolled his eyes and glanced at the next table. Jiang Fuyue must know. Do you want to ask her? As soon as she heard the words Jiang Fuyue, Hamasaki Naohara's pupil shrank. Obviously, she hadn't recovered from yesterday's 3 defeats. No. He pursed his lips into a sharp arc. If you want to go, go by yourself. Think about it carefully. There aren't many opportunities to strike up a conversation with her. If you miss this one, it'll be hard to get another chance. You don't really think of her as an enemy, do you? Just because you lost yesterday? Edmund looked at him with a "you're making a fuss over nothing" expression. Back then, when I participated in the Ippo, your brother was there too. Jiang Fuyue's movements were fast and accurate. She defeated the whole audience in seconds. What did I say? I'm a recognized genius in Country F, okay? I grew up with a high IQ halo and thought that the whole world was full of idiots. I was so proud that I never thought that I would lose one day. Hamasaki Naohara's eyes flickered. Edmund grinned. His light blue eyes reflected the face of the person sitting opposite him, clear and transparent. It doesn't feel good, right? Hamasaki Naohara, even if it doesn't feel good, you have to bear it because this is reality. There is no shortage of geniuses in this world. Every genius thinks that they are the center and that the world revolves around them. However, in fact, there are too many people who are smarter and wiser than us. Maybe it's a one-sided victory, or maybe it's an all-round victory. In the past, I didn't think that anyone was better than me. Of course, the people around me weren't as good as me. But after meeting Jiang Fuyue, I began to slowly learn to accept that I'm not the smartest person and that the world won't revolve around me. Then. Are you willing to accept it? Hamasaki Naohara asked. I'm not willing to accept it. That's why I have to admit my shortcomings and make up for them. Who knows if we can make Jiang Fuyue lose one day in the future? Edmund put down his chopsticks, leaned back in his chair, and crossed his arms. There's still a long way to go. There's still a lot of time. Anything is possible. Hamasaki Naohara was deep in thought. Suddenly, Edmund stood up. If you're not going, I'm going. Then, he walked to the next table and said in a very annoying tone, Hey, Jiang Fuyue wants to ask you something. I bet you don't know. The group of people looked up at him in unison. Well, it was like looking at an arrogant idiot. Edmund wasn't embarrassed. Instead, he enjoyed the feeling of being the center of attention. He cleared his throat and said, Ahem, today's dumplings are wrapped in a very strange filling. It's pungent and fishy. Do you know what it is? Jiang Fuyue raised her eyebrows and looked him up and down. Yes, but why should I tell you? Oh, baby, you're still that dangerous rose. You even have thorns in your words. Everyone. Were the people in France all so mushy? Oh, no, they called themselves romantic in the end. Huafanjin couldn't stand it anymore and told him directly, it's called Hautuinia herba. Hautuini. Do you understand? Edmund nodded. Understood. However, his gentle blue eyes were still fixated on Jiang Fuyue and did not move away. As long as he didn't feel awkward, others would feel awkward. Hua Fanjin couldn't stand it. He had goosebumps all over his body. Fan Yi looked at him with disdain. Gao Zhaoming and Huang Hui looked at each other. Zhongxiang and Yici's faces were dark. Are you done? Who are you? What? What are you talking about? Edmund pretended not to understand. Unfortunately, Zhongxiang and Yici didn't speak French and their English was very bad. The two of them kept talking, and Edmund only had to say one sentence. Sorry, I don't understand French. That was enough to make the two of them explode. Zhongxiang, he insulted me, F***ck. Why didn't you learn English well in the past? Edmund went back to his seat and finished the rest of the dumplings after he was done with the romance. Seeing that Hamasaki Naohara was pitiful, he gave him 2 dumplings. After lunch, Jiang Fuyue and the others went back to the classroom. Turning the corner, they bumped into Hamasaki Naohara. Hua Fanjin and the others had subtle expressions. They quickly exchanged glances but didn't say anything. Just as they passed by each other, Hamasaki Naohara suddenly spoke. Can we talk? He spoke in Mandarin. His pronunciation was perfect and his tone was calm. Digression, 3,000 words. Yesterday's 2 or 3 chapters. Today's first chapter was around 11 o'clock. Probably not very accurate. The rooftop of the teaching building was surrounded by barbed wire, but it still couldn't block the warm winter sun. The sky was a unique shade of blue, and there were almost no clouds in sight. Jiang Fuyue stood still, turned around, and looked straight at the person in front of him. What do you want to talk about? Hamasaki Naohara looked up slowly. No wonder my second brother lost to you. Jiang Fuyue raised his eyebrows. He enunciated each word clearly. You're indeed very good. Thank you. Before I came here, I thought I wouldn't lose, and I was full of confidence. Hamasaki Chiba lowered her eyes, and a bitter smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. Why, do you think you're better than Hamasaki Chiba? Of course. He raised his chin proudly. Every genius feels that they're unique. Jiang Fuyue agreed with this point. Geniuses always had an air of arrogance that was different from ordinary people. This was because of their superior IQ, and also because of their outstanding knowledge. Just like Xie Dingyuan in the past and himself in his previous life. But you still lost. Jiang Fuyue said. Yes, I lost. He lowered his eyes, and his eyelids covered his grayish-brown pupils, like a speck of dust that had lost its final luster. But Hamasaki Naohara suddenly looked up, and her originally dim pupils instantly lit up. Losing this time doesn't mean that I'll lose next time. Losing next time doesn't mean that I'll lose every time. Life is long, and there's always a chance to beat you, isn't there? Jiang Fuyue smiled. Then don't fall too far behind. I'm not waiting for anyone. I'm not waiting for anyone either. I hope that your name will still be on my challenge list next time. Jiang Fuyue clicked his tongue. You're quite arrogant, aren't you? Hamasaki Naohara retorted. There's no need to be too proud of a momentary victory. Their eyes met, and it was as though they could hear the clanging of weapons. After some time, Hamasaki Naohara retracted her gaze and spoke faintly. Let's meet again at the IMO. You might not be able to beat me. Let's try. Jiang Fuyue smiled. His eyes narrowed slightly, and a hint of a smile appeared on his face. Half a month later, the exchange period ended, and all the exchange students returned to their original schools. The day they left was a Saturday. Jiang Fuyue went to the airport to see them off. Hamasaki Naohara, Edmund, and Angelina had already left on the earliest flight due to the international flight. The rest were all students from local schools. Hua Fanjin, time has passed too quickly. I feel like I haven't stayed long enough. Why are you leaving? Fan Yi, sister Yu, I will miss you. After the college entrance examination, after the college. I'll introduce you to my father, and our clansmen will definitely like you very much. Who among the floating islanders did not like Agata? That was the purest moon god. Gao Zhaoming subconsciously patted his round belly and smacked his lips. Number 1 middle school is really good, and so are the students there. Hee, and every dish at Jiangji restaurant is really, really, really good. Ever since Jiang Fuyue took everyone to Jiangji restaurant, Gao Zhaoming was amazed by the food. He would go to Jiangji restaurant almost every afternoon after school. The first time, he didn't know that he had to line up, so he rushed over excitedly. In the end, he waited until 8 o'clock in the evening to eat. As soon as he sat down, he ordered more than a dozen dishes. Unsurprisingly, Chao Dou personally came over and advised him, "Don't order too much, you won't be able to finish it." Gao Jiaming said naively, "Don't worry, I won't be able to finish it. I'll just try a little of each dish." Chao Dou. In the end, it was Han Yunru who gently persuaded Gao Xiaoming and recommended 5 dishes according to his taste. Only then did Gao Xiaoming give up the idea. Later, he became more experienced. During the second class in the afternoon, he used his phone to order and asked the delivery boy to help him line up. When the class was officially over, it was just right for him to go over and order. When it came to food, little fatty Gao Xiaoming never disappointed. After that, he would go over to try 3 dishes every afternoon after school. Why are there 3? Because he didn't finish the first 5 dishes, but because they were so delicious, he didn't want to waste them. He went back home and pooped for the whole night. The next day, he listlessly went to the infirmary to get medicine. He heard himself say that this time, his family prepared more than 20,000 yuan for him to come to Huai, but he spent more than half of it on food. Let's go. 2 words, concise and to the point, quite handsome. Jiang Fuyue watched the group of people enter the gate. Only when she could no longer see them did she turn around and leave. After the exchange students left, Yizhang's campus returned to its former tranquility. In the blink of an eye, December passed, and it was New Year's Day 2051. Jiangji restaurants. Private kitchen continued to operate, and business was even more prosperous than usual. Jantar had no choice but to lead his heavenly chef team to personally oversee the business. As for the pancake shop, since Yizhang's students were on vacation, Han Yunru simply closed the shop and stayed at home to make delicious food for her 2 children. "Yaya is still too thin, eat more." As she spoke, a piece of sweet and sour pork ribs fell into Jiang Fuyue's bowl. "Thank you, Mom." Han Yunru turned to look at her son. Jiang Xiaoti's chopsticks paused in midair, and with a clatter, the meat fell out. "Mom." He felt wronged. Han Yunru sighed and personally placed another piece into his bowl. "It's not that I don't want you to eat, but you have to know how to control yourself, understand? I'll eat until I'm 60% or 70% full." Han Yunru nodded. Jiang Xiaoti, "But I'm only 30% full right now, can I eat more?" As a mother, what could she do? Of course, she could only let him eat. After eating, Han Yunru washed the dishes and placed the peeled fruit plate on the coffee table. The siblings sat down and did not need to get up, so they could easily reach out and grab it. "Oh right, Grandma said she's coming over to spend New Year's Day with us." "Jiang Fuyue, is she free?" The SC group that Xianxia managed was not small, especially in the past 2 years when it entered its golden period of development. Its tentacles were deep in various fields, and its prospects were immeasurable. "I'm not sure about that," she suggested it herself, so she must have already changed the time. Jiang Fuyue nodded. "When?" "Tomorrow morning's flight, she'll arrive at noon. Then Xinxing and I will go pick her up?" "Okay. She must be very happy to see you." Sure enough, when the old lady came out the next day, she saw the siblings, one tall and one short, standing not far away. The elder sister had a graceful figure and was beautiful and generous. The younger brother had big blinking eyes and was cute and charming. They were her granddaughter and grandson. Xianxia's heart melted at the sight. "Grandma." The siblings immediately called out. Xianxia looked at one and then the other. She could not bear to put them down. Good girl. When he got home, Han Yunru had already prepared lunch. The family sat down and chatted as they ate. Han Yunru asked, "Why didn't Uncle Qin come?" "There's a project overseas. His subordinates couldn't handle it, so he flew over overnight. But Uncle Qin's leg, don't worry." Xianxia patted her daughter's hand to comfort her. "He brought 2 personal assistants with him. They are both old people who have been with him for many years. They are very reliable." "That's good." Jiang Fuyue said, "Grandma, let's eat." Jiang Qinxing said, "I'll get some rice for Grandma." Xianxia immediately smiled. The corners of her eyes were slightly wrinkled, like a blooming white chrysanthemum. She was graceful, and her bearing was outstanding. Time never defeated a beauty. This was proven by Han Yunru, but the old lady seemed to have more right to say. Beauty should bloom with anger and then age calmly. By the way, Grandma has something for you. Xianxia took out 2 documents from her bag and handed one to each of Jiang Fuyue and Jiang Xiaodi. Take a look. Jiang Fuyue took it and opened it. The next second, she could not help but raise her eyebrows. Xianxia saw her small action and her smile deepened. It seems like Yaya already knows what it is. Jiang Xiaodi looked up and asked softly, Sister, what is this? Equity transfer agreement. Han Yunru frowned. Mom? You. Xianxia raised her hand to stop her from continuing. I'm giving it to the siblings, not to you. Stop talking. Han Yunru did not know whether to laugh or cry. Mom. Eat your food. Han Yunru looked helpless. The 2 agreements respectively transferred 5% of SC Group's shares to the siblings. Before the age of 18, their guardian would take over the responsibilities. After that, they could freely use the shares. According to SC Group's current development speed, this 5% was not to be underestimated. Not to mention the value of the shares, the dividends they received every year was not a small amount. Xianxia took out a pen and handed it to Jiang Fuyue. Come, sign it. Jiang Fuyue looked at Han Yunru questioningly. Xianxia pretended to be angry. Grandma is giving it to you. Why are you looking at your mom? Jiang Fuyue quite liked the old lady's temper. She did not look at Han Yunru and generously took the pen and signed her name. Xianxia said, Yaya's personality is like mine. She's straightforward and not sloppy at all. Hearing this, Jiang Xiaodi looked at his sister, then at his grandmother, and quickly signed. He did not bring any water. The shares were settled just like that. After lunch, Xianxia called the lawyer to confirm the validity of the agreement and urged him to get it done as soon as possible. Mom, you're spoiling them too much. Han Yunru's eyes were full of disapproval. You built the company single-handedly. It wasn't easy for you to get to where it is today. You shouldn't distribute the shares. What are you afraid of? Do you think Yaya and Xianxia will stand against me, their biological grandmother, after taking the shares? There's always a risk. Let's not talk about this anymore. Xianxia waved her hand. Suddenly, her eyebrows moved. You're already so old. Don't tell me you're still jealous of the 2 children? Mom, what are you talking about? Han Yunru did not know whether to be angry or to laugh. Let's not talk about this anymore. I only have you as my daughter in this life, and you only gave birth to the 2 of them. If I don't give my things to them, who else can I give them? I'm happy to. Han Yunru was a little hesitant. But Uncle Qin, you're thinking too much. He was the one who brought this up. We're all so old. Sooner or later, there will be such a day. In the future, as long as Yaya and Xianxia have the ability, SC Group will have to be handed over to one of them. Mom. Han Yunru said in shock. Why are you saying this? You're already so old and you're still afraid of talking about it? I don't believe in this. You can't talk about it. Yaya and Xianxia haven't grown up yet. Can you bear to? I can't bear to, but I can't bear to part with you the most. Han Yunru's eyes reddened. Xianxia said, we've missed out on too much. Back then, you were still a young girl. Now, you're already a mother of 2. I can't wait to compensate you with the best in the world. I know. Han Yunru forced her tears back into her eyes. Xianxia stayed with the Jiang family for 2 days. During this time, no matter how busy Jantar was at the shop, he would rush back before dinner and personally cook for his mother-in-law. If this goes on, I won't be able to control my weight. Jantar was not good with words and did not know how to respond. He just stood there and smiled foolishly. Xianxia sighed and shook her head. This son-in-law, forget it. It was pretty good. At least Yaya and Xianxia were born smart and quick-witted. After New Year's Day, Xianxia's short holiday was also over. Just as she was about to return to the capital, she suddenly received a call from overseas. Qin Yuanshan is your husband? Xianxia frowned. Who are you? Bring $100 million to Nanue within 3 days. Otherwise, prepare to collect your husband's corpse. After that, he hung up without giving Xianxia any chance to respond. Hello? Speak clearly. Hello. Unfortunately, the other end could not hear her at all. There would be no response. Xianxia staggered and almost fell. Fortunately, Han Yunru was quick enough to support her. Mom? What's wrong? Your Uncle Qin. Xianxia tried to stand firm. Suddenly, her knees went weak. Jantar was quick and pushed a chair over for the old madam to sit. He even poured a glass of warm water for her. Everything was done silently. Han Yunru asked, Mom, what did you say about Uncle Qin just now? The old madam was so anxious that tears welled up in her eyes. He might have been kidnapped in Nanue. What? The kidnappers called just now. They want to bring $100 million to Nanue within 3 days. Otherwise, they'll kill him. Then what should we do? Xianxia took a deep breath. There's no rush. We must not rush. We must contact a lawyer now. Yes, contact a lawyer. With that said, she began to look for her phone. His entire being was in a state of madness and madness. Jiang whispered, shouldn't we look for the police? Xianxia heard this and was suddenly jolted awake. Yes, look for the police. With that said, she was about to dial 110. Suddenly, a hand reached over and covered the screen, stopping Xianxia from calling the police. Yeah? Digression, yesterday's 2 and 3 chapters were together, 3,000 words. There was an update at 12. The person who stopped her was Jiang Fuyue. We can't call the police. Xianxia was stunned. This phone call is only the other party's side of the story. Whether Grandpa Qin was kidnapped or not has yet to be verified. What if it's just a prank? We can't rule out this possibility. If it's true, then the other party obviously came prepared. Calling the police will only alert them. Of course, this step is necessary and indispensable, but it depends on the specific situation. The current situation is not suitable. Lastly, and most importantly, the kidnapper revealed too little information. We haven't even figured out the other party's purpose, and we're already in a mess. This is very likely a scheme by the other party to make us panic. The more it's like this, the more we have to stay calm and sober. After Jiang Fuyue finished speaking, Xianxia finally calmed down. The way she looked at her granddaughter was different. Xiaoru, what's wrong with Yaya? These words did not seem to come from the mouth of a high school student at all. The depth of her analysis, the viciousness of her eyes, and the experience and decisiveness in her words were shocking. Han Yunru had slowly accepted her daughter's extraordinary since the last time Jiang Qinxing was hospitalized. Jiang Fuyue led Hu Ben and Six to put the other party under control, and then spent hundreds of millions to buy 2 villas in the imperial palace. Now, hearing Jiang Fuyue's words, she was not surprised. Mom, the most important thing now is to save Uncle Qin. I'll explain the rest to you later, okay? Anxiety appeared in Xianxia's eyes again. Yes, we have to ensure old Qin's safety first. We can't let anything happen to him. Yeah, what do you think we should do next? Jiang Fuyue said, give Grandpa Qin a call first. Xianxia immediately dialed, and there was a beep sound from the other end. Jiang Fuyue mouthed, did it get through? Xianxia said, it got through, but no one answered. Jiang Fuyue moved her ear closer and heard the beeping sound. Suddenly, the sound disappeared. The other side accepted the call. Jiang Fuyue gestured for the old lady to switch to the speakerphone mode. She then gestured for Han Yunru and Jiang Xiaodi to keep quiet. Then, she quickly took out a mini voice recognition device from her bag. It looked like a headset. She turned on the power and pointed it at the phone. Then, she nodded, indicating for the old lady to speak. Xianxia was speechless. Old Qin, is that you? She was met with a suffocating silence. Old Qin, say something. Don't scare me. Are you okay now? I just received a call saying that you were It seems that CEO sure doesn't believe that his husband is in jail, so he made this call to verify. She was indeed a strong woman who had single-handedly founded SC Group. She was more guarded than the average person. Do you believe me now? Xianxia looked at Jiang Fuyue nervously, asking what they should do next. Jiang Fuyue wrote on a piece of paper, "Ask him about his identity and purpose." Xianxia asked, "Who are you? What do you want?" A chuckle came from the other end. "It doesn't matter who we are. Our purpose is very simple, we only want money. Once we receive $100 million, we will release him immediately. We promise not to hurt a single hair on your husband's head." Jiang Chenqing quietly replaced the paper. Jiang Fuyue immediately wrote, "Tell him that $100 million is too much. It will take time to raise the money." Xianxia finished writing. "It will take at least a week. Do you think I'm a fool? SC Group has a huge capital pool and abundant cash flow. It's not difficult to give out $100 million. I think you don't want Qin's life anymore. Don't act recklessly. Since you also know that the money has to be transferred from the group's financial account, then you should know how many signatures and approval processes are needed to move such a large sum of money. It will take more than 3 days. You're forcing me into a corner. When the time comes, you won't get a single cent." The other party fell silent. It was obvious that he was wavering. Jiang Fuyue wrote another word, "Huiro." Xianxia's tone softened slightly. "Actually, our demands are not contradictory. I want the person, you want the money. I'm also willing to give you the money. The only contradiction is time." Jiang Fuyue, pressure. Xianxia, $100 million is not a small amount. You still have to find a way to transfer it overseas. You don't want to be targeted by the local police because of the abnormal transfer of funds, right? Give me a week. I'll let the money leave the country safely and transfer it to Nanyue. By then, you don't even have to worry about money laundering. You can spend the money without worry. 5 days, no more than that. Jiang Fuyue nodded. Xianxia then said, "Okay. I need to make sure my husband is safe. Old man, say something. Don't force me to do it. Old Qin? Are you there? Old Qin?" After a while, Qin Yuanshan's voice came from the other end. It was low and hoarse. "Qingji, I'm fine for now. Don't worry. Remember to take care of chubby boy." "Enough. You talk too much." "CEO sure, is it okay now? Oh, by the way, don't call the police. You're in the country and we're overseas. If there's any trouble, we'll give up and run away." Jiang Fuyue put away the voice recorder and nodded at Xianxia. "Please make sure he's safe. If not, don't think about getting a single cent." The other end snorted and hung up. Yeah, how is it?" Xianxia stared at her granddaughter nervously. "We still need to analyze the voice received by the voice recognition device before we can get any useful information. It will probably take 2 days. During this period, you will need to transfer the company's funds. It's okay if we make a big move, but the main thing is to let the kidnappers see our proactive attitude in raising money. Only in this way can Grandpa Qin be safe for the time being." "Okay." Xianxia nodded. "I know what to do. After the money is ready, don't transfer it overseas for the time being. Try to delay it as much as possible." Yeah, I don't understand. If the kidnappers know that we have gathered enough money but don't give it to them, what if they get angry and do something to old Qin?" Jiang Fuyue shook her head. "This is a cross-border kidnapping. The kidnappers only gave us 5 days. They obviously don't intend to do a face-to-face transaction. If I'm not wrong, they probably want to borrow the space account and swallow the money directly. Under such circumstances, it's impossible to hand over the money and ransom the person. After receiving the money, do you think the kidnappers will take the risk of being caught and send Grandpa Qin back to China? Kidnappers don't follow the rules of even thieves have morals. They will only stare at their prey like a hungry wolf, doing everything for the sake of receiving the ransom. The moment the ransom is in their hands, Qin Yuanshan will die." Understanding this, the old madam was terrified. Her body went weak and she almost fainted. She grabbed Jiang Fuyue's hand as if she was holding on to her only life-saving straw. Yeah, I only have you now. You have to help Grandma. Jiang Fuyue patted the back of her hand gently to comfort her. Don't worry, Grandpa Qin will return safely. Xianxia took a deep breath and pulled herself together. Other than raising money and delaying the transfer, what else can I do? Think back to the conversation just now. Did you miss any key information? Especially the 2 sentences Grandpa Qin said. Key information. Xianxia frowned. For example, who is Fat Boy? It sounded like a pet, however, Jiang Fuyue felt that Qin Yuanchen would never mention it at this time if it was not something very important. However, Xianxia was confused. Fat Boy? What Fat Boy? I don't know what this is. Jiang Fuyue's eyes suddenly turned cold. It seems that this is the hint that Grandpa Qin left for us. Old Qin left a hint? Yes, that's why the kidnappers didn't want him to talk much. One had to know that the more one said, the more mistakes one would make. Sometimes, a simple piece of information could become the biggest loophole. Xianxia murmured, Fat Boy. Fat Boy. What is old Qin trying to say? Jiang Fuyue couldn't figure it out, but there was one thing that could be arranged in advance. In order to prevent the kidnappers from killing the hostages as soon as they get the money, we can ask the kidnappers to send the hostages to a fixed location. We can send people outside the safe zone to pick them up. This is the only way to ensure the greatest degree of safety. Otherwise, any unexpected situation may provoke the kidnappers, and we won't be able to deal with it. Alright, I'll go. I'll book the tickets now. No. Han Yunru and Jiang Fuyue said at the same time. Mom, you're so young and in such a state. How can we not worry? Xianxia said anxiously, but right now, your Uncle Qin needs me the most. I have to be by his side. Jiang Fuyue shook her head. An ignorant lone warrior will only add to the casualties, yeah. Han Yunru shouted. Xianxia trembled all over. Let her speak. Meaningless sacrifices are equivalent to adding to the chaos. There's no need for that. Moreover, once you leave, who will mobilize the group's funds and attract the kidnappers' attention? Wasn't this clearly telling the kidnappers that she didn't have the funds and that she had rushed to their headquarters alone? Jiang Fuyue was not afraid to say more harshly. You're not going to save people, you're going to harm them. The old madam's body swayed, and tears poured out. Then who should I send? I have to stay and mobilize the funds. Old Qin's 2 assistants also went to Nanyue with him, and their whereabouts are unknown. I don't trust the others. Jiang Fuyue pondered for a moment. I can arrange for someone, but the premise is that you trust me. Xianxia was surprised and happy. You're my biological granddaughter, how can I not trust you? It's just that this trip is unpredictable, and the kidnappers are not related to us. Will they be willing? Han Yunru said, don't worry, yeah, she still has a few friends. Xianxia knew her daughter too well. If Jiang Fuyue did not have the ability or was just a half-baked person, she would definitely not say such things. Since she said it, she must be confident. Yeah. Xianxia grabbed her hand, tears in her old eyes. Grandma will entrust your Grandpa Qin's life to you. Just do your best. If old Qin is lucky enough to be saved, then everyone will be happy. But if... The old madam took a deep breath and stopped sobbing. If there's an unexpected situation that can't be salvaged, then it's old Qin's and my fate. We can't blame you. So yeah, go ahead and do it. Don't have any worries. Jiang Fuyue was surprised that Xianxia could still think of comforting her at this time. After the surprise, she felt touched. Perhaps this was the true nature of kinship. It would not change with time, nor would it change because of accidents, nor would it show its ugly side because of interests and lives. Always believe and be firm. Okay. Jiang Fuyue agreed solemnly. That night, she contacted Lu Jinzhong and mobilized the Yufeng Group's manpower in South Yu to be on standby and ready for action. At the same time, she asked Niu Rue, who was far away in the capital, to use the latest generation of intelligence system of Qianji Pavilion to monitor the movements in South Yu. Niu Rue, do you have a specific location? Jiang Fuyue, no. Why don't you give me a general location? No. No, are you kidding me? The entire South U has a land area of more than 300,000 square kilometers. The area is too big. Looking for someone is like looking for a needle in a haystack. Even if it's the latest generation of intelligence systems, they can't conduct an accurate search without sufficient exclusion information. There's no need for an accurate search. Just cast a wide net. The relevant clues still need to be analyzed in detail. Once there are results, I'll inform you immediately. Be quick. Niao Rue emphasized. Okay. Just as the two were about to end the call, Jiang Fuyue suddenly thought of something. Wait, Niao Rue, yes? Do you know what a fat child is? It's related to South U. It's related to Southern U. The person on the other end pondered for a moment. In the past 10 years, there has been a trend among the nobles of Southern U to raise babies in captivity. Some of the babies were sold from Xianxia. They were raised in luxury until they were 3 years old. They were white and chubby. As long as they were cute enough, they could be carried out and shown off like pets. If it was a girl, they would call her a good girl. If it was a boy, they would call him a fat child. Jiang Fuyue narrowed her eyes. Investigate the areas in South U where babies are reared, especially those that like to raise boys. Okay. Half an hour later, Jiang Fuyue received a private message from SSA's internet account. Professor Lake, the voice of the other party was specially processed in the audio you just released. It's hard to get any useful information from it. But I can try. The success rate is about 60%, but it will take some time. Jiang Fuyue clicked on his profile picture. The homepage below was his personal information that had been verified by the internet. Lake Watson, a professor of acoustics at Muni University in Country D. He was in charge of the DID Acoustics Research Institute. No one in the world was more authoritative than him in the field of acoustics. Jiang Fuyue immediately replied, "How long will it take?" Lake, 2 days. It was about the same as she had expected. My worries, okay, sorry to trouble you. Lake, don't worry. I handle hundreds of different kidnappings every year. I've analyzed a lot of extortion audio. I know the urgency of this matter. I'll get the results as soon as possible. Thank you. Are you Cho himself? Yes. Oh. God. I can't believe it. Can I add you as a friend? Jiang Fuyue took the initiative to send a friend request. The other party accepted it immediately. After that, they didn't talk nonsense. After they agreed on a specific time, Lake went offline. Saving people was like putting out a fire. Since they had already added each other as friends, there would be plenty of opportunities to learn from Cho. The audio and Fat Boy were the 2 key clues. Now, they just had to wait for the results. That night, none of them slept well. The next day, Old Madam called the finance department to start transferring funds from the corporation. The speed of the transfer was monitored by Jiang Fuyue. It couldn't be too fast, or the kidnappers would be tempted. It couldn't be too slow either, or the kidnappers would lose their patience. Jiang Fuyue simply handed in a leave of absence to the school and personally took care of things at home. Han Yunru and Jantar took turns. One took care of the family while the other went to work. At 2:00 in the afternoon, Jiang Fuyue received a call from Niao Rue. Okay, take your time. As she spoke, she turned around and went upstairs to get her laptop. Just then, the Jiang family's front door was pushed open roughly. The person rushed in like a gust of wind. Brother Lin? Digression, yesterday's 2 and 3 chapters were 3,000 words long. Today's 1 chapter was at 12:00. It was the first day of the new year. The weather was so good. It would definitely be a bright and sunny year. End of chapter 618. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.